Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. My name is Brandon Perez, but most of you know me as Louis V. Titan, and we're joined today for the JJ Events and HaloHub $1,000 4v4 tournaments. We have a long list of sponsors for today, but first and foremost, I want to talk about Skull Candy. They got amazing personalized headsets. They come in all kinds of colors. You guys can check those out. Elemento Dragons, Proton Gaming, Lime Juice, Galaxy Hound, Damascus Gaming, Quantum Threat, Blazer Force, Pepper.gg, the legendary C4 shout out, and then Kin Glowed, as we just saw in that ad break. We are finally getting started. We're in round number 2. We got Proton up against, let me see, it's Volatile. Proton versus Volatile getting ready to go. We're waiting on one more person to get in the lobby. I will not be casting matches today. I'm just going to be your host/producer, so I'll be very hands-on with the entire production today. I appreciate everybody being here, so shout out once again to JJ Events and HaloHub for putting this on, and of course the LVT team at the producer's seat. We got Nighty Night observing, and then later on today we're gonna have Magick and Makowski, and of course Toolez and YNOT. But first, kicking us off for today, we got Noble and Randomize. I want to welcome them into the show. Noble, how you doing today, man?
I am doing fantastic. Excited to watch some Halo. We've been sitting here getting ready with all these awesome Honda 1v1 videos, and I'm just really excited to go. We got some great teams today, some great sponsored teams. Randomize, what teams are you looking at today that you're really excited to see out there?
Honestly, Noble, there's plenty of teams in the bracket that are looking amazing, but we have a few that I would love to check out. I mean, we have Damascus Gaming, one of the sponsored organizations sponsoring this event, with Magick, Command Station, Sylvanic, and Kilimanjaro. They're just starting off their game. I was just checking it out. They're just getting into it, so we'll tune in maybe later. I'll give you guys some updates on what's going on in that. We have we have teams like Roku with like Sparty and Renegade with Soul Snipe and Druck.
Ooh,
that's a cool team.
Oh yeah.
Incognito with Karmia, Ryanu, Mental, Rain, and then we have teams like Proton Gaming, who we'll be seeing, who's also sponsoring, with Common, Cortex, Breaking Shot, and Heinz.
Yeah.
So,
plenty of great talent out there today. A little bit of a mix-up, right? Not your traditional teams, but of course, there's been plenty of roster mania going on. So honestly, it's tough to get anything going. Everybody knows the Optic Invitational got postponed because teams are just not ready to announce, and there's a bunch of contracts just moving around right now. So it's exciting to see a lot of pros come through and play in these kind of grassroots tournaments. So guys, I see that the lobby is full right now. This is once again Proton versus Volatile. I'm going to kick it off to Noble and to Randomize to kind of just keep this going. I'm going to go back in the background, keep pushing buttons. You guys, I hope you enjoy the show. Noble and Randomize, take it away.
Alrighty, Randomize. Game number 1, we got Proton Gaming. Who do you think out of the gate is going to be our breakout player? The first person to walk out, make some moves, I don't know the game layout yet, but either get that first slay that's needed or be the first person to that objective, the first person to that power up. What do you think is going to go on game number 1 here?
Honestly, it's going to be hard. The first game is a Strongholds live fire. Okay, so off the gate, I would have to say, surprisingly, who I really want to keep an eye on is Spar on Volatile. If it's the Spar that I think it is, because I've seen some copy people, but if it's the Spar I think it is, Spar is going to be coming out of the gates guns a-blazing, and he's going to be insane. And as you see on the screen, we have Strongholds live fire. That will be our first game, with Slayer Aquarius as our second, and if we don't have a 2-0 sweep, we'll be seeing Oddball Streets. So I don't know. I mean, I haven't really seen the Proton current roster, but I do know more players on the Volatile side, so I guess that's who I'm going to have to be looking at, Noble.
Absolutely, I get that for sure. I mean, I'm really excited to see what Cortex and Breaking Shot can do. Been watching a couple of their games in the past, and they're definitely a good duo that can walk out and get the slays they need. And I'm very excited to hop in here, especially Strongholds, you guys. What a great map to start out on here on a beautiful Saturday afternoon, I guess. But yeah, really excited to see what we're getting into. Josh, next question for you here. Strongholds live fire, what is your first push? In your opinion, what do you think your team needs to be playing for first? Is it setting up for that overshield? Is it going straight for that sniper? Is it going for that shotgun? What is your first play right off the bat?
Honestly, the thing is, overshield doesn't even spawn right off the bat, so you don't have to worry about it as much. I think what it really would come down to is, one, trying to get that sniper in your team's hands. That's very important right off the bat, as well as trying to set up for either, you have to make the option. You make the early push to B and try to get that right away and start collecting some points, or if you wait patiently, try to slay out because you know that overshield will be spawning relatively close to the beginning of the game. So it really comes down to how the team wants to set up the dynamics, or they can even go for the last option, which would be to try to take the other team's the other team's strongholds right off the bat and force a weird respawn to happen as the overshield comes out. So plenty of different options to go through. It really depends on the team dynamic and what you feel your team can do compared to the other team, as well as being able to kind of feel out the game. So it'd be pretty interesting. I mean, these guys are playing for a $1,000 prize pool, so like your first step in your match could completely influence if you're going to be making that money, you know, Noble?
Absolutely. I mean, the biggest thing there is just momentum. Like you said, that first step in that match, if you pull it off right, you could be ready to go, setting yourself mentally ready for the rest of this tournament. You might be walking away with that first place $600 prize. You might also be luring yourself down to that level you can't be going into one of these preseason tournaments. But very excited. Looks like the map is getting underway. Josh, I'm going to let you start it out here because I want to hear what you have to say right out of the bat after asking you those questions on how we're starting. But oh baby, that sniper's looking good. That shotty down below is ready to go. Let's watch some Halo.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this one. It's been a while personally for me to be involved in Halo. I took a little bit of break of the game, but I just love watching pro play. It's completely different when you're watching good skill, when you're not in diamond rank like me, where you're just struggling the entire time, where now we're going to be getting some nice big highlighted moments. I really feel like these players on both teams can easily pull off a crazy highlight, and when you have the sniper rifle in hand, we're going to be looking for those no scopes or snapshots depending on where you come from. But let's get this one going. We got Spar on screen with you, and Volatile actually not starting as strong as I thought they were going to be doing. Oh, we have Obnoxious on the other side. I guess it's a different name on our awesome sponsored website, Pepper GG. So I do actually know Obnoxious, so I actually know a decent amount of people on Volatile. But right off the bat, Proton already on the board, and you can start to see that they are trying to sway over to the other side to get the overshield, but Ghostly actually gets it on and slaps that on his chest. So Volatile is going to be starting with the overshield, and let's see if they can get a good push going towards B.
And that was one of those plays where they may have given up that B zone there, but they were definitely just trying to make that push for that overshield, make sure they get that so they can make that push on B with it. And it looks like it might pay off for them as we see two go down here on the B side. Let's see if they can make that push. I think they might got it here. They got that sniper looking over, which is a beautiful place to be. Missing a shot there, but that's okay. X4F here is getting ready to make another push with the team. Josh, what did you see there that could have done better for them to be able to take that zone? They did walk in there with the overshield. What could they have done to maybe take that zone and not have to retreat back to C and make this push over to A?
It really didn't feel like there was there wasn't enough people to make that push. They all kind of got caught off guard, and Proton did a really good job positioning themselves, keeping that player inside B so that they could not even capture it and buy time for the rest of the team to play a really good defensive play. But either way, Volatile did a really good job adjusting that and swinging over to A. They went through bottom mid. As we can see, we still have X4F just got taken down with the sniper rifle in A, and it looks like Proton's going to try to get that on hand. Well, Volatile doing a really good job rotating around them and got B, and now Proton is going to be playing the rotate game. So, and that's the beautiful thing about live fire strongholds compared to other strongholds. The rotation game is 10 times faster. So we're going to really see these players spin around a lot. And speaking of spinning around, Common is able to get around. Oh, try to get the overshield, but getting taken down by Obnoxious. So looks like Volatile has, again, controlled that overshield.
Yeah, that's a huge play there. That can make or break a game for a team. Being able to control not only the power weapons, but those power-ups, overshield. Some maps you got active camo. Those are huge. And sometimes, you know, it's the question, do I sacrifice time on the zone and going for these points to get that get that power-up? And a lot of the time, I feel like the answer is yes, but you know me as a high-level diamond player, maybe it's not the right play always. Here we go, X4F. He's had some snipes today already. I'm excited to see what he can do more with that as it's coming up here in about 20 seconds. All those going down over there on sandbags. Let's see the push we're making here. It's 80-27. Proton coming out early, being able to get the slays and get the time on the board that they need. Let's see what they can do here.
Yeah, I mean, Proton's doing a really good job, not just rotating, but also getting map control. They constantly were able to get a stronghold underhand and then be able to hold it long enough to get some points. More Volatile, they're showing some really good promise. They are doing really good rotations, but the promise is they can't hold on to the position once they get it. So if Volatile can turn that around, get themselves some strongholds, and then hold it down, as we see they're trying to do right now. But Haynes just being a nuisance on bottom mid and just pushing around, getting that sniper, looking for the shot on Obnoxious. Oh, but the shield went down. Close, he does spot Spar, but he misses. And it looks like all 3 locations are going to be taken on by Proton as Volatile going to try to grab C back. No, they don't even get it. Like, Noble, they had everyone there.
We still have a trip cap, and that's when we're seeing the Slays can dictate an objective match, and very commonly they do, but we're seeing it here with Proton 7-4, 4-3, 7-4, and 8-5. You know, that's the Slay game working out for you. And Volatile, if they want to get back in this, they got to send Proton to the waiting screen. You know, they need to be in the respawn so that they can get the time to get the space to create some chances here. But right now, we're just seeing Proton run away with this as they keep getting the Slays they need, keep pushing on, keep that pressure when it needs to be. And once again, they've got 2 zones up in a 150-28 game. I did not see it going like this.
No, I didn't see it. I didn't see it going like that either, but now Volatile had the worst spawn you can get. When you have both, you have your opponents on both A and C side, and you spawn on B, and you had that overshield staring at you when you were spawning, you're done. And right now, it looks like Volatile is just doing like a full team push to any stronghold they can get, but they're just not surviving these pushes, and it's putting them in bad position. Again, another 3 down. You just said it. They got to get off the spawning screen. They got to put Proton on it, and Volatile is just struggling. Every time they spawn, they seem to just go for the first stronghold in hand, and it's not working for them, but they're looking like they got a good push going on. I don't really know if it's going to work because they do have comment with Sniper in the back. Proton has a pretty good defensive setup right now. We're going to have to see, Noble, if this will be the push. I don't think so! I don't think so!
Common with a beautiful double there, coming out with that sniper right to the head, being able to switch right over, get that BR, I think 3 shots there, and they were done. What a play, being able to just kind of rat out almost there in the back of B, hop back over, get those kills, and they're still scoring points. They only need 25 more, and game number 1 of this first series is over.
I think we could tell it was a little bit over a little bit earlier, but I was trying to give Volatile the benefit of the doubt. Unfortunately, they're not doing too hot. Every player is in the negatives over on Volatile. The slaying power is not coming out. On the other side, you were like almost, it felt like you were like a rap god as you were trying to read those stats earlier, Noble. But yeah, no, Proton they're not just playing smart, they're just out slaying. And they only got 1 overshield that entire game so far. Every other overshield has been Volatile, but they just have not been able to capitalize with it.
Well, and that's where it comes down to, do you even play the overshield if you know you can burn that over OS quick and be able to just get the zones, get the points? It seems like they've been way prioritizing the kills in the zones over going for the power-ups, which, again, doesn't ever work for me, but it's seeming to work out for them, so you love to see it. You know, definitely working out here as we see Volatile pop 2 zones here, starting to get some points, 50 on the board. Let's see if they can start to make a comeback. Who knows? They just need a little warm-up period. Everybody goes through that. It's all right. We'll get there. Here we go. 60 points on the board and counting.
And starting to look a little bit better for them, but it just takes 1 good push from Proton to ruin this entire setup they have going on. Proton, oh, they weren't able to finish that one. He had no idea. Cortex stepped out just for a second with the sniper rifle to get a good position. And I believe that was Obnoxious that was just sitting in the inside of B. It just doesn't work out for them. The resets are coming in. Points are starting to rack up for Volatile. They're starting to play a little bit more as a team, not just moving together, but also setting up together to try to catch off anyone they can on the Proton side. But they are getting that push. There's only a few more seconds. If I do my math correctly, there's about 12 seconds left for Proton, and I don't think Volatile is in a good position to stop this push now and be able to get in that stronghold. This could be it.
Absolutely. We see breaking shot here with that sniper and that shotgun. Ends up going down with the trade, which might not be enough here as they're able to get a body on A. Enough of a distraction, but we got Haynes back here on C. Wants this game to end. Oh, there it was anyways. Wow, what a game. I did not see that comeback coming, but that was, I think, 20 or 60 points, excuse me, on the board there at the end for Volatile. That was not a bad comeback when you're already down that bad. It's really hard to get the mentals back to be able to push another 60-point run on them. What did you see there that was the biggest deciding factor? What were they doing right for those 60 points that really got them back into it for a minute? They
were actually not. Together team, they they needed to actually get a good setup, and that's what we saw happen towards the end. Finally, at one point, Volatile was able to stand in positions to guard not just one, but two strongholds, and that's what gave them the points. They were really doing a good job having that one player being a nuisance, being able to pick off players when they weren't ready for it, and even hold down the stronghold when it was getting captured. That's really important in this game type. So we're starting to see some good movements coming out of Volatile. Like you said, maybe they need a little bit of warm-up. They need to they had a game before this, but it might have not been the team they were expecting to be versing. You know, you had a 2-0 in round one, and then you come into this one and these guys are just bashing it against the wall, so you have to be ready for it. So maybe Noble, they start to warm up, but I'm a little worried because the slaying power as well as the objective power was really good on the Proton side, while on Volatile it wasn't looking too great, and we're about to go into a Slayer match right now.
Well, and that's exactly what I was about to say. That's what concerns me, is seeing those slays in that last game. Breaking Shot going 13-8, Cortex 16-9, Common 13-11, and Haynes going 13-6 with an 8.7 KDA. That's scary to see going into a Slayer match when they had that much slaying power coming at you. We're getting into it here. Let's see if Volatile can get back into this. They can bring it back. They can get the slays they need. We see this 1v1 with Haynes right now. Both of them kind of walking out of that battle. Let's see if he can wrap around on him here. Looks like he doesn't know he's there. Obnoxious looking for a quick pick here right at the early part of this game, sitting down low.
Oh, Noxious. Really doing a good job playing his life out. He was able to try to move himself around in front of the Proton side, and it doesn't seem to really work out for them. I'm not really sure who was able to get their hands on the camouflage. I see that it is gone, but looks like if anyone got that camo, they did die with it. So it's kind of equal grounds right now. Volatile is only down by 2, and it's just the beginning. Now it's all about trying to set up map control, being ready for the spawns to come up behind you. As I say that, X4F was not ready for Common to sneak up behind. He needs to get this kill just so that he can get the P2 spawn side proper again. And Common is finally taken down, and that will allow Volatile to set up a little bit better.
That was a huge play by X4F. I think he was one shot there for like 5 or 6 seconds, just kept kind of swinging around that top mid area, not going down, buying not only some time for his team, but I think he got a fair amount of damage on him there, which ended up letting that player go down as well. So what a great play there. You know, that's the type of stuff I love seeing at these high levels, the ability to sit there and know that blink is happening, know that you're one bullet away from going down, but being able to just keep playing your life, swinging around, kind of play ring around the rosy with the other team a little bit. That's the kind of plays I love seeing at this high level, as we're seeing another trade there. Down in the utility, Common trying to get these shots on Spar, doesn't quite finish him up, but we're gonna see Cortex finish that kill for him, as we're seeing a nice wraparound here, seeing a setup over here on the gold side. Randomize, what do they need to do to keep this game in their favor for Proton here? What do they need to do to keep the pressure on, but not overextend and not give up the picks that are gonna let Volatile hop back in this game?
I mean, at this point, it's really coming down to just being able to decipher when the next spawn is going to be. They're doing a good job constantly moving around and being able to know. Like, as you can see right now, Common looked exactly where he needed to go. He knew that the entire Volatile side was going to be spawning on the blue side. He does a really good job and gets that killing spree, which is huge for Proton. You need that player to just start pumping up and start really doing some good work, because that will not only make your morale feel good, but it'll make your team's morale feel good. Only up by 3 though, and Breaking Shot is trying to just be a nuisance inside Volatile side, and we got the camouflage on Heinz, so this could be a pretty good setup for Proton if they can just pick the one player that's pushing out. X4F is taken out, and still Volatile is being held captive from the blue side. Oh no, excuse me, I think we're on the we're on the blue side. Yep, they're doing a really good job of also controlling the spawn, so Proton starting to run away with this.
Absolutely, and something that we saw last game that we're not even seeing here, Proton in the lead, but Haynes last game, I believe, was like +7, +8 at the end of the game, and we're seeing him down 1. We'll see if Haynes can kind of bring it up here, and we might see a huge lead happen if he can start to get those slays. He's playing more support this game, which you love to see, but if he can also get those slays on the board here, Proton might just absolutely run away with not only the game, but the series here, because if they take this, they do take the series here in a best of 3. X4F being able to drop Common with that pistol. I love that pistol on this map. Those close quarters battles are so much fun with it.
Yeah, honestly, if you know how to shoot with that pistol, you can out pistol a BR. That was took a second to think about, but we do have a setup for a triple. Cortex was just so tunnel visioned on one player, he didn't even notice that there was another one there. But either way, all of the volatile players were cleaned up there, and now Common is caught in a really weird pinch. No help from him from top mid. And we do have the camouflage in X4F. Is he going to play sneaky? He's already shooting with his camouflage, and he's not even trying to sneak around. He's not even trying to put his team in a better position. He's just holding top mid with a camouflage. I guess that could be a way you want to play it, but it's not really working out for him. This camouflage is about to be burnt, and nothing happened with it. That is something you cannot let happen when you have a power-up like that. Proton are just constantly putting Volatile in weird positions, and it's working out for them. I mean, they're running away with this one. Hey, Volatile, I thought, had a moment where they were going to come back noble, but then Proton just stopped it. The momentum just keeps getting killed and shut down by Proton.
Absolutely, I fully agree there. We're seeing Breaking Shot here play his life a little bit, get those shots across, and that's something else that I think is huge in this game so far, is Proton's done a little bit better just being able to take those steps back. It's better to get those 3 or 4 seconds of being able to heal than that 10 seconds of sitting there waiting for the respawn. And I think that's huge in a Slayer match, is being able to know when to take yourself out of the battle for a few seconds instead of just keep pushing. We see a few go down in the base here. We see Common chasing Obnoxious, trying to make sure he goes down there, and he does. We've got 3 more on this side. It really does feel like Proton is going on a hunt. They're not holding the side. They're not playing slow. They are going out trying to find these volatile members and just take them down.
43-32 at this point. I mean, in Slayer, you definitely can turn things around. You can slow it down, but when you're down by 11, it can get really scary on what you have to do, especially in a game like Aquarius. It's such a tight arena that even one step in the wrong direction and you just throw off the entire balance. So right now, 46-34, 4 kills left for Proton to be able to win this one with a 2-0 sweep and move on to the next round. And you see Volatile is still playing with a little bit of aggression, but it's not working out for them. 2 more kills for Proton, and that'll be it, Noble.
Absolutely, it looks like Proton might be taking this series. It's a lot of work to get 12 kills without letting 2 of your players go down, but X4F is gonna try, but ends up taking the numbers trade there. Oh, the body disrespect from Cortex.
We got a lot of BM, baby.
I think he took that death just for that teabag, but you know what? When you're up by 10 kills, that's what you can do, I guess. We see Haynes coming in, trying to finish this up. He sees Obnoxious, he goes down for the kill. Oh, he missed! He missed the melee!
There it is.
That was insane. The game goes down, but wow, what a melee there. You know, sometimes you just whiff, and maybe it was a Halo Infinite thing. It's kind of hard to tell on the observer mode, I'll be honest, but it might have been a Halo thing. But wow, that's a hard melee to miss.
Yeah, no, I feel it, and again, it's also like an FOV thing. Sometimes if you're like me, who sits on 120 FOV, you feel like you're right next to him, but you're like a mile away. So sometimes that does happen. But I mean, we had a pop off coming from Common. Cortex and Breaking Shot just was right behind. A beautiful assist coming out of Breaking Shot. Heinz doing what he can do. Still, you know what? Sometimes when you have a teammate pop off, you personally can't have the best stats, you know, and it looked a lot more rough for Volatile. I really wish they slowed down the game. They slowed it down at like 49 or 48 to 40. That was when they finally decided to slow it down and not try to make hard pushes. And I don't think that was the play, unfortunately. But you know what? There's always a lower bracket. You do what you can do down there and see. Maybe we'll see him again later on.
Absolutely, and that is, like you were saying there, one of those things that I think could have been the next factor. Whatever they were doing in the last 10 kills there, they really did slow the game down, was able to make Proton move a little bit more and, you know, miss those melees, have the stress of I just want this game to end, kind of get to them a little bit. And I think that if they had been able to play their game a little bit earlier, slow it down a little bit earlier, they might have had a better chance of coming in. But it looks like Proton has taken the series 2-0 over Volatile. Like you said, let's see what Volatile can do down in the losers. We might be seeing them later. I do think we are going to be headed to a quick break. Randomize, you got anything you want to say before the break about that game?
Get hydrated, drink water, make sure to stand up, stretch a little bit. That's why I'm standing up while I'm casting. I got to stay awake, so get some water, go to the bathroom, get some snacks, because we'll be back in a little bit with more Halo action after this.
Every time you plug in, a portal opens. Be anything. Be everything. Edge of your seat. Eyes wide. Ears open. Ready to react. For the thrills. For the rush. For the win. An experience so visceral, you'll forget if you're here or there. This is Skull Candy Gaming. Feel it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Of course, we got another match lined up for you. We got Proton versus Damascus Gaming. These are two of our sponsors for the events. I'm going to bring back Noble and Randomize because I think they got a couple words on some of these teams, guys. How are we doing? We already got through match number 1. Noble, how you feeling about match number 2?
I cannot tell you my excitement. Our two sponsor teams going head to head. That right there is insane. But on top of that, you know, we have two awesome rosters that are going to just be crushing each other. Randomize, on the roster side of it, who are the players you think are going to be coming out of the gate? Once again, what's it going to be?
You know, I have a little bit of a bias in this one, unfortunately, because Damascus Gaming, I know the owner of the organization, amazing person, as well as some of the players. Maddie, one of the players that used to play for my organization. Maddie, Command Station, Sylvanic, and Kilimanjaro. I'm looking forward to this team. I'm telling you right now, watch out for Maddie. When Maddie feels good, when Maddie's heated up, even with a commando in hand, ooh, it's scary. And the first match we're playing is on Stronghold's live fire, so there is a commando going to be sitting in nests, so I wouldn't be surprised if I saw Maddie run over there and grab onto that one. I mean, there's a lot of good players on both rosters, don't get me wrong, but again, I got a little bit of bias going on right now, I will admit it, but I will do my best to stay unbiased at all times. Since you asked that question, Noble, it's going to be Maddie. We're going to be seeing him coming out of the gate, I'm telling you.
Okay, if Maddie drops an egg this game, which he won't, but if he does, I'm blaming you for the record. I'm blaming you entirely.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. No. I don't know. Knocking on wood. There we go. We're good now.
Oddball, live fire. What a great way to start a series like this.
Oddball. Sorry. Yeah, you're right. It is Oddball Fires, Slayer Recharge, and then possibly Stronghold Streets. Noble, I'm going to put you in the seat now. We saw Strongholds on this map. What do you think these guys need to do off the gate for the Oddball?
So I'm a huge believer in out the gate on live fire. Go get the weapons you can, win the battles you can, but then set up for that overshield. That overshield is so huge. Just having that extra little bit of health in there. Oh my goodness, that's where I feel like they need to be right out front. D6 player here, I'll admit it, but go out there, get that overshield, pop that on, and start running up there. Getting time on that ball early is huge, but you got to make sure you're set up for it. Make sure your positioning is there. Your spacing between each other is there. You don't want people running up between you, but you also don't want to be so closed in that you one nade, you know, hurts everybody on the team. So we're off here, starting off with Command Station, nading that sniper rifle. Looks like he wants it right off the bat. The Haynes was over there too. Let's see what's going to be going on with that. Randomize. How was that start here? What are we looking at?
Screaming at me, man. It was a good start, I would say, coming out of Damascus side. I mean, Command Station, you saw her line up really well for that sniper, just putting pressure down to make sure that they did not get the sniper in their hands on the Proton side. And even just like that, Command Station is now coming out, frickin' swinging out of the gate, doing a nice job. And overshield will be in the hands of Damascus side. So a really good start, and Kilimanjaro has the ball in hand. So beautiful start. We saw the heat wave. We now see the sniper. We have the overshield on Maddie. Damascus is completely ready to hold this ball down. Remember, they only need to hold it for 100 seconds per round. It's not like the old Halos where it's 250 seconds the entire game. So there will be a little bit of a reset when one team wins the first round. But this is a really, really strong start for Damascus. It's exactly what I expected. Both teams are set up, though. I mean, they're both warmed up. They both came out of a 2-0 sweep, so it's not like one team is coming a little bit cold into this match. So it's a little balanced out now. I think it's a little more balanced now as Common tried to rotate that ball and get it out of there, and the sniper goes down. So Noble, it's anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, Maddie getting a little overconfident with that sniper. Maybe didn't need to hit that power slide in. Goes down with that sniper, gives it on over to Proton here. Ball in Breaking Shot's hands. I haven't seen Breaking Shot use the ball before, so I'm excited to see what happens here. I think we had a crash as I was talking about it, so maybe we won't be seeing what's going to happen there for another couple of minutes here. Stick with us, guys, as we get this back figured out. We are doing our best here, but Randomize, we saw some great things in that game. There were a lot of fun for a nice fast-paced start to that game. We saw that sniper being used. We saw that overshield coming in and being used. One thing I would like to see a little bit more is maybe that shotgun. We didn't see a lot of shotgun action there early.
We got to see it a little bit later. I mean, the heat wave is not always the #1 priority on the map, but it does really help you break towards the overshield, and that's exactly what Command Station did at the beginning. She didn't necessarily go for the sniper right away, but she did get down to the bottom, did get the heat wave, and then got pressure off of the overshield players so they can keep more overshield on. So it was a really good start to it. Unfortunately, because of the crash, we're going to have to reset this game. So I'm more curious about if the break-offs are going to be about the same, or if the players are going to try to change it up a little bit now that both teams got to see how their opening starts. You know, you don't necessarily have to change it, especially because of oddball. You're going to be at least starting twice from one side each, and then there's always a chance of the third round in oddball. So I don't know if they're going to change their starting positions, but Noble, I mean, anything can happen, especially after a crash.
Oh, absolutely. And like you said, it's interesting to see. Do you go with the same strategy once again? Do you make your same off-the-rip push? Or do we kind of change it up a little bit? You know, do we give them something new? Do we push a little bit different? Do we walk around a different side? I'm excited to see which way you go, because, you know, if you got a really strong starting rip and you don't care if the other team knows what you're going to do and you feel confident you're going to win anyways, then why change it up? But if you feel like, oh, they know what we're doing, let's change it up a little bit. I'm excited to see what they do here. Absolutely, I agree with you. Looks like we are getting a full reset here off the rip. Let's see what they can do. Randomize, back to you. What do you think is going to happen early?
I mean, I'm not really sure exactly what's going to happen early. Again, we don't even know if they're going to try to change up their stats or their strats, excuse me, or not. But I really do hope I see a stronger push coming out of Proton in just those few minutes that we play that game. Common actually didn't even have a kill on his side of the feed, so that's a little scary when, you know, it was 24-18 when the game had to go to a pause. But so that's a lot of time. That's almost a full minute into a game, and to not even have one kill. So I'm hoping Common will turn it up a little bit more. You know, bring that gear to 5th gear and start revving his engine as he's going to be running out there, because you really need all 4 of your players on point. We're not in the field anymore in the bracket where you can have your pop-off player just kind of carry you. We're now in that part of the bracket where you really need to start pushing. So we're going to be hopping on board with Sylvonic, who's actually going to be pushing towards the overshield and looking to try to get an early setup, but unfortunately gets taken down. And just like that, ball is in Common's hands and taken down as well. So even start, but the sniper is in Maddie's hands, Noble.
Yeah, and you know what? You got your Common kill there right off the beginning, making him 1-1 right off the bat. You were looking for it, but like you were saying, Maddie with the sniper. We saw Maddie do some crazy things at the start of last game with the sniper. I think he had 3 or 4 hit shots, a few kills with it. It was awesome to see, and I'm excited to see if he could do it once again here on this reset. Misses one over there, going rat tunnel, chases him down and finishes it up. Maddie doing a great job, not pushing too far out, but getting the kills he needs to, but he goes down on the other side of that drop wall.
Yeah, we're seeing a completely different start. Now Proton was able to start off with a very strong hand. They're the ones with the overshield, with the heat wave, with the sniper, with the ball. It was literally a reversed, mirrored image of these teams right now. And now we're looking to see Proton. We did have a little bit of control, lost that control, and you can see Break It Shot trying to do his best. He has Heat Wave and Sniper. Command Station, along with one of her teammates, came in, able to stop them, but off spawn, Proton was able to get this ball over to the tower side, and now Proton will continue controlling this one.
Haynes kind of alone right now. Definitely have that setup over on that tower side, but if someone can sneak up quick without noticing, but gets that shot on... Wow, what a beautiful double shoddy shot there. That's what's so cool. I love the heat wave for how versatile it is. You know, there's so many different shots you can make. It's not necessarily the, you know, our normal vanilla get up in their face shotgun. You can do a lot more with it, and that's why I love seeing, you know, those longer shots. If you can hit them, can still deal so much damage.
Yeah, but even with all that damage, we're seeing a lot of damage happen on Damascus as they're all wide open on the overshield together. No one was in a really good place to set that one up. The Command Station, unfortunately, left alone with that heat wave, but she was also taken out. So the overshield will be in the Proton chest as well as the ball. So Proton, a much stronger start from the last time we saw this game starting.
And let's see the setup come into fruition. Common with that overshield, like you were talking about, fighting 2 of Damascus's players over here. Takes Command Station down, goes for 2 and gets the double kill. That is 2 out there. Common, ooh, doesn't grab those nades already, has 4 nades, and Haynes is in the back of B, just waiting for someone to walk by. Nobody's over there though. It might be a wasted set of time. could be a good play. What do you think's going on here?
No, it was exactly where he needed to be. He was going to stop in case they were going to try to push for that flank. He knew they were going to be spawning over on the A side, so it was either an option of going towards the open field, overshield, top mid, or B. And literally everyone was covering a position on the Proton side. It worked out for them somewhat well, but unfortunately, they were not able to hold on to that one. We just talked about the fact that Common is the first player that is looking to possibly get double digits. I had to say something, and now Common's like, all right, that's it. I'm turning my monitor on. I'm going to kick some butt, and he's doing a great job in this game one.
Win or lose, it's because of you, Randomize.
I already knocked on the table, man.
I mean, there's a pretty spread number of slays, you know. We have Common going +4 right now, but nobody else is really breaking out for Proton. A 7 and 4 from Maddie, doing a great job like we were talking about with that sniper, but misses that shot across as I'm saying it. Pretty even slays here for a kind of skewed game points-wise. We have seen, I think, a 30-point run here from Damascus, which is awesome to see. Proton, though, only needs 7 more seconds to close out round 1 here.
Yeah, Maddie's in a really, really tough position with the sniper, in a good position to watch the overshield that's about to come out, but unfortunately gets taken down. I think the overshield is in the hands of Damascus. Yes, we can see the overshield right in front, but it's not enough. They opted to go for the overshield instead of the ejective play. So round 1 will go to Proton, but it's a best-of-3 oddball game, so you can make a little bit of mistakes at the beginning and then be able to turn it around. Damascus now got to see Proton in full gear. Let's see if Damascus can bounce back.
Absolutely, like you were saying, lots of Halo left to play here. Beautiful wraparound by breaking shot there. Get that kill on Kilimanjaro, getting that ball over, starting to move it, and you see that dial on that heat wave switch back and forth, going from that spread shot to that close-up shot, just ready to find someone, take him out with that shotgun. Like I was saying, so versatile. Let's see if anything can go on there. Beautiful move across with that ball.
Common gets taken down near the overshield. He really needs to stay alive there, and unfortunate gets taken out. I think Maddie was the one who was able to get the overshield. One of the two, either Maddie or Command Station, but they have the overshield. Maddie does have the sniper, and Cortex was by himself. Maddie was able to get there and get him before he was able to play that one. He knows that Common's behind, lining up for that shot, but unfortunately missing that one. And Maddie now in a bit of a stickler position. His team really rushing in to help. Command Station gets one player at least down to 1 shot. But Kilimanjaro on the other side also taken down, so Proton in a pretty good spot to start putting pressure on them. Sylvanic does to play the ball. Maddie! Oh, that did look like a headshot on our end, but unfortunately that did not connect the way we expected it to. And Proton able to really just bring this one back, and they are just pushing Damascus into that respawn.
And this feels like a totally different Damascus than we saw just a few seconds ago. They're putting more pressure on, like you were saying in that play on B there. They came over, supported Maddie so quick, and got the slays they needed to get a few more seconds. It's still early. It's still a 10-point game here, but wow, this already is a different Damascus than we saw round 1.
Yeah, but either way, Proton is still doing a really good job controlling and putting a lot of pressure onto Damascus. But we see Kilimanjaro here doing a really good job playing his life and forcing that last player in A to get out of there. But that did buy time for Proton to get that ball over to C. A great play by Damascus, though. They had 2 players on the flank, Maddie and Command Station. That's what I expected to see out of the duo. They did a great job getting them out of there, and that allowed them to set up on the C side, overshield in on Maddie's chest. So now Damascus is in a really good position to start ranking up some points.
Ooh, a rough plasnade thrown, bounced off the wall, right back into Maddie going down. But as you were saying there on that push, that wasn't just a good push getting that ball to C. It also allowed them to buy as much time as they needed to pop that overshield there, and they were uncontested on it. You know, they did spawn A, they did start to get shots, but it allowed them to get right back up in this game, and it's a 10-point game again. Proton with the ball, but what a great push there by Damascus to kind of bridge that gap a little bit here. Breaking shot in the back, getting those slades, just throwing that pressure on in the back, way far from their ball.
Yeah, now Damascus in a much better position. Everyone said, oh no, we heard a blank beatdown. And because of that, 2 kills from the grave. Proton got a little lucky there, and Damascus is about to be 4 dead, and that's going to be it. They just had, like, right as I was about to speak, they had a setup going, but a little unfortunate accident happening on top mid, allowing Proton to get the sniper in their hands, as well as now really start running away with this lead. Cortex in a really good spot, being able to see any push that's going to happen on it. He probably has a teammate behind him near the nest side, so he's not worried about looking in that direction. But now he's all by himself, when originally he was about to fight everyone, but the sniper's in Maddie's hands. This is a big moment for Maddie. He needs to be able to pop those shots so that it will force Proton to play that ball or potentially just lose complete map coverage.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we see, oh, Maddie missing a shot. He doesn't do that often on that swipe across, but does miss the shot, does go down. Sniper in the hands of Com. Oh, Common went down as well over there. Sniper lane over there on that nest side. Let's see if anybody grabs that and utilizes it. Ball played off back B. We're gonna have a ball reset here. It's 78-31 Proton. Let's see if they can keep that pressure up, keep fighting him out. Breaking shot messing around with that repulsor here, getting up behind him. Breaking shot looks across, gets one, gets the kill cleaned up, looks at Sylvanek, but has the help from Haynes to clean it up, and the ball is back in the hands of Common. 17-8 with 50 seconds on the ball. That's an impressive stat line.
I just had to say something, and Common was able to start this one up. And you know what? It's rough. You know, there was a really good start in Damascus for this to happen, and they lost the game. It's one of those things where you have to understand you're playing a video game. This is not a sport where, you know, it's not like someone can lag off a soccer field. Like, you may have a player get disconnected, and you need to be able to bounce back and kind of just be able to recover, even from a good lead and losing that player. So unfortunately for Damascus, they were going to be losing game one. But we still have plenty of other games to potentially happen, at least a game two. So it really comes down to how Damascus is going to be able to turn this one around. I mean, just look at this play. I love Command Station. Always just plays her life really well. I feel like she's always in a rough position, but she does a really good job always playing her life and spotting the oddball, really forcing them to make some awkward plays. So, I love that shot from Maddie. Spotting like the right side and able to get that one.
Yeah, that was one of those, you put that in the clip right there. The hop up over that piece of concrete right to the face. You know, that's a hard death to be on the other side of.
Oh yeah, I agree. But speaking of being a hard death on the other side, we got Slayer recharge, so we do have the shock rifle in play. Let's see if Maddie's going to put that in his hands and see what he can do. But game number 2 is about to be underway, and it's really the time when Damascus needs to bounce back, because we did see, even though Common had a rough beginning, he was able to turn around and outslay pretty much the entire team. So if Proton's feeling good from that last game, that momentum could pretty much carry on into game number 2.
Momentum helps. I don't think momentum hurts many teams. So let's see if they can use that momentum, not overextend, not just get too excited and chase the wrong kills. Although we have seen Proton do that and succeed so far this tournament. So maybe it'll work out for him, but really excited. Starting out with Sylvanek here. What I'm really excited to see, like you already mentioned, that shock rifle. This is our first recharge game of the day. So let's see what these teams can do with that shock rifle. Kind of a high-skilled weapon, in my opinion. Excited to see Sylvanek popping that overshield early. Looks like Sylvanek might be going right over for that shock rifle here, but takes a shot, has to hide that overshield back down.
You know, he does a really good job playing his life. He understands why I gotta wait for the camo to kind of come back, start to be fully covered again by the camouflage, and doing a good job pushing in. Oh, but Common almost juked him out. Sylvanek just winning that fight. That is a fight you cannot lose, and does a good job. I don't know if anyone got the shock rifle in their hands, but we do have a pretty good setup coming out of Damascus. We have the players ready on the Whirlpool side. We have the players in gold, and we're going to be forcing Proton to constantly keep spawning over on the C side, making it really hard for them to break out of that one. Maddie unfortunately getting taken down. Cortex coming in with the flank and able to find one of them. So, oh no, he was taken down. Excuse me. Common is the one that's still alive over there. Command Station caught off guard. And an even start for a Slayer match. I love seeing this. Good to see Damascus has not lost hope. They're playing really well.
Absolutely not. Damascus is honestly just putting the pressure on right now, and that's what we love seeing against a roster like Proton that we've watched time and time again in this tournament. Just keep that pressure going.
I guess Command Station, Command Station was like, you know, guys, I'm not really happy about that last game, so I'm gonna jump on the Proton side.
on the bright side, it's really hard to lose a 5v3, so it's not a bad choice. You know, if you were allowed to do that, it's not a bad choice.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, again, things happen. This is Halo Infinite. We're not surprised, but you know, it was like we were saying in the green room earlier, Noble. It's one of those things where if the game wasn't good, it wouldn't be a problem. But the problem is the core game of Halo Infinite. It's so much fun. So
It's so much fun.
We deal with these problems.
We deal with these problems, but it looks like we are getting a full reset. Now, that was a pretty close game there. I think they were still just about tied when that happened. So let's see if that continues or if someone uses this full reset to break out, get those slays early, and maybe get a different pull on overshield, something like that. We don't know. You know, it like we were kind of saying at the beginning of the last reset, they might fully change it up. They might do the same thing. Last time it kind of got shooken up. So I'm excited to see what they can do here on this recharge map.
Uh-oh, I'm a little nervous. I'm not going to say anything about a specific player or about a specific stat right now, because the last time I said that, he completely changed everything. So I'm just going to ignore that one little stat that I see on the board right now. But yeah, no, I mean, it happened again. Unfortunately, we have a player disconnect. Now it comes just the mental side. You need to be able to be prepared. You have to understand that it's like, you know, this is going to happen. Don't get frustrated. Let's just play our game again. And again, it comes down to you do the same start. You not do the same start. We did see that Damascus was able to get the camouflage off the bat before we had this unfortunate event. So it comes down to the fact of whether or not Damascus is going to be able to get that camouflage again. Will Sylvanek actually be able to get the shock rifle at the beginning? We don't know, you know, and it can all come down to just one little adjustment that can either make or break the breaking moment.
Absolutely, and that's why games like Halo, it's so hard for something like that to happen, because there are so many variables involved that if one thing happens a little bit different, it could fully change the course of the game. You know, someone else picks up that overshield, someone else gets an extra shot on the person going for overshield, they go down, and now the overshield's just laying out. So there's so many things that can change just because of all the variables in Halo that it's a brand new game, a brand new day, baby. Let's see what's going to happen. We might have an early tied game again. We might have someone come out and roll with it. We're going to see here, but either way, it's going to be some awesome Halo to watch, that's for sure.
Yeah, I do want to say, though, I really do hope that we see what Damascus did in that last game. I hope to see they do it again. They were doing a really good job of, right off the break, when all the chaos of the starting part of the game was done. We saw Damascus do a really good setup with the gold side and more of like the whirlpool to A side on, on like the top of the spawn. So they did a really good job of just forcing Proton to spawn into the C side. But either team that decides to get that setup going, they need to be able to hold that setup. And right before we saw the crash, we saw Proton able to break that setup. So whoever holds that, let's see if they can hold on to it and get an early break. We're starting this one on Cortex's screen as he is pushing over for the shock rifle. But again, Command Station, she just knows where to be off the break and really knows how to be a nuisance for those power weapons. Command Station now able to take command of top goal to really help out her team, finding where everyone is hiding on the Proton side.
Yeah, Command Station kind of running a flank here. She ends up going down, but it was an awesome play just to not only get the damage back there, but kind of distract this Proton roster, let the rest of Damascus get a little bit better setup here. We see Sylvanek here being able to get those shots, but then play the life out towards the team, which is a huge play there. Now, he is stuck bottom here, which is a little bit of a risky position, but he is over with his team. They help him out, be able to get that kill on Haynes. One more there, but I think they pulled two out of that mix, which is not bad for the setup they got pushed into.
Yeah, no, I mean, Sylvanek did a really good job playing his life, waiting for his teammates to get there. I mean, he bailed on a fight that he started, but he wasn't in a position where he knew where the other team was. So it was a good play. He was able to get out of that fight, stay alive. His teammates kept him alive, and that allowed them to win that fight. But we're still tied 7-7. A good starting. It's just like the first time we tried playing this one. It's a good start. Both teams are slowing this one down early. Really nice. They're going to try to create their own momentum. It just shows we need to see which team is going to be able to kind of lead the dance, as I could say. But as we see that, it looks like both teams are leaders because we're still tied up. Every time one goes down, they trade it off.
Common with this shock rifle, very excited, like we were saying at the beginning of the first game there. Really excited to see what he can do with this shock rifle here. Both teams really gets a shot, but doesn't quite connect, straight to the head. Common still looking across, waiting for that cross to happen because he knows it's there. Gets one shot, still doesn't connect quite with it. I'm really hoping to see these shots connect because that's when these games speed up a little bit. You know, you get those shots, the hype comes into you. You want to rush forward, you want to get the next one and the next one. Common missing another one, isn't quite able to connect. Command Station being able to play her life once again, as you were saying, down there bottom mid, but oh, in the reload!
No way.
That battle was wild.
No way. Command Station still alive somehow. I was trying to see if the camouflage was burnt by Maddie. I think it was burnt. in command station who was there to support Maddie was in the worst position ever, and she made the best scenario out of it. I mean, it takes a really smart player to pull that one off, and good for her to be able to pull that one off. Kilimanjaro, speaking of, is popping off with a 9-5 right now. Sylvanek, a little bit rough beginning, but, you know, you got a teammate like Kilimanjaro. That's what I always say. When one teammate pops off, unfortunately puts the other teammate in a weird position, but they are still doing a really good job. They are down by 4. Proton looking to set up again on the gold side and really force an awkward spawn for Damascus.
Proton walked in and fully just won that setup there. They walked in, broke it, got 2 down, and the rest of Proton was already out of there. Or the rest of Damascus, excuse me, was already out of there. And we see him now setting up over on this tower side. We see kind of they're running in 2s right now. We'll see if that behooves them here against this Proton roster that seems to run as one big group.
Oh,
Power weapon we haven't talked about, Randomize. The green gun. Something that since this last update has been used more and more. What are your thoughts on it right now?
It's a hard question, man. I'm happy that they were able to get the green gun to lock in a little bit more, but now some of the pros were even like, you know, they were tweeting like this game has become more of a gun game than it ever has been, and the green gun I feel like is a little bit too strong, but it doesn't matter because when you got players like Cortex, it doesn't matter what weapon is in his hand. He just takes out 2 players and forces the rest of Damascus to rotate out again. That was one of the hardest. That was something I wanted to actually talk about, was the fact that every time Damascus has a setup, one player goes down and the whole setup breaks. No one's able to kind of bounce back from that break, where at least Proton, they do a good job. Every time someone goes down, they automatically know, all right, rotate and reset, let's get it set up again, and it's allowing them to run away with this one. It's 28-18. It's a 10 kill game difference right now. Damascus is just struggling to get back up there. As you see, even Breaking Shot has the camouflage, does a nice job finding the one player, and now again Damascus forced over on the C side, and let's see how they're going to break out of this one.
Got Cortex, I want to talk about 11-4 so far in this game. Is that the difference maker? Is that what's leading Proton to the win, is just being able to have that main Slayer up? Or do you think it's more of the support that the players like Common, Haynes, and Breaking Shot are putting into Cortex's kills? Because they're not all full kills, you know, he's getting those finishing shots, and that's what makes or breaks a team, a game for a team, is the support level to the amount of damage you do as a player.
I mean, if you look on the other side, Kilimanjaro is currently 11-9, right? Whereas Common, I believe, or Cortex was at 12-5. So, yeah, part of it is when you have that player popping off, it really can be the reason why you have the momentum and moving forward. But at the same time, it also comes down to how are you popping off. One of the things I always get worried about when people are looking at stats and they go like, look at this guy, he's got the most kills on the team. He may also have the most deaths on his team. Right. And that's something you have to pay attention to. So just because you're popping off kill-wise, you could also be putting your team in a detriment. You are trading, the rest of your team isn't. And when you're dead, you're not helping your team anymore. So it's one of the things, that's why I wish I tell people, like, try to avoid the killing stats, you know? Because, like, if we see the replay right here, Kilimanjaro has 10 kills, but he's also tied for the most deaths. So in the end of the day, he's keeping the game close by literally winning his fights and losing his fights. So it's one of those hard things when you're looking at stats. What, you know, you can look at stats and go like, wow, they did a really good job, but it's also determining on what you're doing. Stats don't tell you how long you've been dead. It just shows your average time of being alive, you know? So something you have to kind of keep in mind, Noble.
No, absolutely, I agree with that, and that's why damage is my favorite statistic in the game, both given and taken, because it shows, you know, doesn't 100% clarify whether you got the kill or you got all the damage that got your player to get that kill, and that's why I love damage, is because you can really see, oh, I had 3,000 more damage than you, but 4 less kills. That's the supporting player, and that's what I love seeing on a lot of these rosters. They really do have a player that they might not be number 1 on that KDA, you know, they might not have that 8.0 KDA, but you go and you look at their damage and they're just so much higher, and that's what I love seeing in that supporting role, and that's why I think that's the supporting role is one of the most important in Halo. And it looks like we are doing a reset again on that. Looks like we are starting from 0-0. Proton needs 40, being up by 10, and Damascus needs to get up to 50.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be rough. You're playing a Slayer match. Everything's back on the field. You're starting from the beginning, but you're playing for a certain amount of kills. So Damascus, not in the best position right now, but you got to just keep your head cool, keep your head down, and just be ready for anything. We saw them have a really good start in the before we reset at all. So you can pop off. You can get an entire team off, get 4 kills in the lead, and then the game pretty much ties up, you know, when you're doing these kind of resets, Noble.
Right, absolutely. It's just like you were saying there, it's one of those things where nobody likes it. You know, it's something that we're all stuck with. It's kind of even ground for everybody right now on that. It's not like anybody's trying to do it. So you just got to be able to power through. And that's why the mental side of the game is so strong. You just got to keep pushing. You know, you can't give it in. You can't be like, this is done. You know, you got to just keep being able to push, play your game through all the BS. And that's why, I mean, honestly, things like this are what make LAN experiences that have issues. Not that that happens, but if a LAN experience has issues, it's the same thing. You can't just completely let yourself go and let your mentals go because you're angry at the situation. You got to stay strong. You got to keep frosty, as some say, get ready to go, and be right back out on those sleighs. Randomize. We've said it a few times now, unfortunately, but off the reset, are we seeing the same thing? Are they changing it up? I don't know, but we're gonna see it right here once again. Slayer on recharge.
They should just GA that everyone runs over to tower. A 4v4 tower fight. Just might as well, you know? We've seen this map too many times in one match. Just everyone just runs to tower.
Let's just only fight in tower. If you get a kill outside of tower, you lose. We're just gonna have a full-on 4v4.
You lose a point. Yep.
It's gonna be a crap show, but it's gonna be a lot of fun. So
if only. I mean, the opening, we saw how both teams actually did adjust, right? From the first time to the second time of the opening, we saw how both teams did adjust. And here we go on the open again. It looks a little bit different now. It looks like the Proton started slow on the kickoff, while Damascus is now pushing for it. You know, so it's I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, we see that bug popping up here. That Proton needs 40, Damascus needs 50 there. Just as a reminder, due to that reset, Proton was up 10 before the crash there. So that's what we're playing to now. Let's see, we're tied once again out of the gate here, 3-3. And it looks like Camo's going in the hands of Command Station, but she goes down really quick with that burn. Wow, that was an unfortunate grenade that hit her.
Yeah, no, it's... That's the magic about this game. Those grenades are the game changer. You never know what's going to happen out of that one. Command Station getting back smack in an unfortunate position. It almost looks like Damascus is struggling a little bit. It feels like they're just getting upset that there's constantly disconnects while Proton is just playing really well. At least that's what it looks like from a game standpoint. But Damascus has slowed it down. And we have Proton just coming in, guns a-blazing. They spot that one player in the wrong spot, and they're able to continuously force Damascus to play on the back foot.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we see Cortex getting a beautiful kill, though. Looks like we got 2 down for Damascus, 2 down for Proton. A little 2v2 action going on. Let's see as they get the spawns here, where they're going to be pushing. We see the entire Proton roster making a big L here. The L push is kind of one of my favorites. You know, you can do a few different setups, but I love having that L, especially on recharge, where you can have that A push, or you can have that tower push, and you can have either side of it. It looks like 2 more going down for Proton here. We see Breaking Shot winning that battle with Maddie, because a little bit out there. Is that a double from Haynes?
Yeah, Haynes was just standing behind him and said, you go. You get in there, I got your back. And he cleaned up both of them easily. Nice play by Haynes. And the camouflage is now in the hands of Proton. I mean, 17-9. Proton needs 40, and they're up right now. That is not a good sign at all.
Haynes with the melee thinks it's a backsmack, isn't able to finish the kill, though. Doesn't want to blow up that active play there, but I don't know how that wasn't a backsmack.
I don't know. Smacked him in the back and nothing else happened, and unfortunately that's the way she wrote, man. But you know, Haynes just finally out of camouflage and gets a killing spree, finally taking down Maddie. Maddie turns this one around and able to get a nice shot on that one. Oh man, just looks away. The timing is a little bit rough, but Maddie does know that he needs to help out his teammate. Kilimanjaro is going to be making a push onto Common and Common gets taken down. Maddie does spot one. We can see if we can try to get a nice headshot going here. Maddie getting shot across the map. Command Station's over there to help out. Maddie's finally getting pushed, and Haynes takes him down. Haynes actually had a helper there to get that push down. Again, Proton doing a really good job just finding that one player out of, like, on their own or out of position and forcing a really awkward moment for Damascus.
Well, and that's like you were starting to say there. That's exactly what it is. They find that one person that maybe isn't in the best of positions on Damascus, and they're able to push that person. But then out of that, with that one player down, like we're going to see with Sylvanic here, now they have this push to blow up their tower. We see 2 going down right now for Damascus, and we see a command station here getting pushed on both sides with the flank. And that all starts on that 1 kill off the side. Command Station doing a great job playing her life for a second there, but it isn't quite enough. And that was 4 down there for Damascus, and that's what we're seeing. You know, we just keep seeing Proton walk in and get that 1 slay that leads to 2 more, which leads to the flank, and boom, the setup's gone.
Yep, and you know, Proton only 8 kills away from winning this one, while Damascus is about 29. I did my math right? Yeah, they're going to 50. So yeah, 29 more kills. I mean, it's just like, I feel bad. I always hate when the games start disconnecting. It's hard to keep your motivation going in the game, but Proton, they're motivated, you know, they're ready. They're getting in here. Cortex with 10 kills, 3 deaths. It's exactly the opposite of what I was talking about earlier. That's what I want to see. Finally, the sniper, or excuse me, the shock is taken down. Common looking for whoever just shot him in the back. He couldn't find him for a second, but Sylvanic, again, caught in a really awkward position, always getting 2v1. That's not what you want to see. Kilimanjaro getting cleaned up. We're about to finish up here. 4 more kills, make that 3 for Proton, as they're going to be moving on in this bracket. Damascus, unfortunately, will have to be battling their way out of the losers bracket unless they can avoid being killed one more time.
Common running around the back here, going hunting, knows that he only needs 1 more, sees Kilimanjaro, isn't quite able to finish it here, but it looks like Cortex will be taking it, gets the double even just for good measure, but it looks like that's gonna be the game. Proton with the victory once again. Wow, that game was, honestly, it was wild. It was totally different than the first 2 versions of that, or the first 2 attempts at that we had seen. And it's one of those things where, like you said, it's so hard, because I wonder what would happen if that first one did go through. You know, it's so hard to keep your mentals after stuff like that. You know, being a player for years, it gets to you. You don't want it to get to you, but it gets to you. Awesome stat line here as well. Cortex and Haynes with a 10.3 KDA and a 7 KDA. That's kind of wild in such an even team like this.
Yeah. Honestly, the score doesn't tell us how even these teams were. I honestly do say, even though it was a 2-0 sweep, the game itself felt very, very tight. And it's something that the score will never say for you. So Damascus got to keep their heads up. You know, they were in a rough situation, but they honestly did do really well. And I hope they keep that in their minds, that with the situation they were given, it's like, all right, guys, it was a little rough, but you know what? Let's bounce back. Proton, on the other hand, was like, I don't care what you throw at me. I'm just going to keep destroying the other team. And now they're going to be moving on in the winner's side bracket. We'll be, I believe we're waiting to see who they will be versing. No, they'll be... I'm not 100% sure who they'll be versing. Unfortunately, I got to update my bracket. But, you know, good for Proton Gaming. They're just showing off on this one.
Absolutely, Proton making a run, and it looks like we've got the man himself back in here. How's it going?
Good, man. Congratulations to Proton Gaming. They got a good, a good first 2 rounds in. Noble and Randomize, you guys killing it on the cast. Appreciate you guys coming through. We are going to be switching casters here after this round, but Noble, any words before you exit the stream?
First off, to every team that we just saw, oh my goodness, you guys, that was some awesome Halo, better than I can dream of. So thank you guys for coming out and playing today. Randomize, thank you for being here as my partner. Everybody here on the LVT Titan production team, thank you guys so much for having me. Much love, but I'll pass it over to Randomize.
Yeah, no, same thing. Honestly, much love for everyone. Noble, always a pleasure to cast with you. Enjoy casting with you all the time. LVT, thank you for the production.
Absolutely.
I love working with LVT as well as JJ Events and HaloHub for inviting us, with all the sponsors allowing us to be on here. It's been awesome. We got some great Halo action. I really did enjoy my time here. So thank you. Louis Vuitton, anything you got?
Yeah, honestly, thank you guys. You guys are getting better every time we have you on. This is the 2nd time that we've had you on LVT, maybe the 3rd time. I could be wrong. But you guys are, you're putting in the work, investing in equipment. You love to see it, because it makes all the difference, and you guys have the great work ethic. So I appreciate you all coming through. As I said, we will have 2 new talent coming through. It's going to be Magick and Makowski. So Noble and Randomize, thank you for joining us today. And before we go to a quick break, I do want to take a moment to shout out some of our sponsors here. We definitely have a little bit of read here, so just bear with me for a second. But this is going to be in reference to Kin Glowed as one of our sponsors. They were the newest added, so shout out to you for supporting Halo. Travis is the founder of Kin Glowed Industries and is an aerospace engineer and an independent researcher and development principal investigator for advanced materials, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and digital twin technology. His second full-time job is to run Kin Glowed Industries, a veteran-owned business that believes in improving lives by enhancing performance. They research, develop, and test proprietary, all-natural proprietary blends of natural herbs, proteins, amino acids, and nutrients the brain feeds on to perform optimally. It boosts mental clarity, alertness, and focus in order to enhance short-term, long-term, and spatial memory throughout cognitive overloaded days. He has been using it for years and with amazing results, and recently decided to share this secret for the rest of the world. So you guys check out Kin Glowed Industries. It sounds like they have plenty going on over there, plenty to work on and continue to prove on. But nevertheless, they love Halo, here supporting JJ Events and HaloHub. We appreciate that from the bottom of our hearts. When we come back from this break, ladies and gentlemen, we will of course have more on the other side. And just as promised, we have Magick and Makowski coming through. We'll see you then.
Every time you plug in, a portal opens. Be anything. Be everything. Edge of your seat. Eyes wide. Ears open. Ready to react. For the thrills. For the rush, for the win. An experience so visceral, you'll forget if you're here or there. This is Skull Candy Gaming. Feel it. Every time you plug in, a portal opens. Be anything. Be everything. Edge of your seat. Eyes wide. Ears open. Ready to react. For the thrills. For the rush. For the win. An experience so visceral, you'll forget if you're here or there. This is Skull Candy Gaming. Feel it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. You are, of course, watching the JJ Events and HaloHub $1,000 tournament. This is a 4v4 tournament. Tomorrow we got a 1v1, but that's a different story. I want to bring it back to the story today. We have Magick and we have Makowski joining us here in just a second. But before we do that, I want to shout out one more time our sponsors, because the prize pool has suddenly grown. It is now 1,200. I'll get that headline fixed up top, but now here is the breakdown, of course, for this to happen. And once again, this is because of the donation from Ken Glode as the newest sponsor today. And I'm gonna read through this one more time, just to I want to take another stab at it. It was kind of fun, all right? Travis, the founder of Ken Glode Industries, is an aerospace engineer and an independent research and development principal investigator for advanced materials, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and digital twin technology. His second full-time job is to run Ken Glode Industries, a veteran-owned business that believes in improving lives by enhancing performance. They research, develop, and test all-natural proprietary blends of natural herbs, proteins, amino acids, and nutrients the brain feeds on to perform optimally. It boosts mental clarity, alertness, and focus in order to enhance short-term, long-term, and spatial memory throughout cognitive overloaded days. He has been using it for years, and the results have been amazing. So now he's ready to share that secret for the rest of the world. I'm sure you can. We'll get you a link in the chat here momentarily. But nevertheless, back to the show. I want to introduce Magick and Makowski. Magick, welcome to the show. Apologize for the names. We'll get that fixed here in just a second. But Magick, how are you doing today?
You know, it's all right. You can keep Noble as the tag because Noble might have the slickest hair in the Halo community. So, you know, I will represent it to the best of my ability. It's been a great show so far today, and excited to see how things continue to heat up moving into the quarterfinals and even beyond.
Absolutely. And then Makowski, how you doing, man? Welcome back to LVT Stream. I'm excited to have you back.
I am equally as excited, Brandon. It's been 3 months since we've casted here with Makowski, the duo on LVT, and it's felt like 3 years. So I am chomping at the bit to get back to some action. Can't wait.
Indeed, we're still waiting on one person in this lobby, but we do have Proton going up against Palm Villains. This, of course, is what is it? The triplets plus Boo Boo? Is that what's going on here?
Yeah, it certainly
family
looks
affair.
like it. It's a pretty stacked lineup for sure. Definitely gonna be a test for Proton.
Yeah, Proton, they've looked good. Makowski, you're pretty much one of our resident experts. What are your thoughts on Proton so far today?
You know, Proton, going back to connecting the dots from season 1, they've been a team that's been climbing the ladder, an organization that has been punching above its weight with some of the best in the world. If we recall, actually, Magic, we predicted Fnatic was going to be upset by Proton. Now, not sure how it's going to look today. I think this squad, I think this Boo Boo Doo Boo squad is a little bit better than the one that we saw from Fnatic back then. But hey, they've got Suppressed, who was on Fnatic then. So it's going to be very interesting to see if Proton can kind of like continue that underdog story that they set the stage for in season 1.
Absolutely. Magic, any thoughts?
No, I'm just gonna say that the underdog, right? You're hoping that that underdog team, which Proton Gaming has kind of carried that title, that they've been putting in the work. Like Makowski said, it's been 3 months since we've been watching some of these teams. It's been a good stretch of time, so I think it really will be telling which teams have continued to evolve during that off-season break.
Indeed. Well, Makowski and Magic, we are still waiting on that one player, but I'm gonna kick it off to you guys. We're gonna change a couple things in the background here, but I'm very excited to have you two back. I know that you have been in the lab working on your game as far as casting goes. I'm excited to hear it. Magic, take it away.
All right, well, thanks so much, Brandon. We'll see this event continuing to carry on. And, the Halo community, it's been kind of a roller coaster of emotions ever since World Championships and now the Optic Gaming event being postponed, and now we have JJ Events just really filling an important role by providing this tournament a chance for a lot of shaken up rosters to get some competition under their belts.
Yeah, you might be thinking that, it's a preseason tournament, a side event, but no, this is one of the most consequential tournaments, and let me tell you why. There has not been a roster mania with more uncertainty in the Halo scene since I can remember, maybe even dating back to 08, 09, and that's because outside of Optic Gaming, and I guess the new SSG roster, we don't know what any of these teams are going to look like. So the reason this day and the reason this tournament is so important is because everybody's kind of trying out with each other and for each other, if that makes sense. So I'm going to be very curious to see which team takes this tournament, because we might just see them team up for season 2. So this is an early look. This is early access, if you will, for what we might very well see leading up to Charlotte.
Yeah, and even speaking of Palm Villains right in front of us in this next matchup, they have Boo Boo Doo Boo coming from G1. Add to that Diagram Suppressed Manny Avenue. That's a good roster. And that lineup, like I haven't seen them playing together. I'm excited to see what those players as individuals can bring to the table, but even more so if they have that team chemistry to maybe stay as a solid team moving into season 2. Now, Proton Gaming are coming off of that 2-0 win over Damascus. Do you think that's going to be enough for them when they're being kind of put to the test here against Palm Villains?
No, I don't think. I think the 2-0 is one of those. All right, we expect this as Proton, right? Like we made that next step at the end of season 2. Let's carry on the momentum. Now is the true challenge. Now is the true test. You're going up against guys who placed top 8 at Worlds. Boo Boo Doo Boo second overall in KD at Worlds. So the levels, the tiers to this have just. If the staircase was going up by a foot, this one just jumped up 2 or 3 feet, and you got to really take that leap here going up against Palm Villains.
Well, Proton Gaming as that underdog story, we've seen this from them in open bracket, really rising to the occasion. So maybe today they can make that leap up a couple of extra rungs on the staircase, but it's definitely going to be a good opportunity, like for a learning experience, but also being put to the test against some of these pro players. Now, I want to zoom out a little bit. We talked about this matchup, and we will be getting into this best of 5 shortly, but looking at the overall tournament, Makowski, are there any teams or individual players that you personally are excited to watch competing?
Well, I think one of the most important things to note is that Oxygen is the only full team from Worlds competing at this tournament. Not necessarily free agents, but uncomplete rosters. Guys like Boo Boo Doo Boo, Sparty, Renegade. What's FaZe going to do? Ryan Brain.
Yes.
Are they going to stick together as the duo, leaving United, Druck, Soulsnipe, Manny? Where do they take that 3rd place finish from Worlds and carry it next? We're going to find out a little bit about that right here.
Well, I do want to spoil just a bit because I want to give everybody that's watching online a taste of the action. We do see Soul Snipe and Drug, two of the names you mentioned, are teaming up with Spartan and Renegade. What a star-studded roster that will be. But speaking of big players, this game is getting ready to get set up. This is round 4. This is quarterfinals, and this is going to be our first best of 5 on the broadcast.
And Magic, we talk a lot about throughout Halo's history, the brotherly love, right? Elamite and Ace, the Ogre twins, right? The Buck twins from EU all the way back, leading the charge and really bringing EU to Halo, right? Here we have a set of triplets: Diagram, Avenue, and Suppress. Did we know this in the chat? I'm just curious how many people in chat in the community knew that these guys were triplets. Maybe everyone knew, and I'm the one who's just finding out about this recently. But I'm very curious to see what kind of brotherly connection, what type of hive mindset and just chemistry that this team has, because they've known each other their whole lives. They're family. So.
Listen, I don't have twins or triplets, but I do have 2 children that are 16 months apart, and I can tell you that from the day my second was born, they have been in competition with one another. So at some stage, I'm hoping that kind of rivalry between siblings turns into beautiful teamwork, and maybe the team in front of us can demonstrate that, give us a good example of how that sibling bond can turn into that team play that we're hoping to see from Palm Village.
Yeah, and on the Proton side, let's not forget Haynes and Common. This is maybe not brothers or twins, but this is a duo I'm very interested to watch here. I think Haynes, especially, one of the most underrated players we have in the league. I got a chance to meet him at some of these events this year, and I love his demeanor. He's very calm, cool, and collected, and he's going to need to be here going up against the triplets plus Boo Boo Dubu. When you look at a guy like Boo Boo Dubu, he just needs to play his game. So gonna be curious to see if he gets a chance to do that with the triplets here, as we're hopping on board with the man himself here, Boo Boo Dubu.
The initial fight here on Streets is going to be the control of that rocket launcher. So watching for the pickup, it might have gone into the hands of Common, who is then taken down. If I'm correct, rockets are now dropped there at that laundry, with deaths just stacking up left and right. Does look like coming out the gates, Proton take a little bit of advantage, but Boo Boo Dubu holding his ground with that stalker rifle is going to deal out some damage before that oddball gets snuck to the back of A.
And that was big because Boo Boo Dubu essentially holding it down with that stalker, like you mentioned, but he goes down now, and the 3 down we saw for Palm Villains turns into 4 down, and it's Proton with the early hot start of 13 and counting.
Did I miss it? Did rockets get picked up somewhere? I still haven't lost, and what we've seen is stalker rifle in play and all the shift of attention on the Bulldog or Cafe side of the map, but I'm not sure if rockets were just a non-factor or if they're still in someone's patiently waiting hands. Haynes a little bit on the overextension there, tries to flank, gets immediately punished for it, but a nice 29-point lead early on for Proton.
And here's why that's so important, Magic. If we don't know where the rockets are with the greatest observer in Halo, maybe Nighty Night, the other team probably doesn't know either. And why that's so important here in Oddball, especially on Streets, a very truncated, short, small map, you kind of close off lanes. You kind of eliminate, like, do I want to take this step around the corner? Do I want to push B, not knowing if there's a rocket launcher waiting around the corner? So these are all types of questions that are probably in the comms right now for Palm Villains, and they're going to have to pick up the comms here as they go 4 down once again.
One question being answered right now is objective control is the strong held grasp of Proton Gaming. They're just a few seconds away from that halfway point as the fresh set of rockets are getting ready to spawn in here at the 350 mark. Boo Boo Dubu seeing that Q is rotating now to B stairs, has great damage onto Breaking Strot, but it's not gonna be enough. Common just bought enough time to pick up the rockets. They might have been a non-factor in the first round, but right here they are a game changer.
And just when it looked like Common was going to trade with that second rocket launcher, he takes down Suppressed instead, and that's huge that he stayed alive and didn't trade because he's still putting pressure on. He's still taking opponents down as he finally goes down to Manny after taking a couple more down with him.
Boo Boo Dubu is trying to do everything here. Bulldog in hand is enough to clean up the double kill, and now we see the first 2 seconds. That's it. Palm Villains going for that steal, but Breaking Shot is cutting it short. Now in that 1v1 against Diagram, he deals out some damage. It's enough to set up for an assist, but Common is the one yet again to win over the oddball. The break from Palm Villains wasn't enough.
And this lead now has got into dangerous territory for Palm Villains. And the reason that is because with an advantage like this, kind of like in King of the Hill, when you get that first cap, you really get to control the pace and flow. Do you want to play for the objective? Do you want to play to milk a couple extra seconds? Do you just want to play Team Slayer for 30 to 45 seconds here? Proton has that option and has that capability here with this type of lead.
And they have decided to go pedal to the metal, being able to set the pace. It's been full send since the beginning of this game, and now Breaking Shot not slowing down. The triple kill comes through. He gets the kind of delayed overkill with that fourth takedown. Breaking Shot is 13-3 right now.
And my cheeks were absolutely clenched as that sticky grenade floated through the air almost in slow motion, nearly landing on the forehead of Suppressed for the overkill. But Proton will take it instead. It's a round one victory, a convincing one at that, to start it off.
What a great round one on the side of Proton, really carrying through with that momentum that they had from the 2-0 series previously. Breaking Shot has been the playmaker. Also, shout out to Common making some clutch plays, including that rocket launcher in the middle of the match. Early rockets still up for contention. Boo Boo Doo gets that tires hold, ends up going for the trade, but Cortex came out so huge in the last game against Damascus Gaming, ended up with a 10.3 KDA. So seeing if Cortex can build back up to that position.
This starting round here just as mixy, but we know a lot earlier who has these rockets in control, and it's Suppressed. So a chance here for Palm Villains if they can maximize the value, get these 2 kills here with the rocket launcher, as they do just that. Maybe not with both rockets, but they get the 2 down nonetheless. So it's the net result we're looking for here, not necessarily the specifics of whether or not the rocket literally gets used to get those kills. So a win nonetheless for Palm Villains as Boo Boo Doo gets into a 1v1 here with Haynes, takes him down. Gonna have a little bit more trouble here with Breaking Shot as he takes him down, and it's left and right, bodies going down. Really no form yet for this round, but don't look now. Palm Villains with an early 22 lead. They're answering back here in round 2.
There's a nice little stall play right there, not overextending on the B side, but instead just kind of holding their ground, allowing their teammate to collect a few more seconds. And it's been in the hands of Manny to be that objective holder, but the break is coming through. A Breaking Shot actually is trying to break through this hold. He sets sights on Suppressed, but not enough damage with the Stalker Rifle. However, Haynes is there to clean it up before getting rushed himself. So right now, that oddball is pretty much back at reset at this point, up for contestation.
Yeah, and this was the answer back that we were almost expecting from Palm Villains. I'm sure they had a quick pep talk in between those rounds saying, guys, this is not us. I know we're not a HCS squad, but geez, we got to expect way more from ourselves here as we see just that. Suppressed looking to stay alive in back C. And speaking of back C, I want to point out an earlier play I saw that was very crucial for Palm Villains, and a reason why they're maintaining control. It was the play ball at top Stalker, throwing it out to the palm trees. Such a crucial strategy on this map, because if you do not get that play ball out, if you let that ball just stay in the back of C like that, you're giving the other team a free setup. So a great job there by Palm Villains, really playing through the processes here and doing it just right.
And with that play, they've maintained that objective lead, still 32 seconds ahead, but Haynes is coming through with the fresh rocket, gets one takedown, turns it into a double. Diagram last alive for Palm Villains, and it's gonna be enough. He stalls long enough for the teammates off of the respawn to bounce right back. So even though numbers in the favor of Proton, not able to get any objective time yet, but Breaking Shot's not done. All the weapons in his hands, the Bulldog and the Stalker. I was ready for a crispy double.
And again, it goes back to that play ball, Magic. Haynes barely died, pushing around the corner. We're looking at just right here at the trash can. Haynes almost got that rotation with the oddball back to C, but he wouldn't have if it weren't for that play ball. So again, talking through just the, it's almost like in oddball, playing objective efficiency isn't about milking more oddball seconds out. It's about playing ball at the right time, and we're seeing all of that here from Palm Villains, and it's a reason why they're coming back.
You can't underestimate Manny, primarily been the objective holder, but sometimes the player on that oddball can act as the quarterback for the team, calling the shots, calling for a rotation, or calling for the play ball, which cannot be underestimated. This is the chance now for Proton Gaming to fight back. They're about 50 seconds down, but they have won over that C hold. This time there was no ball reset coming through. In fact, they have their defensive setup in place. Common is on the rotation with that Stalker Rifle. Stalker Rifle has been almost almost a larger factor than Rockets here on streets.
Yeah, and this is big. Common with a chance to bring his team back with the killing spree. That's huge. Bottom A, can he squeak out his life and stay alive here? Yes, he does. Those are huge there. Almost more important than the kill he just got at bottom A was staying alive and squeaking out there. So great play there from Common. And we're seeing map control, rocket control, and just about everything else in the control of Proton here. So unbelievably enough, they might just regain the lead here. And can you imagine a 2-0 sweep here at the first game in Oddball? I don't think that's what anybody would have expected in the chat here. So quite the fight back here for Proton.
I'm a little bit on the edge of my seat because that would be the surprise, the underdog story coming to fruition, but it's not over yet. They passed that tie game mark, and now they take the lead in this round 2 after being down over 50 seconds of objective time. What a way to flip this game completely over, but Haynes is ready to take down the next fight. It's a 1v1 against Boo Boo Dubo. It's not going to be enough. 3 go down for Proton. Now is where Cortex is going to play that ball and try to just do the most with the final seconds. Honestly, play ball into a trade. Great play from Cortex.
Yeah, I love that from Cortex. And if we thought the bounce back and the respond and regain was strong from Palm Villains to start off this round, I'm giving that edge back to Proton, because to come back from the deficit they were down, really starting to see Palm Villains come into form here. They broke that, which is unobjectively more difficult than what Palm Villains did here to start off the round. We see Proton here about to close it out.
Just 4 seconds to go, and I don't know if Palm Villains will have the numbers to break this. Whole time is going to run out. Cortex with another double kill and a 2-0 victory for Proton Gaming. Now, at the beginning of the series, we thought Palm Villains all the way, but this Proton Gaming lineup is catching us by surprise. They're making the plays when they need to, and they get the job done in game 1.
Yeah, we talked about it right before the series started. Kind of wanted to like regain the redirect the attention towards Proton because they have players to talk about here. I said it, Common and Haynes, one of the most underrated duos you could argue in the league. Breaking Shot, a familiar face throughout HCS Season 1 Pro and Open Series, just barely on the cusp there. And then we have Cortex here rounding things out, having a great game himself, going 17-12.
I'm looking across the damage numbers. I just caught a quick glimpse. It did look like Common, if I'm correct, had the most damage in the game with over 6K. I'll double check because, you know, the production team is taking care of us. But the damage being dealt, the objective being locked down, and it comes down to those big chunks of time where we saw Proton Gaming really had the defensive setup to get the job done.
100% agree with you, Magic. It was the big chunks of time, and it was the appropriately timed play balls. We saw a little bit of that from Palm Villains to get that early lead, but then Proton stole their strategy and did an even better job executing on that. We saw Cortex, I believe it was, throw that ball out from trash to palm trees.
Yes.
I believe he got that extra trade on suppressed, right? And so just getting that all ball toss out makes it a great play. If he goes down even, it's still a great play. But getting them that trade on suppressed, in addition to the extra time that you wasted for the other team to get all 4 together, was an incredible play there from Cortex.
Would love to see it, and it was correct that Common was leading the damage with 6,200. Every other player in the game sitting at 3, 4, or 5K damage, but Common dealing out the damage in game number 1 was really setting the pace. But as we head right into game number 2, this is the chance for Palm Villains to prove themselves. Usually you would say that Slayer is in the advantage of the underdog. This is their map, but now Palm Villains kind of flipping positions. They are the ones that have something left to prove.
Yeah, and you look at a player like Manny from that former KCP Native Red roster. Those guys were so clutch on Team Slayer. So looking to see if we see a little bit of that carry over with this new squad. Is Common 1v1 takedown on Boo Boo Dubo, and he's gonna hit the overkill and tunnels. No, he's gonna get the assist though. So again, it's the team overkill. It's the team net positive for Proton once again, and because of it, they've got the narrow 7-6 lead.
They keep teasing us with that almost overkill there, Makowski, but Common with the triple kill and the timing. The triple kill to steal overshield, and off of that, he's continued onto this killing spree, and now a 3-point lead for Proton.
And it's the trickle down. Because Common gets the overshield, he gets to maintain control of that sniper rifle. We see it in the hands of him now. Let's see if he can put it to good use as his team elects to rotate here back into A. And look at the SWAT team level of coordination and execution. Look at the triangle there from Proton. Perfectly formed, perfectly positioned here. And it's a reason why they're continuing to build on that lead. Now 12-9.
That triangle formation, you get every angle and there's nowhere for the opposition to hide, including this no-scope headshot from Common. That little half wall, those sandbags are not enough protection. And now Manny is the next name on the chopping block. There comes the assist and the BR cleanup. And again, Common with the timing on these slays as the new overshield comes in. He does end up with that trade. I think that Proton still have the numbers to win out this overshield. But breaking shot slowing the game down just a bit, aware of Boo Boo Doo with the sniper here at Cuts.
And you just nailed it, Magic. It's the timing. So often there on Common's POV, we saw the back of the head for many on Palm Villas. Not only the back of the head, but sort of that like scared, scurried runaway. And oh my God, it's Common finally netting himself that overkill, and the overshield to boot.
Oh, thank you, 90, for switching just in time. You know we've been looking for that overkill to come through, and Common is the one to deliver. Off of it, another killing spree. 13 and 4. He does get dropped there, but what a difference maker in this game. A 5-point lead, and I tell you what, when you have one player popping off, they can make up for a lot. As looking at the whole team, Cortex picks up his first slay, but when teammates are making the moves, all you can do is sit back and enjoy the show.
Yeah, that one kill it turned into 2 now, and yeah, it's more about the flow and functionality and the headshots we continue to see from Common as he gets the body shot double. Can he earn himself the triple kill? Boo Boo Doo Boo not paying attention to Common again, and I just mentioned it. It's the back of the head. It's the running away. We've seen it so often. He's gonna hit the no scope too. Okay, he's not going to, but Proton doing everything right so far, and that early 7-6 lead, 9-12 lead is now 31-23.
Common is a name that needs to become a more common household name in the Halo community. We've seen him in Season 1, but is Season 2 going to be his for the taking? As far as the games today, I'd say that he has been putting in the work and taking advantage of that off time to be ready for moments like this.
And I don't normally stop down and point out stats or kill death ratio even after the game in the post game analysis, but right now I have to point out Common 17 and 6. We're not even into the 40s, ladies and gentlemen. He's earned himself half of the kills for his team. That was quick math, but over half technically, 50.5%. Unbelievable slaying prowess here from Common. The only question is, can he keep it up?
Over half of the kills. What a great way to point it out. But now we have the opposition with Diagram also 13 and 9, having the best KD on the side of Palm Villains, and now 1 shot left in that sniper. So we see a little bit of shift in the power-ups. Manny with the overshield is on the push. You see the commando shots, but no! It's the Achilles spine taking down the overshielded Palm Villains player.
Oh no, Magic. And when you're in 1-kill games like we have right now, those are the ones that you wish you could have back, right? The overshield was full, just as it seemed like Palm Villains was starting to gain that momentum and control back of the map and the power weapons. Manny gets ninja'd. I don't think we saw it on the feed, but it looked, from my eyes, it looked like a ninja. And because of that, the push from Palm Villains is suppressed, and Proton carries that narrow 36-35 lead.
Well, we did see them with a 5+ lead earlier on, so the fact that Palm Villains have fought their way back to making this now a 2-point game off of Breaking Shot's double kill, it leaves this end game with all of the excitement that we would expect to see in the quarterfinals. The fight is here at the bottom of C, and Common is ready to get in the mix, slides on that railing, nearly flying off the side of the map, but he stays alive long enough to take down another kill. We're looking at a tied game.
And don't look now, but it's a reversal of form for both these two teams here. We're seeing a lot more numbers being taken advantage of by Palm Villains. From their POV, we saw a few easy back-of-the-head headshots there to take down some of the members of Proton Gaming. And because of that, Proton still in the lead, 41-39, 41-40 here. We might be in for a doozy here as we approach endgame.
Oh, suppressed. I'm not sure if he connected with that plasma pistol shot, but the melee for sure gets the job done. Love to see a little bit more of suppressed in this game after having a slow start. Respect to the assist count, okay? Kills plus assists is still more than the death count, but want to see more in that kill column. Breaking shot, though, with the commando is going to make that very hard to do. The double kill comes through, looking for the triple, does a little bit of damage with that heat wave, and suppress is down to just a scrap of that overshield left. I don't know if it's going to be enough. A little bit of a, Hail Mary grenade there is not going to find its mark.
A scrap of that overshield left, and a scrappy play there from his opponents as they did just a great job babying it down. I saw plasma pistols flying at him. Heatwave was babying down that overshield though, so a great job here as Proton carries this momentum into a 47-45 lead. And let's talk about this. Palm Villains on the verge of getting swept here. They're gonna have to figure something out in the end game here if they want to avoid just that.
Well, this best of 5 means that the series is not going to be decided right here, although Proton Gaming would love to be up 2-0 in this quarterfinals against a team like Palm Villains. And right now they're just 2 kills away, a little bit of a slowdown, but I tell you what can shake up the action, a snipe from Common.
And it looks like we're gonna have that slow down in the pace, but there's the kill in the feed. Cortex, that's almost like the green light at the racetrack as we should see the team converge on numbers here. Suppress going down, Diagram going down. It's the no-scope from Common, something we saw all game as it nets his team the 50-47 victory in game 2.
Common at the end of the day ends up with a 24-12, doubling up kills to deaths with a handful of assists to throw at the top. And that flank play in the final seconds, Palm Villains overextend throughout the open field, pushing scoreboard. And here comes Common, sniper in hand, sneaking through, cuts, and catches another player in the back. And you had called this out earlier. The number of kills that Proton Gaming are getting on the backs of Palm Villains is probably the most concerning factor for me in this series. Palm Villains have lost a little bit of that awareness of where that sniper is, where that 4th player is, and it's catching them off guard.
Yeah, and that was the 3 kills there. That was the 3 kill difference. That we saw at least 3, 4, 5. Probably a net positive, a net difference there for Proton of about 3, 4, 5 kills that were easy, back of the head, taking advantage of your numbers, positioning, right? So we just saw a better job of Proton doing just that. And we cannot go a second further, Magic, without pointing out maybe one of the greatest Team Slayer performances we have seen in one of these JJ Events tournaments here from Common as he went 24-12. Not only the 24-12, but with stats, when you get 20, when you get half the kills in a Slayer, like I would, if he had 0, 1, maybe 2 assists, you would have been like, okay, he had one of the greatest games of all time in Slayer. He had 7 assists. So there was nothing that Common wasn't not doing during this match to earn his team that victory. It took all 24 kills here to pull off that upset. And now, I think I called for the sweep, but we have a best of 5 here. So instead, it's Palm Villains led by Boo Boo Doo, 2nd in Worlds from KD Performance, individual performance, up against the ropes here, surprisingly against this up-and-coming Proton squad.
You know, prepping for today's cast, once we had the bracket posted, I wrote down, team names and rosters to watch out for, and I have to tell you, Palm Villains were pretty close to the top of that list. Definitely would be a significant upset if we can see Proton Gaming carry through for one more win. But again, this is a best of 5, and looking back over the replays from that game too, so many satisfying sniper plays, including Common here. Top mid, doesn't need shield, not gonna wait for the recharge, goes after that long-range snipe and then cleaning it up for that double kill.
Common was just an absolute menace this last
Triple
game,
kill.
and you saw. Yeah, excuse me. Let's add one to the board. Where's the over, right? But no, the play there, like I said, again from Common was just unbelievable, and that was big right there. Again,
yes.
You look back, I said it in the moment. You look at these 30-34 games. It was a 1-kill game at the time. It didn't really end up getting too far away from that. So absolutely did end up becoming one of those moments where you look back on it, you really wish you could have had that full overshield back.
No, you love to see Manny with that Achilles spine play off of the overshield. I think that was the moment in the game where we saw the opportunity for Palm Villains to make the comeback. In the end, it was enough to tie the game, but not enough to take the game. So Palm Villains now are looking at their lives on the line as far as the winner's bracket of today's tournament is concerned. As we head to this game 3 CTF Catalyst, what do you think of this map and mode, and which team do you think has the advantage here?
Well, I want to say this gives Palm Villains a great chance to bounce back in this series because they're almost going to be forced to play better together, to have better positioning if they want to secure those flag caps here on Catalyst. So let's see if that comes into play. But instead of hopping on board with somebody from Palm Villains, let's hop on board here with Haynes.
on board with Haynes as he rushes that mid lane. We do have Overshield spawning at bottom mid, so keep an eye out for that. Yet again, Overshield might be in play. Interested to see if like Sword is G8 here. I'm going to assume it is, but I think Skewer was probably in play, especially is now as Bubu is just stacked up. Overshield, Skewer, all of the toys to play with.
And this is the process. This is part of the routine, the protocol you want to initiate if you're on Palm Villains. That looked like a blank shot, but this is okay though. This is good. Despite the flag being out for Proton, you've got Bubu where you want him if you're on Palm Villains. You got him with the Overshield. You got him with that Skewer as he puts it to good use with the no-scope, taking down Common, and it looks like that chance at a first score.
Yeah, second time's the charm as that does connect with the Skewer, so shutting down that early run from the side of Proton, and now we see that Bubu is still playing that role of defense, but Haynes double kill, looking for the triple. There it is, looking for the overkill, still has the health to work with. If he can connect, no, Diagram, Ego peeked on that. The opportunity was right there. Haynes still coming out with a beautiful triple kill and an assist on the fourth.
And I feel like we're watching a montage from the MLG era of 2006 as both of these teams seemingly always with triples in the feed, suppressed with barely any shields left to work with. 2 players down though for Proton, so if he can stay alive here, this could be huge. This could lead to the return and the counter that Palm Villains desperately needs to get back on track in this series.
They've had a couple of clutch returns so far in the early stages of this game, and Bubu has been pretty much glued to this half of the map, almost playing like a goalie would on the defensive side, allowing teammates like Manny to go on the run. So here comes Manny rotating through, that captures all but complete. Haynes trying to lob some frags in on the action, but it's not going to be enough. First capture for Palm Villains.
And even bigger, Palm Villains punishing Proton for overextending a little bit into the base there. Breaking shot being the first to go down, trying to prevent that cap, but I really felt like at that moment that was one of those where you get in the comms and say, all right, let's let him have it. So instead, breaking shot, because he overextended in hindsight, it forced Haynes to push up there too as well, and he wasn't able to escape with his life. But don't look now, Cortex with the potential to, no, I was going to say a potential to counter cap, but it's just not there. They don't have the numbers. Now they have negative numbers here. So kind of like skipping steps here from Proton. We're seeing them kind of break away from what we've seen here in these first 2 games. And that's a big reason why Palm Villains is showing some life.
I want to see those signs of life. You know, keep your finger on the pulse of Palm Villains, because we don't want this to be a 3-0. We want to see a game 4, potentially a game 5, especially with these star-studded rosters that we're watching in front of us. Bubu gets a takedown. Another player, it's Haynes right behind. Haynes gets the kill and now is being pursued here on the Mohawk side, but suppressed, lines up the shots. There's some great team fire that we hadn't seen in game 2, but now is delivered from Palm.
Manny doing his best here to hold down the stairs, electing to slow down the pace. He's got numbers, he's got team support, waiting for his teammate there to push up with him. And now he's got to go though, because Bubu and his other teammate there are out and fighting too. You can turn this into a 3v2, whereas it was a 1v2. So a lot of dynamic shifting here. Manny kind of missed timing it a little bit there as he goes down, but Suppressed will clean up Common. Breaking shot cleaning up Suppressed though, so it's a little bit of that back and forth. Repulsor used to perfection there from Haynes as the plasma pistol was about to take him down to no shields. Eventually does that.
No need to GA the plasma pistol. If everybody has a repulsor in hand, that's enough to negate it. What a beautiful play there. Almost like a return to sender type of a play. Well, I've just always been a fan of that repulsor, the utility. And we're seeing Bubu with another overshield. Get some shots down on Cortex, has him pinned in this difficult corner. This is a grenade trap here, and 2 players from Palm Villains are gonna trap, and I think that reset is gonna come through yet again.
And let's point out real quick here, one of the patch notes that we've seen come into play from our most recent broadcast, that plasma pistol, that plasma rifle, extremely buffed from when we last competed at Worlds. So going to be very curious to see how much of that gets used here on this map. A great secondary tool, even despite not having the drop weapon option, as Bubu drops Haynes and looks to just be a sneaky little beaver, a pesky one at that in the back of the spawn. But don't look, now Common is looking to stop the score.
You love to see the sneaky beaver. It's definitely been paying off here for Boo, who is topping the kill chart with 13 and 4 right now. Here comes the push, though, and a third capture now for Palm Villains, who look to be very dominant in this game 3. Maybe those games 1 and 2 were enough to light a fire under them to get that reverse sweep potential, but it all starts right here. We still have plenty of time for Proton to mount their own comeback.
And it's a little bit of that cause and effect here. Boo staying alive in the opponent's flag gave him the opportunity to double cap here, potentially double up on that third score, but no, it looks like Haynes and friends are gonna do enough here to stop that flag. But again, look at Boo. He's keeping his life alive, increasing that average time alive per death. So doing a great job here, just staying alive, staying pesky. And when you're up 3-0, that's kind of all you really need at this point. You don't need to overextend.
Yeah.
You don't need to really play outside of your comfort zone. You just got to play your game at this point, up 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Just play your game and buy yourself some time. Just seconds at a time will be enough to stop those captures. Boo at 14 and 5 now has the team fire with Suppress. Suppress goes down. Boo staying alive. And I have to tell you, Makowski, there's one person that's very happy that this is not a best of 3, and that's the majority of the chat, which is the Boo fan club turning out for this matchup here today. So luckily they have this chance in a game number 3 to turn around the series. Breaking Shot, though, on the other side, now has the overshield that we've seen so often in the hands of Boo. Skewer as well, but Diagram just to his right. If he turns his back, the back smack is there, but he was ready. That's why you check your corners.
Great job by Breaking Shot there. I almost thought he was somehow not going to spot that opponent, but uses the skewer exactly how it's meant to be used. Almost as like that slug shotgun barrel stuffing his opponent in the face, taking him down. Let's see if he can make good use of it here. Try to make this a one flag score here with less than 5 to go, as that was a Hail Mary connect here. Common looking to stay alive here. Manny looking to do just that, but he goes down. And don't look now, but Breaking Shot has this flag in their base. If they can go through the process, play a little bit of Team Slayer here, and take a few more down from Palm Villains, they could very well make this a one flag game.
Yeah, but they have to deal with the defensive player of the game, Boo, and he's setting it up for Diagram to come through on that double kill. So even though the flag looks to be right there, it's not a gimme, but Haynes taking down the Whiplash, the grappling player. He gets that melee off, and he does get the touch. Now it should be able to get the dunk. Good patience there from Proton Gaming, and we are looking at that one flag difference.
And Boo flying in hot, looking like Superman with that grapple hook. Might as well rename Haynes to Kryptonite, because he took him down instantly with the Whiplash melee. And it is, in fact, that one score game that we were just talking about, and momentum is on the side of Haynes. But look at this Diagram with the pull. Oh my god, this is interesting. 3 out of 4 members of Proton in the opponent's base. That flag is gonna reach the halfway mark at least because of it, but will they stay alive in their base? Haynes going down, Manny going down to low shields. His staying alive right here is gonna be crucial.
Oh, I thought there might have been a repulsor in the hands of Common. The way he rushed that, he could have just booped Manny right off the map. But he does get that takedown, rotating the flag. Both flags are out. Boo is getting the double melee. He needs to try to get this touch, but it doesn't come through. Instead, Haynes is there with the reset. This is the game time capture if they can see it all the way through.
And that was big. Manny going down was the catalyst, no pun intended, to getting a flag out. But look at this, a very aggressive strategy here from Palm Villains, is they seemingly are almost focusing more on getting flags out than getting slays, which is again very interesting when you look at the dynamic at play here. They're up 1, so it's very interesting. The strategy you're seeing from Palm Villains is almost as if they're down 1, so sometimes that can actually benefit you though, right? Continuing to, as you said earlier, Magic, keep that foot on the gas. Don't give these guys any chance or any room to breathe as they do just that, scoring that insurance goal, if you will, making it 4-2.
A nice 4-2 capture. I agree with that being the insurance flag right there. A 1 capture lead is good, but if you can get that insurance capture, especially with under 3 minutes to go in the game, it feels a little bit safer, but time is not up yet for Proton. They had those back-to-back captures fairly quickly mid-game. They need to do it again here at endgame to force an overtime, and the flag is on the run. Boo tosses the frag to try to stop Haynes, but that dunk is coming through. What a great response from Proton.
Unbelievable response. It was a 3-0 lead for Palm Villains, and just when it looked like they're about to run away with it and start thinking about the strategy for game 4, they've got to tighten up here. Losing momentum, losing control of this map here, losing Boo Boo Doo as well as he goes down to, again, the numbers advantage here. The 2v1 there, not expected for Boo Boo Doo to win that. So a great job again on by Proton playing their numbers.
We saw that pinch work earlier. Boo Boo Doo and Diagram kind of trapping in the corner, but this time there were 2 targets, and the timing was just seconds off. If Diagram had been able to rotate a little bit earlier, or if Boo Boo Doo could have held his ground a little bit longer, then you see a nice trap and a little bit of a 2v2, but the timing was just, like I said, just seconds off. Can be all that makes the difference. Love to see Proton fighting hard here. They have 2 down for Palm Villains. This is definitely a flagpole and a good run for them as Breaking Shot continues to add to that. He gets 1, and now the commando fire comes through. Dropping down to pick up the grapple is such a heads-up play.
Oh, and this is Mixie, 2 down for each squad here. Cortex staying alive. Isn't going to be the final straw for this team to come back and potentially earn themselves that 4th cap, but they're going to need to really tighten up here. There's just about 1 minute left in this game. Maybe what, let's say 2-3 pushes at most here for Proton. So they're going to have to figure it out here very soon.
Oh, Boo Boo Doo barely survives in order to get that double kill, and I love to see Breaking Shot putting that grapple to work. It almost was the clutchest of plays. If Boo Boo Doo had just taken a little bit more damage, he was going to hit that respawn screen, but instead, numbers are looking in the favor now of Palm Villains as they rotate to the Proton Gaming base. They pull a flag, and we're watching the clock as well as the flag rotation. Here comes Suppress with a very quick slide across, a little bit of a flag fumble, but already has that flag past halfway.
And it looks to me, Magic, like offense is the new defense as we see Palm Villains in the final minute not electing to just play defense and secure that 4-3 lead. They're going to go for that 5th and final score and secure it, giving themselves the momentum they need to come back and potentially reverse sweep in this series.
We have a series on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for tuning in to this JJ Events and HaloHub tournament. We have sponsors that are pitching in order to provide this prize pool that is now up to $1,200 and so much excitement. I am glad that this series is matching that level of excitement. I wouldn't have left feeling happy if it was a quick 3-0. Instead, we are going to be heading into game 4, but in reference to this game 3, I think we can look back after the series is over and say this game was either the turning point or the last hope. I think that story is left to be told. What do the stats say to you, Makowski?
Yeah, let's go back to the kills, deaths, and assist stats page because I think this is important to note. Let's talk about the grouping of assists. Now, Eagle Squad, Proton Squad had more assists than Boo Boo Doo team, but Boo Boo Doo all having the same number of assists. What that tells me is that they were playing Catalyst the right way. They were playing their numbers. They were almost holding hands around corners, if you will, checking corners even. So maybe not, didn't, like I said, didn't win the assist battle in that game, but I look for, when I do look at stats, the groupings, right? When you see all players having similar kills, deaths, and assists, that shows that they're all playing together because they're all engaged in the same gunfight, which is crucial when you're looking to take down some of these top teams.
I mean, you got to shout out Common, though, with the 16 assists on the board, really showing that team fire capability. But in the end, it was not enough for Proton Gaming. And now, if they want to take this underdog story to the next level, they're going to be heading into Game 4 Strongholds Recharge. But I'd love to see some of these highlights from the last match. And, you know, I talked about Boo Boo Doo a lot this game, but I think rightfully so. Making the defensive objective plays, getting the kills when they needed. But here's Haynes. That was, we were just itching for that overkill. Ends up as the team slay, though, off of the triple.
Yeah, and I love the composure from Boo Boo Doo at the beginning, right? Like you're down 2-0. The other team goes for an instant flagpole. They've got it past the 50-yard line, but Boo Boo had overshield. Boo Boo had that skewer. So he was sort of, you know, it was all falling into his plan, right? His mischievous, devilish little plan that he had there to stop that first score. And it's especially important when you look back at the fact that this was a one-flag game at the end, and then that 3-0 early lead for Palm Villains would never have been the case if it weren't for Boo Boo Doo shutting down that first score for Proton. So when you look at momentum and energy and all that, that first cap, whether it's King of the Hill, CTF, whatever it might be, is so crucial in pushing that snowball down the hill, gaining momentum, letting it build, and Boo Boo Doo did not allow that at the start.
The fact that Palm Villains come out with not just the victory, but the 5th capture, I think is just setting an exclamation point at the end of game number 3. And with that, they're hoping that they have what it takes to come out strong in the start of game 4. Their backs are still against the wall. Until they can win this game and take us to a game 5, the pressure is still on Palm Villains, although slightly lessened after a nice win in game 3. They're wasting no time rotating over to B, but Cortex instead shuts that down. Camo now in the hands of Suppressed, but having to wait for teammates off of that respawn screen.
Yeah, and if you think about it from an objective perspective, the camo is almost more important than that first stronghold score, as we see Suppressed put it to good use, gets the trade, so not the most efficient use of that camo. And speaking of the comeback potential and the players on the map, Bubu one of the greatest camo players in Halo history. I'm gonna be looking to see if he can get a hold of that next camo, but for now, he's in a 1v1 with Haynes as he takes him down, takes the shock rifle down as well, so he's gonna have the power weapon in his hand, but no, he goes down to Suppressed. Manny with a chance to pick it up though, as they do just that, picking up the slack and the double kill. And Palm Villains are looking good, but it's Proton with the early 30-second lead.
Oh, Suppressed with the shock rifle is taken down on B, but that early lead for Proton is now being eaten into as the zone controls flips to Palm Villains. B has still been where the party is at. You called out a 1v1, and then it was like a 2v2, and then there was like 6 players. It was definitely the party spot on the map was at the back of Attic there and Gold Pipes. But now, after all of that partying is over, A and B look to be in the hands of Proton as that flip comes through from Haynes, and then slides right off, ready for the next fight, takes out those grenades to just deny them from the opposition.
Haynes and Cortex here with that pinch potential on Manny as they execute just that. Haynes taking down Manny again with the back of the headshot. This is so crucial to point out and look at. So again, it's one thing to have that 2v1. It's another to take advantage of it, as we're seeing just that here from Proton. And because of it, they've opened up the 50-6 lead.
This is a trade of sticky grenades right there. I think it was, as both players go down. It's like, you know, it's like hot potato, but there's 2 players and 2 potatoes. I don't know. They both end up losing at the end of that one. Haynes now taking some shots onto Diagram, has that camo in hand. So crucial at this stage of the game because Proton, they had the lead, and now with that camo advantage, but maybe a little bit overcommitted. Haynes ends up revealing his location, and 4 go down for Proton. So shock rifle in hands of Palm Villains, the majority of zone control, and pretty much every advantage you could name.
And every player spawning here at Long Haul, so a chance here for Palm Villains to get that trap on and definitely have an opportunity to tie this game here with A and B control. Breaking Shot looking to potentially break up that B control as he pushes towards it. Bubu looking to take down his opponent, but this is huge. He's not going to get the kill here on Haynes, but he's going to drop him to the low ground. So as long as Bubu can maintain the power positioning here, as he's doing just that, getting those shots down on Common, this could turn out to a net positive play. But Haynes says, don't forget about me now, Bubu. I'm coming back.
The Kryptonite strikes again, and Superman is taken down as Haynes has been the Achilles heel for Bubu throughout this series. A low ground win from Haynes is crucial, but Palm Villains wasting no time. They rotate over, secure C instead. They say, you're going to stop us on the A side. We're going to switch to C. They still have zone control as bodies continue to stack. 3 go down for Proton, 2 for Palm Villains. So a little bit of control from Palm Villains, but not much time to breathe.
Palm Villains regaining that control of the map, A and B, and also that shock rifle in the hands of Bubu. We've seen him make plenty of plays at this exact spot with this exact weapon as the perfect headshot goes down. Cortex doing a great job taking the call out from Breaking Shot to eliminate Bubu as a high priority target with that shock rifle at Needles. And because of it, Palm Villains go 3 down.
Well, you said Cortex's name, and then Manny rotates around behind him and kills him. So, Makowski, I'm sorry, I'm going to call you out on this one. That was a caster's curse, and you are responsible for the death of Cortex. As the new camo comes up, Breaking Shot is managing to secure it, and he's pairing it with a shock rifle. So if you can use the camo to line up that shot, and then one shot gets the kill, a couple of body shots, a little bit of damage, and there it is. Lines up the headshot. There's the takedown we're looking for.
And at this point in the game, with the lead for Proton, just making sure that Camo isn't in the hands of Palm Villains, specifically Boo Boo Doo, is a win in itself. So seeing him stack up with the shock rifle and get additional kills on top of that is the proficiency that you're looking for from Proton if you want to secure this series in a 3-1 shocking fashion.
Well, Breaking Shot came out with that 15.7 KDA in game number 1. Is looking to do the same here, although he's sitting right at even 9-9. Is shut down in that situation. Look at 3 players now from Palm Villains. They are all just mad rushing to A. They give up C in the process, but this is where that team fire comes in. You see a group of 3 opponents, you don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, this is looking increasingly good for Proton. Every single time we've seen Palm Villains secure 2 caps, you start seeing the score tick back. We see A doing just that as control once again goes into the hands of Proton, but Palm Villains with an answer on C. This one's going to be really pivotal here. This is almost like an anchor point at this point, as Boo Boo Doo is going to need to stay alive. Otherwise, this rotation, this stronghold, could easily switch right back over.
Oh, Breaking Shot using the repulsor to buy some time and space. It's enough to win that 1v1. So pivotal. I don't know what that word was. I give a pivotal play in order to win the 1v1. That is going to secure C on the side of Proton. But again, Palm Villains, they answer back. Now they're putting the pressure onto the A stronghold. That lead for Proton continues to increase as they're almost at that halfway point of the match. But we have been in an all-out brawl throughout this match. Not a second to waste. Breaking Shot on a killing spree.
Yeah, and just based on the scoreboard itself and the eye test so far, really hard to tell at we'll call it the halfway mark or so, who's going to win this game. Usually you start to see a team break away, but maybe we're seeing just that here from Proton as their score continues to build, and Haynes can continue to see that score jump up here if he's able to secure himself some of these shock rifle headshots.
All right, so now the lead at 50, where it was pretty much neck and neck for the majority of the game. This is the first significant lead that we're seeing, and it is in the hands of Proton, who have everything on the line. They take this win, they secure their spot in the semifinals, and Haynes is looking to do exactly that.
And those are those last player alive plays, especially when you have a power weapon in your control, that are just so crucial, because that's a massive net win there for Palm Villains.
Yes.
Instead, taking him down, grabbing that shock rifle, probably getting control of B in a triple cap here. So again, the domino effect, want to point that out and just kind of talk about all the different forks in the road that we have here. Is Suppressed looking to eat at top A, looking to take C as well, or excuse me, maintain control of it here as Common is in as a foot in. Haynes with the bait and switch, but he's a little late. Oh, we saw a lot of the good work from Proton doing just that, but now maybe momentum and control favoring back into the side of Palm Villains. And just as I was talking about this game being so even, it looked like Proton is breaking away with it, and now Palm Villains is coming right back. So even though we saw that breakaway from Proton, I still think we're right there, Magick, where this one's wide open.
Yeah, every single round of combat could be the deciding factor of this game. It's like a tug of war match, just back and forth and back and forth. As Palm Villains, every time they lose majority of zone controls, they almost always, instead of fighting to hold a zone, they just out-rotate. They just rotate and pick up the one that was left behind. That has been their strategy throughout this match. And with this comeback, after being down over 50 seconds, now they have a 10-second lead and climbing. But is there a player right behind Common? No, I'm sorry, I misread. I think it was a down player that I was seeing the remnant of them on the screen. Manny coming out with another double kill. He led with a double kill to break into A to get that zone capture. Now another double kill to hold it.
Also very efficient use of that camo there. I think Manny was able to net himself 2 or 3 kills there with that camo. So a great job there with that camo, electing to not really force it into the hands of Boo Boo Doo, which has been kind of interesting since he's just so proficient with it. But he's also proficient with the shock rifle, which we see in his hands. Once again, Deja Vu at that Needles location, got taken down by Cortex after a headshot on Breaking Shot just moments ago in this game. So his ability to stay alive right here, and not even so much get kills, but his ability to just stay alive, be a nuisance, that'll be a little cherry on top, is going to be the difference between whether or not Palm Villains can secure and hold on to the rest of this lead.
I hate to say that I called it, but look at as soon as A is getting rushed by Proton, look at where Palm Villains go. They counter rotate and trade out for C, and they are happy to trade out zones as their lead is now 70 seconds and climbing. So if they stay to that pattern, instead of going back to B now, you would expect to see them rotating to the A side, but Manny on that rotation is cut short as Breaking Shot deals out some great damage. Not enough for a kill, but enough to hold them back out of that control position.
And instead of Shock in the hands of Boo Boo Doo, it's now in the hands of Breaking Shot at the exact same location we're seeing at the on the opposite player who just had it in his hand. So, like I said, again, the forks in the road, the cause and effect, the double kill from Breaking Shot. Can he land the triple? No, Manny's not gonna. Okay, he is gonna peek it. Breaking Shot not able. You know what? That was really a great job by Manny there. The timing. Like I had in my head him peeking out a second before that, and then a second later than he actually did. Maybe the timing was also in the head of his opponent there, as he wasn't able to secure the shot.
Love this team play over on the C side. Haynes with the camo doesn't sit on the zone because that gives away your location. Instead, teammate gets the capture, leaving Haynes free to roam, and he deals out that initial damage with the commando and then rotates back away. As soon as his position is revealed, he leaves that kill to potentially get cleaned up by a teammate like Common so that he can get some more utility out of that camo. Cortex here in Whirlpool is on the push, and Common goes in for the melee clean. We're looking at a potential triple cap, and there's the lead switch.
Oh my goodness, this is unbelievable. The triple cap is not going to be for long, though, as it looks like Palm Villains are going to get control of C, and they're going to have to decide quickly. Do we want to push A? Do we want to push towards long haul? They're going to have to do it collectively and with a very togetherness here, as it looks like they're choosing A, pushing back towards that location. They've had a really good job. They've done a really good job at maintaining throughout this game. And now it's Manny going into B instead and A. So look at this. It's a reversal of fate. Triple cap for Proton. Now it's triple cap potentially for Palm Villains.
It does look like Palm Villains are hopping on C quickly, but if they couldn't decide between A and B, they said, oh, we'll just take both. I want both of those zones. And now Diagram is staying alive, trying to stay alive to defend A side from the push from Proton. We're looking at just a 4-point difference coming into this home stretch. The camo spawns in 10 seconds. And with the tie game, I don't know if it's going to be a factor. We'd have to see the trade-off of zones before that camo is in play.
That's bait. If you're playing for camo, you're probably going to be playing for the end game screen, because it's not going to matter if you don't stop Palm Villains from scoring, as Proton does just that. 248 to 241. Is the camo going to come alive here for Haynes? This could actually benefit them now that they have control of those zones. So we see just that. B going into control of Haynes as well, but he's going to get called out and shot out. So the camo goes down, Breaking Shot goes down, 2, 3 go down, and Palm Villains comes back to tie the series at 2.
Absolutely, the camo was bait, and Haynes took the bait. He had the camo. It was instantly negated, and even off of that clock stop, it wasn't enough, as Proton Gaming are not able to get that final, like, last second capture onto B. It's taking us into a game 5, and I feel like I need to, like, where's the locker room for me to go back to rewatch the tape, to catch my breath? You know, maybe, you know, Coach Knighty can give me a good talking to as we head into game number 5. But wow, what an incredible match. Both teams had at one point a 50-point lead, and then it came down to just seconds.
And that camo ended up being the bait. We'll break that down more towards, okay, we're at the end. So yeah, that camo was bait, right? Common, your you know, traditional knowledge, traditional Halo players think grab the power up, right? Go for the camo. But here, the power up was the stronghold itself. And it's such a flip, right? We said the camo was the stronghold to start this game, and it baited Haynes into going for it here, having to throw himself into B. They would have been much better off just locking down the control they already had of the strongholds in the map.
Okay, wait, go back to Haynes on that camo pickup, and we're not singling him out. Like, he's been an incredible player throughout this series, and I think will continue to be. But do you think he had enough time to rotate A here instead of dropping down for camo? That's the question on my mind.
I don't.
A ends up flipping over, right? A goes to Palm Villains.
I don't think so.
So I think the choice was either camo to get to B, which he made it in with a second to spare, or contest and try to hold on to the A spawn. And honestly, he might have been in a lose-lose situation with that decision in front of him.
Yeah, even just playing for camo itself was a lose-lose there because, again, it was bait. But here we go, Magic. We have the game 5, a potential reverse sweep on our hands here as we're hopping on board with Cortex.
I mean, Palm Villains are definitely the favorite if you're looking across the roster heading into this match with the pro players stocking on that. But Proton Gaming came out so strong, taking games number 1 and 2, and they are not ready to let this slip through their fingers. Common takes down the escaping Camo player. Camo is still up for grabs there at the top of C. Diagram versus Common fighting for it. A little bit of help coming through from Breaking Shot. That's enough for Common to sneak away with the Camo. And then immediately taken down.
Oh, the Caster's curse has been in full swing here today. What a way to shake off the rust between me and you, Magic. And honestly, all these players seemingly shaking off a little bit of rust here as well, as we see just some really unfamiliar, uncharacteristic sequences that we weren't used to from players and teams like this. But nonetheless, we have a early 7-5 lead here for Palm Villains. Boo Boo Doo looks like he's going to elect to just gather intel, potentially grab and wait for these dinos as well.
Dynamos are in play, and they're such a huge factor, especially if you have a group of players. You can send them out on like a scouting mission, which Boo Boo Doo does, launching it across to where he sees the ping. 2 players here in the bottom of court, and he tosses one. That's going to do some damage to Cortex, potentially to Haynes as well. Sorry, Haynes is on the other side of that wall. All I could see was his floating name, but we're looking at a 4-point lead now from Palm Villains, and it's getting increasingly scary for the side of Proton.
And I love this play from Boo Boo Doo. You see what he's doing here? He's anchoring that, let's call it a power control, oddly enough. Oh, the back smack on Manny isn't going to connect, but he is going to go down. But Boo Boo Doo has been doing a great job just staying alive, dominating the dinos here so far early, potentially grabbing himself a thrust as well. So Diagram going to have to do his best job to answer back. And was that a Camo that just snuck away with Haynes? I'm not sure. Okay, here we go. A comeback potential is in the hands of Haynes here as he looks to take down his opponent bottom mid. Has Manny spotted as well. Excuse me. He's going to elect for his teammates to just take the easy shots. He'll take the easy back smack on suppressed. And now you've brought it back to a 1-possession game if you're Proton here. Let's see if they can continue to domino the snowball.
Haynes might have fallen for the bait at the end of game number 4, but now he's baiting the opposition with the use of that Camo, kind of faking one side, doubling back the other, which the Camo allows you to do. Some great Camo work there coming out from Haynes. The Camo is burned off, and so is he getting burned out by those dynamos. That heat wave's gonna fall to the ground along with some thrusters. That's some nice loot for the Palm Villains to win.
Yeah, and it's commonly referred to P2, right? P2 commonly referred to as the power position on this map, as we see Manny showing why. But it's also important to not forget about car control. Boo Boo Doo who's been doing a great job of that. And honestly, I saw Diagram there earning himself the dinos as well. And if I have to break down why this lead is the lead it is so far in this game, it's because of that control of car and the dynamos.
Dynamos are such
as we see it again.
Player. There they go. You know, you say it, so you bless them with calling out the dynamo grenades there. And Manny bought just enough time to recharge that shield, get some great damage out with heat wave. He's gonna empty that, trades it out for a needler. But here's the commando, and one thing with Aquarius, the changes to the commando or the buff it received, along with the slight nerf from the BR, I feel like has changed the flow for Aquarius more than any other map. But Suppress says, I don't need that commando. I got the melee, the little 1-2 punch. Suppressed is on a roll, sitting at 11-5, and he's trying to keep that spree going.
And this is the Palm Villain squad that we were analyzing before this series started, Magic. Almost expecting a 3-0 sweep from them. Instead, it was looking like a 3-0 sweep for Proton. But the answer back, the regain, the settle in that we're starting to see here from Palm Villains is looking quite strong, and putting them at the top tier list, really re-securing that top of the tier list here in this tournament as a favorite to win it all.
15-point lead for Palm Villains. Now, this is kind of the score line that we would have expected. Again, as you said, one of the teams that is the favorite to win it all, and they're starting to show us why, even though we had to wait a little while for that to come to fruition. But this game is not over yet. Slayer still gives opportunity for that comeback potential, and Proton are a team that are used to fighting through some scrappy moments. So this is their test. We said this series was a test for them. I think it's right here, right now, because if we get to that 40 mark and it's still a 15-point game, I tell you what, it's going to be about as insulting as Manny dealing out those extra shots of damage on the dead bodies.
I was about to say, if the disrespect from Manny is any indication of how this game has went, my goodness, what a turn of events. Almost need a reversal medal stamped on the LVT placard at the end of this match. Almost like a reversal we'd see in a battle rifle fight, because that is exactly what we've seen here from Palm Villains, almost looking like a completely different team. But let's get back to, let's really reset the stage. This is an off-season tournament. We had Worlds a month ago. Where everybody's shaking off the rust. It looks to me like Palm Villains is quite literally sort of like skydiving without a parachute. They're building it on the way down, if you will. But when you've got, the equivalent of Travis Pastrana with Boo Boo Doo Boo on the team, you can do stuff like that.
Don't understand that reference. I'm so sorry. Like, we're trying to lock it in as a duo, but you lost me on that one.
Travis Pastrana, real quick, is one of the only humans, 1, 2, or 3, to have jumped out of a airplane without a parachute and lived. So that's essentially what we're seeing here from Palm Villains. A long-winded way to give you guys the metaphors that we love to deliver here on the broadcast, but something like that going on as we see that lead continue to stick around that 10-plus kill mark. Palm Villains only needing 6 more kills here to wrap this series up.
12-point lead. It was up to 15, I believe, in the middle of the match. So a little bit of a tightening up, but as that lead gets a little bit smaller, then all of a sudden, Palm Villains continue to extend as they creep closer to that 50-point mark, which is all they need. And this is the difficulty for Proton. They want the kills to get the game tightened, but they can't give up their life in the process. And unfortunately, Palm Villains, once that crack in the door was open, they busted wide open. They came through with that reverse sweep, and it is Palm Villains moving on into the winners bracket semifinals, while Proton Gaming, don't count them out just yet. They'll be heading to the lower bracket for their chance at redemption.
Yeah, such an exciting opportunity for Proton there. Like I said at the start of the series, taking out Fnatic in one of those pro series, saw something kind of deja vu like similar with the potential to take down Palm Villains, but instead we see Palm Villains earn themselves the result, at least here in this game 5, that we sort of expected from them. And my guess, Magic, is that Palm Villains approached this series like it was the next series. You know what I mean? Like they're going into this series thinking, we don't have too much on our hands here. I think we got this. It's almost like they started maybe looking at the scouting report or the roster of the series that they were going to play next. That's what, to me, led to that 0-2 start for Palm Villains. Completely unexpected, right? So there's only really, the only thoughtful reason I can come up with for how we saw them go down so strongly against Proton 0-2, a team that we expected Palm Villains to be up 2-0 on instead, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that could be playing in, but I think that idea of them building this roster throughout the series is a great way to explain it. They got to work out their team comms, they have to work out their team strategies, and a lot of that was happening on the fly, if you will, throughout this series. It ends up as that reverse sweep, so in the end of the day, Palm Villains did live up to that prediction to win the series, but it was a hard-fought battle to get there.
Yeah, great work, Magick and Makowski. Love the work that you guys have been putting in. Sounding great. I'm glad that we have you guys for more. Check out the winter bracket because things are starting to shape up. We're approaching the semifinals, and I assume that we're going to go into Roku versus Palm Villains. Any thoughts so far, Makowski?
Yeah, looking ahead even towards that winners finals, my goodness. A Palm Villains versus Incognito matchup would be so exciting because we have a lot of former teammates going up against each other. Squale versus Boo Boo Doo Boo. Boo Boo Doo Boo versus Tony, the spot he took from Tony on Gamers First. So looking ahead to the winners finals, really hoping we get to see something like that. But if we have some, do we have the roster for Roku? Because
I do.
Okay, great. Magic, let it rip.
Yeah, I mentioned this roster earlier, but I didn't try to say the name of the team. Okay, so you got to forgive me on that one. But that's Spartan, Renegade, Soul Snipe, Druck. Because you had mentioned Soul Snipe and Druck. Where did they end up? They're teamed up with Spartan and Renegade.
All right, and the excitement I had towards the winners finals is going to be here in the semifinals because you have Native Red taking on their own teammates here. So this is This is exciting. This is what we want to take advantage of. This is why we're so stoked for a preseason tournament, because we'll never see this. We'll never see. We're not going to see Native Red versus Native Red in an HTS event, but we do get to see that here today.
Yeah, that
I like
definitely
the
makes it so
the
exciting.
jersey there, Brandon. You're repping it well.
He's ready.
Thank you. You're absolutely right, Makowski. A little bit of a mix-up, and we're here to reap the benefits, right?
Absolutely. Like I said, this is like, take it, like, let's enjoy this for the moment we're in, because like I said, this won't be possible even for another 2 months. And who knows if we'll even see it in these next 2 months before Charlotte. This is truly a special opportunity and a tournament that we're getting to see here from JJ Events today.
Indeed. Well, myself, Magic, and Makowski will be back in just a moment. We're going to hear a quick word from our sponsors. There's more on the other side of this break.
Every time you plug in, a portal opens. Be anything. Be everything. Edge of your seat. Eyes wide. Ears open. Ready to react. For the thrills. For the rush. For the win. An experience so visceral, you'll forget if you're here or there. This is Skull Candy Gaming. Feel it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are finally in the winner semifinals. We got Roku going up against Palm Villains, and we're joined once again by Magick and Makowski. This will, of course, be a best of 5, and I'm definitely looking forward to this. Magick, I want to know your thoughts going into this match. We kind of broke it down a little bit. How are we feeling now? Ooh. Yeah, and just to help everybody out, I know we're dealing with random names as far as teams go, but the players are not random. We got on Roku, we got Renegade, Soul Snipe, Sparty, and Druck, and then they're going against Palm Villains. That's Boo Boo Doo Suppress, Z-Manny, and Diagram. Makowski, let me know your thoughts, man.
This is gonna, like, these guys need to talk before this match and say, hey, look, guys, whatever happens, I still love you and I still want to team with you going into next year, right? Because who knows what kind of bad blood could come from a series like this. But all jokes aside, I think this is going to be really exciting to watch. And like I said, going into the break, this might be the only opportunity we get to see Manny play against Soul Snipe, which is so crazy because they've been teammates for what, 5-6 years. So for a period of 5 to 6 hours, let's just enjoy this for what it is.
Indeed, we're going into game number 1. It's Oddball on Live Fire. Magick, Makowski, take it away.
Oh. Yeah, Magick, I don't know if we got you coming through in the feed, so we'll jump on board here and try to get you guys, get the stage set here for game 1. And I think we heard Oddball Live Fire. So let's look back at the previous series. Palm Villains did not come out swinging in that early Oddball, going down 2-0 to Proton. And then in the Slayer on Live Fire, Common went 24-12 and took them down as well. So Palm Villains really up against it, especially going up against such an incredible squad we have here from Roku.
I think we're still missing Magick for just a moment. We'll let her get that figured out for just a second. But in the meantime, it's LVT. I'll be on the mic just to step in for a second. And right now, Boo Boo Doo Boo with a sniper rifle in his hands. Makowski, I know you've got a lot of run-ins with Boo Boo Doo Boo. Do you like the sniper being in his hands?
Oh, I love the sniper being in his hands, and I love the decision here to bait, but unfortunately, it didn't look like the rest of his team was on the same page. Jesse, Boo Boo Doo Boo, wanting to bait the overshield, allow the player to think he's got it for free. But unfortunately, after that crucial body shot, such an easy cleanup potential for Palm Villains, but they weren't able to take advantage of it. Now Boo Boo Doo Boo staring directly into the face of that overshield as he takes him down, but no, Boo Boo Doo Boo takes him down as well with the sticky that I didn't even see come out of his left hand.
Yeah, definitely an aggressive player right there out of Druck. He had the overshield, so the odds were in his favor, but Boo Boo Doo Boo negating the situation in the end. He did die, but now we see Soul Snipe rotating the ball. He's in garage right now with Heat Wave. Renegade pushing up through sandbags into top mid. We're seeing a little bit of a lead right now in favor of Roku, but it's Boo Boo Doo Boo and squad that are trying to get back in.
Massive job there from Boo Boo Doo Boo to stay alive, but he's going to go down to the no-scope from Druck. That was incredible. So just as it looked like Boo Boo Doo Boo and company were ready to take full control, they do take a little bit of control, but it would have been much different if that no-scope didn't connect on Boo Boo Doo Boo. So a great job answering that back there from Roku, and an even better job answering back here from Manny and company as they now have the narrow lead.
Well, I'm hoping that I can answer back, Makowski. I had to reconnect, and hopefully we're back in the action. So sorry about that little mix-up there. My audio just had a little bit of a hiccup, but considering the game right now, Boo Boo Doo Boo hits the unicorn, the spike grenade to Spartan's head.
Absolute menace with those sticky grenades. Doesn't matter which variation, the spiker, the plasma, it does not matter. Boo Boo Doo Boo is going to get you in the face and take you down as Manny looks to, as Druck goes down, takes a drink. That was kind of funny looking. Waiting for that play ball to take place was what I was doing as it finally comes to fruition, that oddball back at the reset point. But it's going to be Roku who needs to reset their strategy as they're down by a 1-to-3 ratio.
That 1-to-3 ratio is definitely going to hurt you, but we do see Spartan with the overshield in hand, enough for the assist and plenty of time to work with. Now, that degrading overshield, it makes you feel this sense of urgency, but in all reality, he has plenty of time to make this play. The flank onto Manny and scoops up the plasma pistol. He does not want that to be in the enemy's hands. He wants to monopolize it, not just for his own use, but in a way to protect that overshield.
Yeah, and we only saw one kill from Sparty during that overshield, but that doesn't mean it wasn't an effective use of the overshield, because the net result was a team wipe for Palm Villains. All 4 going down, very alert and aware of the roaming Spartan with that overshield. So sometimes it's not about getting those kills directly, it's just about imposing your will on the map. As Boo Boo Doo thinks he's in a custom game trick shot lobby, goes for it. Love that on Druck, but he drops the sniper as well, as that will now go to the hands of Roku.
Now, Druck has the sniper at the bottom C, but low health, so needing to stall for a moment there with that sniper to try to preserve the life. In the meantime, we see him now rotating back at full strength. He had to give up that overshield in order to stay alive and keep that sniper in the team's control, but the team fire is enough to take down Druck and to potentially flip the control of that power weapon.
Wow, and I love this response from Palm Villains, just as it looked like Roku was about to take this one and really build a commanding lead with that team wipe plus overshield control. They go 3 down, they lose numbers, and they lose control of this game by a count of 20 seconds and rolling.
And this is the danger zone, right? I feel like that 70-second mark is just one chunk of time, but that reset almost didn't come through. Imagine the skull just stops on that little bumper that's sitting out there like the beginners playing bowling, but instead it rolls right over. It does end up getting reset.
Wow, and that could be so consequential and crucial, because just as it looks like Roku now regains control of map, regains the numbers advantage as all 4 go down for Palm Villains. But my goodness, let's talk about that. That play ball, that's a 10, 12 seconds that would have went into the hands of Roku. So they'd already be looking at the lead. So if they aren't able to ultimately overcome that 70-point lead, 70-point count that Palm Villains has, that play ball there turns into something that is absolutely something that we'll look back on at the end of this game.
I just could feel we were both like holding our breaths for a second there as the recognition that the skull was teetering on the edge of the reset. But in the end, it was a little bit like anticlimactic because it does get reset, but either way, off of that respawn, Roku does get that control back, and now they have the lead, also crossing that 70-second mark and just 28 seconds. That's one significant hold away from the win. That kill and killing spree from Renegade might give them a fighting chance, but there are 7 players down.
Renegade recognizing the pressure from Palm Villains. That's why he elected to play that ball pretty early, actually, compared to when the pressure came in. So it's a smart decision there for good reason, because 3 go down, 4, all 4 down for Roku. So a chance now for Palm Villains to flip the script and potentially earn themselves a round 1 here if they can close this one out.
Well, Soul Snipe has the spike grenades if he can land one at that window, but there's a player right behind him. I think it's Manny. He doesn't recognize it, and there's the double melee as Manny just holding on to that wall, caught him off guard. What a huge takedown. It might be enough combined with the overshield from Boo Boo Doo Boo. He is buying seconds for his team, doesn't even need the double kill to be an impactful play.
And that player for Roku, I believe it was Sparty, was going out to defend the overshield. So that kill on Sparty wasn't just for 1, it was for the round here, as Palm Villain secures not only that overshield, but the victory here to take a lead 1-0.
What a game, what a game. I mean, I felt like that, game 5 of the last series was excitement enough, but these players are bringing it here in the winner's semis. Boo Boo Doo Boo off of the respawn, trying to give a little bit of protection to teammate who is sneaking away with a sniper. It is Diagram, and luckily that help was enough, but it was just a stall, because you round the corner, you find Spartan with that heat wave in your face. That's a deadly combination that I would not want to deal with.
And it's not only in the team wipe, not only earning that oddball control for Roku, it's going to be a free, easy overshield that they can elect to wait to pop. I'm very curious. Is it popped right now, or do we have a player who waited to pop it? It looks like they just popped it right there. So they waited until they got in the tunnels, but it's not going to matter as he goes down to the plasma pistol, that buffed plasma pistol, showing exactly why, as an overshield gets instantly negated.
we're just chaining together these just wild plays. Like, I'm having a hard time casting because I'm just like hyped about every moment. That fresh overshield deleted by Diagram, and now Spartan coming back with a sniper back in hand, gets some cover over Druck. Now Druck sitting at 20-9, but also willing to do that objective play when needed, and you love to see that coming through. Spartan is checking all the corners, trying to stay alive, and even though both players were weak, neither is going to be taken down, and that's enough to get them to that 39-second mark.
Sparty doing his best here to stay alive as the last player remaining. This is huge because he has that sniper in his hand, so milking your life, potentially wasting out that last shot if he can. No, Diagram is going to have one shot to work with because of it, so Sparty doing his best to stay alive here, and it's going to come at a very crucial time as that overshield is just 10 seconds away.
And Soul Snipe is predicting a window rotation there, so you see him tossing the two plasmas. At least he denied that rotation with the use of those grenades. He's still on the hunt for a fight, but two are down now for Palm Villains. Diagram here looking for that fight, takes it against Druck, but he's gonna find more than he bargained for. Two players at the ready to take him down.
Oh, and the bait and switch executed to perfection. You'd almost think it was the combination of Sparty and Renegade based on the fact that they're the duo, two natives duo on this team. So we're seeing some great collaborative teamwork here from the Roku squad. Up 47-17 here in this game. A reversal goes in the hands of Renegade as Manny goes down as well. It's 3 down for Palm Villains, 2 for Roku, and a chance here to regain control of A with that oddball.
I love that ragdoll animation, turns him into a little Spartan pinata hanging by a foot from the ceiling, and now Renegade is clearing house with the use of that commando. So great at that close to mid-range engagement. Renegade with the heat wave, taking care of sandbags and watching for that reset. But right now, Roku have a nice lead. They're 31 seconds ahead with some quick math. Renegade has the sniper and heat wave. He has to be the priority target for Palm Villains because without taking him down, they can have no map control.
And this could get to endgame very quick if Renegade stays alive, but just like that, the Caster's Curse is alive and well as he goes down. Boo Boo Doo earning himself quite the kit there. A loadout that you would expect in a drop in Warzone, as he's got the heat wave, the sniper rifle, and the repulsor. So he's got the triplets. We talked about the triplets on his team. He's got the triplet in his hands here as he puts it to good use, taking down Soul Snipe with that sniper rifle. Druck don't want to peek that with Boo Boo Doo looking down lane, and it looks like the flank is on here. Renegade and Sparty trying to sneak up on Boo Boo Doo, but he's got the awareness to know what's coming. Looks at Sparty, takes him down with the heat wave repulsor combination, and Boo Boo Doo is quite literally dominating its snipe tower.
Stop teasing me with that almost pancake. You know, 2 rounds of the heat wave, and then the repulsor was almost enough damage for the pancake metal to come through. But I tell you what, Boo Boo's not teasing nobody. He's slaying everybody. 20 kills across the board, and the heat wave sniper combo is working its magic in his hands.
Boo Boo Doo doing his best to stay alive. Oh my gosh, he's got a bait and switch on with suppressed in that overshield. That's going to lead to that takedown on Soul Snipe as we see just that. Love the bait and switch execution. One of my favorite plays, guys. If you're at home and you're wondering what does good teamwork look like, if you see a bait and switch executed like that, where one player runs away, no shields, almost like running away as the little brother, and then the big brother's around the door with his fist clenched, just ready to punch you in the face. That's exactly what we saw there as Palm Villains regaining control of this map. It's tied for now, but leaning towards a little bit of momentum here for Palm Villains. As Roku actually sneaks out and milks not only some seconds, but a potential rotation here as well. So despite not having very many players down on either side, a little bit of time and control for Roku. Let's see if that sticks.
Well, they need it, though. They're down from that first round, and right now we're neck and neck, and this round of slays might just be the deciding factor. Renegade is trying to make sure their Team Roku is the one that ends out on top. He does get some slays. It's enough for Soul Snipe to sneak away with that oddball. This has been their primary objective player, and he is back to work. Off of that B spawn, a quick rotation, and the great thing about this swap is now if you need to play ball, you can toss it off the ledge, although watch out for that little bumper that's already come into play once.
And this is why like I don't get too caught up on kill death ratio, because if you looked at Soul Snipe right now and you just said he's 13 and 24, common knowledge would say he's having a bad game. But then you look at the assist count, he's doing pretty well there. And then you look at the OBJ and he's dominating it for his team, and it's the reason why they're about to take this second round here. So don't get it twisted. Don't look at the KD too much here, because it's the objective proficiency we're seeing from Soul Snipe that is really why he's having a great game.
He ended up with a kill from the grave there, I think, as well, as he jumped off the ledge and then tosses a grenade at the last second. I just love going for that. Like, every little bit helps. And considering all the little bits combining together in order to get this win, Roku now are just 11 seconds away from tying up this oddball 1 round apiece. And again, they're fighting out by Turbine. This is where the action has been going down, and Spartan now, sniper in hand, gets the double kill. He's trying to set sights on Boo Boo Doo or Manny to get more kills, that assist. Manny is the last player alive, and Spartan says the end to this round.
Seeing the situation, seeing the shots line up in the scope for Spartan. But speaking of that situation, 3 seconds, 2 seconds now. It's going to take a final push from Palm Villains, as they're not going to be up to it. As we're going to go into a round 3 here, Magic. This game 1 is delivery.
Spartan was the period at the end of that sentence, with those takedowns out by Turbine, using the sniper, using the grenades, using the BR, everything at his disposal to lock down those final seconds. That's bringing us into this round 3, and I tell you what, this best of 5 series could not start off any tighter.
I always feel like we get to witness winners finals, grand finals-esque matchups together in these semis and quarters semis and quarters matchups, Magic. So quite the treat here. As 3 go down, that's going to be quite the sweet treat for Palm Villains, as you've now got control of the oddball, the sniper rifle, hopefully Heat Wave 2, and most importantly, that sniper tower.
Yeah, Tony Tools, if you're listening on the cast, I'm sorry, this is our series, so you're gonna have to wait for your turn. We're taking what might potentially be the best matchup of the day, and that's a big thanks to JJ Events and HaloHub for putting this together, along with all the sponsors. And this is round 3 action that you love to see. Suppress doing the work with the sniper, tossing the oddball off the back of the tower, and what a great play to stop any map time potential that Roku could have collected.
Yeah, I love the recognition there from Suppressed. It looked like a chaotic mess there at Sniper Tower, but he was able to be calm, cool, and collected, collect his thoughts, and most importantly, collect that oddball and play it, preventing Roku and company from really getting a much better control and potentially even a lead at this point. So those resets are really like a net 10 to 15 seconds of time that would have gone the other way, as Soul Snipe sends Renegade the other way, excuse me, Diagram and Renegade both going down. They're going the other way, and Soul Snipe going the other way as he looks to rotate this oddball.
I like to think of Soul Snipe as his, 9 to 5 job, his objective play, but he's side gigging on some slays with a Heat Wave in hand. So before he can clock into work, he had to get that takedown. For a brief minute, he looked like he could play both sides of this game until the swarm came in. There's just a 5-second difference between the two teams. As the oddball is at reset, players are trading, and it might come down to control based off of this overshield pickup, which is now on Renegade. Boo Boo Doo Boo in front. Suppress coming to team fire. Clean up 1, trying to clean up the second. Gets both takedowns.
Absolutely masterful work by Renegade there, grabbing that overshield and then using the overshield pillar, if you will, almost as another teammate. Staying alive. He was in a 1v2, but almost turned it into a 3v2 Magic. 3v2 being the overshield and the pillar he was using to his advantage, and he had himself, and that was all he needed to earn himself that double kill, as Sparty looking to earn himself a double of his own. But he's going to go down, and now it's 2 down for Palm Villains. Make it 3, no 4, as Roku earning themselves a commanding lead of this round 3.
And they're going to be passing that 50-point mark unless something crazy happens right here off of that team wipe. They should get a good chunk of time. Palm Villains, their approach here, I think, is going to tell us a lot about how this game is going to fall through, because they have everything stacked against them. Right now, trading kills, not going to be enough to break that hold, but I think the sniper rifle, it's in the hands of Boo Boo Doo Boo. I totally missed that rotation. I don't know how he ended up with the sniper in his hands, but that's exactly what Palm Villains needed.
And the best thing to bring you back from 4 down for yourself is taking the other team down 4. Not only down 4, but regaining control at that ever-important sniper rifle tower, sniper rifle in the hands of Bubu as he gets the body shot on Druk. That'll keep him at bay. He's not going to have the chance to peek out here unless he really wants to risk it, and he does. Love that kind of aggressiveness from Druk, but he has help there right at the pillar, so maybe electing to turn this into a 2v1 against Jesse if you can find the flank, but no one's really had that much luck flanking Bubu at this sniper rifle tower. He's been ready for every push. He's been checking the lanes he's supposed to. Now he's checking his back once again. So if you think you're gonna sneak up on Jesse, you think you're gonna take down Bubu with the flank, think again, because he's done masterful work here at sniper tower.
Keeping his head on a swivel, checking left, right, and center for any approach, but there's the takedown. I'm sorry, Soul Snipe finally breaks that hold, and then, almost like an off-the-rack type of play where he wins one battle and immediately puts that sniper to use. And now that overshield should be securely in the hands of Roku as they have control of the oddball as well. Only 60 seconds remaining. Spartan with Commando and overshield, 2 players to his right. He gets the stick onto Diagram. He has Manny cornered in the back of Garage, and if you want to add to that, if he rotates through Garage, he's going to find a sniper across the middle, but Soul Snipe turns around, and he does deal out to Bubu. He kind of reverses that play with the sniper right back on him.
And it was the insta-splode that Sparty set up. Walshy, maybe watching from home, I know he'd be stoked to see that, but it was quite literally that play, the insta-splode that opened up that first break in the momentum there. Then Soul Snipes, no-scoping Bubu, carrying all of this momentum into a potential round 3 win here as his team used just 5 seconds.
Every player on Roku is past the 30 kill mark, and that includes Soul Snipe, 33 and 33 with 146 seconds of almost a tongue twister there. Objective time. It's going to be enough for Roku with the Slain ability combined with that objective efficiency that cannot be overrated in a game of oddball. They come back after dropping that first round and they take game number 1.
Yeah, we saw Bubu do an incredible job there maintaining that sniper tower, but it was as soon as he went down and lost that control, Roku just really ran away with it. And when you look at where is he? Soul Snipe. He was the one with the OBJ.
Yes.
But
yeah, 146 seconds of objective time and 9,700 damage. What in the world?
I'm telling you. Like the player of the game was Soul Snipe, and everyone's gonna be like, but he was even. He was negative the whole game. I don't care. The fact that he was even able to get his KD back to even while fragging out in the objective sense is unbelievable from him. So it's really Soul Snipe that I'm looking at here, and you can see he's 19 and 28. But let's lean our eyes a little bit further towards what matters down the right. That OBJ count continuing to tick up, and it was because of Soul Snipe and that objective proficiency we saw that his team was able to take game 1.
I have to take a minute and say that, like, Makowski 2.0 is coming out today. He says, you might say this, but I don't care. Like, you don't want to mess with Makowski anymore. He has evolved to another level as a caster. And I tell you what a fun series we have here in front of us. Watching back over the replays, that double kill on the overshield, so important to set up the rest of that 3rd round.
Yeah, and it was taking advantages of the team wipes, right? Both teams had 4 down at moments. My goodness, there's that insta-split. I know Walshy's stoked. Yeah, can we rewind that?
Nice.
Can we slow motion that? Oh my God, just enjoy it. Oh my God, look at the radius of the explosion. You can literally see it bounce the grenade. Oh my, the production work from LVT, almost as masterful as that insta-slow timing from Sparty here. And when you look at the time in the match, right? 30 seconds, is where you want to be. You want to be within 30 seconds. So that play right there is literally what opened up that 30 into 40 into 50, 60, 70 seconds of lead time as Roku ultimately comes out on top. Soul Snipe says, oh, you're making, hey, Sparty, you're making plays. I got you down here. I see you making plays over here. I'm gonna go no scope this dude. You insta-explode that guy. We're gonna win this series.
That's right. He's not going to let one player take all the spotlight. In fact, we could talk about any of the players there on the side of Roku. They were all out there making plays. Every player ending up with over 30 kills, and they had their own flashy moments, but they won't have much time to revel in that victory because this is another best of 5 here in the winners semifinals. And it just blows my mind that one of these 2 teams is not going to make it to grand finals except through a path in the lower bracket, right? One of these teams is going to secure that spot in the grand finals. The other is dropping the lower bracket for a chance to crawl through, but we have a lot more games to be played in this best of 5. As we head into Slayer on Recharge, what needs to be the difference maker for Palm Villains in this game too?
I want to see Boo Boo Doo with the camo. I don't think that they prioritized that enough. Not recognizing this is quite literally the greatest camo / overshield player that we've seen in recent Halo history. So I'm looking to see Boo Boo Doo get control of that camo here in this match, and almost like try to play around him, like try to like make sure he's the one getting camo, right? Try to make sure he's the one getting shock rifle. Everybody else on the team can use those two, but when you're going up against a team like Roku, a mix between FaZe and Native, you've got to play your game. You've got to accentuate your skill sets, your proficiencies, and that's absolutely one of them here for this Palm Villain squad, and they're going to need to really lean into that if they want to tie the series at 1.
Well, that is something to definitely keep our eyes out on. We know the camo has been a huge player, and we don't see them dealing with Haynes with that sneaky camo here, but they have that Roku lineup in front of them instead. And Palm Villains, they did pull off a reverse sweep in that quarterfinals against Proton, but I have to tell you, if they have a 2-0 staring at them in the face after this game, I don't see that reverse sweep potential again. I really think that it comes down to this game. They need to tie up the series now. They can't give Roku that head start because this lineup of players is going to make their journey just tougher and tougher as we move throughout the series. So we'll see how they can respond after that tough loss in game number 1. Renegade out the gates, get some nice team fire. The assist comes through, make it a double assist as Suppressed is trying to fight for the camo, but there's 2 players from Roku in front of him, and Roku are winning that battle as they get kill after kill, and they have camo.
Camo almost had a bodyguard there as you saw the shots go into the bodyguard instead of the camo player. I think Camo did ultimately go down. Oh, there he is. Camo ultimately going down will soul snipe, but it's that early camo grab. It's that early imposing of will, if you will, from Roku there. They do a great job to earn themselves that camo and take this early. Oh, 6-5, excuse me, make it a 6-6 game.
Well, they won the camo, right? And usually you'd say, like, okay, they won the camo, that's gonna give them this lead, but they got hunted down by Palm Villains. Soul Snipe tried to escape through blue pipes and then turns around. 2 players from Palm Villains were hot on his trail. So it even spread here at the beginning. I think the difference maker now is Renegade with the shock rifle. If the camo's not in play, the other kind of soft power-up has to be the main focus of attention.
And oddly enough, you'd almost think that, like with Sniper Tower on live fire, that's the power position, and you'd almost think the equivalent would be top glass, right, on recharge. But it's really becoming that needles location as Sparty goes down to Boo Boo Doo Boo. Speaking of location and shock rifle, Boo Boo Doo Boo gonna have that in his hands, and he's gonna elect to go wherever he wants now with that space on the map opening up. Manny and Suppressed over there at C, teammates spawning with him over at Long Haul. So Boo Boo has the support, Boo Boo has the teamwork, and he might even rotate towards them here. Let's see what he does.
Oh, instead the plasma pistol finds him, and Spartan here taking it, gets the back smack as well, trades out that plasma pistol for the shock rifle. Now it's interesting to me, Boo Boo Doo Boo stole the shock rifle with the use of Disruptor, immediately trades it out. Spartan takes down with the plasma pistol, immediately trades it out. I don't know, maybe plasma pistol and Disruptor are the players of the game and leave that shock rifle on the ground.
And speaking of plays of the game, not going to see one from Boo Boo Doo Boo here as Camo once again going into the control of somebody other than himself. Not only somebody not on his team, but somebody on the other team, as he's now being hunted quite literally with the same weapon he was using. So Renegade practically stealing the fit of Boo Boo Doo Boo and taking him down with it.
I love that. Stealing the fit. He grabs the camo, he grabs the Disruptor, and Renegade deals out some damage. Being the kill leader so far in this game, sitting at 6-3, he is going to have to find that respawn screen as now Druck has 3 players in front. Honestly, going for the trade is about as much as you can expect in a potential 1v3 situation.
And it's a great bounce back response here from Palm Villains as 3 go down for Roku in the feed. Boo Boo Doo Boo with a pivotal here at gold. Manny gonna do his best to make sure he trades, but no, takes down Sparty himself. Doesn't allow that net positive result for Roku. And when you're looking at this 5-kill deficit now, you can't afford to trade. You need to like, this is when taking advantage of these 1v2s, 2v1s I should say, for Palm Villains become even more important than before.
5-point lead now for Roku, and we might see a brief slowdown, but not for long. Instead, no, home villains are forcing the issue. They get 2 takedowns, and then Manny steals that shock rifle. I tell you what, this shock rifle has been held by about every single player on the map at this point, and we saw Manny putting it to work, gets a nice takedown before he is then tracked down. Now just a 3-point game as Diagram puts another up on the board. Druck on the run, but he's gonna find the grenade of suppressed.
Palm Villains, we've seen them get back in this game, get it to a 2 to 3 kill game, but my question, Magic, is can they break through? Is this going to be a 3-kill game throughout? Because at that point, trades will benefit Roku. This camo going to benefit Roku as well as Soul Snipe picks it up uncontested. Not a single shot going into his Spartan armor at the midway point in the game. Everybody's in full awareness of camo and its importance on the map. So Soul Snipe, unfortunately, gonna go down for his team, but fortunately for Roku, they were able to respond to that moment where no pressure went down on the camo pickup, but they took him down before he could really slay out.
It's kind of similar to, like, I guess the first round of camo. In a way, it seemed like an easy pickup, but not an easy escape. So they're letting a player get the camo, but then they're tracking them even with that camo to trap them there at the low ground. So in the end, I mean, it works out okay, but now I just noticing the scoreboard. Wait, what just happened? It was a 3-point game. Now it's a 7-point lead. Roku are running away, and this is the pivotal point of the match for Palm Villains.
Cannot allow Renegade to be a absolute menace here at Top Glass with that shock rifle. And with the 5-kill, look how patient he's playing. Look at him. He's taking his time. He's gonna rotate here, take bat ledge, take Top Glass. He's really in full control here, breathing calmly. There's no probably freneticness in the comms right now. It's everything sort of just falling into place here as we see just that for Renegade. Boo Boo Doo falling down as the double kill goes down for Renegade. Great use of the grapple, not only earlier to quickly get up to Top Glass control, but now taking control of Blue as well and taking control of his opponent's faces as well with that shock rifle.
You know, any sweet dreams Palm Villains had of coming back in this game too is turning into the nightmare before Christmas with Renegade and the shock rifle. Not something you want to see, as their lead now is increased to 9. Renegade still has more ammo to work with because of that patience and time led into these shots, and he's almost acting like he's got the patience and time. The old D1 throwback from Destiny, because he is stealthing his way around the map and finally shut down. But look at where we are in the game. Roku only 6 away from taking this game too.
And look who has camo. I don't know if I went into this game wanting to see a lot of Boo Boo Doo Boo camo. I should have just said I want to see a lot of Palm Villains camo, or at least an even split. I don't think we've seen anyone from Palm Villains really able to make that play with camo. And when you look at the disparity in score, it really does come down to something like that. And now Sparty with that 8-kill lead, he doesn't have to press anything. Again, he's in that same position Renegade was earlier, where he's going to just take what comes to him.
And that's pretty much all you have to deal with when a team is delivering like Roku is right now. They're just 3 points away from taking this game. The lead is 7 points, so it'd be pretty much a miracle comeback if Palm Villains can scrape something together. They get 1 on the board. Now it's cut to 6, but Renegade with that disruptor, don't underestimate it, especially if you can catch a player like Diagram off guard, and the protection tries to come through, but it's not going to be enough. And now Roku just 2 points away, trading kill for kill. They have that 5-point lead, and now might be the last calm before the storm.
And if you're Palm Villains here, the best thing to do is to try to slow down the pace and maybe wait for that next camo to come up, right? Like, take advantage of this disadvantageous positioning you have on the map, because I think you more often than not want to be on Druck's side of the map at top gold. And just as we try to break down how they could potentially come back, Roku's going to shut that down as they take the commanding 2-0 lead.
Now, did you really think that Spartan was going to sit back and wait to get that final kill? No, of course not. He's going to go out there and find it, and that's what he did. Kind of hitting the nail in the coffin, at least as far as game 2 is concerned, with that final kill. Now, it wasn't a blowout. We're not looking at a spectacular by any means, but it did feel like significant control of the game was in the hands of Roku throughout.
Yeah, and sometimes the score doesn't always reflect the actuality of what we witnessed as Halo fans and community members. Despite the 6-kill finish, it really felt more like a 16 kill game. It really did,
Yeah.
especially towards
Yeah.
the midway point. And I think the only reason we really saw the lead dwindle and dwindle for Roku is because they were committed to just holding W frenetically, taking any trade that they could get, taking anything that Palmville is willing to give them, and that's exactly what they did to take game 2.
Okay, we learned about, jumping out of a plane without a parachute, but now can you break down frenetic? Is it like chaotic? Is it like scrambled?
Yes, frenetic means like a feverish, wild pace.
Okay. We're all learning something here today, Chad. And you know what? I tell you what, I feel like, my intelligence level is maybe slightly above average, but that's only because I asked the questions, right? Like now I'm adding a word to my vocabulary. And whatever the pace of that game was, it played into the hands of Roku. This little stretch here, Renegade with the shock rifle, I have to think was the deciding factor in the match.
Yeah, I agree, Magic. That really closed the door down, and great use of the grapple hook there, really complementing that shock rifle, instantaneous TTK. Renegade using that grapple to get up top at any point on the map that he wanted, whether it was glass or top blue. He was taking anything he wanted, and he was able to do that because you had guys like Sparty and Druck just causing chaos, frenetic chaos,
Yes.
if you will, across the map. Allowed Renegade to play his pace, play slow, and just take the easy headshots that came his way.
I wonder if that is like the conscious decision, right? We talked about these rosters kind of getting all mixed up, right? Does the fast pace from Spartan and who was the other player you mentioned? Druck kind of pushing the issue. Does that play to the strengths of Renegade, or does it make them like disjointed as a team?
I think it actually, Halo's a duos game, right? So you've got the duo from FaZe and the duo from Native. And I know we talked about Palm Villains being the favorite, but wow, what we've seen here from Roku has really, we've reshifted our power rankings, if you will. And it's Roku looking like they could be the eventual winners, but we've still got plenty of series left, Magic. We saw Palm Villains come back from that reverse sweep, taking down Proton, but can they take down Roku as well? We're going to find out right here in game 3.
I'm gonna have to be a little bit of a cynic here. I applaud Palm Villains for that reverse sweep in the quarterfinals against Proton Gaming, but like I do have to be a little bit of the cynical, maybe I would say realist. I don't think they have it in them against a team like Roku. So I would love to be proven wrong. I love a reverse sweep, right? It adds to the drama, it adds to the excitement, and if we could get to a back-to-back game 5, I would not mind at all. But the way Roku is playing right now, I don't see them being taken down unless something just catastrophic happens. They seem to be on their game and executing.
And if you're Palm Villains here, you really just got to take it one game at a time, and maybe even one kill, one death at a time here, as they just need to kind of slow things down. Just like we saw at the end of that game that brought the game a little closer was the slowing down of the pace. I'm seeing Roku just move and do whatever they want on the map. So if Palm Villains is able to kind of slow down the pace, take a little bit more map control, I think they can come back here in this game 3.
All right, we got a little bit of a slowdown here before we get into this game 3. That is going to be the strongholds on streets. No, we're not going to Behemoth. I'm sorry, that's not going to happen. We do have a quick break as they reset the lobby. We're going to cut to a break. We'll come right back with game number 3 of this winners semifinals.
Every time you plug in, a portal opens. Be anything. Be everything. Edge of your seat. Eyes wide. Ears open. Ready to react. For the thrills. For the rush, for the win. An experience so visceral, you'll forget if you're here or there. This is Skull Candy Gaming. Feel it.
we got everybody connected and we're reloading this game number 3, Stronghold on Streets. Thank you so much, everybody, for sticking with us. We've had some great competition so far, and if you want to see more of this competition, any and all support is a big help for JJ Events. This tournament organizer has put a lot of hours of work into making this event possible, and you can say a thank you by giving them a follow on Twitter or by supporting on Patreon, or if you're even able to with a subscription here on the channel. That all is helping to make these events possible. Makowski, what do you think about this event so far, and JJ Events specifically for putting it all together?
Well, I'm loving JJ Events. I love LVT. I love every community-driven, anything community-driven in Halo, because that's at the core essence what Halo is. So JJ Events living that out. Let's see how much longer Palm Villains, though, can stay alive in this series here as they face a 2-0 deficit.
I love that even the prize pool has been increased from today because of bringing in another sponsor. So now $1,200 on the line for these teams. And one of these teams from this series is locking their spot into the grand finals. And right now, Palm Villains with their backs against the wall. Diagram does get taken down. Rocket's there sitting at the top of B, and Boo Boo Doo Boo, being opportunistic, is going to scoop that rocket up. Looking at 1, potentially 2 targets. He has a lot of damage on Renegade, who's now escaping into tires. It's enough for a kill plus an assist.
Boo Boo Doo Boo making a massive impact as the last player alive. Crucial moment here as Palm Villains seemingly looking to start off this game at a deficit, instead is now staring at a 20-2 lead.
That 20-2 lead seemingly coming out of nowhere, but again, it's Strongholds, right? The score can change in the blink of an eye, and it has the most comeback potential, which Palm Villains, they might be living off of that fact in the series. They need that comeback potential to play in their favor.
Wow, and that was a great job there. I think it was it Sparty or Soul Snipe, I believe, edging out A there. This would have been a trip cap, and it might just be anyways, but Roku doing a good job to kind of suppress the bleeding there, prevent a potential triple cap, but that is just impending doom, seeing half of A in control of Palm Villains. If they can start this game off with a triple cap, this might be exactly what they need to reverse sweep.
Now, interesting, Druck on that rotation doesn't even waste time to set a pinky toe onto B for the reset, or sorry, onto A rather for the reset. Instead, he just diverts all the way around to B, nearly has it captured, has a little bit of help, but Manny is breaking through. Do you see that flip though? Roku take advantage of B, and now they're starting to climb the scoreboard, but not before Palm Villains put up a good chunk of time. They're sitting at 56, and now the fight rotates. We have a battle at B, we have a battle at A.
Very mixy right now. It was 3 down, 3 down, 2 down, 2 down, and now Rocket's down. And in the middle of the map, the next holder of that weapon could hold the lead here continuously as though they go down once again. Stalker down, Drug picking it up at red. So a lot to be determined here. Map control, power weapon control, and control of these strongholds, as well as we see Roku doing a great job fighting back, taking control of A and B, and bringing this one to within 20 seconds.
On the first day of Christmas, my true love gave to me Rockets and a capture at B. There you go. That's the best ad lib I got for the 12 days of Christmas Halo version coming out. Never, because I just invented that. But Suppressed is trying to invent something, create something at the back of A. Shut down, though, by Spartan. Now has the drop wall and the Bulldog as he continues on the hunt.
And I'm going to take this one back to a moment we broke down fairly recently. It was Spartan getting that pinky toe into A, and looking at that, it's continued to provide benefits, continued to provide scoring for this Roku squad as the shotgun, he got kind of, Sparty got a little in between both of his opponents there, got 1 down to 1 shield. He eventually goes down, and now it's 2 down for Roku, and that should lead to a flipped map for Palm Villains.
What's it called when you like freeze up because of the decision in front of you? Like you mentally can't pick between the options. That seemed like what happened right there with Spartan. He had the Bulldog. He could have picked off either of those kills on Driveway, but ended up doing a little bit of damage to 2 targets. Doesn't come out with any kill in that scenario. And now 3, all 4 going down for Roku. Renegade's gonna be the first off of that respawn and needing to play smart as he stalls for some respawns, but there's no time to stall when you got Boo Boo Doo Boo, Stalker Rifle at the top of C.
And now Sparty is crucial. He has to stay alive. Okay, Sparty goes down. Now we're looking at a stagger. There it is. That's why 3 went down, is because this is a staggered situation. A potential here for Palm Villains to cycle their opponents off spawn. Druck, he's going to be so crucial to stay alive here because he gives them a chance to spawn at B and potentially regain control of it, as we see Soul Snipe pushing in to do just that.
And shout out to Coach Nighty coming in clutch. Paralysis by analysis is what I was referring to when you have too many decisions and you get kind of hung up, you get frozen because of not being able to pick between two good choices. And hopefully Druck doesn't make the same mistake. Instead, he locks onto a target with a Bulldog. He gets that clean takedown. He's got the Bulldog Stalker Rifle combo.
The comeback lies in Druck's hands right now because not only does he need to make good use of the shotgun and stalker rifle, but my goodness, if that goes into the hands of Palm Villains with the lead that they've already set here, just about a 2-to-1 advantage at the halfway mark, we'll call it. And here we go, hopping on board here with Druck. Not only does he go down with shotgun and stalker, but I saw an evade there as well. So that almost becomes a power position on the map with so much loot sitting right there.
Renegade does clean up 1 kill, but is immediately traded out. We're looking about even 2 down for either side as this fight for A, it's nearly captured by Palm Villains, but there's the reset. Soul Snipe jumps through there, gets that huge reset, but they still need to control B, and Roku are trying to lock down the map in order to get the capture, but surprisingly, the reset instead. Palm Villains are coming back with another round of slays.
Oh, and it was another masterful example of baiting and switching there on the spiker stairs as Druck doing a great job here staying alive, being a nuisance. And if he could potentially get this kill on Diagram, he should be able to earn himself B, but no, Diagram stays alive. He's going to get some pressure. He's going to sneak B in, but if he goes down, it's not going to be for long as Palm Villains should regain control of it. But no, Palm Villains going down. Now it's a reversal of fate here as Boo Boo Dubu goes down as well. And don't look now, but despite the 100 point disparity, Roku is coming back.
And it might come down to these rockets, which are also in Roku's control. Soul Snipe lasers 1, and he has a few options here. 4 targets. He gets a takedown on Boo Boo Dubu, but Manny is right behind him. Oh no, not just Manny, but Manny with a Bulldog, biding his time at the back of A for that opportune moment to strike.
Oh, and Manny has to stay in A to prevent the reset. That's what Renegade was flying in hot for. Saw Manny back off the point. Renegade thinking he could reset the cap, but instead, it's a triple cap for Palm Villains. And Magick, this is more of the same. This is not what we expected. We didn't expect to see that same parallel sort of bounce back that we saw against Proton, against the likes of FaZe and this hybrid of FaZe and Native. But we're seeing Palm Villains do just that as they're up 230 to 100 and counting.
I mean, the Stronghold game in the previous series was neck and neck throughout. Ultimately, it came down to Palm Villains clutching up at 250 to 241. But right now, they are looking like the dominant team. Here's the answer back and maybe the last chance for Roku to get back in this match.
But I like this setup here for Roku. It's an AC split, so B spawn should be ever present for Palm Villains. It gives you a chance to cycle and trap them there. And it's another trade going out that was absolutely massive, especially when you look at the lead that Palm Villains had. And they're going to regain control of C here and a chance to close this one out.
That damage onto Druck so crucial because it stopped him from being able to rotate to B, and now we just have 3, 2, 1 second. That's it. Palm Villains take game number 3 by storm. And Makowski, you know what that means. This series is not over yet.
They're trending towards a name change from Palm Villains to Reverse Sweep Villains, because that is what this narrative is setting up as. And like I just said earlier,
it's one game. Slow down. They got 2 more. Come on.
It's one game, but it's what we saw in that game 3 earlier from Palm Villains, where they just seem up to the challenge. They don't seem emotionally and mentally pressed by their opponent going up 2-0 on them. They're still exerting their will. They're still playing their style and version of Halo, which is usually what you see the opposite of when you go down 0-2, or even in the micro when you go down during a match. You start overextending yourself in what you're capable of as a player. So I got to give credit to Boo Boo Doo and his teammates here on Palm Villains, sticking with the game plan and not faltering from it despite being down 0-2.
I mean, the interesting thing here, damage almost even across all 4 players. In fact, across the feed, 7 out of the 8 players were at that 4K damage range. So even with similar damage numbers, the map control was completely one-sided with Palm Villains, and it was very reminiscent of game 3 of the previous series. So I'll give you that. I'm not gonna say they're the reverse sweep kings just
not yet,
but the game 3 is starting to look like that same rhythm, that same potential is right there.
And the reason when we went to cam, I like leaned back and was like, oh my God, is because I looked at the bottom. Oh, no, it wasn't me being shocked that I was on camera. I might be getting ahead of myself here, but Streets Slayer game 5. If Palm Villains can win this game 4, I gotta imagine they take game 5 as well, based on the map control and especially the weapon control we saw, which is so crucial on streets, which with the most volume of weapons and items to control. If they can take this one back to a game 5, I think they get it. But first, we got to break down this Aquarius CTF, almost parallel to this Catalyst CTF we saw from Palm Villains last time. They had full control of that map. This one a little bit closer though, so going to be almost leaning into more of the pace that we've seen from Roku here, but something's got to give as we hop on board here with Spartan.
I mean, we keep referencing last series, but it was so epic, so I think rightfully so. Palm Villains did win out in both the capture the flag on Catalyst and the Slayer on Aquarius. So you put the two things together, and now we got capture the flag Aquarius. I don't know if that adds up, but in some sense, Palm Villains are ready for this game. They want to force that game number 5, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. We have 5 captures and or the minutes left on the clock before that can happen. The first push is coming through, and Diagram with the double kill on the side of Palm Villains. That was 3 down. Last alive is Spartan trying to escape through utility.
Hopping on board here with Manny, and he's eyeing himself a potential killing spree with that camo heatwave combination, eyeing a potential first flag grab here. Let's see if he's going to insert some chaos onto the map by getting a flagpole, but no, he's going to elect to get some intel, elect to let his the opponent make the first move, and now he counters with that flagpole. But Druck, his actual teammate, is waiting in wait.
Yeah, and his actual teammate, as we have seen, but not for this matchup right here. And that rotation from Druck was so smart, because Manny had locked down 2 targets, but not the 3rd and 4th, which come back to punish him on those takedowns. So that flag run is getting stopped short, but here's a quick rotation from Druck, now at the high ground, looking down for the target. Looks like both Manny and Boo Boo Doo are there. He locks sight onto one, and now he finds the other, rushes in, is gonna end up with a trade.
Great use of the evade there to earn himself the trade, despite being a little bit down in that gunfight. So Solstice now picking up the remains of that heatwave. Dino's going out, doing some damage from the grave there, nearly taking down Diagram. Great DPS work despite not even being alive on the map. You love to see that. 2 going down for Roku, 1 for Palm Villains. This one's very mixy at the start. This one really has no rhyme or reason to it. And now that's what I'm going to look for. Boo Boo Doo Boo. He did such a great job in that Slayer, dominating the car control and those dynamos. But look, he's at the opposite now. It's Druck holding that position, and as a result, taking him down instead.
Yeah, there's not any clear line drawn just yet. It's been very much back and forth and a little bit dicey, as you described it. A little bit chaotic, but which team can create something beautiful out of this chaos? Spartan's gonna try to do it as he preserves his life there on the utility side. Meanwhile, teammate Renegade gets the double kill cleanup, using that powerful commando to deal out some insane damage.
Yeah, and Boo Boo, speaking of insane damage, even more insane based on the fact that Boo Boo evaded there. And my God, the tracking from that commando, no bloom to be spoken of. But there's Boo Boo Doo Boo to be spoken of as he comes back from the dead, gets his revenge, and now it's a flag out for Soul Snipe, and Roku looking to get on the board first.
We'll see if you accidentally predicted the future, if this capture does indeed come through. But this is probably the best run that we have seen so far, with some great defense on both sides. And Renegade set up that play, comes out with a double assist. I believe it was Spartan coming out with a double kill in order to pave the trail for that flag grab. But the reset again coming through. We're still looking at 0-0, and we're getting close to that halfway point in the game.
And the counter cap potential is on, if not for Druck. Playing perfectly proficient Halo, waiting for his teammate Renegade to get the back smack, really drawing that player in. So incredible job from Druck. Just as we saw 3 go down for his team, he stays last alive and makes great use of his time.
Druck has been a great player in this game so far, 9 and 6 with 3 assists, but also just like getting those takedowns when they were needed. And now with high ground plus commando, another assist coming through that gives him that control of top mid. We talked about how neither team had really had that map control. This is the chance for Roku as 3 go down for Palm Villains. Renegade gets in there for the flag pickup. Not sure if that was a fumble or intentionally leaving the flag behind, but he goes back to pick it up and continue the journey. But Spartan needs to win this fight in utility as that flag chase is underway.
And that's tough for Roku.
He won it.
Yeah, and that's huge. But that's tough for Roku because that first flag pull was a little early, and then you have the fumble here on this one. Is it gonna result in a little bit more troublesome cap? Absolutely it is, but it looks like Soul Snipe's pretty quick to get this return. So despite the flag out for Palm Villains, a great defensive effort there, but it's not enough as Roku takes the 1-0 lead.
Roku took that 1-0 lead off of the 3 down for Palm Villains, and it's all about capitalizing on that small window of time, you know, that 8 seconds that you have to really push the numbers advantage. And then a couple of nice wins off screen. Spartan won a great kill in order to defend the flag runner and continue, and then you saw the reset coming through there from Soul Snipe, and all 4 players from Roku combined forces to get the capture. Boo Boo is taken down. That's 3 down again for Palm Villains. I feel like deja vu is happening.
Momentum rolling for Roku. Sparty rolling as well as he eventually goes down. Druck looking to maintain control of that high ground at P. He's got a very important fight with Suppressed. Boo Boo comes in to help support, but the timing is just simply better from Renegade and Druck. That was unbelievable. Druck seemingly dead to rights, calls for help from Renegade, and Renegade comes in hot with exactly that.
Renegade is playing hot right now, 14-7 plus the 9 assists now, and there's the heat wave in hand. That is leading to those hot and spicy plays as another flag is out. 3 down again for Palm Villains. This seems like a song on repeat at this point, and Druck with that top P control is seemingly impossible to kill.
And look at the survivability of Druck there as he eventually goes down. Caster curse in full display once again, but doing a great job there. Despite eventually going down, I loved what he was able to do with low shields. Now, Diagram looking to answer back with a flagpole, and this one's out fast. The movement tech able to provide the momentum and the extra inertia to get that flag past the 50-yard mark. Let's see if they can actualize it and score this one to make it 2-1. No, but he almost overslides it. Almost slides off the platform. I have no idea how he stayed on it, but he does, and he gets the flag score. It's now a 1-2 game.
He just like the willpower to stay on that platform.
That's all it was.
It went from this is gonna be an insane capture to oh no to okay, they still got the capture, so everybody can breathe a sigh of relief as that lead is cut to just 1. And a lot of the opening opportunities there were off of Boo Boo Doo with the camo that you have mentioned time and time again. And Suppress is steps away from tying the game before he runs into Renegade. Now Renegade drops the flag off. Now the flag has to get reset before this game-tying capture would potentially get dunked.
Ooh, but that flag is in a very baity spot. Sparty recognizing the location of it. Looks to get an angle through bottom mid. Elects to push out the carbine and goes down because of it. And now it's a second flag cap going down for Palm Villains. Time after time, they've handled the adversity so well.
Suppress might be 8-16, being double deaths for kills, but I tell you what, when he's rotating the flag, he is full speed ahead, and he adds another kill. Spartan is alive down below on the reset, but Boo Boo Doo heat wave in hand is going to be enough to deal with him before he is taken down. Now Renegade takes that spot, and Roku just trading off player after player after player. It took 3 of them to get that crucial return.
4 minutes left just about in this match. We are approaching the end game with a tight score of 2-2. Heatwave in tight corridors taking down Manny. That was a great job by Renegade, looking to do the exact same thing with his positioning, but Diagram stays alive. Sparty, again, the last player alive, gonna take down the one shot that is Diagram. Can he do one more and take down Suppressed? I thought that was a wild challenge. Suppressed takes him down, and now he's running a flag out as well.
A wild challenge from Spartan leaves us nothing to be surprised, as he was just trying to do as much damage before his impending demise. And now Druck in a familiar position on P2, but this time shut down, so maybe changing the storyline. If you're talking about a reverse sweep, they were down 0-2. They just got 3 captures. Is the same going to be true of this series?
I cannot believe we are seeing a parallel rhyme, reason, and feel to this series as we saw against Proton. Just unobjectively, a team that is just not as good as the likes of this FaZe native hybrid. This is an unbelievable squad. So this is crazy, because honestly, in Halo, there are levels to this, as the great Tony always says. And you need to 3-0 the teams that you're much better than. You're not, and then the reverse sweep that you do against the worst team isn't going to be the same against a team that's that much better like Roku. But somehow we're seemingly seeing just that, as Boo Boo Doo looking at a potential double up here to make it 4-2.
He got the touch. That's all they needed, and then the teammate comes through. That is 4-2, 4 unanswered captures from Palm Villains, and now Spartan Spartan trying to break through the base, but he's met with the unstoppable defensive force of Diagram, Heatwave in hand, and only 2:26 left on the clock. Diagram sees the next push coming, immediately shifts his focus to that P side.
Just a little over 2 minutes left in this match. And let's go back again, Magick, use some contextual history. It was the Catalyst CTF that had a similar scoreline here for Palm Villains, and they did not slow it down. They used offense as their defense. So let's see if that's the strategy that they deploy here as well. But it's going to be all four going down. A flagpole out for Roku, and their best chance to come back in this game.
I mean, you're looking at the slays, and even the slaying advantage, I think Roku have it. So the fact that 4 captures have come through for Palm Villains might catch you by surprise, but it looks like Spartan is going to continue this flag run. He gets it to the base, he dunks it, an uninterrupted run of the flag, gets them within arm's reach, and now Renegade is the player with the camo.
Renegade with that camo. He's looking to sneak up on Manny. Manny with the pre-fire grenade. It was smart, but he didn't execute on the damage he got as Renegade executes quite literally with that perfect shot from the MK pistol. Soul Snipe now pushing in. Boo Boo Doo back against the wall, and it's really metaphorically as well, as Palm Villains back against the wall as a squad are potentially looking at a 4-4 tie.
It's so close. They have the flag out, they have the numbers, and they have the advantage with Heatwave and map position. It's going to be too much for Diagram to deal with. Now Spartan's going to shift his focus. He had an opening shot there on Boo Boo Doo, but just misses it. However, there was enough of a distraction to tie up the game, and we have 50 seconds left.
Unbelievable. However, though, 3 resources, 3 lives being used by Roku. Let's see if Palm Villains can take advantage of that as Druck, we talked about it earlier, with that sliver of health, he ultimately stays alive and gets back to full shields with it. Anything he does now at this point is house money. It's a gift from God. It's the golden chest, if you will, if he can make the play here and take down Diagram, but no, Diagram shuts down any potential for a game-changing play there from Druck.
It was still an amazing play from Druck. He didn't get the cherry on top at the end of that play we were looking for in the 1v1 against Diagram. And now Diagram is continuing to put some work down. And now Soul Snipe gets in the action, but numbers in favor of Palm Villains. There's 2 seconds on the clock. There's 1. Manny has to desperate for the flag. He gets the touch. He forces the sudden death timer, but look who he's up against. It was Druck trying to hold that line.
Manny going down, Boo Boo Doo going down, and if there's anyone from Roku around and available, okay, no, they're not. I was about to say, that pull almost caused chaos for Palm Villains as 2 went down, but now we have a reset, and this is so crucial. I love the reset rules here in overtime. The winner of this break could very well win this game.
I loved Manny desperating for that flagpole in the literal final second of the game. Ultimately, that sudden death flag does not come through for the capture, bringing us to this sudden death style overtime. First capture is going to win with 5 minutes on the clock. This camo is crucial. Right now, it was in the hands of Soul Snipe. I think that camo might still be sitting at top mid, but Druck has no time to waste. He's going to pick off kill after kill after kill.
I'm pretty certain that camo is in fact down at top mid. Druck, though, doing a great job prioritizing what matters almost like first in that order of process, and that was the dynamo grenades. Now Sparty, because of it, does have that camo, so the process, the routine, the steps being taken are a little bit more efficient and correctly ordered by Roku here, as Palm Villains has their back against the wall with 2 down.
Yeah, Roku have the numbers advantage as well as the camo in hand, and Spartan is going to work with that combination commando camo, and there's another takedown, making it look easy as Suppressed hits that respawn screen, but there's 2 players here to deal with. Boo Boo Doo Boo at the top of the base is hiding behind that pillar. You said it's like an extra teammate, but in this case, it's not enough. The victory comes through. There's the capture, and Roku take the series by winning this overtime CTF 5-4. They take that series. They lock in that grand final spot.
It was a clean opening break for Roku and a fairly easy overtime finish, despite the tight match we saw throughout, 4-4 going into that overtime. Kind of surprising to see the overtime not really play much like the first 15 minutes of that game, but instead we have Roku answering the bell and stopping this momentum that we saw from Palm Villains, fully capable of the reverse sweep. We've already seen it, so it's not even something to theorize about. We've already seen it in actuality happen, but Sparty and friends shutting the door down. Sparty with that 25, 17, and 11 had a great game himself. Renegade did such a great job controlling the heat wave and controlling the piece out of the map that game as well. And because of it, we saw a 5-4 narrow win for Roku.
Now we had that lead, right? It was 4-2 on the side of Palm Villains with, I want to say, less than 3 minutes in the game. I'd love to see the time on that, but all of a sudden it looked like Roku just hit another gear. They shifted, they punched in the final 2 captures in order to take it to that overtime where they dominated. So they come out of that series as 3-1 victors, moving into the grand finals. Not to count out though, Palm Villains, not the reverse sweep kings yet. They pulled off one in the previous series. They showed us hints of it here, but they're going to be moving into that lower bracket spot.
Yeah, and maybe that's what's best for them, especially after that, kind of surprising last series we saw. It almost looks like they need a little more time in the hopper, right? They need a little bit more time to boil and get up to that level that you're going to need to be at to take out this just hybrid squad that is Roku. So going to be curious to see. I'm not necessarily going to make the call right now that we'll see these guys again in the grand finals, but I'd be very surprised to not see them put up a fight like we saw in those last 2 series from Palm Villains.
Okay, we referenced this a little bit as we set up the series, but I want to look at that other side of the semifinals. Incognito with the 3-0 ending up as the win over Saucy. So Saucy is Envor, Squally, Tony, Ramy, also moving into the lower bracket, a team to watch out for. And Incognito as the other team in that grand finals. That's Carmea, Ryan New, Mental, and Rain. So a lot of names that you'll recognize, maybe with some team names that are less familiar to lock in. Sorry, I said grand finals, I mean winners finals. I got a little bit ahead of myself, okay? I'm sorry, I apologize. But that winners final, we have those 2 spots locked in.
And that's going to be an interesting one. Can you say again who's on that Incognito roster?
Incognito, I read it really quick, didn't I? Incognito is Carmea, Ryan Noob, Mental, and Rain.
Oh, okay. So we see a little bit of the E-United squad breaking away in that duo, it looks like, with Ryan Noob and Rain. And you know what? I love the pickup and the mix-up of Carmea. The reason being, Carmea, one of the most young and up-and-coming talents we have in the Halo community. And I've always said, you pair him with a grizzly, wily veteran like a Ryan Noob, cough, cough. That could be the recipe for success, and we're seeing that. They're in the kitchen as we speak. They're not they're not quite ready to prepare the plate and put it out in front of the Halo community, but they're in the kitchen. Let them cook.
All right, the oven is preheating. We're going to cut to a quick break. When we come back, we'll be heading into that winners finals, Roku versus Incognito.
Every time you plug in, a portal opens. Be anything. Be everything. Edge of your seat. Eyes wide. Ears open. Ready to react. For the thrills. For the rush, for the win. An experience so visceral, you'll forget if you're here or there. This is Skull Candy Gaming. Feel it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is time for the winner finals. We got Roku going up against Incognito. That's Renegade, Soul Snipe, Sparty, Druck versus Rain, Riot Noob, Carmea, and Mental. I'm going to bring back Magick and Makowski, and we're getting right into this. It's going to be CTF on Catalyst. Go ahead and take it away, Magick.
I love to see CTF Catalyst as a game number one. We saw this back in the quarterfinals, and chat, I need to apologize. Okay, you guys deserve a little bit of honesty from me. I said that the winner of the last matchup secured their spot in grand finals, and somebody probably called me out and I missed it. This is the winner's finals, okay? I got a little bit ahead of myself, a little excited, but the winner of this series will indeed lock that spot down in the grand finals, and really excited to be here along Makowski at this winner's finals. What are your thoughts on the matchup?
Really just looking at the rosters and just sort of the way that these are all laying out. We got the duo from FaZe and Native, and then now the duo from XE United here as well. Gonna see which of the duos can really step up here in game one.
The only duo I care about is which team can defend their flag and capture the other team's flag at the same time. Does that count? Maybe not, maybe not. There is some nice duo play happening in these, these team rosters that, as you had mentioned earlier, have been shaken up. And Spartan, though, back to his old wily ways, sneaks away that overshield. About half of it is burned off, but he's got spike grenades to add to it. He's still here on the Tron-style laser light bridge, and what a position to pick a fight from. It's enough, though. He gets that takedown onto Carmea.
Yeah, and I thought the exact same thing as you, Magic. I'm going, oh my god, he's still at overshield. Did it like glitch or delay and going into his suit? But I guess Sparty thought to himself, if he's not going to be taking damage down there, if they're not going to pay attention to him, why not take advantage of an disadvantageous spot, if you will? So Sparty doing his best to stay alive there, ultimately goes down and negates that overshield, but it allows guys like Druck to get control of that skewer, but he's going to go down just as I mentioned that. So a very mixy two down scenario for both teams as each look to gain control here in game one.
I tell you what, when I was, if I was ever just kind of, I won't say ignored, but slightly left to my own devices as a child, you would just find me staying up way too late playing video games. So maybe that's what Spartan's doing on that overshield bridge, is just biding his time and taking advantage of the fact that the other team might have lost it. One more game. Here comes the fight, and it looks like Druck is taken down in that battle. The first flag has been pulled, but it looks like a potential reset. I don't see this coming to fruition as a full flag run, but Mental is not giving up hope.
Mental not only not giving up hope, but perfectly executing that slide meta combination there. Was able to get the melee. Goes down shortly after there, but great to see the proficiency from the X Gears of War pro, right? Over from the Shopify Rebellion roster, a team that we saw make some strides here. So exciting to see guys like Mental and Carmea. They kind of round out that duo I was speaking of. The two kind of like unknowns or sort of underdogs here in this match, in this series. So going to be very important to keep an eye on those two and see how they can hang.
They might be the underdogs, but don't underestimate them, as you see Carmea rolling through and kind of adding emphasis to the point that you're making with a nice takedown and carrying it through. Now Carmea adds one of his own. He's going to try to get that repulsor, immediately deflecting an incoming frag, but it turned out to be just a second too early on that repulsor play.
And speaking of the movement tech and meta that we have here in Halo, Mental doing a great job at that. And let me just point out something from Carmea's game. This dude hits he almost like G-slides just for the sake of G-sliding sometimes, which I think kind of hurts him to a fault. But the G-slide will be connected on every single time by Carmea, as you see him moving in with that speed, with that energy, with that aggression, helping his teammates out, taking down two as Ryanoop goes down. And it's a potential score here for Incognito to start off.
Ryan Noob's been the leading slayer for Incognito, and Rain is the other half of that duo who is now playing that objective role, rotating the flag over. But Renegade gets a stop there, a critical kill, and now Spartan with another takedown. It was looking close to a capture, but now it's looking like an almost fully secured reset. So all of that hard work on the side of Incognito, it's not leading to a capture just yet.
massive trade. And yeah, it was really the push through from Roku. They freely took over Incognito's base. Now, they had the flag out. They were pushing it past the 50-yard line, but Incognito really needing that anchor in their flag to play that defense. Instead, Roku taking advantage of that position. Renegade's in there with the power weapon as well, but he goes down. That's a huge takedown, and it's going to domino into 1, 2, now 3. Sparty, last player alive, and this score is looking very likely now for Incognito.
Spartan was the first player to secure the overshield. It doesn't look like he wants to share, but he's going to be forced to as he is taken down. That should be overshield now into the hands of Incognito. Here comes Carmea. Renegade trying to deal with him. You see the green gun coming through. I don't know which player to credit, but what an impressive stop from Roku.
And that is such an interesting discussion now. With the strength of the plasma pistol, does it almost negate the overshield? We saw it right there from Carmea. We've seen it a few times here throughout this tournament. So nuances of the new patch notes taking a heavy toll on this match here as we're seeing it play out with that sort of distribution of the plasma pistol and the plasma rifle, completely negating a lot of overshields.
Yeah, I don't think it negates overshield as a whole, but it does certainly weaken it because of the strength of the plasma pistol. And it's another thing for players to keep in mind. It's one thing to have the overshield, but you want to make sure you have that plasma pistol control at the same time. Keep it out of the hands of the opposition. Renegade is up against 2. He gets a takedown on Rain before he's cleaned up. Looks like we're training 2 for 2 on the kills, and now 3 down on both teams. Somehow, Druck manages to just kind of weasel his way into the base, gets a little bit of a start on that flag run, but it's going to come down to these respawns.
Druck, last player alive there for his team, really needed to be a one-man wrecking crew running flag, getting the kills and the slays needed to extend it, and that's just not likely when you're going up against other Halo pros. It's just very difficult to do that, and because of that, we see both flags reset here. 6 minutes nearly in this game down, Magic, and despite the slight advantage from just strength of roster from Roku, this one's dead even.
Dead even. We're stuck like molasses at a 0-0 score line, and we've seen some potential flag runs that were all just stopped short. And now Ryan Noob gonna find himself in trouble. He goes for that fresh overshield, but instead it is Soul Snipe that gets the pickup, as Ryan Noob, I think, just rushed it a little bit too early. He had the repulsor to work with, but it wasn't going to get the job done. And now Soul Snipe, he has the presence, or the call out rather, to know there's players behind. He doubles back, deals out some damage, and now right back to work, clocking in on that objective 9-5 yet again.
Soul Snipe committing to that flagpole, didn't even take a second to check his corners. I guess he felt a little bit empowered with that overshield, as Ryanu in a very tough spot, back against the wall almost with this score, and he's not going to have the greatest chance to stop it. There we go. Even just getting the double was huge, and it opens up the ability for his teammates to come in and potentially stop this flag here.
The counter pull for the stall. That capture was all but done. What an absolute chaotic play. The goal line stand. Now, we might have a 0-0 scoreline, but that is not the level of excitement or intensity that we have seen in this match.
And it's mental with the strong side there to get that last millisecond. He needed to return the flag. Now, a lot of resources, though, being used to prevent that score from Incognito. So Roku with another chance to kind of regroup, re-rack. Now you've got the skewer in hand as well. So they're going to get another chance here to make this a 1-0 game. It's going to be very interesting to see how Incognito responds after an incredible stop right there.
Well, that's the way they respond. Roku now 3 are down, so Incognito still holding on to control, and now it looked like this run worked out for Ryan Noob. Did he pick up overshield? All I saw on him was a repulsor right there, so either that overshield got already melted off and he was just left back to regular shield, or do you have any insights on that?
It looks like it's still there at the no, okay, it's up in 5.
I was early.
Okay,
I got excited.
Yeah, and I guess it would have made sense because almost going there for Ryan Noob, you really wouldn't go bottom mid unless the overshield was up, so I think that's why we got a little confused there. But it looked like Ryan Noob did have that repulsor, so maybe he thought to make that play up until the catwalk there, right there with the spike grenades. Nonetheless, it's Sparty, it's Roku with control of that overshield, and just as I mentioned that, it gets absolutely melted by Carmea and Incognito. But don't look now, it's Druck running a flag out. This match has no rhyme or reason. It's pure chaos.
I'm confused. I just see flags and I see dead bodies, but one thing I do realize is Incognito were 3 down. Mental is the last alive, and he's also gonna hit that respawn screen after a pivotal 1v1 victory on the side of Renegade. So one flag gets captured off of that team wipe after both flags were in contention.
Now, it took 9 minutes for us to see that first score left. Just mathematically, it's going to be very difficult here to see another score. You really have to pick up the pace. You really have to tighten up the execution for either squad here if you wanted to see an increase in the volume of flag score, just based on historically what we've seen here in this match. So wouldn't be surprised if we see a 1-0, maybe 2-1 finish here in this game 1.
Now it'll be interesting to see if Roku, off of that capture, which was so hard fought, if they decide to just play a little bit of defense. It looks like Druck might be checking for a potential grapple around the outside of the map, or at least kind of holding on to that back corner just in case. I don't mind it. He seems to think that somebody on that side of the map has a grapple for a potential flag play. Either there was a call out or there was information, because he keeps on checking that window side or even the back of the base. But in the meantime, Roku are putting a couple of kills up on the board. Looks like we're trading 2 for 2, and that plasma pistol, not only good against Overshield in a little 1v1, it can also do the job.
Slight numbers advantage for the meantime for Incognito, but just like that, about evens up. So a little bit of a mosh pit of action going on. Bodies flying left and right. So many going down for either team. And if you're Roku, it's like trading out in Slayers at this point, right? So with that 1-0 lead, with less than 2 minutes remaining and an overshield here, if Sparty can grab this, it's going to really increase their chances of taking this game.
And this time he doesn't waste time to hang out in the bottom mid. Instead, he's flanking around behind. He catches Rain off guard. He catches the back schmack, and now he's following up with a couple of frag grenades. Again, no pressure on Sparty to make a push here. All he needs to do is get kill after kill to buy precious seconds on this game.
Sparty has Karmea on the run, looking to take down Rain as well as he connects on the back smack. Karmea eventually going down as well. 2-2 split. Renegade with low shields. He's going to go down as well. So it maintains that 2-2 split. And again, Magic, this is great for Roku. They'll take this all day. As long as Incognito doesn't get a strong push here in this final minute and take advantage of numbers, maybe getting 3 or 4 down for Roku, they should be able to secure this win. But it's going to be up to Sparty now. Sparty going down. All right, here's the opening. Karmea with the grapple hook, with the potential to hit those G-slides. He's going to have to stay alive. Oh, he's going to go for the trick. Oh my God. He almost landed. He was going for the trick shot cap, if you will. So what you do there is you fly out off that ledge, aim that reticule down to give yourself that momentum with the grapple hook, and grab flag at the same time, hit the G-slide, but we weren't able to see it. But it did get set up for a moment there, and it got us quite excited at the potential of seeing a play like that.
I mean, you're down 0-1 with this amount of time on the clock. What better time than going for that high-risk, high-reward play? And, I don't fault him for not, being able to finish that play, being able to work on it. The fact that they went for it, you love to see. But with 5 seconds left on the clock, this game is all but over. No one is in range to get a touch on that flag. As Incognito goes down, that's going to be a 1-0 victory. And I tell you what, the scoreline might not be impressive, but the gameplay certainly was.
Yeah, wild to think that we only saw one collective cap the entirety of that match. I mean, geez, the average on Catalyst has got to be at least 4 or 5 collectively. So really pumping the brakes, a really defensive-minded match there. And because of it, we saw Roku take advantage of almost having a little bit more strategy. But my God, the potential there from that, and like you said, Magic, I love that Karmea went for it. Maybe not, 0-0 with 12 minutes, with 11 minutes and 15 seconds to go, but backs against the wall, needing that whatever it takes kind of flag score. I really love that by Karmea, despite not getting to see it come true to fruition.
Keep trying it, pros. Keep going for that play, because we all want to just jump out of our seats when it pays off. Not here, not right now, but love to see the potential that is building. And Renegade on that game, 15.7 KDA in that first match of the series. After coming off of a nice victory over Palm Villains, I really see Roku is they're firing on all cylinders in this fresh series.
Yeah, Roku's looking really strong right now. But I don't think this isn't over by any means. I'm actually really impressed with that game one. You know, we were a kill away, a slay away, map control, just a little bit of top mid control away from seeing a flag go in for Karmea and company, but instead they're gonna have to set their sights here on game 2 as we hop on board here with Sparty.
No, I'm sorry, I have to keep going back to that grapple play because I had one other thought there. When we saw Karmea with the grapple play, was that the grapple that like Druck was checking the back of the base for? Was it instead Karmea trying to use it to run the flag instead of rotating outside of the map? I just remember that Druck was checking for the grapple play twice, and then it ends up kind of playing out on our screen.
I definitely think Druck was lining up his reticule towards that, so I definitely think that could have been at play here. Speaking of the aforementioned Karmea, he's at play here, looking to take down the camo and the heat wave, but he's scurrying away. Doesn't have much options or opportunities with low shields and the low ground as 3 go down for Incognito, and it's an early 6-3 lead for Roku.
No flag captures on this push here, but the numbers advantage is adding to the scoreboard quite literally. A little bit of an early lead here on the side of Roku. Find yourself a caster that can use aforementioned sentence, and I will say Makowski's. Makowski's the one you're looking for. A trade of kills now happening out across the board, and that heat wave off the trade. You don't like to lose control of that power weapon as it gets dropped onto the ground.
Now, for Incognito, here's going to be the key. If they can keep this to a 2 to 3 kill game until this next set of dinos and camo comes up, and potentially even pair it with that heat wave, they could be in a very good spot, actually, as Mental takes down 2 with the double kill. Renegade doing his best to stay alive. He's got the combo, though. He's got evade. He's got heat wave. Is it going to be enough to take down Ryanoob? Yes, it is, as the bang shot connects. But Rain takes down Renegade, and it's back and forth.
I'm sorry, it was smooth though, right? Like, yes, Renegade ended up dying, but like that heat wave push and the little rotation to clean up the kill, like it was just seamless.
The pressure. Yeah, great pressure there from Renegade, as now we see just that. Okay, here we go. Not only were they able to keep it a 2-3 kill game, excuse me, they're taking that lead 2 to 3 kills with that camo up here. So timing is of the essence. Opportunity is of the essence, and opportunity is right there in front of Incognito to take this game 2 if they can continue to play like they are so far. But just like that, 3 go down just as we think they're coming back and making plays and moves. It's Renegade with the camo and a chance to regain the lead.
I mean, they might have just peaked too early. They came back on the scoreboard, but they lost another round of slays as the camo came into play. So, you know, like those all-star players that peak in high school, Incognito might have got that round of slays just a bit too early on that peak, and that leaves Renegade with heat wave and camo in hand. He is being dealt a lot of damage as he tries to rotate. He has Druck's health as a little bit of cover, but he has to stay alive because they want control of that power weapon.
And if you're not going to have control of camo, you've got to find a way to counter it with something like the dinos, right? Giving up that intel and ticking off that extra damage. Incognito not able to do the best job at defending Renegade and that camo. And as a result, they now have the 2-kill lead.
The 2-kill lead seems to be the storyline, just trading back and forth, 2 kills here, 2 kills there. Of course, there's a brief moment in the middle where the game is a tie, and now Renegade is looking to keep that lead in their favor, again extending it to 2 as the assist comes through, but he is traded back out. We're very rapidly approaching the halfway point of this match, and it is anybody's game to take. Now Spartan in a melee battle, he's down, 3 are down for Roku. Renegade is last alive, and Incognito are right back in the fight.
And if Rain and friends can get up on top of the map control, they can take what they've seemingly earned there with that 3 down. Now 2 down once again for Roku. A little bit of a cycle coming up for Incognito, and this is as great a time as ever, as camo, it looks like it's up.
Yeah, this timing was much better than that round of slays that they had earlier on, but it looks like Soul Snipe. Oh my gosh, I got excited, okay? Soul Snipe sneaks it away. Incognito had the map control, but out of nowhere, Soul Snipe secures the camo. But unfortunately for him, it gets burned right off. Incognito holding onto that 3-point lead, and now Druck storming the castle is also taken down. Ryanoob's sidekick in hand.
But that's okay. Druck got the camo despite the numbers advantage for Incognito, but they did what they didn't do previously, which was get the dinos. We literally, the dinos and the positioning on the map for Ryanoop there negated that camo, didn't allow it to go off and pop off, and not only dwindle this lead away, but it's Incognito building on it as they're up 6.
And we've seen the lead being 1 or 2 points, but now 6 points for Incognito. They do not want to go down in this series. They're down 1, but they want to tie this series back up, and it's going to come down to this game as now their lead is at 6. Ryan Noob is shooting out across, but Druck is going to be too much to deal with. Druck coming out with a double kill of his own. This is a back and forth battle. I almost wish we had like that overhead view with just the blue and red dots so we can strategize it like a battlefield.
And wildly enough, it's Mental, the former Gears of War pro, really leading the charge here with 13 kills. But you got to take a look at the golden rule of 12. Mental creeping right.
Deaths?
Yes, 12 deaths. And Mental creeping right up on that number. So despite having the slaying proficiency here for his team, Incognito, if he gets past 12, 13, 14, 15 deaths, it could be the result and the reason why Roku comes back from the 4-kill deficit they're staring at now.
Gotta keep an eye on both the kill count and how many kills you're giving over to the other side. Now, Mental's trying to add a kill to that count. You talked about him. He has the 14 slays, but he adds another death in the process. So he hits that golden rule of 12 on his death count. Now, Spartan is in combat. He's getting shot across. He was scoping onto that camo where he met the scope of Ryan Noob.
Ooh, and this one's looking very mixy as we approach the end game. Roku able to bring it to within that one possession, one team-wide game. This is all they need to do to stay in this, but they're gonna need to start picking up the kills quick here as Incognito only needs 7 more. And the camo is about to go into the suit of Ryan Noob as he takes that win. Mental Karmea taking the win, and this one's looking all but potentially over for Roku as Incognito has built a strong control and lead.
Ryan Noob has the camo, but in this sense, able to utilize it where we haven't seen much throughout the game. Camo's been deleted very quickly throughout today. And in this case, there it goes. I said he's got the camo, he's gonna use it, and he gets taken down. He did soften up a couple of players to set up teammates for success, and 1 kill away now for Incognito. Mental looking to put the finishing touch on this game. Ends with 18 slays on the board, and that is a tied series between these two titans.
And if you're gonna go over 12 deaths like we saw there from Mental, you gotta have a game like that where you're approaching almost 20 kills. A wildly excellent game despite going over 12 kills there. So it's not always black and white. There's always so many nuances and just unique scenarios that play into it. At the time, he was 14-2, positive 2, but the lead was dwindling. It was looking like Roku was potentially coming back, and it was almost like this collective, let's just stomp on the brakes. Guys, I'm already at 12 kills. I might get to 13, 14, but as long as we all commit and go and everybody holds forward, we can close this one out. And we saw exactly that from Incognito. And we have a very quick start to game 3. I'm not sure who the host is, but if it was Roku, they want to forget that one and move on.
All right, game number 3 is getting loaded up, but here's a quick look at the overall series. We know for sure we're gonna see that game 4 oddball on live fire, which I am grateful for. I love live fire. I love the oddball game mode. We'll be seeing that, but before we can get there, Stronghold Recharge is where one of these teams really sets themselves up for success. And you know, Makowski, I'm sorry, but as the good duo that I am, I'm going to put you on the spot. Which team takes this game number 3?
I gotta lean back into Roku. I think Sparty had a very uncharacteristic bad game there, and it wasn't even that he had a Sparty just didn't look like Sparty that match. So I'm expecting a return to form for him in this one, and his team coming out on top. But based on what we saw from Incognito, they're totally up for this challenge, and I'm loving, again, the duo that we have 3 duos here, and then a 4th is in Karmea and Mental. And I talked about watching them to see how they perform, and they are, not only is Incognito up to the task, but more specifically Karmea and Mental are, and that's exactly why we're tied here at 1 as we hop on board with the aforementioned Karmea.
All right, well, I'm going to be rooting for Incognito just so that it feels even from team to team. They both need, a little bit of a cheerleader. Not that we have, much impact on the game outside of just predictions and having a good time with watching it. But Mental coming out with so many slays in that last match is really trying to set himself up as, not a former Gears pro, but maybe a potential Halo pro. Someone definitely keep your eye out as we head into Season 2 here in just a few short months. But Rain is the player on the screen right now. needs the repulsor from Renegade, and it's going to be too much combined with the team fire. Spartan comes through, he jumps through the window and kind of saves the day, keeping Renegade alive with that shock rifle.
And that's a little bit more of what we saw earlier from Recharge and Renegade. Full control of that shock rifle. Really, this is his favorite spot on the bat ledge. Looking like Batman as he takes down Ryanoob. Has Soul Snipe coming into his scope here as help. As Karmea is in the back of C here. But Karmea, all he needs to do is stay alive. And the cavalry should arrive and take down Soul Snipe, as we see that from Mental. So great bait there from Karmea, really dangling his life out on the line. But because he knew he had teammate support, he was able to stay alive there and get the takedown. But Ryanoob goes down, Rain goes down. And if Incognito wants to come back here from this early start here for Roku, they're going to have to take down a Renegade and that shock rifle.
Very reminiscent to game 2 of the previous series, which was a Slayer on Recharge, and Renegade again with the shock rifle. That was the turning point in that Slayer match, and right now he has to be the priority target #1 on the side of Incognito, because he is rotating, he's finding cover, and he's being patient to pick those shots when he wants them.
Sparty doing a great job bouncing back.
Right around the corner.
We mentioned him needing to do that as Renegade no scopes Ryanoob, almost baited him out. I think Ryanoob heard footsteps there, and I think Renegade meant to do that right there. Pull him kind of out of his spot.
Was killing me.
Incredible job there from Renegade as he takes down another. So Repulsor, he's just getting tricky with it at this point as he gets the double kill. Karmea looking to stop the bleeding as he's the last player alive. A potential to win this Piv and win B, but no, he's going to trade out and lose B. Scoring remains in the hands of Roku.
And Roku are climbing that scoreboard quickly, now extending their lead to I can't do the math, I'm sorry. It's going too quick. They have a significant lead right now, and Druk is holding on to this A side. This is a potential for a triple cap as he clears out that kill. He hops on the zone. Most of the fight is happening at back of Attic or Gold, kind of contesting for B, but at least for this moment, that triple cap is coming through, and your pick of Roku coming into this game 3 is starting to look really good.
Yeah, and one other thing I'm noticing here, Magic, is just how easy the game is looking for. Oh my gosh, that would have been wild. But the game, okay, here's from a Halo campaign perspective. Looked like Roku was playing on Legendary in game 2, right? Like they were going up against the Jackal snipers on Halo 2. They're getting melted. But in game 3 here, they've loaded the game up on easy mode. It just looks like that, especially in watching. I don't know. You look at the way these guys are moving around the map. It's a totally different landscape than it was before, and I think it's because of the improved player of Sparty here in this game 3. Just did, like I said, a very uncharacteristic game 2, and he's bouncing back, and so too is the team.
No, I think I understand what you're saying. That game number 2 looked very like dicey, right? Like back and forth, and even moments in game number 1 looked like it was quite the fight. But now this is the first like domination that we have seen throughout the series. This is the first control, like you said, that easy mode, and Roku is making it look easy with their rotations, with their team fire, and with their control of all of the utility across the maps.
And Renegade again. Well, let's lean it back to him. And Sparty's having a great game, but it's Renegade with most kills, most assists, and least deaths. Absolutely fragging out, being the leader his team needs here to take down an Incognito squad that looked very scrappy and up to the task in game 2.
There's one mode that you can come back from a large deficit. It is Stronghold, and that's the job in front of Incognito right now, as they have this brief AC hold, but it's broken up so quickly by Druk with the use of the commando, the melee coming through. And now we're looking at a potential AB hold with only 13 seconds between Roku taking this win and Druk winning another 1v1 is just locking down this zone. In fact, it takes him a long time to get deleted finally by Mental, but I think it's going to be too little too late.
I agree, and despite the score and the time, it's almost like Incognito's early on, just 5 minutes into this game, they're already in desperation mode. We saw Ryanoob almost recklessly sprinting towards A without really, I think if the game was closer, I don't think that's a play Ryanoob makes. So it just goes to show when you take these early leads, you can start making your opponent overextend and desperate, which is what we're seeing here from Roku.
Yeah, you wouldn't normally categorize Ryan Noob as a reckless player. What was the word you said earlier? Grizzly veteran, I think was the phrasing that you used to describe him, which is a little bit more consistent with his play style. And now he's in a very Renegade-esque position on the map with this shock rifle in hand here at Attic. He tries to line up a shot on Druk. He does some damage, but it's not enough. It will set up the finish on that kill, though, with use of the melee. And I don't want to say that they're back in this game, but at least they're giving us a strong showing as they creep up towards that 100-point mark. They have everything on the line right now in this match. If they give up one set of zone control, that's going to be a GG's on this game 3.
Mental doing his best to give his team the chance to come back, earns himself the double kill, eventually goes down there, but Rain picks it up at Elevator, so that's 3 down. Make it 4 for Roku. And don't look now, but Incognito with control of this shocker and gold could potentially come back.
They are certainly mounting a comeback. They were pretty much non-existent in the first minutes of this game, but now they are crossing just close to that halfway mark. But this switch here, Ryan Noob, seeing that A is about to get flipped. No, A doesn't get flipped. Instead, he hops on C. B is the zone that gets flipped. No, he didn't capture it. It was a second away from being captured. It was at 98%, and that might just be game over.
Oh my gosh, the clutch play over at C. Magick, and you are right, that'll do it. As Incognito goes down, despite looking like they were up for the comeback challenge, Roku comes out with the decisive. I think that game lasted 6-7 minutes. That game lasted as long as a Slayer, despite being a Strongholds match. So just goes to show how up to the task Roku was there in that game 3.
We've certainly seen some long and drawn out Stronghold matches, but this was not one of them. The high octane energy coming out as Roku set the stage with that significant early lead. Renegade ends the game with a 14.0 KDA. Some of that action was with the shock rifle, but using pretty much every utility in his hands. What a great showing here from the Roku squad.
And when you have more assists than death like Renegade did, he is just not only slaying out himself, but he's opening up the map for everybody else. He's what created that quote-unquote easy mode that we saw there in game 3. And actually, it was very impressive from Incognito. They pushed back, and the game stopped looking so easy for Roku. So they did a good job answering there, but it's not enough as we set our sights now on a decisive, potentially series-ending game 4 on Livefire Oddball.
So much on the line as we look toward these matches that will guarantee the money, right? The winner of this does indeed go to grand finals. I know I faked y'all out earlier, but we are at the winners finals. So the winner will guarantee themselves in the money. As we head on to an Oddball live fire, we do see that Incognito backs up against the wall, and Makowski, I have to give you credit. They came through. I'm sorry, Roku came through. As you said, you felt that they were going to take game 3, and they more than doubled up that scoreline.
Yeah, Magick. The better team just you've got to respond when you lose that game 2, right? So we saw that from Roku. Saw a great job of power positioning control. Renegade with that shocker seemingly had it in his hands at all time. And then you just had, like I said, everybody else on the map was just kind of playing their game, doing their thing. And when you've got a Renegade that's going 2.0, 3.0 positive, and he's getting the most assists, least deaths.
Yes.
And there's just really nothing you can do. It's one of those rare occurrences where the skill gap is really at play individually, and Renegade shining here in the series.
I hate to see, because I know like where this is leading. I'm looking for that final almost capture on C. That was really the emphasis at the end of the game. Like I'm almost like shrinking back from the screen because like you can feel it. The grass, it was right here. Look at the capture. I mean, can we go back and like freeze it where that zone was at like 95% captured? I want to see this diamond just. I think it might have been a second. It was so close. Look at it. Look at this. Look at the bottom of the middle of the screen. Look how close. And if he hadn't, he jumps off of the zone, or does he get repulsed away?
But this goes back to what I was saying earlier about building up that huge lead. Mental, overextending, misposition. Can we rewind it again?
Sorry, producers, you're doing awesome.
Anyways.
No, we don't have time. We got a game 4.
Mental got away, and then he had to come back to see, but it was too late. If they're in a more contested game, Mental's just going to play his pace and make sure they control C. step one, then go to A. Instead, he tried to skip a step because he was down by so much, and that's why they lost that game here. As we hop on board here with a potentially decisive game 4 with Karmea.
Well, here is game number 4. This is the only game we were guaranteed after that 1-1 tie from game number 2. But if we want to see a game 5, it's all on the shoulders of Incognito. And off the rip, they go to make it 3 down. And Renegade, off of that huge performance, is not letting off of the gas.
Seeing a little bit more of the same from Roku in that game 3. Ryanu versus Renegade. Renegade seemingly getting the better of him throughout, and I kind of feel like Magic this game could benefit Incognito taking that two-fourths of that former E United roster. They were incredible on Oddball. They were incredible at playing a very setup-focused game, but almost a splitting image from Roku, looking more like that E United squad as they've got the early setup in the 30-plus second lead.
It's so interesting because, like, you might expect or anticipate one thing and then the opposite plays out right in front of you. It all comes down to the way they're playing the game right here, right now, and we can look for those patterns, right? We can draw those comparisons, but at the end of the day, only the 8 players going to decide the outcome of this game, or even the play style. And whatever play style Roku has, it is working for them as they seemingly out of nowhere, already up past halfway point on this round, 52-0.
And despite not being the official HCS team, they really do have a strategy. They really do have a play style here, as we see Soul Snipe once again taking the onus on himself to earn the objective time for his team, as all 52 seconds are in the hands of Soul Snipe. So you want to talk about a play style. You want to talk about having that sort of rhyme and reason established. Renegade, Sparty, let him rock. Soul Snipe and Druck, let him be that duo. Let Soul Snipe be that objective freak that he's been so far in this tournament. And it's looking like a pretty good chemistry and a recipe for success here if you're Roku.
I love you referencing back to Soul Snipe, who had 146 seconds on Oddball last time we saw them in play, and now already with 52 seconds racked up. We do see a little bit of a response now from Incognito. Again, this team with their backs against the wall, they need to have a response as they get their first time on the clock, and Rain is trying to just hold off this wave of attack using the snipe, but in comes the slide there from Druck with the heat wave, takes down that kill, and looking for more. Karmea is going to shut him down.
And a potential here to maybe rotate towards Sparty after they take him down. They do just that. So you're down by 20 seconds. Do you want to take that back to A, where you're potentially giving back control to Roku in a spot where they could run with it? Or are you going to rotate it here to Sniper Tower? That's my question. That's what I'm looking for here. If we could get an eye on the Oddball after we see this sequence go down. Ryan goes down.
Hey!
There it is. The rotation to Snipe Tower. This sets Incognito up not only to prevent that just runaway round 1 win for Roku, but they're now in the lead.
Yeah, that was a great hold, and these have been some significant chunks of time, which makes me think that this reset is going to be crucial to whichever team can win it out. It was a great C rotation there coming out from Incognito that bought them a lot of time, but Druck, I think there was a little bit of friendly fire from that commando, and now trying to stay alive. Here comes Renegade Sniper, gets the body shot, but ends up only with an assist off of it.
And that's huge because Renegade has showed he is up to the challenge for dominating with those power weapons in his hand, not only making the most use out of them, but he's not letting anybody from Incognito get a hold of it. However, though, at the moment, it looks like Druck able to pick up that sniper rifle and the heat wave that Renegade dropped. So a great combination for Druck, and we're going to see if they can put it to good use here by earning themselves that overshield as well.
Just a 1 second difference between the two teams as another reset comes through, and what was kind of a slower start is now a tooth and nail fight to the finish. Here comes Karmea sneaking away the Oddball, being the primary objective holder on the side of Incognito, but Renegade picking up a heat wave at top mid is going to be a problem. Now, Karmea, Oddball holder, also has that overshield. Usually you'd see that tossed off and use that overshield to kind of like push the issue or hold the defensive line, but instead he's just buying some seconds with it.
Yeah, that's really shocking there. I thought Karmea had a great opportunity to hand the Oddball off to mental push out with his teammate Ryanu. So now not only you've got overshield, you've got numbers pushing out, but they didn't take advantage of any of that as we saw Karmea just sort of like plodding along with what 5-6 seconds of extra milk that just was not worth it, especially when you look at the opportunity cost of that overshield there.
Okay, we gotta shout out Karmea though. 12 kills and only 6 deaths. So the most kills on the team, the least deaths, and the most objective time. And we saw this similarly from, I believe it was it Renegade a couple games back that you mentioned that stat line. And now Karmea is trying to do everything for Incognito, but they don't seem to have that team harmony that Roku is starting to display for us.
And Karmea himself going down there to Druk. It's going to be really tough, though, for Druk to stay alive. But Ryu goes down as well. So it's a net +1 there for Roku as we see 3 go down for Incognito and just 2 for Roku. And because of that, they're going to regain control here at A. Is it going to be the final hold, which nets them round 1? We're about to find out.
Incognito have time for about 1 push, but if they lose this battle, that is going to be round 1, just 10 seconds away. Mental is stacking up alongside the teammate, tossing out some grenades, but the clock is ticking. Now you see the sense of urgency coming through. Mental with a little bit of early damage and dealing out more, but all 4 go down for Incognito, and all Soul Snipe has to do is hang on to that hot potato to secure round 1.
And it was a back and forth round 1. We saw Roku take the early lead. Incognito answered back and took a slight lead, but Roku answering back to the answer back and taking that round 1. Let's see how they can carry that momentum here into round 2.
All right, Renegade 11 and 12 right now, so maybe a little bit surprised at both double digits for kills and deaths. Hasn't really had that lockdown potential that we've seen from him with either the shock rifle or the sniper on this map. Druk 17 and 8, the slaying leader in this game. And Renegade, oh my goodness, we might have had a slower start, but the ninja does not disappoint.
And despite that, though, it's a ninja for Roku, but it's map control and numbers control, surprisingly enough, for Incognito. And they've got the sniper. Oh, I love that use of the overshield there by Ryanoob. He waited until he took a little bit of damage. Didn't take enough damage to where he made it risky, in that he might have gone down and lost overshield. Only took about 25% shield damage, popped the overshield, and as a result, he had just enough extra that he needed to go on this kind of spree he's looking at right now.
Oh, look at that. Back-to-back body shots of the snipe. Clean up with the BR. Ryanoob making it look easy. And with it, Incognito should get some time on the clock. I say that because that oddball is still out in no man's land. It looks like Rain is going to step up to the plate to beat that objective holder, allowing Ryanoob to continue with this slaying ability. Still has a little bit to work with in that sniper, but it is getting worn down. So Karmea getting in on the action as well.
And Ryanoob's route right now is so perfect. He's just circling around A. He went underneath the tunnels and back up the sandbags and then back into A, and he's getting damage down on Sparty after getting a headshot on the previous opponent. So the reason we're seeing this wild opening start here in round 2 is because of Ryanoob. And look at the position. He's going right back to it. Does he have the stick? No, he repulses the sticky away. But like I said, just the route he's running right now, the sort of the process that he's going through has been really, really efficient.
All right, game 2, we saw Soul Snipe with that sneaky camel pull, and now we see Soul Snipe and again a sneaky oddball grab, right? We saw all the slays happening on the side of Ryanoob. Meanwhile, behind him, oddball carrier is taken down, and Soul Snipe just wasting no time picking that up. But they do have a little bit of a deficit to work back from. Definitely going to help now to see Renegade, Heat Wave, Overshield in hand. 2 players up at Nest. If he can get over there, he's going to get a cleanup kill, but he has to watch out for a potential repulsor. I don't know if it's in the hands of Ryanoob, but if you're that Overshield player, you need to be aware of what other equipment might be in the equation. In this case, though, the BR is getting the job done. Renegade making it look easy, and he's thirsty for more kills as he cleans up Karmea as well.
Yeah, surprising to see some points going down for Incognito despite going all 4 down, it looked like. So it's another one of those kind of like milk situations that aren't, the juice isn't really worth the squeeze there. But despite this is incredible. Now we see Roku with numbers down and Renegade getting time. I guess the strat now is going into season 2 is to be down in numbers and up in oddball time.
Okay, I got it. So pro strats run out, die, but still somehow hold on to the objective. I don't know. I'm confused about how this is working, but they're defying all odds with this objective control, and even now we see the slays on the side of Roku you would think would lead to Incognito with objective time, but not if they can't deal with the final standing player. That's Renegade. The kill comes through, but Rain, he gets traded back out. So even off of all 4 down, Incognito haven't got a touch on that oddball.
And now in this situation that's almost a parallel from round 1, Incognito can elect to just hold here at A. They don't need to rotate it towards green or snipe tower where they have an easy play ball because they're much more in this game, only down 10 here. So I'm going to be very curious to see how they respond with Renegade once again with that heat wave. All right, at this point, if I'm the coach, which I don't think anybody's playing with a coach in this tournament, I just realized, but if I'm the player coach, I am calling out that heat wave. I'm timing it. Guys, we need to not let Renegade touch it one more time because every time he touches it, they go on a run.
Absolutely right. It's a good call whether they have coaches or not, but it looks like Soul Snipe's actually going to be the one to win that over. Renegade was there, but kind of rotated a little bit more towards cuts, and now Soul Snipe with the heat wave. That might have been the deciding factor, right? I have the heat wave, let him have the overshield as well so they can just full send it for these kills. Roku now getting back control. They have a 15-second lead. 2 players go down, however. A nice little ricochet grenade, though, from Mr. Soul Snipe before he is rushed, and he doesn't hide. He goes after that fight, gets the player down to 1 shot, looking to see if that assist can come through the feed.
That pre-fire grenade shows me that the comms are on point here for Roku. The timing just perfect. Right as Karmea came around that corner, he was eating a mouthful of lead and shrapnel as the comms coming in, and so too does the grenade for Roku.
I don't like that metallic taste. You know, Ryan Noob gonna have to play the ball here. They're 8 seconds down, but they did make a little bit of a comeback on that grab. The reset here looks to be in the hands of Roku, who are up 1-0 in this. So they are just 35 seconds away from locking down the game, locking down the series, locking down their spot in the grand finals. And Spartan is going full send mode, cleaning up kill after kill. And you talked about the comms being on point. The way Roku is playing, they are never not locked onto a target. They are so confident on their moves and on their shot placements that you can tell that the comms are in place.
And another thing that keys in on that is that it looks like, again, we talked about this earlier, a lot of players from Incognito running away with low shields back to the head shown to their opponent. And the other thing is it looks like Roku is always shooting at the same opponent. And look at this. An example right here is Soul Snipe and his teammate here locked in on Karmea. Because of that, he goes down on cuts. And Soul Snipe and friends earned themselves another overshield.
I think it was Renegade on the team fire there, not 100%, but it looked like that team fire for sure was working. Renegade does survive that plasma pistol and is going to pick it up for himself. And now just 15 seconds between this team taking the win. Druck with the sniper at Ness, and he's pushing for that kill. What a perfectly placed grenade. Don't scope on your teammate. That made me nervous. 5 seconds, 4, 3. They're looking at grand finals, and that's gonna be it. Roku coming out in full force in this game number 4, take a decisive victory, and all signs point to this team being a force to be reckoned with.
And the legendary rivalry between Spartan and Ryanoob adds another page to the book as Spartan gets the best of him here in this JJ Events HaloHub tournament. Almost seemingly convincingly. I was very impressed to see them win that game 3, but I think that was just game 2. I think that was really just a slip up from Roku. They seem to be up to the challenge, and I really think Magic going into this grand finals, they have to be the favorite.
Yeah, definitely a team to watch out for. Coming through the winner's bracket is an advantage for them, of course, but as well as their gameplay really speaking to the ability of these 4 players individually. I don't think that's a surprise to us. I think that what is kind of sealing the deal, at least in my mind, is the fact that the comms are there, the team fire is there, and some of those intangibles that make them look like a strong force as a solid squad of 4. So we will be seeing this team moving into the grand finals. Who they're going to be up against is going to be left to be decided, but Makowski, wow, what a great display of Halo we've had here in front of us. A big thanks to JJ Events, HaloHub, and all the sponsors, including Skull Candy. I love that they're offering a set of headsets, or rather 4 headsets, to one of the teams competing here, because without the players, we don't have a tournament. Anything you want to share here about the tournament or the teams before we sign off? We sign off, not the tournament.
Just want to say thanks again to LVT, to Skull Candy, to JJ Events, to HaloHub, to everybody in the chat and in the Halo community for coming together for this preseason action. And like I said, surely we don't have an HCS tournament on our hands here, but this is such a cool kind of sneak peek as to what teams might look like going into season 2. Like I said at the start of the broadcast, there's never been more uncertainty, and there's never been it's so much up in the air with Halo. So a lot of this is getting determined, and we're getting a little bit of a sneak peek here with tournaments like this here. So again, a huge shout out to the organizers and the broadcast team for putting this together and giving us a little bit of Halo action way ahead of schedule.
No, you love to see all the people coming together, from staff to sponsors, and I'm just grateful to have been invited to be here, a part of it. So the man responsible, thank you so much, Brandon, for letting us be here, be a part of it. This was certainly a fun day.
I have thoroughly enjoyed having you guys here. Excellent cast out of Magick and Makowski from quarterfinals all the way through the winter bracket finals, and you guys delivered. So thank you for that. Excellent game for sure. We're going to cut to a quick break. Magick and Makowski are out. We're bringing in Toolez and YNOT be casting himself. He's kind of a big deal. And that'll be right on the other side of this break.
Every time you plug in, a portal opens. Be anything. Be everything. Edge of your seat. Eyes wide. Ears open. Ready to react. For the thrills. For the rush, for the win. An experience so visceral, you'll forget if you're here or there. This is Skull Candy Gaming. Feel it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We have completed the winner bracket portion of this tournament. Now we move on to the elimination portion of this tournament. And with that also comes a casting change. That's, of course, we have YNOT and we got Toolez joining us. Tony, how you doing, man? Give yourself an introduction. I don't know that anybody's ever heard of you.
Well, what's up, guys? Why not be reckless? AK wanna be casting. I'm kind of a freaking big deal. If you don't know, now you know. It's actually been a while since I've done that before. Feels good. Feels good to be here, Louis.
Good. I knew we had to get one more out of your system before it. I don't know if it ever comes back. And then, of course, we have Toolez, man. Honestly, Toolez, one of the best casters in the game, one of the best minds as a caster in the game as well. Toolez, how you doing, man?
Doing good, man. You can't give me that much of an ego. I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna run to the store. Maybe I should be in this elimination round 9. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're just letting it dust off the controller. Me and Tony. Hey, next time JJ has an event, bro, we're gonna be in. Oh my God, yo, you're getting kind of ripped.
I'm ready. I'm yo. You know what? I keep telling them, don't make me come around this caster's desk. It's about time.
Hey,
It's about time.
it is about time. We have a list of sponsors that we're going to go through. I'm going to list off the sponsors, and then you guys you can read over what changed. But we have Skull Candy, Elemento Dragons, Proton Gaming, Lime Juice, Galaxy Hound, Damascus Gaming, Quantum Threat, Blazer Force, Pepper.gg, the legendary C4, and then Kin Glowed. Kin Glowed was the late edition sponsor, but this man made a difference. Toolez, can you let me know what changed?
Yeah. I think we had $1,000 originally. Now the price pool increased to $1,200. So thanks for coming in at the last moment and helping increase our prize pool today. First, second, and third are going to take home an extra couple bucks for their effort today.
Indeed. Well, I can confirm that we're getting started into game number 1. This is a best of 3. Tony and Toolez, it's all you.
I'm really interested. I just looked at the prize breakdown right there. First place is 700, second place 350, third place 150. So really a lot on the line. Everybody's going for that number 1 spot as opposed to number 3 right there. $700. That's pretty nice. You know what? Toolez, I think it's time we dust off the controller for next one.
First place, that's a good chunk of change for our time. You know what I'm saying? Getting first place, $700. Both these teams not in the money right now. They need to continue on in this tournament. Top 3 is what gets paid, so they need to make their way to the elimination final all the way to the end of this tournament. Whoever loses this game goes home with no prize money.
And I find this matchup to be really interesting. You know, you have Saucy, which is 3/4 to that Team War from Team War, and Squale, who's believed to be formerly of G1, has been running with Team War for a little bit in scrims. Obviously, Tony Two-Turn, formerly of that, the very same roster. Really excited to see Saucy in this tournament. And you have Proton, who's one of the sponsors, so I feel like they should start off with a 1-0 series lead. It's only right. 2 of the original members of Oxygen Esport, Common and Haynes. Joining them is Cortex, formerly of Black Can, and then Breaking Shot, who if he's not already one of your favorites in the lobby, I know for a fact he is. He plays super fast, bound-esque, and really has a shot to match.
But I'm really interested in the Saucy roster though, Tony, because you know, we're in a roster mania period, and this is looking like a potential roster. You know what I'm saying? This might not just be a pickup squad. Some very talented players over here. Like, we got Rami, formerly of SSG, Onboard, formerly of Fnatic, Tony Two-Turn, and Squale, who had stints over at G1. Squale, I believe, still signed over there, but, you know, who knows what's going on in the grand scheme of rosters. But all of these players extremely talented and have played at the highest level. And, you know, I think this is the first time I'm seeing them play as a 4-stack. I like it on paper. That's all I'm going to say, Tony. I think this is a roster that has potential to grow into something larger than its parts.
They've been putting in the work in scrims. Now it's time to see if they can put in that work here in tournament play. Tony Two-Turn quickly able to steal away that overshield. Now going to make his way onto the seaside. Multiple members trained on him. Doesn't care though. Hands on the people's elbow. It's 3 down. Go Proton Gaming. Looks how he dipsy doodles around the seaside. Another 3 down. This time able to stay alive. Snatching away. See a triple cap in favor of Saucy. Finally, they're able to put some good points on the board. Proton Gaming currently have the lead.
I love that from Tony, right? He's getting a little left, a little right, a little looking like a little bit like AI out there. And that's honestly the best way to describe Tony Tuchin. This player is so fast. No, Allen Iverson with the way he crosses up on the map, Tony. I mean, just look at how fast he is when it comes to getting into these challenges and how so often he gets the opponent's reticle to go in a little bit of a spin. You know what I'm saying? He's so slippery and just one of those players that has individual talent that shines through for a roster.
You talking about what the king of cross is? I thought you called him a bot for a second. I thought you called him an AI. I was confused.
I can't
for
be
a second.
that disrespectful.
I didn't know. But you know what? I heard AI crossed up Jordan, and I already know that Comm is the next Jordan. So as of right now, Tony better cross him up in this matchup. And Squale off a screen, able to get the big kill. And my man Chris Common, I call him Jordan because the man barely misses a shot. Fade away, gonna connect to the body. Goes right after Rami, and now Envoy, you might just be next to 2v1, 1v2, doesn't matter. I told you, bro. I tell you, he got the moves like Michael Jackson, got the shot of Michael Jordan. The man's about to be the greatest of all time.
Yeah, AI, you know, Tony might be crossing him up, but Common, he's going hard in the paint. He doesn't matter who's next to him, man. He's going in. He has that sniper. He's putting hard body shots, getting the finishes on those kills, and most important of all, getting the correct position ready for this overshield. If anyone jumps up, his sniper is trained and ready for the fight. He has to take care of the stragglers though. Ramy's from in front. Overshield still up for grabs, and Common, he needs to get this one away. He will be successful at that, and this is time for a back-breaking push. If Common and the crew can start getting aggressive with that overshield, push for these trip caps, they can quickly get this game in their favor.
But 3 members of Sauce are able to come off a spawn, breaking right out of the mud, taking away C quickly. Luckily, Breaking Shot comes in with a huge double kill, has one more player to deal with, not able to do so. Squale, another player that barely misses a shot, able to clear out the C side. And we still have that double cap in favor of Proton Gaming, but Saucy are already working on the overextension.
So one-on-one Commando versus BR. Get used to that one, because boy, oh boy, does that buff hit hard. Ramy gets the kill with the newest powerful weapon in the game, man. That Commando hits harder than a sack of bricks. And when you have a player like Ramy having it in his hands, you can expect to see the respawn screen.
There's a reason why we gotta call him Saucy. It's Saucy with the movement, but the trade doesn't going in. 2 down for each of these teams, and this next play gonna be so important. Back to 1v1 here now with Squale and Breaking Shot. Breaking Shot gets himself a beautiful double kill. Saucy ends up going multiple down. The spawner's coming in, but doesn't give a damn. Multiple shots being fired right now. Saucy losing momentum. If that was me personally, I wouldn't take that. I don't know what's going on. Proton Gaming taking over here on Live Fire.
What's going on is Breaking Shot and Common are tag teaming Saucy. The two of them are just going in and getting their kills. They're feasting on the opponents, combining for 25, and now great position for the overshield is Proton. Cortex has the flank. Haynes is on the overshield. They just need to survive this push. Onboard goes down. Squale's last. But is the finish there? Squale's the last player alive, but he has the potential to get the overshield. And look what's just happened. Saucy, they went 3 down. They're going to lose a hill, but they've gotten the overshield, and Squale's already on the counter offensive.
And now you see Proton Gaming really being trapped over toward the B side. Love having 1 or 2 players ratting on that Bravo side, anticipating the push. But when you're trapped like that, Squale's gonna make you pay. And with that, an overkill, shredding Proton Gaming. This ain't Big Bang Theory. I don't know what's going on. Saucy run Live Fire.
Squale gets the overshield, and then he gets the 2-for-1 special. 1 BR shot, 2 kills. All of Proton Gaming were trapped at the back of B. It's a dual-edged sword when you don't get that overshield. They put the resources into getting B. Overshield went to Squale, and then the spawns, they kept happening at B, and well, a glowing Squale took advantage. Overkill in the feed, and a beautiful play for the side of Saucy.
Common now able to get that sniper rifle in hands. Continuing that momentum now is Proton Gaming flipping it onto Saucy. Squale now flying at Common. Common finally goes down. Sniper rifle should end up changing hands here. Squally always doing a great job of playing his life, comes right back in. Nothing flashy. The man simply hits his shots as he's doing exactly that against Haynes, forcing him to back down. Haynes being a very hard target, and all of that a distraction. Eventually, Squally goes down, but so do 4 members of Proton Gaming, and Saucy are already putting pressure on the spawning players. Well played by Saucy.
Now, Envoy maybe getting caught up a little bit of his hubris right there. Did not de-challenge whatsoever, and then the rest of his teammates start to fall. Tony, he got a little bit caught up. The bloom of the commando proves to be too much. They all fall down, and Proton have a great position for this overshield. They cannot make the same mistake. You have to get away with this one, but Squally's looking to play upset again. Common shuts him down early, and this could be the change of the tide for Proton Gaming.
There's no shot that you can go multiple down right as that overshield is coming up. You're gonna pay every single time. Breaking shot, breaking logic right now, breaking the map, holding down this sandbag side is going to be so important. Not able to connect with the sniper shot. Looks like Squall able to take down Haynes largely because of it. Cortex finally popping that overshield, trying to get value out of it. Somehow Squall playing his life. They're able to deal with it, but clearly the damage has been done. All it's a distraction for the rest of Saucy now to get into position. Multiple going down for Proton Gaming. Saucy, who are just at the most disadvantageous position that you can imagine, are able to play their life, able to distract the enemy team, get right back in the play. Now the AB setup in favor of Saucy as they command the lead once again.
Envoy is such an important player in the puzzle right now, keeping those back B spawns, having to cross, and because of his shots, you can see Proton Gaming is going to have to change their approach. They all leave that angle. They're going through the middle. And now towards A, Squall has all that pressure that mounts into him. And honestly, I feel as if Saucy should have been able to see that a bit earlier. When Onboard didn't see anyone challenge towards Nest and he had that angle, you have to expect the counter push from somewhere else. 3 players pop out of Rat Tunnel, and suddenly you start to see the spawns get flipped and Proton Gaming back on the aggressive.
Love the fact that everybody's very even in slays right now. This is an even attack across the board, no weak links. As I see breaking shot, 16 kills and the 10 assists to go along with it. I'm really happy about that. Really happy that Envoy puts his 16th on the board, gets his 10 assists as well, combining the heat wave with the sniper rifle, clearly making T-Squared proud at the moment, as I believe that overshield was coming up. Heat wave being put to work immediately, frying 1 as 2 quickly going down for Proton Gaming. That overshield gets snatched up by Envoy. Proton Gaming may have the lead, but the question is for how long, because they do not have those resources.
Now when it starts to rain, it pours. The overshield, the heat wave, the sniper, all in the possession of Envoy right now, and he's not slowing down. He wants to get into this action. 2 players ahead of him, and while he has the ultimate tool of destruction, unfortunately he runs out of bullets, and breaking shots able to survive, and now has an opportunity to make a counter play for his team.
Proton Gaming showed what they can do back at Orlando. They really showed that they were the real deal, but now they're being tested here by Saucy, and they're going toe-to-toe with one of the best in the business here in game number 1, and we know how important these game 1s are in best of 3 series. One false move and Saucy will really be in trouble, and they're already down by quite a bit, but the A and B side now attempting to be taken over here by Saucy. Envoy and Rami getting back-to-back kills. Once again, Proton Gaming going 3 down. You have to value those lives, especially toward the end game, and they just immediately went 4 down.
Well, everything just went right there for Saucy. Not only did they get the kills at A and B, but Squally was lurking at the back of tower, able to take care of the first spawner, and now suddenly Proton, they're in desperation mode. They have no map control. They have to push, get into this B. They're quickly running out of time. Only 6 more ticks for Saucy to win this game.
Time definitely a factor here for both of these squads as Proton Gaming gets themselves another double cap. Breaking shot gets right out of the action, but hunts it down quickly. Common ends up following him as well. Multiple players hitting the floor as Proton Gaming once again go 4 down. Envoy rips an overkill, taking down the entire enemy team by himself and stealing that game. The Saucy, beautifully played by young Envoy.
And it just shows you how map control can really domino into an effect. Onboard plays cleanup crew. The janitor comes in, gets all 4 for an overkill that ends the game. We had 2 overkills in that game, and I have to say we saw the Ken Glode play of the game that time, Tony. I mean, remember Squale's overkill and how much of an impact it had in that game. An absolute beautiful turn of events in this game.
It really was. I'm going to open things up. This is why you have to get the overshoot. This is why you have to break out of your spawn as well. As you see, multiple members of Proton Gaming stuck over toward the green side, but it's not just about that. It's about communication. It's about this flawless execution by Saucy to surround your opponent, to collapse on them. Quickly, 3 going down. The rest of his team being just great teammates, calling him out, putting a couple of warning shots in, and allowing Squale to steal away those headshots. Watch this once again. Trapped over toward the green side. Nowhere to go. Funneling them into that tunnel. And these are just easy slays, but it comes in from communication, spawn awareness, and the trust in your teammates to be as aggressive as possible, even when it comes to open field, because you know your brother in arms has your back. Beautifully played by Squale, and let's not forget Envoy's overkill to finish that game. Proton Gaming, now one of our sponsors, down 0-1, which again, I still feel like we should have gave him a free win. Tools, what do you think? They're one of the sponsors, bro. We got to give them a win.
How close were they to winning that first game? And the problem is, Tony, is with Proton, they can't really hang their head up high because they had 2 overkills dropped on them. There's no momentum to be gained in that, so maybe a free win is what they need, but we're not giving away anything for free. Let me just say that. You're going to have to come out and play at your hardest. And Saucy, well, they've gotten 4 unanswered kills to start this game. The momentum keeps rolling. Onvor has the weapon of choice in his back pocket. The collapse is in. Squale gets 2. Nothing is going right for Proton Gaming.
I've gotten a chance to sit down with the coach of G1, Eli the Ninja, and he oftentimes will say that Squale, he'll be shooting in the 70th percentile. As of right now, when you actually look at the advanced analytics, Squale is the most accurate player in Halo Infinite right now to this day, which is absolutely crazy to think about. The man's the real deal. You saw the efficiency with him getting a 2-for-1 with the VR. Hopefully he can continue that, because you know Proton Gaming are hungry right now for a win. They desperately want to send us into a game 3.
Hey, you know, honestly, Squale in a different life, he's probably a brain surgeon or something of how steady his hands are. There's no shake at all. When he locks on, he is a precise player. And, well, I mean, it shows in the stats, right? Like you said, he's constantly shooting above average. He's constantly hitting every shot, and it makes it so he can be so aggressive on these pushes.
We're going to see how Dr. Squale treats his patients right now when Proton Gaming, multiple of them going down. Hold on, I'm hearing the flat line. Beep, beep, beep. As of right now, it might have to call it. Proton Gaming, you're down by 8 kills already. You're getting doubled on him. In fact, make it 10 because the shock rifle is coming in. Hold on. Brain surgeon Squale, he might have just failed his patients here.
The problem, man, is like, what kind of defibrillator can you use to get your life back in this game? Common's doing his best, gets 2, and the camouflage to run away, but you're down by double digits, and it's not looking pretty as well. The shock rifle moves back into the hands of Onboard, and we know what this man can do with this weapon. He is a walking highlight reel when it comes to the power weapons on the map.
Squale and Rami really looking like those guys at the moment. They're both really showing out. Rami 8 and 2 assists to go along with it. Squale right behind him with 7 kills, 3 assists of his own, and Envoy now coming in. Quickness taking out Common. 3 down once again go Proton Gaming, and the dangers of that is now Saucy. The same way you saw them manipulate those spawns over towards live fire, they can do it on recharge too. They're gonna limit your exit points. Watch them quickly. That's when you see the perfect kill come in. They know exactly where they're coming out of, and they punish them. Luckily, Proton Gaming able to stack numbers, able to break out, flip that 3 down right onto Saucy, and this might be the opportunity they were looking for.
But you can't let momentum stifle your game sense in this game. It was a deceptive 2 down for Saucy in that situation. Onvor and Tony 2 turn alive in powerful positions, ready to take on the spawns, but their teammates were nowhere close to the battle, and they need to slow themselves down and not take the fights too early. Instead, they get caught out, they get punished, and they're giving opportunity for Proton Gaming to get back into this game. Big shots with the shock rifle to take down a couple, and now what was a double-digit margin starts to get closer and closer. If Proton Gaming can keep this momentum up, keep this pressure on Saucy, this is how they get back in this game. This one far from over.
And despite the lead that Saucy were able to accumulate, I mean, there's still obviously opportunity for us to criticize a bit. Like you said, their patience and discipline are going to be tested. We're not going to judge you based on when things are going downhill and easy. For you want to test you how you're going to play when your backs are against the wall. They allowed Proton out of that spawn, allowed them to breathe, and you know when you give teams an inch, they will take a mile. Now, camouflage coming up. You're seeing Proton Gaming beginning to surround it. Saucy on the offside of the map, so that camouflage should have been swallowed up by Proton Gaming, and they can use it to come back in this game, but they gotta stay alive.
Wow, what an answer from Saucy. I mean, it was a great play by Proton Gaming. They slowed the game down, pulled back. They wanted to get away with that camouflage, had the correct spawns for it, but Saucy was ready. They all got into a line of sight. They took advantage of Proton Gaming getting out of position to get that camouflage. 3 go down, and now they're outputting even more damage, getting that lead back once again. Everything seemed to be going right, and then in a snap of your fingers, it's all gone. The double-digit lead's back, and I think it's here to stay.
8 size one is now coming in for Proton Gaming. 2 trying to go gold, 2 trying to make it towards the control side. Cortex getting a big kill onto Squale, opening up an avenue for them to break in, now surround the map. 50% control now looks like it's going in favor of Proton Gaming, although they were the ones who just immediately came off a spawn. A 9-point lead still in favor of Saucy. At this point, Proton Gaming, they need clean kills. They need to get that clean 3 down. They need to punish Saucy off the spawn. This is the opportunity where you are able to test your coordination against one of the very best teams that we have in our league.
Cortex doing his best to stay alive, but look at all these blue players jumping into the control. But Cortex doesn't care. He stays alive and is now able to get his team to A spawns. Now they need to be careful about this C plat, right? Take care of Rami here. You want to get this camouflage, but you have to get the slays first because of the position of Saucy. They have quick access to this power up. If they can get 2, 3 down, then suddenly this game, it becomes possible. And Tony, what did we just see? 3 go down. Tony's last alive. Camo and shock rifle in the possession of Proton Gaming. If the comeback's gonna happen, it happens now.
And the numbers advantage so important because the moment those numbers go in favor of Proton Gaming, it's when they really start to speed up their play, and the camouflage gonna be exactly what they need to decimate and dissect their opponents like the doctors that they are. But the nades are flying in. Haynes has to stay alive over toward the gold side, breaking shots, still getting value out of the camouflage. Going to be a killing spree here. Proton Gaming, this is your opportunity, but you're 1 squad wipe away from losing the game.
Haynes has to feel bad in that situation. His teammates go down. He has the shock rifle. He has the big stick on the map, but he can't help his teammates. And suddenly that comeback, the void opens up once again. 6 kills away, but Haynes hits the big shot when it matters. Tony and Rami stuck towards control. Haynes needs to live. This game not out of reach yet, but it's hanging by a thread. As Saucy gets an opening pick, if they're able to pull this game open, they can shut the door shut again and prevent this comeback from materializing.
3 more kills needed by Saucy. Looks like Tony 2 turn breaking right out of the A side. Haynes with the shock rifle barely misses. It looks like Haynes gonna get the double kill. Hold on. Down to 1 shot he goes, able to play his life. Saucy now coming off his spawn. A beautiful shot out of Hayes. Why did Oxygen Esports let this man go? He needs to be let loose instead. He might be the reason why Proton come right back in, because it's just a 1 kill game, Garrett.
Haynes is threatening an eye of the needle, but Rami comes in, the new weapon of choice. The commando rifle punches hard, gets the 2 kills, and what could have been a massive comeback ends in Proton Gaming going home. A heartbreaking loss, but you can't let yourself get down by double digits in the first 3 minutes. It was too much to overcome, and although they had the gear, they had the tools necessary to get themselves to the summit, they weren't able to reach the apex. Rami and the crew continue on. Saucy continue their losers bracket run.
Proton Gaming go down, but man, was it close. And Garrett, I'm not gonna let you slide. No, I'm not gonna let you slide, because you done lied to me, and you done lied to all of the beautiful people that we have at home, because you told us Squale was a brain surgeon. You assured me, you said you did the numbers, you did the research, and you assured me that Squale was a brain surgeon, but little did you know he was a heart surgeon, because he stole my heart on that one. He did. I thought we were gonna go to a game 3. I was excited from it. I really was, and he done did us wrong right there, just like you did. I don't appreciate it, Garrett.
He has you under the knife, smitten with his performance. Squale had a phenomenal start to this game, and it got shaky in the middle, but it's the performances that we saw at the beginning of the game that gave them the breathing room, that let them make mistakes, right? And I think that's what's important. Honestly, can we go back a little bit, Louis? Because this is where the game starts to come back right here. And I want to talk about some game theory right here. Because if you go back and you look at this position, even a little bit more back if we can, the beginning of this play, it's very interesting to me how the numbers were in the advantage of Rami and Tony, but the position wasn't, right, Tony? They knew where the spawns were, but they weren't able to take advantage, right? Onboard gets this kill, 2, 3 go down. Haynes is last alive. It's Onboard and Tony. It's a 2v1. They're getting aggressive. They're getting on the spawns, but look at this. The spawners are happening towards C Plat and Long Haul. Immediate access to Tony and Onboard. But where are the teammates? They're spawning all the way at the back of A. So it's a deceptive numbers game. They think that they have the ability to be aggressive. Instead, they go down. 2 players go down. The shock rifle changes hands. And this is where we start to see the game get a little bit more gray, where it's not going to be this steak dinner anymore. And it shows you that not only is numbers important, map positions important, and knowing where the next spawn's going to be. Onboard Tony getting a little bit too aggressive right there. Play with your team. Make sure you have complementary angles, because you could be giving up the most important weapon on the map, and then suddenly you start to see the game get closer once again.
Was Proton Gaming's ability to break out of their spawns and break out of those setups that really kept them into that game. But for the most part, it really felt like it was all saucy at that. I mean, even when they went 3 down there, Proton able to break out and keep things close. It felt like it was only a matter of time before Saucer was able to overcome in the Slayer. We know how good of a Slayer Team War is, and this is 3/4 of that very team. And Squale is a phenomenal Slayer player as well, so he just fits right in with Saucy, able to advance forward into elimination semifinals. And we're still waiting for things to kind of come out. Hold on. Oxygen pulling off the 2-0 versus 2 easy. That means they're going to be playing against Palm Villains. It's going to be really interesting to see if Oxygen will end up winning this game, going a little bit further than the original members of Haynes and Comet. I would rather see them go up against each other. Can we redo this bracket and have Oxygen and Proton Gaming go up against each other? I mean, they are a sponsor. I say we keep them in the tournament and just move them up a little bit. We can make that happen.
Hey, you know what? We'll have to go back. We'll have to see if we can do some time traveling. You know, some Steins Gate in here. Make sure we manipulate some things. And you know, Tony, we'll see what we can do in the back room. In the meantime, we'll see. Maybe it's Palm Villains versus Oxygen, or Tony. Maybe we get the alternate timeline going and we get something different. Either way, there's a game coming after this break. We'll be right back. Palm Villains versus Oxygen, most likely. But if we get the time machine to work, we'll see what we can work out. We'll be right back after a short break.
Every time you plug in, a portal opens. Be anything. Be everything. Edge of your seat. Eyes wide. Ears open. Ready to react. For the thrills. For the rush, for the win. An experience so visceral, you'll forget if you're here or there. This is Skull Candy Gaming. Feel it.
That's.
Oh, shit, I guess one green.
Pushy.
Green. Good spot green. Good spot green. What's that green, bro? Oh, what's that green bomb?
No. Nester's done.
Nice, we
It's
killed
okay,
one in there.
We have time.
Hey, Flywood, if you shoot him on a white wall.
The enemy has captured Bravo.
Enemy team score.
Bottom mid.
I'll
turn one shot.
He's got back rows. Hey, here, bro.
Enemy smart.
They're running back green. We're good. We just need to do a push.
I think I naded B pillar. I'm not sure though.
Mute on me.
Yo, when you guys should go big, NA flat.
One cut.
Top tower, weak.
Yeah, B pillars. He's down.
Power items
We're
inbound.
forward.
C-pad weak. One shot.
Oh, I can't.
Enemy halfway
No,
to victory.
behind us.
You go dead.
Nice.
Let me so what's that? Let me
One.
so
Just me doing.
Yeah, this guy's corner going
I'll
straight.
give you.
Over to OS. There's two there. They're gonna have any walls.
He's going to. He's going to.
cuts.
Your
Pick up that sniper
team
rifle.
score.
Come on, suck
Nice, what's that?
Over
Oh my
there.
god, man.
Yo, top tower.
You're like, just snipe. Yo, any behind me.
You guys, I need to push it.
Try that, guys.
And B goes after that.
Yes, he's in spawn weird.
Kill that, kill
That was a
that.
surprise.
Alright, A and C guys, A and C, living green.
I'm already
Alright,
blue.
go.
Yeah.
In the clear.
Stronghold Charlie is off.
Big one shot. Big one shot.
You're just gonna
Yo, can you hold top tower, dude? Just sit top tower.
I got it.
Hey, they left B.
Yeah, they're
Don't
all.
me ram. Go look top main. Like, keep looking. Yo, tower one, jump up.
It's
Tower
yours.
two now.
I'm just gonna go help.
When they after, fell down, elbow.
I snipe top main. He's like half.
Two elbow.
Two tower.
Guys, good.
Up there, one shot. Both on the tower, Jamal. Both weak.
And dice, fuck. Dice, full. Full max.
I'm weak as fuck, dude.
Try to give it up, don't get tripped, dude.
Enemy team score.
You get that,
One shot
man.
back rows. One's one shot.
Two towards the B.
Body.
Too weak. I have them so weak. One that's jump. That's one shot.
Rush.
Garage that. That's one shot Triton. And one is like pillars.
I shot on Boomix.
Triton one's nest typing. And one pillars.
I have shots. You good,
Tell you where I
stay,
spawn, I'll
don't
tell
need.
you. One nest. That's one A. You guys are killing.
And pillar, never done.
I mean, next.
Nice, done. Nice. We holding them or what?
Yeah, this guy, big door going to green, I think.
Yep, pillar.
Pop their shield.
Weak pillar.
Rush, weak.
Weak there.
On me nest, guys. On me nest, inside nest.
Yeah, I'm looking.
That's one shot.
Shot me.
Attack cuts. OS guys.
Let's guys.
Shot screens. Absolute screens going for OS. Dead. Mega screens.
I shot you. That's one C. I'm gonna get C. We can hold AC for a sec.
Yeah. Manny, I'm coming towards
Gonna
you.
be my Mona. Actually, never
Actually,
mind.
Big door now to A. Big door to A.
Yeah, I'm gonna help. Yo, Andrew, play back a little bit.
And no, he actually went there. One shot, straight six.
Shot
Two there. Two cement.
Yeah, back here.
Back one. For both of the tower.
Me, sorry.
We can play.
Guys, I'm sorry.
Nest one
That's
shot.
one A. That's one A.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Guys,
Can't see
you
him.
cut on B pillars? Or nice weak.
Another near.
And more.
Top mid.
Tower one jump up.
Straight
Tower one jump up.
Alright.
Tower two jump up.
Got him.
Nice, Manny, good shit.
Give me a big door. Big
No
door.
pummel.
Or
Shot back.
OS. Guys B.
One A and B, actually. Dark side. Right.
They did it twice, bro.
I want to go.
Go B.
Nice.
Let's go to B, no?
2C.
2C, go C. Oh, go B.
Dude, he's chasing me like a dumbass. Yo, pillar door.
Look at this. I'm looking at this.
Nice push, one shot.
Let's jump up.
Pillar.
Their shields.
What's up, pillar?
Spawn behind them C. They're gonna be A.
One shot, nice push. One shot.
Bigger.
And that's one shot, bro.
Let's go.
Alright, last guy A. Full B.
Stronghold
Yes,
out.
A plat.
Your team scoring. Victory.
Nice.
Hey, dude, one thing I gotta say, bro, you're repeating like my callouts, dude. Like, bro, let me.
Every time you plug in, a portal opens. Be anything. Be everything. Edge of your seat. Eyes wide. Ears open. Ready to react. For the thrills. For the rush. For the win. An experience so visceral, you'll forget if you're here or there. This is Skull Candy Gaming. Feel it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are, of course, in the elimination round. We just saw Boo Boo's team take that first victory in this set, but I'm going to send it off to Tony and to Tools, and we're getting right in. We're loading into game number 2 right now. So, Tony, talk.
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling great. This tournament's been absolutely phenomenal so far, and I'm really happy to see us here today in another elimination bracket matchup. We already saw Boo Boo Doo and the boys absolutely shredding, really stepping up. Oxygen Esports, they really have a tough matchup on their hands, and I'm wondering if they can come out with a big win here. Both of these teams in the elimination bracket, so it's do or die right here, right now, and we're taking our battle to recharge.
I remember that shock rifle always going to be so important to your success on this map. And now with the new update, I always find that commando rifle also important. So making sure you have control and top glass, getting those commando rifles and putting them on the map. The fact that there's 2 of them and it's very feasible for you to have control of both of the spawns at once can really transform a game.
So far tied up. Start off this game, both of these teams really fighting for that camouflage, sitting over towards the mid-map. Both Boo Boo Doo and Nemesis gonna go down quickly. Oxygen Esports surrounding his camouflage. So Preston Manny trying to sneak over toward the B box. They end up going down, so this camouflage should find the hands of Oxygen Esports very soon here. Flawless execution for them to put Palm Villains 3 down. Now the question is, can they punish those spawning players that are stuck over toward the Charlie side of the map?
Yeah, that was a great display by Straight Sick right there, being patient, holding down an angle and providing opportunity for his teammates to make plays and to get that camouflage away, staying alive for a prolonged period of time and really just making the most out of his life. I always feel like Straight Sick always doesn't get the representation or I think the credit that he deserves when it comes to some of these plays that he makes for his team. A very selfless player who sets up his team for long-term success. Expect to see him play a huge impact by playing with this Auction roster. They were playing with Gilkey, but Tony, you know, I watched your video this morning. I saw that you had the inside scoop, and well, today we're seeing that remain true. Straight-Sick playing with this Auction roster, maybe a long-term addition, but I don't know. I liked Gilkey on this roster. I'm not sure, you know, this roster may be going kind of crazy, but I would like to maybe see Straight-Sick, maybe Gilkey both make their way to this roster.
I mean, hey, they were fighting together on G2. Now they're fighting for one spot in Oxygen Esports right now. Both of these players looking phenomenal on this team as they're filling in for scrims and tournament play. And so far, Oxygen Esports filling in nicely, a 17-9 lead. Trying to use that grapple to get out of harm's way to survive with that shock rifle. Not just about him staying alive and keeping his deaths low, but it's also to keep this power weapon in his hand, keep these numbers, and hopefully keep this lead.
Triton not able to survive. The pressure from Boo Boo proves to be too much, and that's going to move the weapon. The shock rifle now in his possession, and a ton of grapples to work with, so the reposition ability for him extremely high. If you start to see these players in blue fall, you expect to see Boo Boo swing on his rope to come finish these fights. But look how slow Auction's playing this position. They're letting Palm Villains get into their face, but I think it's all starting to work against them as 3 go down. Triton's the last alive, and he finally falls. Auction's strat of staying still at the back of it comes to backfires. It's a 4-for-1 trade.
Yeah, you really can't allow a team to get that much real estate on you. Allow them to collapse, and that's exactly what Auction Esports did. I mean, normally they're known for playing as fast as possible, really upping the tempo, but right there, really getting stuck in the mud, and Palm Villains gonna make them pay. Auction Esports do end up bouncing back off the spawn, putting them 3 down, which is gonna be huge for Oxygen to break through. Triton retreating over toward the tower side. Manny now being isolated here on the H side, waiting for his teammates to get back into action, but off of screen, multiple players are getting engagements. They're winning some of them. Now Manny goes down to one shot himself. He's going to be chased down, so now half the members of Palm Villains hitting the black screen, getting eliminated. Oxygen Esports right back to holding on to the same control they had in the first half of the game.
That was a great effort by Oxygen to get into the face of Palm Villains, coordinating their efforts, making these pushes about simultaneously. That way, Palm Villains really didn't have any opportunities to help each other in their fights. A bunch of one-on-ones that go into the favor of Oxygen. And as long as they keep getting trades, they're going to be fine in this game. Z-Manny really has a lot of pressure on his back. Manny needs to be hitting some snipe shots and getting this camouflage for his team, but he's already doing part 1 as he gets 2 Straight-Sick challenges on out. The damage is enough for an assist, and Bohm's gonna be the last Palm Villains transform this game. But Camouflage did not get away. An early burn because of the spawns of Auction at C-Plat had instant access, instant sightlines to that camo. So although it's a ton of kills for Palm Villains, it doesn't keep the Camouflage in their possession.
Man, you said Manny needed to be hitting, and that boy was hitting for a bit with that shock rifle. The damage really being felt by Oxygen Esports, who once again find himself 4 down. Suppress gonna hit himself a beautiful double kill by taking down Triton, his 10th on the board. Although they may be down at the moment, momentum is clearly high on their side. Straight-Sick now being left alone here on the Charlie side of the map, but easy backsmack for Suppress, taking no damage whatsoever. So now he can continue to run in tandem with Manny as they take over the long haul side. 3 members of Palm Villains fly together. Those who are born together clearly fly together. Suppressed and Diagram, twin brothers, are part of the triplets, if you will. Really getting into the action, but still a 2-kill lead by Oxygen Esports.
You start to see this comeback really materialize, but what's been interesting to me, Tony, is how often we've seen Auction go 3-4 down, but them still have the lead in this game. It feels as if all the momentum has been for Palm Villains, but Auction have built themselves a little bit of a margin to work with, right? They can make mistakes, but that runway, it's done. You know, it's do or die now. You have to start performing, and while Nemesis and Straight-Sick blow open the doors, 2 go down. And what's important about these next couple kills is that this is not only a fight for the game, it's a fight for the Camouflage. But Boo Boo Doo does what he does best, gets that shock rifle in his hands and finds opportunity for his teammates.
Ooh, but Boo Boo Doo not able to stay alive, and Nemesis gets the shock rifle out of his hands, winning a pivotal battle. Just long enough for Manny, though, to sneak away with this camouflage. You're down by 4 kills. You're 1 squad wipe away from ultimately losing this game. This is Manny's opportunity to swing things heavily in Palm Villain's favor as he's trying to avoid as much damage as possible. Also trying to remain undetected shots onto the first one. The second one will go down. Straight sick over toward the A side. Trades out his life with suppressed, and just like that, a 2-kill game. That's a big swing as Auction Esports go 4 down. Can Palm Villains pull off the comeback and take the series 2-0?
Hanging on a thread. Auction did so much to get a lead early on in this game, but all of the goodies are in the hands of Palm Villains and Boo Boo. He has a plan. He's getting right into the face of Boom. He wants to get that kill, but he has to be careful of how he takes this approach. The nades are coming through. Boo Boo's been made 1 shot. The nades are too much. He gets overwhelmed in Oxygen. They're surviving the onslaught. As long as they can bait these players into position and get the trades, they will win this game. And Triton could make the exclamation point. He has the commando. He hunts down Manny. 1 more kill to go.
Big kill by Triton. Now Auction Esports looking to put an exclamation point on this game right here, but multiple members stuck. He over toward the tower side, wanted to spread out just a little bit. Boo Boo Doo gonna try to look for an off angle from the long haul side. Auction Esports once again allowing Palm Villains a lot of real estate on the map. They better not make a mistake here, otherwise they might end up losing this game and ultimately the series.
It's so interesting how Oxygen have played this. Like you said, they give up so much real estate. They're condensing their control, but they're making sure they have all the sightlines. Suppressed has made 1 shot. Can they clean it up? He's trying to get away, and Triton gets the big kill. The commando rifle hits hard, and we're tied up 1-1. Game 3, a deciding game 3 on its way. Whoever loses, their tournament life is done. Oxygen, what a unique game, Tony, because it did not feel as if they were in control for that entire game. It always felt as if we're seeing them get 3-4 down and being on that respawn screen, but it just shows you how much the early game can do for your team. They were able to build a lead, they held on, they steadfast at tower, and now they have an opportunity to win in game 3.
If there's one thing we learned about Auction Esports recently, whether it was back at Orlando or back at Worlds, they do not go down easily. They are always in the fight, and you saw it right then and there, able to stay within that fight, even against the like of Boo Boo Doo, Suppressed, Manny, and Diagram, who are very capable players, and Auction Esports able to pull off a 3-lead win. Now going into a game number 3, they have that momentum onto their side. This is their opportunity to pull off yet another big win against a very big team in Palm Villains.
Well, and let's buckle in because Oddball Streets, you know that one's going to be going for a long time. It's going to be a battle of attrition for these teams on how they're going to approach this map and how they're going to win. Obviously, the rockets are going to be really important to keep control of, but I want to see who can get that red gun, because I feel like that's been the star weapon today on Streets. Getting that red gun, putting it to work, and getting those 3 shots downrange.
Yeah, the Stalker rifle is absolutely incredible. As long as you are as accurate as possible, you can shred apart your opponents. You have that centered like shot. So when I'm looking at the Stalker rifle, I'm thinking players on the map that I want in their hands. I'm thinking Triton, very consistent with this shot. I'm also thinking on the opposite side, Suppressed. Suppressed is the real deal. The man really hits his shots, and both of those players having very good fundamental centered shots, and those are the players that I would really like to see with the Stalker rifle. As we're looking at the winners bracket here, Roku Yukai, which I believe is an anime reference. I want to say it's one of the fights that happens in Yu Yu Hakusho. I'm not exactly too sure. You know a little bit more about anime than I do, because as much as you try to, as much as you try to be roasting the weaves, you watch more anime than anyone in this room. Don't you? I'm not gonna let you do it.
I can't even name like 5 animes. I can't even name them.
You watch the weird ones, bro. You be watching like Rent a Girlfriend, bro. I don't even know what you're talking.
Naruto and like Hunter x Hunter. Like I think those are like the 2 that I can think. I think those are legitimately the 2 I can think of. I mean, dude, when I was in elementary school, I definitely was doing the Naruto run where you had like the R's behind your back while you push forward. Maverick says domestic girlfriend. Interesting. Weirdo. Yeah.
You're so fake. Well, you know what?
You know what? I don't know what that Roku thing is, though. I have no idea what that is, to be honest.
It's something from Yu Yu Hakusho. I'm not exactly sure. We've gone completely off topic. I sorry. When I look at the ramen on streets, I think of anime, and we went totally left field. This is game number 3, oddball on streets, the deciding factor for both of these teams.
Let's get it, man. I love me some streets. The smallest map in all of HCS, able to push extremely fast, get great angles, and so often on this map you're able to manipulate spawns so that people are spawning right in your reticle. So what's so important for this map is coordinating your efforts so that you have the correct windows and timings to get the spawn traps that you want. That means getting 3-4 down in quick succession so that you can set yourself up for long-term success by providing great spawn traps. But it's a dual-edged sword, right, Tony? Because if you're spawn trapping on one side, you're opening up split spawns, and this map very easy to force split spawns.
It really is, and both of these teams are going to be tested with their spawn knowledge and how quickly they're able to up the tempo on a dime. I want to hone in on one player in specific. You brought up Straight Sick earlier, and it's been so interesting to see his career, turn from that free-for-all player that's always winning his individual gunfights to now a savvy veteran. Talk to me quickly a little bit about this player right here on screen, Straight Sick. What value does he bring to Oxygen Esports?
Straight Sick, man, he's that old California school kid, you know what I'm saying? Remember, he was like 14, dominating the FFA circuit, was that natural gunny, but he's matured into a game leader for teams, and that's what I love about Straight Sick, is he's gone the gauntlet. He's been that star player for his team who has that individual gunny, but he's also done the work with G2 where he's that support player, that IGL that you need, that's keeping everyone in line and making sure that he's filling the gaps, not letting a lane open, making sure that his teammates have the correct support and they're not caught off guard. And it allows him to dissect the map. Look at this, he's getting between 3 players. He's gotten 2. Boo Boo is going to be able to survive because of a well-placed nade by Manny, but great timing by Straight Sick to get the double kill. Unfortunately, no one there to clean up the rest. Palm Villains getting 30 seconds of early ball time.
If you ever go to your local basketball court, you see that savvy old guy always pushing out the back of your knee. He'll come in with the post moves and whatnot. Just know back in the day, he used to be a phenom. He used to be that young, talented player that was dunking on people. But Father Time catches up to you. You got to change your gameplay, and that's exactly what's happened to Straight Sick. He went from that young, top amateur player, and now he's that savvy veteran, adding so much value in a different way onto those teams. Boom with the commando, right over toward the C side of the map. Nades hailing in, flying and putting him down to 1 shot. Somehow able to stay alive, but not for long, because Manny hunts him down. 2 members of Oxygen Esports hitting the black screen, and it looks like Palm Villains want to play through that.
Straight Sick's gonna get his team the correct spawns, but the problem is it's a 3 down when rockets were coming up. So although they have the better position for ball right now, they don't have the rockets, and that's going to be a bottleneck for this Oxygen team. If they try to push to the rockets, Boo Boo Doo Boo is going to be there and ready. And well, the first one goes down, and this is going to be some great time for the side of Palm Villains. Boo Boo Doo Boo. Ooh, boy, is he on the run right there. He wanted to get that back in the pipes, get closer to his teammates, because if he goes down, he wants to have those rockets for his teammates to grab.
You already know he's always on the move. He's a long distance runner. I think he just recently did a marathon. This man's always put in the one. He's a runner. He's a track star. He gonna stay alive with the rock. Okay, I'm done. Boom, down to 1 shot. Not able to stay alive toward the ATM side. This might force Oxygen Esports to either play that ball or rotate over toward the spawning B side player. That's exactly what happens. Palm Villains chasing all the way into the C side, forcing the rotation, but now they're cutting them off onto the A side as well. Well played by Palm Villains. The question is, can they win these gunfights? Otherwise, Oxygen Esports going to continue to put points on the board.
Oh, you remember that rocket that Boo Boo Doo Boo lost at top gold? Well, That's the rocket that comes back to haunt them. Straysick was able to find it. He gets that rocket, uses it to get the opening pick, and now you can see this ball rotating further and further away from Palm Villains. And although they're doing a ton of work to get further up on this map, they still need to execute on the last phase, and Straysick makes it hard. Boo Boo Doo pacing his shots, but the damage is done. Nemesis gets the finish red gun in his possession, and now he just needs to take down one more, and it's perfect shots to get control of this ball.
Oxygen Esports doing a great job of systematically picking apart Palm Villains, slowing the game down when it's necessary, securing those kills, and then not a second before, then going for the ball. It's just well executed plays. Now they're set up completely onto Palm Villains, locked in. Palm Villains have to find a perimeter break. They're not going to come in as they go 3 down. You're seeing all of the members trying to do as much damage as possible as the spawners come up here for Palm Villains. Oxygen Esports going to continue for points on the board, and here comes the boom or the boom in the form of the rockets. That might have been a little bit of a warning shot onto Boo Boo Doo, saying do not cross that path.
Unfortunately, Nemesis went down and he had that ball. And although Auction had some great position right there, they're going to lose this ball and they're going to lose some valuable time. Great effort for them to hold, get this lead, but Palm Villains are in a great position right here. And this is scary for Oxygen. They're going to have to run through the middle of the map. And while Manny is well positioned to take care of anyone who comes up those B stairs, red gun in the back pocket, great rotate from Palm Villains to take this lead.
Stalker rifle now in the hands of Manny. It's his job to make sure nobody crosses from the B side. None shall pass, says Manny, and his Stalker rifle, and looks like the Slays are going to come in. Nemesis is going to be the first one to go down. Off the screen suppressed drops as well. Straysick doing everything he can to stay alive, buying enough time for his teammates to come in. That savvy veteran play, still alive, comes toward the PD side, gets himself the melee on Diagram. I know he's pissed about that. And now with double kill, Straysick should have went down multiple times, but instead he has turned a non-advantageous position into an advantageous one, taking down 2 before going down himself. Boo Boo Doo flying in with the spike grenades. We have a brawl here on the streets.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a shame that Auction wasn't able to take advantage of that play that Straysick made, because that was a beautiful play over at PD. But remember how we talked about in the beginning of this game how important spawns were? Straysick's whole attitude right there was he doesn't need to go for the hoop. He doesn't need to jam it down. He needs to set a well-positioned pick, buy his teammates time to get there, flip out those spawns, split the spawns. That's exactly what he was able to do. And because of that, Palm Villains weren't able to get any time during that sequence. And now instead of them running away with this game, Auction keeps getting closer and closer. Unfortunately, the individual kills need to come in for Auction. They're not winning the important fights towards the end when it comes to just getting pure ball control. They're keeping it mixy, but Palm Villains able to get more efficient ball time, leading to round 1 going in their favor.
The scrappy play of Palm Villains gonna really be successful here in round number 1 of this oh so important game number 3 here in the series. Again, it's do or die, especially if you're on the side of Oxygen Esports. This rocket launcher might just be the deciding factor even this early in the rounds, because it can really determine momentum here. Straysick quickly making his way over to the shotgun side. It looks like the Stalker rifle in the hands of Boo Boo Doo to hold them back just a bit, but just long enough for Boom to put them 3 down. Palm Villains now spawning over toward the Charlie side of the map. Weapons in the hands of Oxygen Esports, but haven't been able to convert it to ball time, at least not just yet.
The first rocket is away. Nemesis waiting patiently for the second one, but suppressed a little bit closer than he expected. The assist comes in, but Boo Boo Doo gets the cleanups. 2 for him. Triton goes down, and although it was rockets in the position of Oxygen, it's the kills that go for Palm Villains. 4 down. Oxygen on the respawn screen and opening ball time for Palm Villains, and look how far away they are spawning. They have to run a mile to get to this ball.
It's crazy to me that Oxygen Esports, although they were the ones to start off so well in the Slays department and really demand control over towards the starting strat, it's still Palm Villains who were able to get first points on the ball. Like you said, that objective efficiency, that scrappy time, always in favor of Palm Villains, and they have the gunny to turn it into good ball time as well. But as I say, that Suppressed and Manny do both hit the black screen. Auction Esports have been able to successfully break that setup, forcing the ball towards the mid-map. One more round of slays, and either one of these teams should be able to put points on the board.
But look at how efficient Palm Villains was, right? They got those 18 seconds of ball time. Auction, they get the break, but they haven't gotten a second of ball time. That's because of how heads up Palm Villains were. When they saw that they were losing the fight, they threw that ball out to middle, and although the split spawns came in, they were able to get instant access to the ball, keep Auction Esports away, and now they win the fight for the reset. You cannot let those kills go to waste. If you're Auction, you went in, got those opening picks, but the fast play ball works in favor of Palm Villains, and it's just showing you they're getting outworked, they're getting out rotated. They're not winning the rotation, and it's coming at a huge cost as you start to see Palm Villains soak up a lead.
Yeah, when I'm looking at these two squads, I don't feel like Auction Esports are playing bad Halo. I actually feel like they're playing very good Halo, very fundamental Halo, but they're getting outspeeded. They're being Palm Villains are playing at a different speed right now, and it is working. When you have the gun skill to match and you play as fast as you do, you see these leads in these games really start to blow out of control as the 50-point mark has been reached by Palm Villains. Suppressed is now breaking through with that shotgun, getting max value, taking down one, brings Nemesis down to about half shield. All of Auction Esports are desperately fighting for these slays while Palm Villains continue to milk that time. Finally, Palm Villains do end up going 3 down. Auction Esports, you need to do something. When you get into this setup, it better be locked in for multiple spawn cycles.
I mean, Palm Villains went 2-3 down, but look at the spawns. They're spawning up bottom C, and once again, they have easy access to that ball. So although Auction wins the gunfight, they get the kills. They're not really getting away with much ball time here. They're going to have to re-challenge, and this red gun has been their bane to their existence. Every time it feels like they're about to do something, the red gun comes in. It proves to be too powerful. It gets easy picks for them. And once again, the kills, they go to Auction's favor for a little bit, but the ball, I don't think it's going to be in their hands for much longer, as you're already seeing Palm Villains push aggressively towards this ball.
It's almost like Auction Esports, they need to unlock like that sense of urgency right now, because things are just getting really out of control. Again, I love the fundamental play. I love the fact they're able to slow things down. They're really playing good coordinated Halo, but it hasn't been working toward this first round. Now we're starting to see them speed up. Now we're starting to put Palm Villains on their back foot. At this point, Auction Esports definitely feel that sense of urgency coming in. Hopefully it converts to some good ball time as opposed to sloppy play. This next rocket launcher could be exactly what they need, and you're seeing multiple members of Auction Esports start to move into position, but Triton isn't able to stay alive with it. In fact, it looks like it ends up swapping hands over towards Manny, uses it immediately to get a double kill. It looks like the triple is in order here, and just like that, all of what Auction Esports were able to build up has been absolutely collapsed, and now is in shambles. The rubble here as Palm Villains move into the end game of this round.
It just shows you how important timing is in this game, because everything was right for Auction. They got 4 down, they got ball time, they had better position for the rockets, but they didn't have the correct timing. When they went for those rockets, everything collapsed. The timing was just a second off. The kills go in favor of Palm Villains. They get the rockets. Manny puts them to work, gets the triple kill, and once again, Auction on their back foot, and well, they have a mountain to climb if they're not going to go home.
79-26 lead still in favor of Palm Villains at the moment. Is suppressed, now gonna rotate that ball over towards the spawning Manny, over towards the subway side of the map, just getting this ball as far as possible for Auction Esports, making these rotations so long for Auction to push through, and right as they're able to find the opening, they get flanked on. Beautiful damage comes in. The ball not gonna be played. It looks like it wasn't able to make it over that perch. Boo Boo Doo Boo comes in to do a little bit of damage before going down, but one more break, one more round of slays that go in favor of Palm Villains, and this game, this series will be over.
We need to see Auction just get a little bit more scrappy, I think, Tony. Like, yeah, notice the assist call, right? I think that's what's been the most intriguing thing about this game. Palm Villains, they're winning the slay fight, but they are losing the assists. Everyone on Auction has double digits assists, and that's because every single time they're set up, it's a team-oriented fight. They're getting 4 people in the correct spot. They're gonna take on Palm Villains as one. But whenever they lose a PIV fight, whenever someone like Suppressed comes in and eats a rocket to the face, things start to go a little bit astray. They start to lose their control. They don't have the help anymore. Palm Villains start to win the one-on-ones. They start to be aggressive. They start to get closer and closer to this ball.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I feel like we're saying the same thing. Like, yeah, I think Oxygen Esports, they're playing good Halo. They're playing great fundamental Halo, but the speed of Palm Villains seems to be too much, and there's no sense of urgency. For Oxygen Esports, they were playing at that one speed almost the entire time, waiting for the game to come to them, which again isn't always the end all be all. But Palm Villains, not only were they playing super fast, they were winning their gunfights, they were doing as much damage as possible and just flying at them. And eventually their offense was just better than Oxygen Esports defense, and that leads to a 2-0 win and ultimately a 2-1 series win as they advance forward, and Oxygen Esports are going home a bit early.
42. So what? That's 53 assists on the side of Oxygen Esports versus what, like 34 or something, like 34, 33 on the other side. Like they were there, they're helping each other more, but they just weren't able to keep up with the PIV fights. And I think that really is what made the difference. We saw so often big individual fights being won on the side of Boo Boo Doo and the crew, and it makes the difference. That's going to be the end of Oxygen's run. Boo Boo Doo, Manny, Suppressed, and Diagram keep going. Palm Villains will be in our next round coming up soon. We're gonna go to a quick break as we get our next series ready for stream.
Every time you plug in, a portal opens. Be anything. Be everything. Edge of your seat. Eyes wide. Ears open. Ready to react. For the thrills. For the rush, for the win. An experience so visceral, you'll forget if you're here or there. This is Skull Candy Gaming. Feel it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I am Louis V Titan, and we got a couple things to cross off the board when we come right now, excuse me. But I'm gonna bring back Tony and I'm gonna bring back Toolez. Welcome back, boys. We just saw a great elimination quarterfinals. We got the semifinals next. But before we do that, our very, very generous sponsor, Skull Candy, has agreed to give away 4 headsets to a full team. It's got to be a team that's not top 6. Check out those headsets. Our Toolez and Tony both got them on. It can't be a team in the top 6, right? So we've already given them the announcement in the Discord. So if you're a competitor and you want to know if you've won, check out the announcement tab in the Discord, because we have all the teams there numbered 1 through 42, and we are going to pick a random team right now. Ignore that number right there, because that was already auto-generated by the website. But Toolez, give me a drum roll, and then we'll hit start.
I don't know. That works. That like shakes my camera. I'll get.
Can't hear it.
I don't know. Let's see it.
Whoa! What does it do? Oh, I gotta stop it. Okay.
Oh, you gotta stop. Okay, Tony's gotta be the one that says stop.
All right. Go.
Number 12. Let's see. Okay. I gotta go to the announcement.
That's a good number right there.
That's
a good number.
Was on the screen before we even started. Did you just like roll into it? Let's
Number
see.
12.
Who's 12?
Who is it?
12?
Who is it?
John Eric and Company. Congratulations.
Let's freaking go.
John Eric and Company.
Let's see how close my boys were to getting it. Not close at all, let me tell you that. Woo-wee.
Hey, shout out to Jagged Cloud and JJ Events in general. Already adminning this giveaway. They have notified John Eric in the Discord that him and his team have 1 headset. So congratulations to you guys. And congratulations, honestly, to JJ Events for hosting a really good event so far. Everything's been smooth. Great competition. We're still waiting on 2 players to get into this lobby. But, you know, thus far, right, this has been amazing. I think this is the 3rd event that we've had with JJ Events here on LVT. And I really like what's going on right now. By the way, right, we are live on twitch.tv/JJ Events. If you haven't already done so, guys, you can literally watch the same exact stream on their channel. And on top of that, right, they are going to be doing more events, right? So you support these guys.
I mean, I'm a supporter of anybody who supports Halo. So if you're out here putting events on and whatnot, I mean, we're talking a lot of money on the line. Having some of the pros come in. Obviously, we don't have as many full teams, but you know, we start the likes of Sparties, the Boo Boo Doo-Boos, you know, even YNOT and the team that he's been scrimming with and trying to put it to work with. This is an exciting time during the off season of Halo, where we don't have as much going on with HCS, and we have the community members like JJ Events stepping up and giving us competitive Halo at its finest form. So thank you very much, JJ Events, and thank you for allowing me to be a part of it.
Yeah, and just so everybody knows, on Team John Eric and Company, it's Shinobi Shoten, John Eric, of course, XA1 Kimmy, and YR Lee. So congratulations, you guys.
I know Shinobi. He's a Halo 5 kid. Tries to match him Halo 5 all the time. The other 3, I'm not too familiar. I apologize, but congratulations, Shinobi, Showing and the boys, or should I say John Eric and Company.
John Eric's a cool name. It's like a Viking name, right?
It is kind of cool, right?
Right?
Better than
Like
Tools.
All right, guys, that's it for
my
the giveaways.
grandfather died for my last name.
Oh my goodness! Shout out to your grandfather. That is the ultimate sacrifice. So
He made sure.
all 8 players are in this lobby. Okay, so I'm gonna throw it to Toolez and YNOT. You guys go ahead and get ready to take this series. We're in the loser bracket. Elimination bracket semifinals.
Get it right.
Hey, let's go. Semi-finals. That means whoever wins this game, Tony, is gonna be guaranteed money for today's competition.
Why did you laugh?
I'm still thinking about my name, bro. You came after my name, Tony. That's not fun.
I came after your online alias of Toolez. Actually, low key Toolez goes hard.
Like
actually,
my last name, bro.
Nah,
like,
low key Toolez actually goes hard.
Making me sad, Tony. I'm sad, sad boy hours. Give me a sad Drake song to sing on air now, dude. Let's get DMCA'd right now.
Well, you know, I know something to make you exciting. It'll make you excited.
Yeah.
You know, get you out of your funk. Is the fact that we're about to see an amazing matchup. Boo Boo Doo suppressed his twin brother Diagram and Manny going up against Rami, Envor, Tony 2 Turnt, and Squale. I'm sure that'll make you excited, right?
Hey, I love Squale. I'm ready to get him back on stream, see what he's able to do. And what's even more exciting, Tony, we're back to the best of 5 format. Oddball, Live Fire, Slayer, Recharge, CTF, Aquarius going to be our first 3 games. Stronghold, Street, if necessary. Slayer on Live Fire to end it if we do go the distance.
Yeah, really excited to see both of these teams really go at it. You know, you have 2 members that are currently signed to G1, one in Boo Boo Doo and one in Squale. They've gone to battle with each other and have had an incredible first season of HGS. Squale, a part of that original roster, and both of them are kind of like, you have Squale, kind of who's like the new duo of Pre-Devinator, and you have Boo Boo Doo who's kind of like the old duo. And I in my mind, they're fighting over Pre-Devinator right now. Winner of this wins Devinator. That's it. Winner of this wins Dev.
I like that thought process, right? Like who does Pre-Devinator go to? He's like the little kid in court, mom and dad to the left and right. Oh man, that's a dark turn.
It really is.
Yeah, I should get away with like a dog analogy. I don't know.
And he's gonna go with grandpa.
Yeah, that's crazy. Oh man. I just want to see them start. Yo, can we pull up the game chat? What are these guys saying in game chat right now that they're not starting?
R question mark.
R.
I'm seeing a lot of R's here. And in case you guys don't know, R stands for ready. So I mean, they're ready. It looks like we're connected to the server. They're ready. We're ready. You're ready. Game number 1 of this best of 5 series here in the elimination semifinals, trying to make it to that top 3 and get a piece of this $1,200 prize pool. Game number 1 starts right here. Get live, get fire, get lit. I don't know. It's live fire. I was trying to make something happen. I don't know.
Hey, I'm ready for the sniper action though. It's like I want to see some great sniper shots. I want to see someone just dominate this game. And Tony, if you're on either of these teams, who are you giving the sniper to? Who's going to be that player that you're putting your destiny within?
Well, if I was on the team, I would actually keep the sniper rifle because I'm godlike. Let me tell you, bro. I've never missed a sniper shot. I swear to I swear to bound, I've never missed a shot with the sniper rifle in Halo Infinite. Not a single
body,
one.
Baby. All body.
All the time, baby.
That's how you get it. Would you rather have a player who hits a headshot 50% of the time or a player that hits a body shot 100% of the time?
That's just math right there, bro.
Oh, true. I don't even know what the answer is, to be honest. Here we go. Manny, he's got the heat wave and ready for some action. He's behind 2 players. This should be easy pickings, but unfortunately gets a half shot on Tony. It's not going to be enough to get the damage in. Boo Boo Doo trying to hold the lane, and he goes big. 2 that go down. Suppressed gets rewarded with the overshield.
Well, with that commando going after Suppress with the overshield, and man, that's not the equation he was looking to get into, because Suppress takes down 1 and wants to continue going after his former teammate in Rami, using the drop wall to avoid that plasma pistol, and then tired of the map and just jumps right off it. We've been playing it for over a year now.
Boo Boo gets the first, come into his reticle and see the respawn screen. Already pacing for that ball. He wants to get this back towards his teammates, and well, he's not going to be able to drop it. I thought he was going to drop it off for 1 and then be able to get that sniper into play, but he comes back and he's playing this masterfully. Gets 2, the 3rd goes down. Squale last alive, but Squale working on getting the mud spawns. This is dangerous for his team though, because Boo Boo Doo has the sniper trained.
20-0-1 here for Palm Villains, and we saw that objective efficiency and this very game type back in the first series when they went up against Oxygen Esports, and we're seeing it right here again here by Palm Villains. They play that scrappy ball time. They get on top of it as fast as possible, and they really trust on their firepower and the ability to win those pivotal battles, to hold on to those setups, always forcing you on your back foot. This is a well-played oddball team, but as I say that, they do end up going 3 down. Scratch that, make it 4. Saucy now gonna get into a setup of their own right as that OS is coming up.
Gotta love it when you wipe a team so hard that you just pick up the ball and literally stand still. I just Tony picked it up. He's like, I don't gotta worry about anything for a moment. But Manny was able to find the sniper right off the spawn, and he put it right to work, got the kill on the ball carrier, and then gets a second ram. He slides into death. And look at this, he gets the sniper and he replaces it with the poor man's sniper. The plasma pistol in the hands, ready to take some shields off of these bodies.
Plasma pistol now in the hands of Bandy here, holding on to the dummy side. Nobody in position to challenge him just yet, so he gets into the action himself, right to the top mid side, right after Squale. And you're seeing how strong this plasma pistol is after the buff. Taking down one, putting down the warning shots into Tony. 2 turns, stopping Saucy from getting easy access to that big door, and eventually sending them over to Destiny and down to the grave. Encore and Squale going down to 1 shot as well. Was started up as 4 up for Saucy. Now ends up going 3 down, and the 4th one about to fall or get himself a heat wave.
Boo-Boo's been eating up with this thing, man. Keep him on this sniper and you will see the reward. Squale gets a body shot. Boo-Boo slides in for the finish. Manny, you're up next. Suppress gets the kill, and ball time is going to go in the hands of Palm Villains, and Boo-Boo Doo-Boo has the rifle to keep it in their possession.
Just a few more seconds, just one more round of slays for Palm Villains to come out with the win, and Boo-Boo Doo-Boo giving Envoy a haircut, going a little bit too low. That'll mess up your hairline and your life. As the 87-10 lead, the ball does end up getting played. Rami trying to keep that ball out of the hands of Palm Villains. Squale with the big remote detonation, and now that ball ends up over towards the B side in case the collapse does come in. It looks like Saucy should be able to play that ball, but Boo-Boo Doo-Boo is playing Halo.
Oh, I thought he was going to get the Quigley for a second right there. They just lined up for a fraction of a second. Suppressed. He gets the overshield on the body, and he's ready to get right into the face of the opponents. This is looking like a dominant round 1 for Palm Villains. Everything has gone right for them, and they're going to be able to push this ball away. Only, what, 13 seconds needed? I don't even think Saucy can really get there in time.
I love how you hesitated with 100 minus 87. Come on, Garrett.
I thought he was juggling the ball. I thought it was going to add up to 12, maybe 11, but then it just stayed at 13. Yeah, I might. Dude, Diagram had 2 kills. I mean, let's talk about that for a second. Yeah. How do you do that? 2 kills, somehow win the game. I respect it. Nah.
56 seconds of ball time, bro. He had literally over half the team's ball time, bro. Like I'm saying, I'm saying he couldn't shoot the enemy team because he literally didn't have his gun out for over half the time.
Yeah, I punch him. You know, it's a good way to get a kill. Boo-Boo Doo-Boo. He keeps heating up with that sniper, man. It feels like he can't miss right now. Unfortunately, couldn't get the finish on the second player round, and this could be Saucy who comes out on top. They're going to be able to get this ball, but Overshield did fall into the hands of Palm Villains, so we'll see how much time Onboard is even able to get before the pressure is too much.
I like my comebacks the way I like my pasta saucy. As they put Palm Villains to weed down, suppress the final member of Palm Villains to be on the map, able to get himself a big kill and gets himself out of harm's way. And now the spawning players for Palm Villains able to get into the action. Suppress still having that heat wave to work with spots. The weak Squale goes right in. Envoy now getting caught over towards the nest box, and 3 members of Palm Villains forcing them out of the B side, forcing the play ball. A reset is in, but Palm Villains already ready for that pickup, and into their setup they go.
Look at this juggle. Suppress trying to outrun the BR shots, but unfortunately too much pressure is there, not able to get to the play spawn. Squale is going to be able to push this back for his team, and he gets rewarded by having all of the weapons, but it's a little frustrating because you're like, I want to get into these fights, but I got to make sure this ball gets to safety first. Throws it away towards his teammates. Heat Wave and Sniper still in the back pocket to work with.
Going down from Palm Villains. Sniper rifle in the hands of Z-Man, and we see him always hitting that body shot quick to the BR. Fundamentally sound. Love that out of Manny, but eventually that numbers advantage does end up getting shifted over towards Saucy. On board with Diagram, doing the best he can to stay alive, covering Boo-Boo Doo-Boo's back. Love the bait and switch. Ends up going down himself, and that ball being fought over by both of these squads.
Boo-Boo Doo-Boo has a great position here, but Tony has the sniper. Tony's gonna be able to get around that corner, but Boo Boo Doo does the same, gets the damage. And although Boo Boo doesn't get either of those kills, what he does is he keeps the opponents off the ball. A frustrating situation for Tony and Squale as they're finally able to grab this ball, but not before the collapse is in. Pop Villains coming for blood as they're going to be able to secure the ball time.
Love the thought process by Tony right there to try to use that ball as bait. I mean, he noticed that half of his team was on the black screen, so Palm Villains eventually were trying to get towards that ball. He was baiting it with the sniper. Squale tries to pull that ball away and eventually kind of draws attention to them. They do end up going down, but I love that at least the thought process was there that, hey, if you're down in numbers, you know what your team, an enemy team is working towards, hey, bait it out. Maybe get yourself a free slate here. Palm Villains do end up going 3 down. And it looks like Saucy will take advantage by having that ball over toward the C side of the map.
Been much scrappier in the second round compared to the first. And you can see this is kind of working in favor of Saucy because Palm Villains, although they're getting some great high octane kills, they're not being able to follow up with that dominant control that we saw from before. And I think the main difference is that the sniper rifle hasn't been kept in the hands of Boo Boo Doo this time. We're seeing a lot more love for the sniper towards Saucy, and you're seeing why, because Squale keeps hitting shots like that. Everyone's starting to step up, and now the lead starts to grow. Saucy looking to push us to around 3.
We might have to call him ZZZ Manny right there. He got put to sleep with that no scope. My God, that was devastating. Love that play by Boo Boo Doo, using the repulse to avoid all of those grenades that were raining down on him. Not only able to stay alive, but also able to keep that overshield and also keep all of the power weapons in his hand. Now he has literally the entire map so far. Everything and the kitchen sink, all from that repulse to avoid those grenades, stay alive, gets himself into the action. Shots started to ring out. Long range heatwave shots will connect a bit onto Envor. Both members of Saucy pushing over toward the seaside. A very important portion of the map, or at least timing in the map here, and it looks like Saucy is starting to win some of these engagements. Boo Boo Doo, he has to get into this action. He has to get Saucy off of the map.
They tried to play patient. He let Ramy go forward because he knew that there was a player from behind, but Envor stays alive, and Boo Boo Doo's taking advantage of not going to be able to get either of those kills. This ball gets rotated away, and but it hit the wall and it heads backwards. Envor's not going to be able to get it to safety. He has to throw some miracle nades, hoping that they connect, but they do not. And Palm Villains take advantage. Look at them instantly grabbing that ball away. So a shaky situation that Palm Villains is able to stabilize from.
And one thing I noticed from teams that play against Palm Villains is that they're playing at a different pace, at a much slower pace. Palm Villains, they see the ball, they jump on it. They trust each other to get the slays played near each other and use that teamwork and that damage to let the game really speed up with them. And you're always playing a step behind Palm Villains when it comes to oddball. Even if you're trying to play good, fundamental, sound Halo, those points, they add up, and they're so scrappy with it.
Manny made a huge play, staying alive over by screens. He was able to push out the spawns towards B, the worst possible spawn for the Saucy team, and then stayed alive for even longer, able to get a couple more kills, and it builds Palm Villains back to a temporary lead. It looked like they may be down and out of this round 2. Instead, we're neck to neck as this overshield comes up.
Ramy trying to get himself in position for the overshield diagram, blocking that line of sight, but the assault rifle just simply works. Automatics belong in Halo competitive. You can't tell me otherwise. And Ramy putting it to work now, siding out Manny as well. So big plays by Ramy, taking out Manny. Take that 10 times fast as Saucy take control here on live fire.
The resets in, the win for Saucy to get to the ball. They're down numbers though, and Boo Boo Doo's leading a charge towards the big door. This could be one of the biggest fights of the game. Ramy needs to come out on top. He's going in for the 1v2, spraying the 36 bullets of skill, able to get the first, the second ball, killing spree for the side of Saucy. Incredible plays, and that might be the nail in the coffin of our second round.
And you hear Jeff Stites, the back-to-back killing sprees were in favor of Saucy, and so is that sniper rifle. You're talking just 12 seconds here. I'm not going to hesitate on the match. Tony puts the work in with the heat wave, also having the sniper rifle in the back pocket. Palm Villains going multiple down, and that might just be it. There's nobody really in position to get the ball out of their hands. It looks like Saucy might have just dropped it.
That was a massive play by Boo-Boo-Doo, instantly knew what to do off spawn, got those spike grenades, and they were the most impactful spike grenades possible. He gets the kill on the ball carrier, and then also is able to get enough damage to get his BR for the double kill, and that has absolutely transformed the landscape of this game. Suddenly, what looked to be like a walk-away victory of round 2 for Saucy, well, it's starting to look like the sauce might break. The butter hasn't emulsified, and now the ball going in favor of Palm Villains. 18 seconds of game time to work with. Rammy needs to make a play.
And that's not much game time to work with. I mean, they're really put between the scoreboard and the shot clock as well. They want to play for the overshot, but they also can't drop the ball because all of that valuable time will end up going in favor of Saucy. Palm Villains have to play damn near perfect Halo here. Envoy will end up going down courtesy of Diagram. I hate those lips on the floor. It really ruins your grenades and ultimately your game as he ends up going down because of it. Boo-Boo-Doo ratting out all this time here, and time is ticking down. The rotation is in. Can Palm Villains steal this round away as Boo-Boo-Doo does end up going down and clock ticks once again?
Well, you have to see Palm Villains has to run to that ball, but if they can get to 95, suddenly this game becomes so much easier. They do take the lead. 3 more seconds to tick, and what a resilient comeback. Palm Villains get the job done.
That is tough. If you're on the side of Saucy, that is tough right there. That was your round to lose. And sadly, Palm Villains were able to fly in there and ultimately steal that game away. And now your mental is truly going to be tested here going into that game number 2. Because game number 1, you literally saw the finish line. You just had to cross it, dive in. And sadly, spraining an ankle right when it matters, most falling just that much short. And now allowing Palm Villains to steal that round away, steal that game away, and steal momentum here in this best of 5 series.
Boo-Boo-Doo was an absolute monster and is directly responsible for the comeback in that second round. He got the spike grenades and had a perfect push to stop the ball short of getting to that 100-second threshold. Love to see what Boo-Boo-Doo was able to do in that game and how much of a cerebral play he was able to make. Because the first round, it was all gunny, hitting snipe shot after snipe shot. But in the second round, you started to see him get in better positions. You started seeing him make impact plays that made the difference.
And it's funny because we were talking about this in Boo-Boo-Doo stream the other day. You know, what's better? Is it a cracked out player that starts to play great fundamental Halo, or a fundamental player that starts to speed up and starts to get cracked out? And Boo-Boo-Doo reminds you of the latter of the two. Like, big fundamental, knows how to slow the game down, but when he has that sniper rifle, when he starts heating up, the man really takes over and becomes the best player in almost any lobby that he is in. He is really, truly the X factor, no matter what lobby he's in, no matter what team he's on, because when he's firing on all cylinders, his team is usually winning. And that, oh my gosh, that snipe by Squale was so dirty.
Like this, I thought the game was over when Rammy got this kill right here, but they get it to the finish line, but they weren't able to cross the tape, and just a devastating comeback for the side of Palm Villains. And honestly, you have to find a way to recover quickly. If you're Saucy, you cannot afford to go down 2-0 in this series. I think if they go down 2-0, I think it's just going to cascade into a 3-0 finish for Palm Villains.
I mean, I can't disagree with you. Momentum is a real thing here in Halo Infinite. Your mental, there's so many factors that come into competitive Halo that are outside of just playing the game. Like, right off the rip, what comes to mind is losing the round 2 the way you did. I mean, to be that close, I would actually argue that I would rather get blown out than to go into a matchup and be that close to victory and then have it stolen from you, because that really hits that mental, it really hits that momentum, and it's going to be really tough for them to bounce back in that game number 2. I know we have a break here going in as we try to get back into the lobby, and if you guys love this action, like you said before, give JJ Events a follow right off the twitch.tv/JJ Events. Make sure you go in there and give them a follow, show them some love, and make sure you also come back for tomorrow, because we know Pepper's hosting a Halo 2v2 sponsored by Skull Candy. If you guys love these headphones, you're probably sitting there like, yo, them headphones are swagged out. They ain't looking too good. You're probably over here like, how do I get myself some hands on those headphones? Because they're so good, and you already know if they're made by Skull Candy, they're made with nothing but quality as well. So they look good, they feel good, they sound good. We're gonna be giving away over 20 brand new headsets. In case you didn't hear, because I know you don't got no Skull Candies on your headset tools, I know you heard me. 20 brand new headsets are being given away on stream. That is absolutely incredible. Make sure you guys get involved. Halo 2v2. Who said it's the off season, baby? We're here.
20, man. That's a lot. That's a lot of headsets to be given out. Shout out to them. And guys, go play some 2v2 action. We love 2v2s on this channel. Yeah, see, Maverick caught me. That being said, guys, we're going to go to a quick break, try to figure out what's going on with the servers. We'll be right back.
Every time you plug in, a portal opens. Be anything. Be everything. Edge of your seat. Eyes wide. Ears open. Ready to react. For the thrills. For the rush, for the win. An experience so visceral, you'll forget if you're here or there. This is Skull Candy Gaming. Feel it.
Hey baby, we are back here, JJ Events, and man, am I feeling good. I'm Why Not Be Reckless, aka Why Not Be Casting. I got my man Garrett, aka Tools. Tools, tell him something, baby.
Hey, servers back online. Everyone went kaput. They all went their different ways. Got everyone back. Who knows what happened? 343, please. All the good stuff in chat. We're done with it. We're ready. Slayer Recharge up next.
Palm Villains able to sneak away with a 2-0 victory in that game number 1. Now, the reason why I say sneak away is because in that round number 2, we had Saucy, who was literally right there, ready to tie up the game and go into that oh so important round number 3. But Palm Villains playing damn near perfect Halo, snatching away that ball time. Final second and really making it the game. And now we're going to Slayer Recharge and Palm Villains having all that momentum on their side. And honestly, I really like the move by Saucy. I think if you start off that next game, go in there, it's gonna hit the mental. I think them, getting out of the lobby, or just taking like a quick 2-3 minute break, going to the restroom, maybe splashing some water on your face, jumping around a little bit, getting yourself ready as opposed to going right in and allowing that loss in round to be fresh in your mind. Love the strat by them, taking that quick timeout, and I think they're gonna come in mentally refreshed in this game 2 Slayer.
Yeah, I mean, Slayer Recharge, though, Tony, you have to imagine this is going to be a tough one because of what Boo Boo Doo was able to do in live fire. This man, whenever he had the sniper rifle, seemed like he was popping off, but Squally on the other side had a couple great shots himself. We'll have to see who gets control of the powerful weapon and puts it to work. But I'm still on that 2 commando meta. I think if you get both players on the commandos, opposite sides. Have you ever been shot by 2 commandos at once post update?
That does not sound fun.
It's horrific. Let me tell you that. If you can get 2 commando control, trap them over by the long haul, it could be a devastating effect.
I'm sure it can be. That commando really, after it being buffed up, is absolutely amazing. It shreds your opponents. You put it in the right hands, and it truly is a power weapon. And mind you, I believe it comes up, like every 15 to 30 seconds. You can have multiple on the map, as you kind of alluded to. The commando even being talked about, being GA'd by some of the pro players. I'm a big fan of the commando, but it's dangerous now. It really is.
Yeah, I mean, it was good pre-update. It's better now. The thing is like an absolute monster to work with, but look at Boo Boo Doo. He prioritized getting to that shock rifle, and well, Envor has some business to take care of. He gets the cross map shot. Man, he couldn't stay alive. And Envor's on the hunt. He knows there's a player around. He knows Boo Boo Doo sneaked away, but he just can't quite get to him. He'll clean up his teammates. So although the kills are going in favor of Saucy, Boo Boo Doo got the important power weapon away and to safety.
Tony now will push out toward the gold side diagram, trying to take control of that glass side of the map, and I love that Saucy is aware of it, and they deal with him quickly. Sadly, they weren't aware that Boo Boo Doo, the honorary 4th member of the triplets, if you will, coming in, cleaning up house over toward the gold side and making this as hard as possible for Saucy to get free real estate here on the glass side of the map, which, by the way, is oh so important. You put a player that's anchored here on the glass side, he has the ability to stay alive, say goodnight to the enemy team, especially when the player is suppressed. Double kill quick with the shock rifle, repulsing Rami back, allowing Diagram to pick up the pieces, and Saucy now forced to come off the respawn.
Man, he wasn't expecting that 3rd player there. Suppress wrapped that corner, got that kill. That might have been the play of the tournament. What some great cross map shots by Suppress, quick with the draw. The reaction time is there, and well, Rami, you best be careful now. You know Suppress has you in his sights.
Talking about possible GAs of the commando, Suppress keep playing like this. They go GA Suppressed, lining up the shot, hitting the shoulder of that player over toward the control side. Still multiple members of Saucy stuck over on the control side of the map, and Envor doing his best jump map impression. Let me tell you, man, the man was able to stay alive despite being one shot. Hit a nice little double jump over toward the double stacks and able to stay alive as long as possible. As I say, that numbers advantage do go in favor of Palm Villains here, and looks like they're able to snatch up multiple rounds of resources while still putting down damage onto Saucy.
I think Suppress is feeling himself right now. He's gunning for an MVP ballot with how he's been able to play, hitting some crazy shots, accurate, and Whenever he got the power weapon in his hands, took advantage. Manny got away with the camo. Everything starts to change pace. Palm Villains building themselves a lead after a shaky start.
A perfect kill by Manny, but it wasn't a 1v2. Eventually does end up going down, but taking down one and a 1v2, I still count that as a net positive for Manny, especially when Boo Boo Doo is able to steal away the shock rifle because of it. We've already seen what they can do with that shock rifle already as he takes down one, can't quite stay alive. Suppress can't get out of the action either. So now Manny staring down the barrel of multiple players onto the sauce. I think he wanted to get out of the situation, but was just a little bit hesitant on that, and it was too little too late. Manny goes down. Gold side control now in the favor of Sauce, and they have a shock rifle to work with as well.
The hesitation definitely cost him in that long haul. If he was ready, steadfast with that shock rifle, I think he has a great opportunity to get both of those players. They are weak when they entered the fray. A shock rifle to the head for one, and the shock damage, the what do you call it? The chain link energy damage that's provided with the other. I think he would have gotten two.
Right now, the chain link armor of Palm Villains is being exploited right now. They have found a hole in the defense and the armor. They're taking advantage of it. Palm Villains end up getting squad wiped. Saucy now taking control of 50% portion of the map right as the active camouflage is coming up. And you know how deadly the combination of shock rifle and camouflage can be. That's why Suppressed just risked his life right there to make sure that he played for that trade and make sure Tony went down.
Manny uses that combo. You can see how powerful it is when you get into those close corners, able to get an instant kill in a 1v2. Not able to follow it up with the second, but Boo Boo Doo Boo has had clear control of this power weapon all game. And well, Saucy, it really feels as if they maybe could have pulled away with this game if they would have had control of the shock rifle. Instead, it feels as if we're in this back and forth race, but I think the second Saucy gets control of that power weapon, it could be a difference maker.
Big stick on Anvor onto his former teammate in Manny. These two were a bit of a tandem back in the day. Even actually starting off Halo Infinite, Manny was teaming with Anvor on Strictly Business before being snatched up by what now is the native Red Squad. Anvor and Manny going at it here. Anvor right now winning the Slays battle, at least in 10 and 6. 5 assists to go along with it. Really doing well in that category. Suppressed, pushing up over towards his teammate onto the gold side. So you're seeing both of these teams resetting a bit. Wanted to play for that first pick before getting aggressive. We know how important map control can be on recharge. You really have to value your life. You can't just throw it away like Suppress ends up going down off the screen. Squale and Diagram do as well. Manny gets sent back, but still hitting those shots despite his screen shaking like an earthquake. But Palm Villains end up having 3 members onto the black screen, and once again, Saucy winning these critical engagements here in the Slayer.
Morse doing his best to win this one-on-one, but Diagram comes out on top. He's going to be able to secure that spawn, and now everything lays down in Boo Boo Doo Boo's hands right here. He needs to stay alive, keep Tony and the crew away, because what's coming up, Tony? It's the shock rifle once again in the hands of Boo Boo Doo Boo.
As of right now, Palm Villains, they need a plan. They need to draw up something onto the chalkboard. They need a diagram, a schematic, a blueprint on how to stop Saucy from getting aggressive as they are, and it might just be Boo Boo Doo Boo putting down that damage, putting his 10th assist on the board, trusting his teammates to get those cleanup kills. Manny even catching the player over towards the Mangler side. That's going to really open up the map. Off for screen, Rami taking down Diagram. The remote detonation gets set off. Set mine taking him down with the Claymore. Suppress chasing away Rami. Now gonna go in for the challenge onto Envoy. Gets max damage onto him before ends up going down. Nobody able to clean it up, but of course Boo Boo Doo Boo somehow snipes his G1 teammate in Squale.
This is the thing, man. This game, it feels as if Saucy should have ran away with it, but Boo Boo Doo Boo, his possession of the power weapons has just been too much. And he's getting away. He's running. He's flying. He's doing everything. Boo Boo, Peter, Parker, Doo Boo. 4 names, right? I think that works out. Doing everything he can. But Saucy, they still are within striking distance of closing this game out. But they still don't have possession of the shock rifle.
And like Boo Boo Doo Boo's grandfather once said, with great power comes great understanding, great knowledge of how to use it and how dangerous it can be. Something of that sort. I can't know exactly how it went. 2-kill lead, making a 3-kill lead in favor of Saucy as Tony two-turn gets himself a big kill. Down to 1 shot he goes, an active camouflage coming up. This is going to be used as bait by both of these teams, but Saucy having the luxury, the cushion to work with to maybe extend for. But as they say that, Suppress ends up taking down Envor. It looks like Rami going to go down as well. Just 1 more kill needed by Saucy, despite the fact that Palm Villains just need 2. A pivotal battle here for Squale's, able to back down 1. The rest of his reinforcements are coming in. Suppress goes in and takes down Squale, gets right out of the action, and somehow Envor ends the game right then before the back smack comes in and Saucy tie things up.
God, they almost did it, Tony. We're talking about frames. Frames. That make a difference right there. He backsmacked him, but it doesn't count in time. 50, 40, 9 going to be our finish. And oh my God, I mean, what a game. The resilience of Rami, Envor, Tony, and Squale, because they did that with their BRs and BRs alone. I don't think I saw them with a shock rifle like 1 time that game. The power weapon possession was clearly in favor of Palm Villains, but it does not matter on the final stat line.
It's exactly what I said. It's like Boo Boo Doobu's grandfather said, with great power has to come the ability and the understanding on how to use it and how dangerous it can be. You gotta understand that, sadly, they did it, and because of that, they go down here in the Slayer, and now that momentum that once was in favor of Palm Villains has been shifted quickly over towards the opposing team. And going into the swing game number 3, we know how important this game could be in a best of 5 series. In fact, I would say that 89.72% of the time, the team that wins that swing game number 3 usually wins the series.
You know, what's crazy about this, Tony, is, you know, his grandfather told him that when he adopted those triplets, and you know, he's been an incredible dad since. You know, he goes out, he makes sure that he gets his boys on. They bond over Halo tournaments, it seems, always entering them together. Avenue having a little bit of a sick day, woke up with a cough. They said, hey Manny, need you to come in, my son is sick. And so far, I mean, Boo Boo Doo Boo has really been a great father figure for these triplets.
Game number 3 is coming up soon, but let's take a look at the stats. Diagram: 16 kills, only died 13 times, 4 assists to go along with it. Boo Boo Doo Boo a big 10 and 9 with 12 assists, and even Suppressed, that high damage dealer, does end up dying 16 times, but 15 kills to go along with it, and usually the one starting those pushes and giving that communication off to his teammates to start the engage with them to get into it. It was well played by Palm Villains, but it's Saucy clutched up when it matters most, stole that win, and now we're going to capture the flag on Aquarius.
Tony, what did Boo Boo's grandfather say?
With great power has to come the understanding of how to use it and how dangerous it can be.
I love how it just like flows off the tongue. Like it's like storybook-esque. I mean, you can put that in like any popular story.
Movie.
I feel like it would really resonate. Movie, yeah, blockbusters, and I feel like it would really resonate with an audience.
I agree, and I'm sure one day it'll be on there. But I'm also sure that we're gonna see.
It's like it's on the Boo Boo family crest, man.
There's a family crest. Wait, what?
Yeah,
That's so dope, bro.
How cool would that be, man? A little family crest on the banner. You know, like it has like, what do you think is like because that usually has like the 4 like things in the middle, and then there's like a banner on the top, and on the banner it says Tony with great responsibility.
Power. No. With great power.
Sorry. Ooh, close one.
Has to come the understanding of how to use it and how dangerous it can be.
I always live my life by one mantra.
What's that?
You know, if I'm saucy, I'm living my life by that mantra as well. Live my life a quarter mile at a time. God. That's honestly, that's how I live my life, man. I live my life a quarter mile at a time.
Okay.
When I'm playing Halo, it's a quarter mile. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Straight road.
How long is a quarter mile? Is that like?
When you're behind the wheel, Tony, a quarter mile, it's a fraction of a second.
Well, I live by mantra by a very similar saying, and it's all about family. And you got Suppressed and Diagram, the twins, and apparently on the side of Palm Villas and going into Capture the Flag Aquarius, you got to have that chemistry. You got to be able to almost know what your twin brother is thinking before he even does it. So at that point, it's all about that family. Capture the Flag Aquarius is going to be game 3.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you can make some parallels to like Boo Boo Doo Boo, and let's compare it to the popular TV show. Imagine if Boo Boo Doo Boo is a Walter White of some sort, and the triplets are like Jesse but split into 3, and they're really just working on that chemistry, creating some pure sauce to bring to the streets and to really make that money in today's tournament. Because if they win today's match, if they win this match, Tony, they're in the money.
Yeah, we have a great sauce fair going on, and then they're just trying to create the best Krabby Patty formula possible to make that sauce. And I have no idea where we're going here. This is what we.
It's Timmy Turner.
They say that the mark of a true commentator, a great one, is their ability to vamp during the down times when you're waiting for the player to get into the lobby and to start it up, caster start the game. And so far, I feel like we have failed miserably during this.
This is fine. What's the best? What was the best like TV show, like kids cartoon that we had growing
Kids Next Door?
Kids Next Door was a bop, dude.
That was so good.
I used to watch. That's probably top 5 of I watched the most as a kid for sure.
Yeah, so good.
Which number?
Danny Phantom's up there. Number. I mean, I like to think I'm number 1. I would like to think that, but I'm definitely not.
You got the hair though. You can't be number 1.
I would like to. I wish I was number 1, but I guess
you can't claim bald culture for yourself.
Which one was the dopey blonde one? Was that number 5?
Number 4. Number 4. No, number 5's the girl.
Oh yeah. I guess
I'd be number 2 for sure, man. I'm out there building airplanes and stuff.
I bet you, he'd be a good number 2. He'd be a good number 2, bro. Yeah, I would say that
number 2.
Danny Phantom was up there. Fairly Odd Parents was oddly really good. Obviously, Rocket Power is a great one.
Teen Titans, bro.
Oh, Teen Titans was so good.
Which Teen Titan are you? Don't say Robin.
I don't want to say Cyborg.
Yeah. What, Tony, why don't you want to say you're Cyborg?
I don't want to say I'm Cyborg. And again, I feel like I want to be a Robin, but I'm more of a Beast Boy, and sadly.
Beast Boy, yeah. Actually, Beast Boy's probably apt. I'm Raven, dude. Actually, I'm probably like Starfire. If you're Beast Boy and I'm Raven, bro.
No.
He said no. Bro, the fan fiction writes itself, Tony.
I was seeing some of the replays of Boo Boo Dooba with this sniper rifle, man. Everybody was going off. There was a nasty clip of Squale with the sniper at 1.2 going at Manny. Live fire is always fun. Live fire just proves that we need more snipers, just as many as possible. I say we put a sniper on every map, and if it already has a sniper, put 2 more.
Yeah, I'm down with that. The 90 said Ronin Warriors on Toonami. Have you ever heard of that? I've never heard of it.
Dude, first of all, 90's 56 years. He's like 56 years old.
That's like, he's in the movie theater. It's like they're running, and then all of a sudden you see the lip flaps. Nothing comes out. Puts on the words.
We are generations away from 90, bro. Like we have no. Like,
yeah, dude.
Back in my day, did you see this color stuff? Like, are you kidding me?
God, bro.
Like we have no idea what you're talking about.
Dude, he probably experienced. It's crazy that they didn't have color in the world until like the first movie came out, right? It was like the world was just black and white until then.
dude watched the freaking meteor that fell down and destroyed the dinosaurs, bro. Dude,
Probably, bro.
Dude sat next to Moses in like freaking history class. Like they weren't even like looking back inside. They were just like writing things down. That's how old 90 is. Like the history class is him writing down what's happening in the present.
Someone said they weren't allowed to watch Rugrats. Why? Rugrats was dope. Rugrats is like S tier, to be honest.
Yeah, Rugrats is great.
Yeah.
Yeah. They had a really good Rugrats movie too. It was really good. When they introduced Kimmy, I want to say, it was really good.
Yeah, I can't remember any of their names for some reason. But,
Tommy, Chucky.
Let's go, Chucky. The episode where he like has to figure out what happened to his mom was so sad.
Yeah, it really was, bro.
Yeah.
There was one point during the show where like Angelica's like ruling the house for some reason, and like Stu was like sitting at 3 o'clock in the morning making pudding, and his wife comes in like, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I don't know. I've lost control of my entire life." And to this day, it was just like, it was just so funny, bro. He's just making pudding for this little girl at 3 o'clock in the morning, and he just looks like so dead.
I remember there was like an episode about like them getting like toilet trained or something, and it was like super scary for some reason.
I mean, well, if you're a baby, it is scary. You also
no, but I mean, like watching it was like, it was just like a very scary episode.
I mean, it's from the perspective of a child, so I think it's supposed to be. It shoot. You know what show was scary? Yo, I swear to bound, I could not watch Courage the Cowardly Dog. Yo,
Dude,
that
same.
slab
I
episode, bro. The slab, bro.
It was
nah,
creepy,
bro. I can't do it, bro.
So creepy.
No, I don't know what that slab episode was. I swear to bound, I ain't watching that. I will watch it to this day.
Hey, if you watch Courage the Cowardly Dog, you know what you might like. You might like yourself some Proton Gaming merchandise. Check out the link in chat. You can see it on the far right of your screen. Some sick jerseys, joggers, whatever you want. It's there, up for grabs. Go check it out. There's some sick merch. And guess what? You're supporting the Halo scene. All that money going back into the Halo scene, Tony. I start to see Aquarius getting loaded up. I'm trying to think of a good last cartoon to drop it off on. Avatar: The Last Airbender, always the GOAT.
So good.
What element would you be bending? You know?
I thought waterbending, like, the whole idea of like waterbending, like countering your opponent's like chakra and like flow and whatnot, like, and then being able to like manipulate it to ice, and apparently it was like bloodbending or something. I don't fucking know.
You can heal people. It's definitely like the most OP one.
It's so versatile. I know I love earthbending, especially like earth turns to like metal bending and whatnot, which is really cool. But waterbending, just the whole meta of waterbending was just really cool.
And I'd be a firebender because it's cool.
Yeah, it's kind of whack.
I'm shooting lightning out of my dude. I'm shooting lightning, bro.
Bro, you weren't even a part of. You would never been a part of the royal family, bro. Like,
yeah,
you never been a part of the royal family, bro.
Yeah, you don't know. I got that dog in me. I got that dog. You know what I'm saying? I'm for sure be betting lightning. Oh, here we go. Manny gets absolutely destroyed. Onboard gets the opening pick. As we start to see the kills materialize, the thrust not going to be enough to keep him alive as Boo Boo Doo Boo tries to finish off Rami.
We're going to see if Palm Villains really have that dog in them as well here, because they're up so far in this momentum. They were able to steal away just countless slays, and just countless engagements, and get that momentum onto their side. We saw Palm Villains play so well, despite the fact that Saucy was doing so good at game number 1. Game number 2, though, Saucy, they took over and they iced up. They really showed us. They really showed us what they're made of as well in that game number 2. So far, going to game 3, I don't even know who the favorites are. It's really tough right now. I think both of these teams are evenly matched, and this game number 3 is really going to set the tone for the rest of the series.
Yeah, I think the first flag could be the straw that breaks the camel's back. Could change the momentum for either of these teams, and I think that's why we're starting to see, you know, just a lot of disparity in the beginning of this game. You know, it feels as if one team is going to get it, then you start to see the other one wrap back. It's getting a little mixy, it's getting a little heated, a little scrappy, and that's what I love to see from these teams, right? Start to, you know, not everything can be this perfectly balanced game. Sometimes you just got to get right into the action, play a little bit of a hardball with these teams.
hard ball being thrown, frag over toward the car side. Grammy raining down nades. I don't know how many he has here. Palm Villains end up going 3 down, and Boo Boo Dooble is stuck over toward the car 2 side. It's only a matter of time before his former teammate's able to take him down. And now car side and map control in favor of Saucy. In fact, they're even in their opponent's base, shooting them, shooting each other. It doesn't matter. Tony Two-Turn gets in, gets out, looks to regain his shields and get right back in the gunfight once again. Suppressed, sadly, the timing not on his side. He's going to be taken down. Boo Boo Dooble cleaning up the pieces. Both teams' reinforcements are here, and Saucy ends up getting the best of Palm Villains over towards utility side.
And look at this stacking. Tony and Squally working together. Dynamic duo as they start to get into this base. And if Tony can win this fight, it should be a flag that goes for their team. Squally's there to take advantage. And it looks more and more likely that Saucy's going to be able to get their first flag in.
That flag has made its way over across the map here. Suppressed already here for the overextension, anticipating that flag is going to make it here. Diagram already trying to make his way onto the car side as well. They look to surround this utility side and break in like the police here, knocking down the door. They're here, but Diagram ends up going down. Whammy gonna fall as well, courtesy of Boo Boo Dooble. Looks like Vandy gonna be the final player alive here, wins his piv against Tony. Working on the return, Squall tries to get an angle here. Couple of shots into Mandy, does force him to back down. The return not done just yet as Mandy desperate over towards it. A trade happens, and it looks like Squall makes it just in time to touch the flag. Saucy go 3 down, make it 4 members, and now that flag is on the move. This time it's gonna be Palm Villains.
Oh, like all that effort to touch the flag with milliseconds left, but it did not matter. They go for it down. Too much of their resources go into that flag, and instead it comes to bite them. The counter cap is in, it's secured, and what was looking like Saucy could start to gain some real momentum has been completely countered. And you have to wonder about their metal. Can they keep up this aggression? Are they not gonna let this get to them? And so far, Tony, I think it's getting to them, because it's another 3 down, and Manny, he's positioning himself well to be able to get another flag on its way.
And it was the larger the reason why they were able to capture that flag before. His ability to stay alive onto the utility side and secure that return, even starting the next push here. But Saucy right off a spawn, able to find the slate that they're looking for. Dooble forced to retreat back. Suppressed now in a 1v2. He was not counting on that one. Suppressed hits the black screen, and Saucy have successfully defended their base, cleared it out. The return comes in, and now they have the opportunity to turn that defense into a bit of offense here on the car side of the map.
Ooh, Tony comes in fast and aggressive, gets 2, and Boo Boo, well, he could be the 3rd as Tony's trying to finish this fight. He gets him down, and that is a team wipe. But the early spawn, Manny has the perfect position. He snipes the runner, and that might be enough time for Manny and the crew to get back into this fight.
That must be so frustrating for Saucy to get that multiple down, that 4 down you're looking for. At that point, you want to take the most direct route possible with that flag, so you go right out the window over toward the car side of the map, and you're just about getting around the corner, which at that point would have been an easy flag cap, and nobody would have been able to stop it. And the first spawner is able to get the long range shots to stop it from going in. Clutch by Manny. Once again, really making plays. I'm not even talking about the scoreboard. We have the scoreboard. That return earlier to secure them from getting that flag cap, and then that play right there to stop the flag runner to coming in. So far, Manny is my MVP of the game.
Camo's gonna come up, and it could be a back-breaking one. We start to see Saucy see the respawn screen more and more often. 2 flags now in the favor of Palm Villains, and a camouflage to work with. Boo Boo Dooble on the prowl. This is the darkest timeline for Saucy so far.
Saucy cannot continue to allow Boo Boo Dooble and Palm Villains to control this camouflage. Boo Doo, one of the best camouflage players that we have in our game. Look how the trigger discipline comes in, allows multiple players to pass him as he goes in for the weak player, almost able to take down 2. Suppress gets a double kill of his own, and look at that swing. Saucy find himself 3 down. Squale now being isolated off of his spawn. The split spawners have been forced. Squale by himself, luckily able to throw some excellent denial grenades to deny access there, and now we see Saucy really showing how good their defense is off his spawn, stopping the overzealous Palm villains and able to clear out that base. But man, that was an opportunity that was dangerous, and it really all started from that camouflage. That could have been yet another cap in favor of Palm villains.
Yeah, Saucy had a great response, and they could have maybe had an opportunity for a flag there, but Diagram, he showed his ability to really hold out for his team last part in standing, and he was able to take 3 players down to stop the push of Saucy. No counter cap opportunity, but the pressure is still on. This Saucy team keeps creeping up the map. Boo Boo Doo gonna be an important line of defense right here for his team. He needs to go big.
Saucy does such a good job of stopping Palm villains and their really hyper-aggressive offense in their base and being able to clear them out. But it's always Palm villains that are on the offense themselves and always really forcing Saucy on that defense. I would say most of this map control has been in favor of Palm villains, and Saucy has been really forced to fight off of their spawn, and eventually you're gonna see at Palm villains they're gonna keep relentlessly pushing in. They might go down a few times, but that one time they get the 3 down, the one time they get the 4 down, that's another capture in favor of them, and they're already up 2-0 so far in this game. Palm villains offense eventually might just overwhelm Saucy's defense.
You know, we can really bring it down to I want to call it a time of possession stat. You know what I'm saying, Tony? The amount of time where you're possessing the opponent's side of the map has just been so heavily skewed in the favor of Palm villains that Saucy haven't been able to do anything about it, and Suppress, well, he's juggling his way to a 3rd flag, and this one could be one too many. How do you recover? The nades come in, they were fast enough. 2 in the kill feed. Can they get the return? Tony trying to make the hero play,
and he's able to do it. Curve slides right in, gets that flag off of the base. That's going to stop Palm villains from being able to capture that flag and force them to have to play for the return while simultaneously defending this flag from a return here from Saucy. You're seeing 4 members of Palm villains slowly start to inch toward the flag side. Tony 2-turn. He was baiting it out, but eventually he does end up going down. So does Squale. Rami is sneaking up over toward the P side with that heat wave. Very important player on the map. Can't quite find the kill, but I was gonna say able to stay alive. Diagram eventually doing with him, and we do have a flag stalemate, and all the stalemate does is work in favor of Palm villains, who already have the lead. And if they can dwindle down this time for about, say a minute and a half, 2 minutes, even if Saucy are able to get this capture, it won't mean much if Palm villains still have the lead by the time this timer hits 0.
Well, they're going massive for his team. He gets 2, but Manny and Boo Boo have a long distance pair right now, and I think Manny, he's on the hunt. He's in this back base. He's getting damaged down. Onboard trying to finish him out, but the nade comes in, and now Rami has to take over Onboard's responsibilities, but they've torn open a hole on this map, and now you're starting to see the nades come in. They're getting a little bit more aggressive, but they're not necessarily going for the jugular, Tony. They're just applying pressure to the wound. They're trying to bleed them out because they don't have to get a flag return. Like you said, it's all about the time. As long as they can make sure that there's only about a minute on this clock by the time the flag standoff is resolved, it's probably going to be too little too late for Saucy.
Some teams will bleed out that time by hiding in corners and letting the action come to them. Palm villains, they bleed out the time by consistently pushing you, forcing you on your back foot, and eventually sometimes, that not only the time end up going down, but sometimes you get the wipe that you're looking for. You end up maybe getting yourself a beautiful return. That's exactly what happens, and now just like that, up 3-0 so far in this game. Manny's starting to get another flag again. We talked about it before. Sometimes an amazing offense is even better than your defense. That's exactly what you see from Palm villains. A minute on the clock for Saucy to somehow try to capture 2 flags and put themselves in a position to force a sudden death.
If you're Saucy, what do you learn from this game? What went wrong for you? And what it really really comes down to is map control and slays. They have not been able to keep up with the aggression and the slaying output of Palm Villains. You have to figure out your solution. How do you counter this gameplay as you go into game 3? Because there's 30 seconds left. You know this one's over. The dagger's in. Your tournament life is on the line now. How do you respond in game 4?
You're a quitter, bro. 30 seconds, 3 flag captures, bro. That's doable, bro. What are you talking about, man?
What do you think? You think you the Flash over there? You think Barry Allen with them runs?
Curb slide. Yeah, then what you do is you curb slide that flag.
Let's put on the clock.
You curb slide that flag over towards the mid. You leave one player sitting back. That player curb slides again. Now you get 2 flag caps, and then you have another one sitting like a flag train. And all he has to do is grab the flag and force the sudden death. That's all he has to do.
It took you, by the time you finish explaining what happened, the game would have been over.
These pros already know what to do. I ain't got to explain it to them. See, when I'm in the lobby with you, I got an IGL with you. I got to sit here and break it down like a child, like a
hand holding.
That was definitely over.
Oh, man, hand holding. We start to see the slays. Did anyone on the side? No one on the side of Palm Villains going negative. All of them going plus in the kill feed and having a mighty amount of assists. Really just a dominant victory.
I know how much you love those assists, and those assists really showing the teamwork, flying together, playing together, and constantly pressuring your opponent. And it's tough, you know. It's really tough because I say it time and time again. I don't think Saucy are playing bad Halo. I think they're playing great fundamental Halo. I think they're playing the game the way it's supposed to be played. But when Palm Villains are flying at you and they're winning those pivotal gunfights, it's really tough. When a team is playing as fast as they are and are not making mistakes, that's the problem. A lot of players want to play as fast as Palm Villains do. A lot of players want to play as fast as Native Red do, but they make the critical mistakes that end up costing them games. When Palm Villains play fast, they're also playing great, efficient Halo as well. It's also coordinated. It's the small talk. It's the advanced understanding of the veteran leadership that they bring to the table, in addition to them just flying across the map and able to win those gunfights. It's not just being as fast as possible and not knowing what to do with that speed.
We're on to game 4, the potential last one of this series. Saucy need to win this game to continue their tournament life. Fast, aggressive gameplay. And like you said all day, Tony, this Palm Villains team, they just seem to be moving faster than the opposition.
We'll say Palm Villains were able to win over that Rockets, but it doesn't matter too much. They do end up going 3 down, and Saucy really on point with that starting strat. Somehow not able to win over the Rockets, but able to still get the slate that they're looking for. I'm sure they have at least one rocket to work with. The Stalker Rifle player does end up going down. It looks like he had a thrust as well, so some of that resources hitting the battlefield is supposed to be utilized here by Saucy. I'm going to find out that bites him in the butt. Or if Envor does with a beautiful double kill. Rami now going to follow to try to finish off the A side. Saucy really started to up the tempo on their gameplay going into strongholds.
Can A get captured? That is the question. Look at Palm Villains. They're constantly putting resources back towards A, and it comes to pay off. Now, look at Saucy. They're all trapped towards B. Boo Boo Doo-Boo's on the quick flank. They can't get any spacing on the map, and now, suddenly, a trip cap looks to be a very real possibility. Look at the players in red starting to swarm onto the spawn.
And hands are going down quick here. Numbers advantage momentarily in the favor of Saucy, and because of that, they're already working on the Charlie side base. As I say that, they do end up losing Bravo at the same time, and Boo Boo Doo Boo is baiting that corner. Saucy had the numbers. They wanted to take Charlie and push B at the same time. Boo Boo Doo Boo anticipating it well and putting that shotgun to work, and now Palm Villains have the opportunity to just hold on, wait here toward the Bravo side, wait for the spawners to come in, play for the slays, and hopefully push up, because Saucy are the ones that are holding on to a dub cap AC.
Boo's done a great job of just being patient, right? They had so much advantage, but they lost the scoring holds, but they didn't freak out. They didn't push out too fast. They're waiting for their opportunity. They're using their power weapons to get close into some fights, but Tony wins with the red gun. Shoddy versus red. It does not go in favor of the stalker rifle. And suddenly Saucy, they're making this one a little bit more mixy as they've been able to catch up 46 all.
Yeah, with 3 down going Saucy and Tony 2-turn stealing away that rocket and the stalker rifle combination. I was gonna say that might go in favor of Saucy, but Palm Villains, they're scrappy. They come in hot, they take advantage, they get the damage and get the slays they're looking for, even as Remy thought he had an open avenue to go after the Bravo side. Palm Villains keep on coming. Right off his spawn they go, and the double cap being held here by Palm Villains. Saucy being forced out once again.
And look at this counterweight that Boo Boo Doobu's providing. He knows that the cafe lane was open, and hey, it's time to fight for C. Diagram checks his corner. Tony's coming in to be the last line of defense, but Boo Boo Doobu has a stalker rifle to take care of any action. And even on the other side, look at how spread out Palm Villains is. I think we had a lag out. That's unfortunate, as we're gonna have to get back into this game. But Palm Villains had a very strong position before that lag out.
Well, over the lag out, we saw at least a 20-point lead in favor of Palm Villains, but like you said, that momentum was real, and things were really starting to swing in the favor of Palm Villains. It was getting dangerous. That lag out might work in favor of the opposing team right there, because they get a little bit of a reset. We'll obviously let the admins decide exactly what works, what's going to happen as far as the differential and what we're going to be playing to. But while we take a look at the scoreboard, as you see, Envor 8-6, 1 assist to go along with it. But on the opposing side, a balanced attack, 7 kills out of Diagram is suppressed, even 6 out of Boo Boo Doobu, and then rounding out with 5 kills and 6 assists to go along with it was Manny. All 4 members flying together, doing damage together. There is no weak point in this Palm Villains team.
Honestly, I was loving what I was seeing from them. Even when they weren't scoring, they were still playing the game right. And I think Palm Villains, I think they're going to wrap this one up in this game. Nonetheless, we're waiting for these players to get back into the lobby. We're going to take a quick break. When we're back, game 4 will be on your screen.
Every time you plug in, a portal opens. Be anything. Be everything. Edge of your seat. Eyes wide. Ears open. Ready to react. For the thrills. For the rush, for the win. An experience so visceral, you'll forget if you're here or there. This is Skull Candy Gaming. Feel it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to your $1,200 4v4 tournament provided by JJ Events and HaloHub. That's right, $1,200 was started off as $1,000, has been bumped up time and time again, and now we have $1,200 on the line for these amazing competitors. Now the question is, who's going to get that lion's share going into this matchup? We saw the version 1 of this before, obviously a little bit of technical difficulties. It's time for version 2. We're going back here to the streets. Can Palm Villains end it right here, right now?
I'll have to see their best. They looked phenomenal before the reset. They had everything going in their favor. I have a feeling that this reset isn't going to hamper them at all. I think Palm Villains is starting to get into their groove. And I think this is going to be our last game of the series, though we do have some hardened veterans on the side of Saucy, so you can never count them out, but I'm definitely hedging my bets.
Yeah, you know, when it comes to, you know, a great sauce, you know, you obviously got to start off with fresh tomatoes. You know what I mean? That's envoy right there, the fresh tomato. That's your base. That's what you build on. But then, you know, you need that seasoning. You need some nice onions to go along with that. That's Rami, you know what I mean? He's gonna bring it all together with the onions, soak up all that flavor. Some nice basil or basil. That's gonna be Tony Tucci, you know, sprinkle that on top, you know, a little bit of basil, and then finally you got Squale, that garlic. That's where your power comes from, and together they make an incredible sauce that might be able to come back and maybe force us into a game of 5. I'm real hungry, Garrett. I'm sorry. I'm hungry.
Yeah, you had no emulsifier in your sauce, Tony. It's just gonna be a wet broken sauce. You gotta get some oil, some butter.
Oh, I mean, that's where the coaches come in and what?
yeah, that's the coach's job.
Yeah. Remember
Stir it all together.
I'm the 6th.
There we go, bro. There we go. Well, Saucy, they must have taken your advice because they're going to be the first to score. How fast can Palm Villains recover as their press does a drive-by, able to take one down at Planners, but Saucy well positioned at B. They're going to be able to stifle the push, but maybe it was just a counter, a feint to deal with, because Boo Boo Jubu makes a rotation to C, and now B starting to get cleared out once again. We're going to see a full rotation of the hills.
What we thought was Saucy stifling Palm Villains ended up turning into a stiff arm instead, and Palm Villains halting them quick, and now we're seeing Boo Boo Dubu coming quick with that thrust as well, despite being one shot able to stay alive. But off the screen, Squale and Rami getting back-to-back kills. Rocket launch up in about 30 seconds. That's enough time for anything to happen, and that includes back-to-back kills in favor of Palm Villains, clearing out the Bravo side. Rami trying to get over toward the Charlie before they're able to collapse on him. It's not gonna happen. He's chased away. Get off my lawn, says Palm Villains, right as the rocket launcher is coming up.
Boo Boo has been an absolute terror on this map. He's working so well with his teammates to be able to provide spacing and opportunity. The red gun has been so efficient. They're able to get these rockets as Suppress gets the tap. Everything is going right. They're picking up right where they left off.
Rocket launcher in their hands is suppressed. Tony Two Turns somehow still alive over towards the PD side of the map here. That's going to be really important. That might start Saucy's ability to push in, but the snipe from the Rocket's not quite going to connect here for Suppressed. No utility to work with here as both players losing a member. Somehow Suppressed able to get himself a killing spree on the back of Tony Two Turn. Both teams end up going 2 down. Saucy the first one to go 3 down. So all of these advantages now in favor of Palm Villains. They hold on to a double cap, and Saucy is forced to rotate toward the Charlie side of the map.
And he's checking left and right. You start to see the push to A, but Boo Boo has the clear route. He's going to keep that stronghold in favor for his team. And I thought maybe get even more aggressive, but it looks like he forced a split to back A. And he needs to be aware of Squale's presence, and Squale not letting Boo Boo get away. Some G1 on G1 action.
Double push by Saucy gonna work. Purple Street now being cleared out courtesy of Squale. Rami holding down the C side of the map as we're starting to see things really work in favor of Saucy. Suppressed having no idea there's a player behind him. That's going to be Rami. So now they're working on a triple cap. Is Saucy and Tony Two Turn able to take down one. Now he has a pivotal battle against Boo Boo Dubu, able to get a couple of shots on him. Boo Boo Dubu lives to steal away Bravo, but only long enough to beat his maker, as once again Saucy working on the Bravo side, going to continue to put points on the board. Palm Villains may have the lead, but Saucy are taking control.
Yeah, Boo Boo helps avert disaster for a little bit right there. If he would have lost that fight early on, we'd probably see a little bit of a prolonged triple cap. Instead, Boo Boo Dubu goes big, and he goes big once again, stopping the Rockets from falling into the hands of Squale, but Tony's there to recover. One rocket in the chamber, one kill to grab. He's able to get the pick, but the onslaught's not done yet. Palm Villains flooding their numbers towards B.
Saucy do such a great job of distracting Palm Villains right as the rockets are coming up. You saw with that first rockets where Rami, despite the team being 3 down, hops over towards Charlie to distract Palm Villains from going after those rockets and force to get him out of the base. You see it again, them constantly applying pressure as the rocket launcher is coming up. You do a great job of distracting Palm Villains, and with that, Palm Villains go 3 down. Saucy end up with all of the resources possible, and we know how important they can be. I feel like Saucy are downloading the information. They know Palm Villains hop on every single call. They know they fly on it, and now they're starting to put these distractions, these feints, and they're really working in the favor of Saucy.
Yeah, I start to think that this disorder's getting to Palm Villains. It's been so many one-on-ones, and the fights have just started to move into the favor of Saucy as we start to see Rami. He's an important figure right here. He needs to go big. He has both the power weapons. He gets the first killing spree for Rami as he continues on his rampage. Tony gets the cleanup, and the defense is a rock solid. We start to see early rotates back towards C, but Squall is well positioned to clean them all up. It's an early 2 down. Palm Villains, like I said, I think it's a case of disorder. They're not able to get on the same page, to get on the same reticles, and it's starting to become a hindrance in this game. The comeback is starting to look more and more likely. The trip cap's in. Saucy looks to be going for a back-breaking push.
What once was about 103-20 lead in favor of Palm Villains. Look at what has happened now. A triple cap in favor of Saucy. Manny able to get himself a big kill, but still ends up going 3 down. Nade starts to go out as Boo Boo Doo Boo tries to bait out that rockets, but there's just too many members of Saucy now flying on it. They have dedicated bodies towards these resources, making sure that they're getting a hold of every single power weapon on the map, and they are using that against Palm Villains, who are struggling at the moment. A big lead flipped right in favor of Saucy. Can they hold on to it?
Rami able to get the reset at B, and Manny's not going to be able to get away. So what looked like could have been a little bit of a reprieve for Palm Villains does not come through, and Saucy keeps scoring. And you start to see a flip out as onboard captures A. C will rotate to Palm Villains, but Rami has gone big time and time again as he sends Suppress back to his family.
Suppress, he tried to test his vertical sense. He tried to jump over Rami's head, comes back around. The Rami was ready. 18 kills to his name right now. Mr. Consistent, Mr. Fundamental. Normally the one doing the dirty work for this squad, but now has really stepped up in a Slayer role. And of course, Tony Two-Turn always gets his, as a beautiful double kill has emerged. Thrust and Stalker Rifle to work with for Tony Two-Turn. Diagram able to clean up Rami, but eventually goes down himself again. Stalker Rifle, shotgun, rockets. How many times are we going to say that they have these resources? It's because they prioritize it. It's because they understand how important this sandbox is, and with that, they're able to get themselves a huge win. And I'm pretty sure, we'll start 2-1 plus 1, in favor of Saucy. That should mean game 5. Garrett, are we going to a game 5?
Game 5 is on its way, and the momentum that Saucy must feel is immense. They played that perfectly, was able to get the sandbox in their possession and then use that advantage to really spiral that game out of control. Really shout out to Rami in particular. I thought his plays that he made, that lone player at B, was really the difference maker for the team. But game 5 is now the last recourse for both these teams. Whoever loses goes home. Whoever wins is in the money.
When you think about all of the weapons that spawn on streets, shotgun, commando, stalker, sentinel beam, disruptor, and you would say when it comes to like per square inch, Streets probably has the most sandbox utilization on it compared to any map I would think of, with so many literally there's just so much on the map. I think we need to adjust some of these times. They come up so fast, but hey, it's all about controlling it. That's exactly what they do, and because of that, we're going into a game number 5, and no matter what, I love me some Streets.
Streets was fun. Gotta see some, we gotta see some dominant holds from both the teams, but now it comes down to the sniper rifle of live fire. Boo Boo Doo was on absolute fire the first time we saw him pick it up on this map. Can he replicate that success?
It all ends right here, right now, baby. It's a live fire. First to 50 kills, gonna take the win. 12 minutes on the clock. You already know the keys to success: the sniper rifle, the heat wave, the power up. We know it, so do the players. So now it's really about that execution. Now it's really about demanding the map control, winning your pivotal gunfights, and overwhelming your opponents. At this point, all players start on an even playing ground. That's why we love us some Halo Arena Slayer, and I can't wait to go into it. Live fire on game number 5. The winner advances forward, the loser sadly goes home.
Yeah, I love live fire. It'll be fun. Hopefully we get loaded in somewhat soon. Tony, this is my first game 5 that we've been able to do today. I'm excited to get into it, man. I love me some game 5s.
I'm ready. I'm ready. And mind you, in case you guys didn't know, the winner of this actually playing against Incognito, I believe, in the losers bracket finals. And so both of these teams are literally 2 series away from making it into the grand finals. So many implications here with this matchup here on this game alone. Game number 5, I can't think of 2 words better in Halo East. Well, maybe game 7. In that case, maybe game 11. And
game 11.
I don't know if there's a game 13. Either way, the point is an elimination
27.
game is freaking hype. Wait, what game is going to 47?
27, bro. 47 is so unrealistic.
What's 27?
So 27. You run it back twice, bro. So it's two. It's I guess like 2 best of 13s plus 1.
Why?
I don't know. It'd be hype though.
All right, looks like we're getting ready to load in, ladies and gentlemen. And while we're waiting here, I mean, can we give a shout out to some of these sponsors? You know, Skull Candy. You guys saw the headphones on our head. Hey, Louis, do me a favor. I love the players on screen. Get us on screen real quick if you can. Get us on camera real quick. I need the people at home to see these beautiful Skull Candies. And by the way, I know everybody and their grandmother at some point has owned themselves a Skull Candy headset. You already know the quality is absolutely top notch. You already know we looking good too, because again, you look good, you play good. I'm just saying, make sure you get yourself some Skull Candies. And hey, I know some of y'all broke. It's okay. I'm broke too. I got bills to pay. Tomorrow, they're giving away 20 headset tools. They're giving away 20 headsets. How crazy is that? So in case you know you don't got that money, it's all good. 2v2 tournament happening tomorrow. Make sure you guys check it out. I know it's going to be on JJ Events. Not sure. I'm sure there's going to be some watch parties going on top of that. Make sure you get involved if you have yourself a duo. Hey, Tools, you do anything tomorrow? Am I good enough to play with you?
I'm winning 20 headsets. I'm making multiple accounts, Tony.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, wait, we playing some 2v2s tomorrow? Is that what you're saying, Tony?
I'm just saying. I mean, I want another one of these headsets. I want one of these headsets to give away myself. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
If the Twitter followers
get one for the whole family, man. Get one for the whole family.
Yeah, my dog. I don't know what dog needs.
Your dog listening to what kind of music your dog listening to on his runs?
Metal. She's a metal listening Shih Tzu.
Overshield still up for grabs. It looks like Palm Villains has the upper hand as Saucy starts to take some heavy damages, but Tony comes in as the hero. Gets 1, gets 2, stopping Palm Villains short of the overshield. Take the reposition, make it 3. Boom, boom, 2 moves the last. He'll stop the reign of terror from Tony, but that overshield is still on its pedestal.
I've never met a Tony I didn't like it with the damage that he's able to create on the map. So many openings come out, and because of that, Envoy and friends are able to snatch away an overshield, and they put it to work immediately. Palm Villains find himself 3 down once again. Envoy right back into the action into a one-shot Boo Boo Doo, now being chased away and eliminated, the lead in favor of Saucy. But the question is, what do you do with it? Those spawners are coming up. Saucy, you got to make sure reticles are trained on them.
Tony has absolutely opened up this game phenomenally. 6 kills, only 2 deaths, triple positive. But he can't hit the skill jump, and Manny looks to punish, but his teammate did. Unfortunately for them, everyone else is falling down off screen. Palm Villain's able to take 3, get the wipe, clean this game up to make it even. Overshield gonna be up once again, Tony, and well, we'll see if this one takes a ton of time or if it's gonna be a little bit more explosive as Diagrams hits the return to service. First class delivery, as that's gonna secure the overshield for Palm Villains.
Shoot, Amazon swear that I swear every time we put that package on your doorstep. And I know you did. I didn't see it, and I got returned to sender. I don't know what to tell you. 15 to 14 lead. Make it 16 in favor of Palm Villains. Multiple members pushing up toward the mid side. Saucy aware of it, but Manny with that overshield. They're playing right behind that player with overshield, but Ramy's able to take him down, gets himself a double kill before going down. And then Envor, the killing spree being earned despite the fact that Palm Villains were pushing up through that overshield. Those engagements still work in favor of Saucy, and just like that, they have the lead.
A sniper coming up in just about 5 seconds. We start to see some action happening towards B. These players are not going to be able to get access towards top mid, and that's going to go in favor of Squall A. He's going to get that sniper and get away. And although the kills go blow for blow, it's really a victory for the side of Sauce, because you get Squall A, who's a phenomenal sniper, able to really have the dictating gun in his hands.
Manny stuck over toward the green side of the map. I do see Suppressed Boo Boo Doo trying to make a little bit of a sneaky play over towards the dummy side. Sneaky Beavers, they are, and it's going to work out. Boo Boo Doo taking down Squall with that heat wave, but they're not done yet. Remy and Tony, 2 truckers still in their sight. Diagram coming in with a beautiful flank and collapse here from the tower side. There was tower side control that was locked in favor of Saucy, and sadly it is no more. Palm Villains not only showing that they can speed things up and fly at their opponent, but they can also slow it down and systematically break setups.
Now, Squall was able to take down Diagram before he has to run away. Overshield's up. Suppressed has a great angle to keep them away, but not able to get the kill. But enough time was bought. Boo Boo Doo Boo starts to glow yellow as he's on the run. Gets the sniper back in his hand. Squall doing his best to keep him away, and does a successful job at that. Great job taking down Boo Boo Doo Boo early on and preventing that sniper from running away.
Pickup kills coming in for Suppress, earns himself a double kill. Squall tried to use that repulse to milk his life for as long as possible. Sadly, didn't work exactly the way he wanted to. But it's all good. A 2-kill lead in favor of Palm Villains. Saucy not able to break through the garage side. Manny raining down bullets on him, but all it does is let his location known. And looks like Squall able to sneak in, steals away the 1-shot kill. Palm Villains quickly deal with him. So they're still controlling his outside A side. Now they're ready to break in through the doors. Envoy's weak. The bait and switch able to put Ramy down to 1 shot as well. Repulses him back. Get back, Envoy. You don't know him like that. As Palm Villains are able to take control of that A side and literally pushing Saucy out. And now they're cutting off the exit routes.
Oh, they had 2 noob combos. The twin brothers off the side of the map did not matter. They both had the pea shooter in the back pocket, and they were able to get their kills because of it. As we start to see this game run in the favor of Palm Villains. Suppressed has been on a tear. 12 kills for him. Tony did his best. He's 12-7 on the other side. Had a phenomenal start to this game, and he's trying to keep his team in this running.
Back-to-back kills in favor of Ramy and Tony. 2-turn. Palm Villains find themselves 3 down once again. So the high-risk, high-reward gameplay by Palm Villains end them on the black screen right as that overshield is coming up. I love that play by Suppress to get up toward the tower side and get a line of sight towards it, but sadly he didn't have the help that he was looking for and able to force that overshield back. So Saucy steal it away. Boo Boo Doo Boo sends that grenade right back where it came from. Envor sneaks away with overshield. I believe they have heat wave and sniper rifle. A side, oh sorry, sniper rifle, excuse me, sniper rifle still up, snatched away here by Palm Villains. but Saucy still have decent resources and decent control on their side.
Well, this sniper can put away the game for Palm Villains. It's up to Boo Boo Doo to hit some crucial shots. Envor's been sighted, but the rest of the team starts to gather towards sandbags. Envor's pulled them away from the sight line. And now Boo Boo he's hunting from atop his perch. If one player gets too far out of line, he's going to be the first to take him down.
Like a hawk in his perch. Ah! Says Boo Boo Doo with the sniper rifle holding on the Charlie side of the map. Spawners are coming up over toward Overshield. Looks like Diagram might be able to get an angle onto sandbags, and Palm Villains, they're perfectly comfortable controlling the C side of the map. They're perfectly comfortable keeping this sniper rifle as elevated to look down on their opponent, especially in the hands of Boo Boo Doo, who's so consistent with the shots, but a couple of missed ones will force him to relocate here. Shots onto one, able to clean up Rami, somehow still alive here, but Squally and Envor might have been able to get a line of sight on him, and of course, like the savvy veteran he is, he gets away, stays alive, and we are really approaching that end game. Just 5 kills needed for Palm Villains to take the game and potentially the series.
Dubu's waiting towards that overshield, but his teammates weren't able to get the kill, and now he's in trouble. He falls down. 46 all, 5 seconds till the overshield, but look at the position of Saucy. They're in a position to grab this overshield, and suddenly you're gonna be relying on that pea shooter to end this game, because that overshield is going to be popped and used as the tip of the spear. That's the first person that's going to be making the play. Squally's in. He's going. He's trying to chase down Suppress. Suppress using the pillars as block, but the pea shooter, it comes in. It gets the kill. Squally sees the respawn screen. Tony's in trouble. Diagram goes in. Rami cleans it up, but it's a Dubu dagger to end the game.
50-49. Palm Villains steal away that series and are going forward to the losers bracket finals. And I said it before, and I'll say it again. Somebody get Manny an MVP trophy, because Squale, you know they wanted to get aggressive around that overshield. Like you said, they wanted, it was the tip of the dagger, was them trying to get in, create that wound, start the bleeding, and Manny neutralized it immediately with that green gun. And that was the hopes for Saucy to come out and to come out of the series alive and well. Sadly, Palm Villains putting them down, but really behind that green gun play by Manny, that was huge by them.
250-49s, 1 for each squad. Palm Villains gets to continue on their reign. They earn themselves at minimum the 3rd place prizing for this tournament. If you guys are interested in helping the prizing for this tournament, we are doing some crowdfunding, JJ crowdfunding, I believe is the exclamation, whatever. If you want to help increase the prize pool, there's an opportunity to do so. We already have increased the prize pool to $200 more. $1,200 prize pool so far today. Absolutely phenomenal work. Shout out to Ken Glode for helping with the prize pool today. Boo Boo Doo's tournament continues on one step further, but what a hell of a game 5.
As you were saying that, I'm looking at the right hand side of my screen, the Proton merch, it keeps flipping, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm liking what I'm seeing. I see the jerseys, the hoodies, and they're really good looking stuff. They got joggers. They got joggers too. I'm over here just looking at the flipping Proton merch, along with the stats on screen. By the way, amazing stats. Ran with the 4600 to his name. On opposite side, those Suppressed, Diagram, and Manny breaking that 4K club. Yeah, I'm gonna need some of this Proton merch. You got a link or something, bro? It's actually fire.
I think, hey, go check out the Twitch chat. Go look at some merch. Go sign up for the 2v2 tomorrow, because Tony, we got some headsets up for grabs. 20 of them being given away by Skull Candy. You can see the Proton merch in the chat right there. Go check that out. And while you're perusing, signing up for your tournament, we're gonna get our losers, our elimination finals ready to see who gets that who qualifies for our grand finals. During that time, we're going to go to a quick break.
Every time you plug in, a portal opens. Be anything. Be everything. Edge of your seat. Eyes wide. Ears open. Ready to react. For the thrills. For the rush. For the win. An experience so visceral, you'll forget if you're here or there. This is Skull Candy Gaming. Feel it.
Stronghold captured. Ball taken. All taken. All taken.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and it is time for our loser bracket finals. And this series is brought to you by Kin Glode, owner of Kin Glode, Travis. He's the founder of Kin Glode Industries. He's an aerospace engineer and an independent research and development principal investigator for advanced materials, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and digital twin technology. His second full-time job is to run Kin Glode Industries, a veteran-owned business that believes in improving lives by enhancing performance. They research, develop, and test proprietary, all natural proprietary blends and natural herbs, proteins, amino acids, and nutrients for the brain to feed on and perform optimally. Boost mental clarity, alertness, and focus in order to enhance short-term, long-term, and spatial memory throughout cognitive overloaded days, kind of like today. He has been using it for years and with amazing results, and recently decided to share this secret with the rest of the world. So shout out to Kin Glode. Kin Glode is our sponsor for this series, and I'm ready to bring back Toolez and why not. So welcome back, fellas. It's our loser bracket finals time. Tony, how we feeling, man?
I mean, I'm feeling good. I mean, I will say, you know, all the stuff that you were explaining right there, I feel like goes hand in hand with gaming. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to make sure you're on top of your game, you might want to make sure you get yourself some Kin Glode. And like I said before, any supporter of Halo, I'm a supporter of. I think you said it was veteran owned too. So thank you very much for your service. Travis, I believe you said what his name was. And I'm down. I'm about to get me some Kin Glode after this because my gameplay, it's abysmal. It really is.
All right, Tony needs a little help getting his skill up to par, but Toolez, we got the elimination bracket right in front of us. It's all played out now. We're in the finals. What does this tell you?
Well, Palm Villains, they looked incredible on their run, but we've seen some weak moments, and I think Incognito have a real opportunity to expose them in this game. If you can capitalize on those weaknesses and really start to take advantage of the hyper-aggressive nature of Palm Villains, I think we could see Incognito find their way back up to the finals on the winner side. But it's going to be a tall task for either of these teams. You have Ryan Newman Ray and the long-term duo on the side of Incognito working with Carmea and Mental, two extremely talented individual players. But Boo Boo Doo and his kids, they have consistently upset high-performing teams in the past. You add Manny to the mix, it's a hell of a team to look out for.
I was like, you said Boo Boo and the kids, man. I kind of like the name.
I hope you realize that mathematically, I don't think Boo Boo Doo Boo's old enough to father anybody.
Are you shaming adoption, Tony?
No, I apologize. I didn't think of adoption. That's all me. I apologize. You were damn right. And I also realized Carmea is also like 12 years old, so I feel like any one of us could be his father. So I apologize. That's on me. My bad.
Wait, that is on you.
My bad.
All right, loser bracket finals, guys. It's getting started right now. We're loading into game one. It might be a reset because I see teams are a little off balance, but it's going to be recharged strongholds. Guys, you're already killing it. Keep going.
You know, I learned something the other day. So any of you pro players listening, if you are the lobby leader and you see the teams go dysfunctional, like they switch randomly, you can swap them while the map is loading with your admin power if you're the lobby leader. Learned that the other day. Cool little tip.
But you got to be careful because you do know with great power has to come the understanding of how to use it and how dangerous that can be. So you know, don't let that power go to your head.
Who said that?
That was Boo Boo's grandfather. I think he said before adopting somebody. I don't even know.
What was Boo Boo's grandfather's name?
Dubu Oob. Goobu Drubu. He wasn't a long distance runner. But he was a track star. He was a straight. He was one of those.
He was
one of those javelin guys, bro. Like
a javelin.
Yeah, those things are dope.
Dude, you ever seen the video of the guy getting impaled?
Okay, we need to talk.
Dude, have you not seen it? It's like he survived in everything. It's crazy, dude. They're doing it's like an Olympics thing. They're in the Olympics, and suddenly you just see like a guy just get absolutely hammered by it. Yeah, it's wild. He survived. That's the only reason I bring it up, because I don't feel that bad about it, because it did nothing to him. He lived, didn't have any long-term effects. So I feel like it's kind of a cool story you could tell. You got impaled during the Olympics.
Game number 1 of your elimination bracket finals.
It goes right through the chest.
Both of these teams guaranteed top 3 here and guaranteed a piece of the prize pool, but it's that number 1 spot that nets you $700 here. So let's get this. Game number 1 is on the way, and it looks like Incognito know what's on the line. They're already working in for a double cap, but they're losing Bravo quickly.
Oh, Rain, he's gonna be able to get the opening pick, and he's gonna find the second. Palm Villains are able to recover C, but keep an eye out for players like Rain and Mental in particular in this series, Tony. Rain has that ability to flip the switch and become a main slayer at any moment. And then Mental, I feel as if, has been this player who's been waiting for the correct opportunity. I think this has been his best one yet. But we have seen moments where he looks to be a God-given esport legend in the making. What was a part of the dynasty in Gears of War with the Optic Gaming roster has started in CDL matches in the past and is now trying his hand at his 3rd esport to go professional in Halo. The man has natural born talent.
Man definitely gets around, does Mental, and he's really excited to watch. He's really one of the main slayers on any roster. He's a part of Shopify Rebellion with the main piece of that squad, and now showing what he can do alongside Ryan Dubrain and Carmea. Ryan Dubrain making his way over toward the Bravo side challenge. Immediately the trade does end up going in, and as that happens, Palm Villains were able to secure that capture, and now a triple cap in favor of them as their lead continues to grow.
And look at this spawn, all of them spawning back towards pipes, and this is a great opportunity because not only are they getting pressure immediately on the spawn, but they also have the better position for the camouflage coming up. This is where you can see games quickly go out of reach, because not only are they going to continue this trip cap or get to that 100 point level, but they've also gotten away with the camouflage at the same time. Really just it rains and pours scenario for Incognito.
And that's exactly what's happening right now here. Palm Villains are making it rain. They're continuing to apply pressure, and with that pressure, Incognito can't find himself in a base, and this lead, it's a triple-digit lead at the moment, and it is going in. If this is a 250-8 win, that'll be devastating for the mental of their opposition. What is going on here with Incognito?
Man, he trying to do his best to be that middle player and put damage into both fights. Was able to get the first, but Ryan was able to sneak away. He's secured C, and now you're putting a lot of pressure on Mental to hit a big shot, but he does it. Diagram goes over the top, but the head was revealed for just a second. Mental getting a massive kill. He's by his lonesome over at B, but he is holding the line.
And just like you see on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, the Ken Glow being mixed up. It looks like Incognito are mixing things up a little bit, throwing off the timing of Palm Villains, and they're finally able to create some kind of offense. The double cap AB setup in favor of Incognito, and they ain't hiding right now. They're daring Palm Villains to push up. The back smack comes in quick, courtesy of Carmea, and with that, he's gonna control the control side. He's gonna make sure that nobody on Palm Villains is able to get free real estate on the map. Incognito are coming back.
And sometimes, you have an explosive start from the side of Palm Villains, but this is a long distance sprint. They're hoping that Palm Villains has gassed themselves out, and this next camouflage could secure this comeback for Incognito. Ryanu versus Manny at the bottom of the pit. Ryanu spraying the green goo. Not able to get the kill, but the assist comes in. Camouflage. I don't know if it got burned or not in that fight, Tony. I don't know if anyone's gotten away with it.
167 to 78 lead, still in favor of Palm Villains, and now we know the diagram was not only able to steal that camouflage away, gets the activation, and nobody Incognito has any idea where he is. That's where you can be as most dangerous as possible. And although he was able to secure Ryanu going down, looks like he wasn't able to stay alive to push too much. Ends up going down with camouflage. Luckily, Incognito are 3 down, and Manny refuses to be booped off the map.
I love it when you have the grab. Oh, good. Keep doing it. No. Oh, he got the stick. Ryanu. He went for the 360. I guess it's a 360 stick. He went definitely in a circle, running, chasing each other's tail, looking like a dog lost at Sea Turbine, but unfortunately the stick was not enough. It's still a trip cap that was in possession for Palm Villains. They're only 25 seconds away from winning this game.
Oftentimes, professional Halo will look like child's ring around the rosy. It just happens that way, and it's just one of those situations where it does. Incognito once again falling 3 down, somehow able to take away Charlie right now, despite not having the numbers on their side. Palm Villains recognize that. They immediately rotate over toward the alpha side of the map. Charlie is yet to be completed here, despite the fact the diagram has just finished A, and it looks like that's gonna be it. It looks like Palm Villains might be able to steal it, but one player dips his toes in, and there it is.
What a dominant game from the side of Palm Villains. The trip cap in the early game, it just shows you how effective a 4 down can be. A perfect moment where they got 4 down and then were able to spawn trap at the worst possible spot for Incognito, and they just absolutely ran away with their opportunity.
The one thing I love about Halo Infinite is the BR it's not incredibly hard to shoot. Let's be honest. Like, all of us have a decent shot no matter where you're at, whether platinum, diamond, onyx, no matter where you're at, you're gonna have a decent shot. So you have to rely on that teamwork, and also really that sandbox is on display, and no other than being on display more than Manny getting repulsed off the map, then able to grapple right back onto it to stay alive, which was absolutely incredible for him to have that awareness to be able to do so, and then immediately the opposition going 3 down and them able to get right into the defensive position and able to play right through it. This was it right here. Repulse off the map, right back onto it, beautifully played. The moment a player goes off the map, nobody's looking at anymore. And at that point, you just assume that player's going down and you go to look for a new target, a new angle, and that play alone, and in this right here, that's just beautiful Halo right there. That's just beautiful Halo.
Oh, dude. I was gonna be like, let's like play it forward, then rewind it and play it forward, like go like an infinite loop. Just like chasing each other.
I was gonna do like the circus music while
dude, you could probably
with like the Globetrotters music.
You could probably get a perfect loop out of that, right? Like, because they went through like a full circle. I feel like you get a perfect loop where it's just them running at each other for 5 minutes. All right, sniper going to be so important on this map. Slayer is the name of the game. Last time we saw Palm Villains on this map, it was a game 5, and Boo Boo, Dubu, and Suppress teamed up to get that final kill at a 50-49 finish.
Here on Live Fight, obviously playing a lot different than Recharge, a little smaller of a map, and that central area not having open lines of sight like you would have on Recharge. Instead, Live Fire really able to isolate some of these players, and also with how small the map is, you're able to punish those spawners. This, Aquarius and Streets are 3 of the most punishing maps that we have in our rotation here. Palm Villains love to punish their opponent. It's a 7-3 lead, able to net themselves a sniper rifle, but a big kill by Mental might be able to slow them down.
Yeah, Boo Boo Dubu's going to be able to get away from all this danger though and set up and watch an angle, and if anyone decides to over challenge, he will have the kill. So effective with the sniper rifle all day today, just short on that angle. But look how slow Incognito has started to pace this game. They're not necessarily trying to push into the spawn and keep their advantage. They're gonna let Palm Villains push into them, and well, Boo Boo Dubu, he's starting to get hyper aggressive with this snipe.
Being as aggressive as possible as Boo Boo Dubu and Palm Villains, they only know how to hold forward, and with shots like that, it's no reason for them to slow their game down. A big double kill by Boo Boo Dubu, adding his third to the board, lining up that sniper rifle because he still has 7 shots to work with. Incognito, you better be careful. Your head's in danger.
Boo Boo just misses that shot on Carmea. Trying to find the finish, not gonna be able to come into his view. The overshield's up, Boo Boo gets the pick on the body, not the kill, but the overshield does go in the favor of Incognito. Ryan Noob has a real opportunity to start pushing their advantage, get that sniper away from Boo Boo Doo.
And now pay attention to the scoreboard here, because before Ryan grabs a hold of this overshield, they're down by 2 kills. This is going to be a very critical part of the game. They have to get value out of this overshield. I want to see them at least tie the game up, or at least have a 1-kill lead by the time Ryan goes down. But it looks like he gets shredded almost immediately. Down to 1 shot he goes, and Palm Villains not only able to hold on to that lead, but even able to increase it from there. Down to 1 shot goes Rain here. Palm Villains finally end up going 3 down, but they're holding on to their lead, and Manny's still going off on the kill feed.
Rain's looking for the shot. He's not going to be able to connect, and look how fast Incognito's trying to put on the pressure. They don't care that Heat Wave and Sniper's in the hands of Incognito. They're going in for the hunt either way, but Rain survives with the help of Carmea. I mean, what an aggressive push from Palm Villains when they had no advantage on weapon or utility.
Palm Villains somehow able to make a lemonade out of lemons. You know, even when Palm Villains were 3 down, Manny still rips a double kill on the feed and continues to slow down Incognito, not allow him to get comfortable here. Ryan doing a great job of chasing that player down over on the tower side, but eventually Suppress was able to back him down. Beautiful shots out of range. Gets himself a double kill, perfect into the cleanup, and somehow still alive. Multiple members of Palm Villains want to push him out, but Rain has been able to. He's been able to gain his shields, and no bullets to work with here. But I think he just ran over a bot. He's good. He found one. He got it.
That's insane though. He had 4 bullets in a VR, no sniper ammo. Like, he's out. You know, he was like, he's doing his best. And well, his life is gonna keep going. Rain feels like it's been forever since he died. He found a new overshield, so it's gonna be even a bit longer. Boo Boo, oh, he spotted the sniper of Boo Boo Doo. How does Incognito react to this information? They know that Boo Boo Doo is trapped at back B with the sniper.
Looks like he was about to get aggressive on him against the intel that there's multiple members of Palm Villains over toward the Charlie side, so they're leaving Boo Boo Doo isolated over there. Now overwhelming the C side of the map, and that might have just worked into Incognito's favor, really turning a 4v4 situation into a 4v3 by throwing that player onto the green side. Now he's going to be addressed as he finally ends up going down. Well played by Incognito in their target prioritization.
Great utility usage from Incognito has really transformed this game. It looked as if Palm Villains had everything going right for them off the start, but now Incognito has roared on back. We're starting to see them have control of the sandbags, control of the repulses, the snipe, the plasma pistol, and it's led to them growing a 6-kill lead. Palm Villains need to get their VRs trained together, take down a couple players, and regain control of the sandbox.
Things are getting sweaty here on Live Fire. And all of our sponsors, I'm surprised Degree isn't one of them. It's 2 down for each of the members here. A critical part of the game. Once it's a 2v2, you can't be that third one to fall. So Ryan, we're going to try to stay alive as long as possible, get max value out of the plasma pistol into the repulse. Watch your step, young man. Diagram flies in. Suppressed down to 1 shot. Diagram stuck over toward the green side. This is Incognito's opportunity to start dating and pushing in. Even the drop wall, though, isn't enough to keep Mental alive, and all members of Palm Village still up.
Did you see that that plasma pistol go right through the 1 panel that was open on that drop shield? Oh man, talk about getting unlucky. Mental, he goes down, and this overshield desperately needs to go into the hands of Palm Village if they're going to make this comeback. And the flank from Suppressed is well timed. He gets the opening pick. Diagram has an opportunity to run for this overshield, but Carmea shuts it down with the help of his team. The overshield goes back into the hands of Incognito. A disastrous moment for Palm Villains.
Palm Villains thought they had a free overshield, and sadly, It's not gonna happen as they steal it away, and now we're seeing Incognito with the sniper rifle, with the overshield. Time and time again, we talk about controlling the sandbox here in Halo Infinite, and you're about to see it being put to work. A triple kill coming out of nowhere for Carmea, and he's not done yet. The spawners are in, and they are stuck being left on an island. Rain can't quite find the trade there, but Mensa was there to pick up the pieces. That's gonna be a double kill. 4 more kills needed for Incognito to tie up the series.
An incredible response from Incognito after getting just absolutely slapped in game 1. They dish it out themselves in game 2. An absolute performance, able to run away with this game. It was even at 18 all at one point. We're gonna finish with this being close to a steak dinner. I guess we can call it a hamburger steak, because 32 is just unbelievable with how we've seen Palm Villains play all day today. You would never expect them to fall this way.
Just like that, tied up going into a game number 3. That's going to make this game 3 the most important game we have seen so far after the big win here by Incognito. And just well played, Halo, making sure, just having an advanced understanding of how important that sniper rifle is, how important that overshield is, but also knowing how to play around it, how to get that timing right to make sure that your opponents end up going down and you snatch them up for yourself. It's not just about being set up around these power weapons to be able to snatch or against a top team. It's about understanding how to get those slays, where to be positioned, understanding the timing, and that's just beautiful Halo being played by Incognito.
Yeah, absolutely. A phenomenal job by Incognito that game, and it really felt like everyone pulled their weight. I like to go back to that play where at the last moment Carmea comes down and helps secure the overshield for his team, because it really did look like for a moment that Palm Villains was going to be able to get this overshield, get away, have some utility to work with, and start pushing to their advantage. Instead, the last second counter push comes through. Incognito plays as a team, gets the wipe, gets the overshield, and then from there it's a chain of dominoes. The game gets out of hand, right? It's 30-37. What does this game end up, Tony? 50-32, right? Yep. That's how insane this overshield play was for Incognito. From there was just no opportunity for Palm Villains to get back into this game.
And that just, it tells you there's the difference in play styles and what everyone brings to the table. You know, you have a player like Sparty, you're probably going to see later on here in the tournament, who plays on a 3-4-4 sensitivity. A very low sensitivity wins most of his individual gunfights. You have a player like Carmea, who plays on 5-10-10, 120 FOV, and although may not win a lot of his individual pivotals, or even most of them, he's able to still control his shot, put down max damage on the map, and really influence the game in a much different way. He puts down shots, stays alive, and makes plays that just aren't possible if you're playing on a lower sensitivity.
Boo Boo Doo goes straight for the grapple, and well, he's gonna go high flying, looking to get underneath, but Ryan, who somehow expected the play. Well, Boo Boo Doo, he said, hey, it didn't work the first time, it's gonna work the second for sure. He gets back up high. Ryan, who decided not to play with his food, he's just gonna go away, look for new opportunities, but Manny's on the hunt. And this has been such an interesting start to a game. Like, where is Manny trying to get behind all these players from when this flag? Okay, so this is what's confusing me, right? Is Manny goes back to his own base to play defense, but the players of Incognito are pushed forward but looking back towards their own base. Just a really odd time and moment in that gunfight. A very unique situation that you don't normally see on Capture the Flag.
Perfect. Both of these teams trying to chess master each other, I guess, trying to think one step ahead, and it ends up with Incognito looking to clear out this hallway side. And look, there's 4 members of Palm Villains overloading the right-hand side of the base. Two members end up going down, one for each of Team Carmea. Goes in for the challenge onto Manny, not able to get the slay he's looking for. Mental sends him back, and packing it with that. Palm Villains get themselves a little bit of a numbers advantage, try to play through it, but Rain using the flag as bait.
Carmea needs to win a big fight versus Suppressed here, or at least buy enough time for Ryan Noob to come help. Carmea gives his life, but Ryan Noob gets the cleanup. 15 seconds until this overshield comes up, and who has the better position Well, you have to say Palm Villains, right? Because not only are they pulling out this flag, they have control of the grapple side. The grapple going to be an important utility piece in order to get this overshield.
What we'll do, we're now going to advance forward over toward the square side of the map. Ryan was able to get a hold of that overshield. Now wants to push in quick for the return. Carme off the screen gets himself a big kill onto Manny. Now the overshield push is about to come in. It looks like Ryan and Rain are going to run in tandem here. Looking to collapse onto Palm Villains. Going to be 3 members of Palm Villains over towards the base. Gets himself the melee kill onto Suppress. Still has a little bit of overshield to work with. It's going to continue to grind forward. The one-shot diagram refuses to go down. Ryan catches him on the weak side. And with that, Palm Villains end up going 3 down. And this is a beautiful run by Incognito.
And Ryan showing how one part of the story can really transform the narrative, right? So Palm Villains had the better position. They're pulling out the flag. They're trying to get this one home. Ryan notices that they aren't paying close enough attention to the overshield. Goes, grabs it underneath the nose of Palm Villains, and from there he uses that utility masterfully. The extra shields come in handy. They're able to get a flag out, almost get it home and away, but Suppressed and the rest of Palm Villains respond immediately, able to get the return. The noob combo, oh, so close to keeping that flag alive, but Rain dipsy doodles out of the headshot. And we're seeing a lot of flag pulls, but not a lot going home, Tony.
And we saw the Griga go into action. He was able to get himself that EMP, but wasn't able to finish off that headshot in time to stop the return from coming in. Carmea now with that skewer has 2 members in front of him, down to 1 shot. He goes, he's trying to do max damage and really wait for his teammates to get in position here. Down to 1 shot. Now is hiding it in the corner here. I was gonna say Suppressed didn't know where he was at, but he doesn't. Still able to hit him with the perfect kill. Beautiful shots coming in out of Carmea right as that overshield is coming up. And I want to say Manny was able to get away with it, but I'm not exactly sure.
Well, there will be skewer on the ground for pickup. Manny, man, that blue gun just absolutely shreds through that overshield. Lost about a half of it with 1 burst from Rain, and it's really keeping Manny at bay. And all this action's going down. Look, Mental has the noob combo. Rain has the plasma rifle. They have all the counters towards the overshield, but Manny is resilient, stays alive, waits for the help, and now they're able to get the push on its way. And Carmea suddenly finds himself by his lonesome. He's gonna have to backtrack all the way back to the opposing base and leave that flag for a return.
Those flags so close to each other. Now both of these teams gonna fight for any kind of map control. This next round is slated to decide who gets this flag captured here. The return does come in quick. There's still a flag base out. Looks like the counter pull is in as Palm Villains end up going 3 down. That means the return is gonna be easy peasy. The flag is in, but it also means that the overextenders are coming and they have to be aware of that.
Yeah, well, this has been probably like the 4th or 5th flag pull before we get the first cap on board. And well, I guess the first cap's gonna come in. We might quickly see a second because all of Incognito get wiped. Boo Boo Doo successfully clears out of the side for them to run through. Carmea is the first player up, but he's been spotted. And look at Manny's spawn. He's perfectly positioned to stop the overextend.
He dedicates so many resources to try to capture that flag. Eventually, you are going to end up going 2, 3, if not 4 down like we saw from Incognito. But like you said, it's all about watching the overextenders, and somehow Rain was able to break right to the mid. The trade does end up coming out. A player does end up going down as well, so a 2v2 right now. Carmea gonna try to milk his life. Meanwhile, the grapple player taking to the skies, and it's Boo Boo Doo able to somehow stay alive here. Keeps the flag alive. Return comes in. Carmea chased down Boo Boo Doo, but hey, Peter Parker, he's just too smooth.
Hey man, what a hero, just in the back, going high, getting the kills. It looked like the numbers were switching hands into the favor of Incognito before Boo Boo made his grand entrance. Really is looking like a superhero this game.
With great power.
What comes with great power?
I'm not gonna say it. Reminding with the skewer. Doing some work over toward the opposing base, getting in, doing some damage, getting right out, being a huge distraction. I'm surprised no members of of Palm Villains gonna chase him down. And look at that. Look at the distractions they're able to create. We did see a player able to pull that flag out, Boo Boo Dooba diagram, end up hitting the black screen. Ryan still alive and kicking. He's actually gonna continue to relay this flag forward. The repulse almost keeps him alive. Eventually, Palm Villains clear out their base. Now having the opportunity to play over towards Incognito's base, but the spawners are already pushing forward here for Incognito.
Flag return.
You know, Ryan Noob does his best to always try to get those flags on his way. Really using that repulse. Wasn't successful, but you gotta love the thought process, the creativity that you see. You know that he's paying attention to everything that he has in order to get as much advantage in these gunfights.
Suppressed a bit of a 1v1 race, but it thinks it's a 1v1. Carmea ends up joining the fight, and looks like Carmea and Mentor able to overwhelm one. Make it 3 as Palm Villains end up losing 3/4 of their roster to the black screen. Overshield is coming up in about 3 seconds. We're already seeing Incognito rotating that flag in. We're already seeing Rain watching for the overextenders as well. It looks like nobody in clear sight to stop this flag. This is going to be a 2-1 lead in favor of Incognito, and somehow, despite the fact that they're running that flag in, making sure they're watching multiple members from coming in, watching all angles on the map, somehow Ryan is also able to get away with the overshield as well, and numbers advantage are back in favor of Incognito.
Yeah, you gotta do one or the other, right, Tony? You either get the flag or you get the overshield. You can't let them get both. And that's a huge misstep from the side of Palm Villains, because if they would have gotten that overshield, they have a real opportunity of playing for a counter cap right away. Instead, Ryan who milks out that overshield, makes a huge play and prevents Palm Villains from getting any further.
Now Carmea ends up finding a huge flank onto Palm Villains right behind enemy lines. Looks like it's not going to slow Palm Villains down much, because they're still have decided to run that flag, and this time they had to run it through the skewer side, leaving this energy sword side open here. Now we're having 3 members of Incognito going to try to push up, going to try to work on this return. A stalemate, but an awkward one at that, because the flags aren't on each opposing base. The flags are on the opposing parallel avenues. You have one on the sword side, one on the skewer side. The map is still kind of split in half. It's just in a little bit more of an awkward way than you normally would expect to see in Capture the Flag Catalyst.
Carmea is looking to get this flag around the corner. He does hit the successful slide, and that's going to go down to the halfway mark with Suppress running his own flag in the meantime. Manny quick on the return. Rain and Mental trying to get there in time. The nades come through, but the return is in. Diagram gets it, and they punch in the tying flag. Boo Boo Doo crosses that line.
Tied up at 2 apiece with only 2 minutes on the clock. This next flag cap might just end this game. That makes this overshield oh so important. And looks like Ryan was gonna grapple it away and then grapple right into the base of Palm Villains. No regard for human life at that point, as he goes right in. Manny tries to neutralize him with the green gun, is able to do so, but it looks like Incognito are still trying to play through it, but Palm Villains are still finding the kills that they need, especially Suppressed. I mean, 20 kills to his name right now. This man is really slaying out for Palm Villains.
Looks like Mental maybe had to get some new batteries for a second right there. A little bit of a stalemate, but Suppress gets his 21st. He is dominating this lobby, and he's ready to take on a second. Carmea goes down. Manny's in position to pull the flag. Suppress right behind him. They did get the spawn underneath Suppressed. Do they know there's a split? One player underneath. He gets to the flag. It's Ryan Noob. Who else but Ryan Noob to shut it all down?
What a flank. What a play by Ryan Noob. We thought that was a free run for Palm Villains, but Ryan Noob able to get once again behind enemy lines, gets himself a double kill, finds himself a third. That 3 down that's in favor of Incognito is pretty much all because of Ryan Noob right there. And now the spawning players are coming in, and Incognito already know exactly where they're coming from. They've already manipulated these spawners and are watching the overextenders here. If Palm Villains don't be careful, this could be the third and potentially final flag cap that we see of this swing game 3.
Oh my god. 15 nades threw in. It's gonna end up in his death. This flag so close to being finished. Mental looking to stop anyone on the rotation. 15 seconds of defense. Suppress really the last line. Can he get through? There's 3 players to get battle in. He goes down. Man, he doesn't have enough time. Did anyone get a grapple maybe to get to that flag? I think that's it. Boo Boo Doo tried his best to grapple in, but the nade cuts him short. 3-2. A last second flag puts Incognito over the edge.
Well played by Incognito all game. And again, you know, I hate to sound like a broken record, but controlling those resources on the map are so important. Whether it's the grapple, whether it's the repulse, or especially that overshield. And there was one play where they literally had the flag in their base, were able to get the return, cap a flag, grab overshield, and cook a Thanksgiving dinner. Like, they literally did everything within just a few seconds. And Palm Villains didn't end up getting any momentum, not even a counter cap off of that. It's mistakes like that are gonna cost you, and Incognito gonna take advantage of that every single time.
Well, my boy Suppress needs some more help in that game. Just an unacceptable performance from Palm Villains that time around. Just heavily outslayed on the side of Incognito.
23 kills out of Suppressed, 23 out of Rain as well, 9 assists to go along with it, and just the entire squad of Incognito able to put up enough numbers for them to win those slave battles and be able to open up those avenues for them to run flags through. As well played by Incognito. And now we're going to go into this next game, which might be the last game here that we're going to see in the losers bracket finals. Because if Incognito come out with the win, they're gonna get their rematch against I want to say it's Rokusho. I forgot. Row your boat gently down the game. Game number 4 is on the way here, and it's potentially the last we're gonna see here in the losers bracket finals.
No, Tony, either of these teams, you have to know that we're going to be rooting for them in the grand finals, because we cannot have some weebs winning our grand finals. It's not right. Hey, Spartan, Spartan's in the chat. Spartan, did you come up with your team's name? Who came up with the name?
It's definitely Spartan. He's
He's
used that name multiple times, and multiple. Again, I want the chat to understand. Garrett watches more anime than anyone in this chat. So
actually a lie.
You're so fake.
Spartan's in this
so
chat.
fake.
Spartan's in this chat.
But Spartan watches the cool animes. He watches the fighting animes. You watch the fighting animes, the love one, the sports ones, like all shapes and sizes. I am watching the sports anime.
Blue Lock, guys, go check it out.
I think you admitted it. He finally admitted it.
No. I'm just saying I watch Blue Lock. I like sports anime. That's my dirty secret, Tony. I like sports anime. Oh my, making me come out here.
Oddball Street's gonna be on our game number 4. We're gonna find out if there's gonna be a villain arc coming in. If Palm Villains are able to come out with that win, send us into a game number 5, or if Incognito are able to finally put this series to rest. Of course, it's a best of 5. I think we started best of 5s last round, and I believe we're gonna continue it going into the grand finals as well. I like best of 3s. I think they're good. I think they give you like a sense of urgency, but best of 5s is usually where we find out who the better team is.
Dude, Oddball Streets, man, get ready, buckle it on in. I have a feeling we're gonna be going to a round 3 on this one, Tony. You know, I can see it. It's in my mind's eye. Oh man, how you feeling, Tony? We've been on this for a little bit now. How you feeling about today's tournament? I love my skull candies, by the way. They've been awesome, and they're cool. I mean, dude, it's like all colorful. Look at the band. And the one thing I'll say about these, very comfortable. They have a nice ear clamp. Like, they're not too they don't put too much pressure on the side of your head. The band on the top is like very nice. I don't know if you can see it.
Good stuff. It is
Nice headphones.
I mean, the thing about Skull Candy is that they've always made very good looking products, but also they don't cheap out when it comes to the quality. Like a lot of some people making products that look good, but they ain't durable. They don't sound good. Skull Candy really is the full package, and they're also fair in price. You're talking about a reputable company, been around for quite some time. They're gonna give you a good quality product, a good looking product, and at a fair price. Like, why else would you shop anywhere else? Why?
Looks like we're missing one player from the lobby. Guys, if you guys want to help with today's tournament, go check out those commands right there. If you want to help crowdfund some of the prize pool, we're at $1,200 right now. Big old tournament in the off season. Gotta love that. Go check out the JJ socials go support that so we can have more of these tournaments. It's been a great day of just watching Halo and having fun, Tony.
I thought you were gonna say, because you said there's one player missing in the lobby, and I thought you were gonna say if you want to help with today's tournament, find that one player and tell them to get into the lobby to start.
They have too much power.
Would have been too. I'm sorry. Game number 4 is gonna be Oddball on Streets, and if you like anime, I'm sure you like a good villain arc. You also like some good ramen, which you can find here on the streets of New Mombasa.
We call this the tournament arc, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go. All right. And that's where we're at right now. And of course, it's going to be here on the streets. Incognito, one game away from advancing into the grand finals. Meanwhile, we have Palm Villains, a very capable team, a star-studded team at that. One game away from forcing into an elimination game number 5. And I know we all love game 5s. Rocket launcher over towards that mid-map. We always talk about the sandbox and how it plays on streets. You have the stalker rifle, sentinel beam, commandos, rockets, bulldogs. There is so much, and if you can gather all of those resources for yourself, most likely you will win this game.
Mental knew exactly what he wanted to do, went up into those tires, instantly shot the spike grenade. What was more interesting right there is they just handed the rockets to Mental. A player picked up the rockets and drop weapon them for Mental to pick up. So a very interesting decision there, you know, maybe getting a little bit of a reward for getting those early rockets. But Incognito coming out to a great start, still have 2 rockets to use.
I feel like any team that's sporting YNOT usually has a great starting strategy. You see a good one by Incognito, and with that, not only able to snatch up those resources, but able to grab hold of some ball time. But Manny gets himself a rocket launcher. Incognito find himself 3 down. It's not just about how you start, it's about how you finish. And Palm Villains have already struck back.
Mental looking for his opportunity to get himself into the fray. The problem is his teammates aren't close enough yet. He's having to delay until he knows the support is there. And unfortunately for him, Suppress takes him down. Ryan Noob's grenade not going to be there soon enough. And although they're getting these kills, they still are too far away from the ball to take action.
Villains are keeping that ball over toward the PD side, and big trade by Boo Boo Doo will end up putting Incognito 3 members onto the black screen. Somehow the final member of Incognito gets that ball out of the PD side, puts it in a little bit more of a baitable position, almost able to get that trade onto Diagram. So great life out of Mental despite his team being 3 down, and that's enough time for Incognito to come right off a spawn and continue that B-side pressure that you're seeing right here, right now. Finally, a member of Palm Villains able to get that ball back toward the PD side, and he has a friend watching him back. In fact, more than a friend, almost like a son to him is a Diagram with that bulldog. It's all about that family. Puts his life on the line to watch his teammates back. Eventually, Palm Villains will 3 down, and Diagram going to smartly play the ball towards the mid-map.
Yeah, Ryan was there quickly to grab that ball, so not that much downtime. And Carmea, well, 2 rockets trained on the exit routes. Oh, we got a little greedy pulling out his BR there. We'll see if it comes at a cost. Suppress goes down. Carmea needs to survive while 1 shot. Keep these rockets in play. The shields, oh, they got hit once again. His shields are just impossible to come back. Goes to the shots. He's and gets the kill. Diagram, incoming missile, goes down. Carmea getting the most out of his life.
Beautifully played by Carmea. Should have died multiple times with that rockets, but able to milk his life. The strong siding, the, like you call it, the Shotzi-like spot over toward the top side. Beautifully played by Carmea. And Incognito continue to hold on to this A-side control. Ryan Noob off the screen gets up a big nade kill. Diagram gonna fall as well. The 2v2 play well. Manny gonna fall. The 3rd member to fall for Palm Villains. And with that, should be some good ball time in favor of Incognito, despite the fact that Palm Villains are still pushing off spawn.
Suppress comes in, massive pinch from him and Boo Boo Doo Boo to grab 2 and get control of this ball. Incognito have gotten some great time, but Palm Villains have had some great collapses in these moments.
Still a lead in favor of Incognito. Palm Villains somehow able to find the slaves they were looking for. Suppressed with that Stalker rifle. I told you before in the previous series, do not allow Suppressed to get away with this Stalker rifle. His shot is so centered, it's so steady. He simply hits those, and he's gonna be one of the most dangerous players on the map with this red gun in his hand. Off screen, Ryan Noob. We see Ryan Noob and Manny start to push up. Carmea looking to take height over toward the heaven side, and with that 2 down, go incognito. Suppress, try to put Ryan Noob on skates with the thrust, but the sensitivity too high. He can track. Eventually, incognito find himself squad wiped, and Palm Villains, I was gonna say backhand the competition, but I mean, I feel like they used their palm on that one and earned themselves some great ball time and the lead here on Streets.
Yeah, man, he just has to be patient right here. He knows that Mental's in those arcades. If he can just isolate the one-on-one here and let his teammates take care of the opposite push, they can soak up quite a bit of time here. Look at it, just look how patient they are. I mean, Incognito's waiting for an opportunity. I think they're waiting for Palm Villains to slip up and over push, but the push just isn't happening. Manny, I mean, I think a little maybe too preemptive with that rocket there, Tony. I like the patient play from him. Instead, he's gonna push into the face of Mental. He gets the kill, and now he can wrap back to help his teammates on the corresponding push at Cafe.
Just 20 seconds needed for Palm Villains to come out with the win here in round number 1, a win that they so desperately need. And you see the pings coming in. They're trying to find Ryder's location, but of course he has a shotgun and a Stalker rifle. He can hold his own. That's going to force Boo Duba to play that ball towards the mid-map, but it's intercepted. Here come Incognito looking to put those points on the board to try to catch up here in round number 1. It's not over yet.
Diagram gets the pick on Mental, and well, you're starting to see the push. Boo Dubu and Suppress gonna be wrapping through the back of A to get into the face, but the power weapon's proving to be too much once again. This game, it looked like it was gonna go in the favor of Palm Villains for round 1, but Incognito have a stronghold and they have a ton of utility. An AR, a Stalker rifle, a shotgun to work with. You have to figure that this might be enough for them to secure this first round.
This would be a comeback for the books, as Palm Villains are still just 9 seconds away, single digits away from coming out with the win. But Incognito have literally put over 35 points, 35 uncontested points here on this transitional B side setup that you're seeing. The ball gets played over toward the A side. Finally, Incognito get dropped by Palm Villains, and that might be the last wipe that we see. Palm Villains gonna take round number 1. Mental tries to make some kind of god play. Boo Dubu not having any part of that, and now Palm Villains are 1 round away from sending us into a game 5.
Just too much to overcome for Incognito in that spot. You can't let the game get that far out of hand, because all it takes is 1 rocket, right? 1 power weapon to change the tides. Boo Dubu able to get those rockets, eventually clears out the lane with his team, and then from there it was an easy enough pickup. Only 9 seconds needed, and already Palm Villains look to get the early answer once again. They get the opening time, and Manny gets away with these rockets.
Love the thought process by Ryan Dude right there to try to make a play towards the rockets. I think he even played it well, but as patient as possible, he wasn't able to get the 1-shot kill onto Manny with that rockets, and because of that, the rockets end up changing hands. Manny does a bit more damage to himself than the enemy team, so both players will end up going down. Palm Villains now start to take control here, and you see them rotate that ball all the way away from the A side into the subway side of the map. Incognito gonna try to be as fast as possible off a spawn, try to break the setup before it completely gets locked in.
Ranger's got a massive kill though, because not only did he get the kill at Commando, he also killed the shotgun player, now having that utility to use as well. And it's gonna be the fight between Rain and Manny. Shotgun versus Sentinel Beam. Sentinel Beam comes out on top with the help of Manny's teammates. He's trying to do his best to play that ball out, but they're too fast, and Carmea gets the clean up on Boo Dubu. Time that's much needed for Incognito.
And I love that play by Incognito. You notice they didn't have the numbers. They were obviously coming off the spawn, but Palm Villains weren't set up over toward the seaside. They were able to rotate that ball, but there was only 2 members on the subway side. So very similar to like an MMA, where you're able to fight out of a submission before it's locked in, before you actually get that choke on you. They were able to break that setup before it was locked in, and because of that, get themselves some valuable ball time. Of course, Palm Villains come right off the spawn and almost do the same to them, get the numbers that they're looking for right as the rockets are coming up. So now Palm Villains are the ones in the driver's seat, at least for the moment.
And we get those cross map shots. Karmea gets the finish, but there's no follow-up to be had on that pick. And well, that leads to the question of what is the game plan for Incognito here, and that was to get the rockets. Mental able to get away with them, drawing the numbers away from those rockets with that singular push has allowed them to get the power weapon, but now they have to execute on it. First shot connects, second one just as good. Boo Boo Doo lurking, but Karmea should have seen him. He gets the call out. Mental's gonna clean it all up. 3 kills for him. He was silent in the second round, Tony, but all of a sudden he has ignited a spark for this roster.
Somebody give me that Jeff Steitzer killing spree button. Hit that button one more time. Killing spree by Mental, putting his 13th on the board. Thank you very much, Louis V. Appreciate you. Small lead in favor of Palm Villains, but Incognito, they know what's on the line here. They do not want to see a game number 5, and if they don't, it starts with this round 2 win, tie things up, get that momentum ended right here, right now. Mental not able to stay alive. Palm Villains overwhelming Incognito, and sadly that ball is not going to be played towards the mid-map. Instead, Incognito find himself forward down. Palm Villains once again have the ball, and they already had the lead.
Yeah, this could be the death knell for Incognito. They have to find the opening pick. Mental gets one, but it comes at the cost of 2 of his teammates. Diagram cleans up Karmea. Now Mental, well, he got that opening pick, but they know exactly where he's located. And what's smart about Vandy right here is they're giving themselves a dynamic option on the rotation of this ball. If they're quick enough, they can rotate that ball back towards A, play it in the middle for a slay opportunity, or keep it at backseat.
It looks like it's a little bit of a play ball here. It looks like they want to do exactly what you're saying, that rotation over towards the B and the A side, but it looks like Incognito might have been able to anticipate it just a bit and slow them down. Luckily, Palm Villains still recognizing that rockets are coming up as well, so they're going to steal that. All of Incognito now break it over toward the C side, even though Palm Villains have completely changed their strategy and are rotating toward the alpha side of the map. Palm Villains are sneakily a very good oddball team, and not even like a traditional one. They're always on the move, they're always playing aggressive, and they're so scrappy that it works. It's counterproductive. It's almost counterintuitive to what we've learned so far about oddball here in Halo Infinite, but it's working for them, and that's what matters.
Ooh, Ryan Duke able to find the back smack on Diagram. I feel like we're getting a little bit of a deja vu here. Palm Villains so close to finishing out this game, but finally Incognito start to make their comeback, but they have to stave off the push one more time. Suppressed and Diagram working together. The brothers starting to break through Cafe. Ryan sees the push through middle, but he's not going to be able to clean up Suppress. And Rain has his own problems with Diagram putting on the pressure. And while all this mounts, you start to see the support come in. Palm Villains starting to gather their numbers, starting to make this push, but Karmea is on the sneaky flank. Can he get behind all 3? He gets the opening shots in. He gets the damage down range. He gets the kill, and it's a clean wipe. Palm Villains on the respawn screen.
What a flank by Karmea, and Palm Villains just seemingly didn't even react to it. You had 3 players watching the cross, watching the A side. Karmea immediately became the most important threat within that engagement, and nobody was able to even fire off a shot at him. Eventually Incognito ended up going 4 down. That's really bad. Really bad for Palm Villains, who had the lead. Mental now is absolutely going mental with the double kill, goes in for the challenge. If he would have got the triple kill, I probably would have cracked my monitor in half. 3 down go Incognito. Palm Villains wanted to play for this ball and the rockets at the same time, but they might not find either.
Well, it's a massive kill by Diagram to keep the spawns in check, but Rain was able to get the rockets away, and that's going to nullify that advantage for now. And now getting ball time, no more rockets to work with. Mental needs to get towards this ball, but we can see a similar problem where Palm Villains, they don't care about the numbers game. They're just flooding into the face of this team. Rain's doing his best to survive, but they couldn't handle the onslaught. The constant pressure for Palm Villains mounts to be too much. And deja vu, Tony, so close to making the comeback happen, but suddenly Palm Villains gets the ball, and they're only 4 seconds away from cleaning this one up.
And they say close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, and definitely not in Halo, as Palm Villains take it 2-0 so far and then in that oddball, and now we're sending us into an elimination game number 5. It's one game of Slayer to make it into the grand finals. Of course, it was just as we scripted it.
Oh, the last game 5, Tony. What was the scoreline?
I want to say, what was it, 50 to 32? It was something.
Yeah.
It was something crazy.
No, the last game.
Oh, sorry, game 5 was 50 to 47. Sorry, 50 to 47. Sorry.
Oh, you got it. You're killing me, Tony. You're pinning the arm behind my back. 50, 49. I was hoping we'd see another one. I'm hoping we see another. Ooh, these players wanting to get right into it. Aquarius, Slayer, up next. Tony. I can feel it in my bones. 50-49.
Okay. So I feel like you're gonna be disappointed in me for not remembering that, but I feel like it says more about you counting on my memory. As long as we've worked together, you should know that my memory's terrible.
Yeah.
And if I called the 50 to 32, but I forgot it was game 2 Slayer.
You're great. I mean, why would I not count on you?
I mean, well,
you're overall just an awesome guy.
I disagree.
Love you,
but,
Tony.
Well,
I think you're an incredible talent. I think you can do anything you set your mind to.
Really?
I think you are valid.
Okay.
Tony, you're valid, Tony.
I want to be a professional chef. You think I can be a professional chef?
I can think you do whatever you set your mind to. I think you can be an astronaut right now. Do the training.
Okay.
That's what I always do. Like, do you think I could be an astronaut, Tony?
No.
Why don't you have the same faith that I have in you?
I just feel like
you just break me down. That was my dream. My dream was to be an astronaut.
I just feel like you didn't go to college for astronauting.
Oh, you're saying I didn't go to college? You're saying I'm uneducated?
No, you went to college. You went to college. You have your bachelor's degree in journalism and photography.
Yeah. You don't think they need journalists in space? Come on, Tony. There's time.
When you want to be an astronaut, you go to college for astronauting, and that's your major. It's your minor. And you didn't.
Dude, they sent a botanist into space in that one movie with what's his name? Handsome guy.
Me?
Yeah, with you, Tony.
6-4 lead in favor of Palm Villains. A great start by them, and wow, Incognito and them going forward down. So not only do you see that lead start to explode and work in favor of Palm Villains, but now it's going to continue to snowball from there, because now they have the opportunity to influence those spawns and really limit the option that Incognito have as far as the exit route. You've seen those shots really starting to rain down. The nades are following. Haven't found the Slay just yet, but the first domino has just fallen.
Suppress has a great opportunity here. Ryan, the last one there, and that's gonna be the heat wave for Suppress. Now check this out. How do they manipulate the spawns? Do they get the back blue spawns? No, they committed for back blue, but the timing was off, and that's gonna allow Incognito to get some much needed space on the map. You start to see them flooding out towards B, and you see Rain going all the way to the opposite fridge. He gets a double in the feed, but it shows you how important it is to know your role when you come off spawn, because that could have been a disastrous moment for Incognito. Instead, they go +3 off the 4 down, make it +4.
It is clear that Incognito went to school for astronauting. The way they're able to take space, the way they're able to play out of this world, it's very clear they've been studying their whole life for this, and now we're tied up at 13 apiece. Despite the incredible start by Palm Villains, Rain and Incognito have that car side control, and now they're continuing to push Palm Villains back and almost keep them trapped over towards the blue base.
This commando is so powerful, especially on this map. Look at Carmea. He's on the ultimate flank. He gets 2. With the damage, Manny able to neutralize the threat for now. 15 all, back to even as Ryan gets the opening pick. And look at the rest of Palm Villains. They're in trouble. They're trapped at the back of blue. Incognito, if they can capitalize on this position, they can start to run with this game.
7 kills, 3 assists, and 2 deaths out of Rain, looking like a New Jersey area code as opposed to a stat line. But this man is absolutely going off here on Slayer Aquarius. Again, a game number 5. The winner of this advancing forward to the grand finals. The loser ends up going home with a little bit of money. That 3rd place prize pool certainly isn't bad, but both of these teams having that $700 for first place in their sights as Ryan putting in work with the heat wave. Some people call it the microwave. I think it's more of an air fryer. It definitely has more value than just a microwave.
You know, air fryers are just ovens. How cool is that?
You're an oven.
I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna break down. I haven't been called an oven since high school, man. We see 22-16. Incognito, well, they really took advantage. Remember, it was 15 all, Tony, so we've seen a 7-2 run. And I have a feeling we're going to see that grow because of the pushes that Rain are making. They look to be well oiled with camouflage coming up. This is going to be one of the most important fights of the game.
Well, like they're about to get a massage here. Playing well is Incognito, looking comfortable, looking relaxed. Wayne doing a great job of staying alive and over to the utility side, but more importantly, just being an absolute nuisance. Putting down those shots, staying alive, allowing his teammates to get those angles, to steal away those kills, and the big assist coming from them, and now the lead is starting to grow here. Incognito, like you mentioned before, they started off terribly off the opening rip by Palm Villains, but Incognito have answered back. They're playing absolutely amazing. Carbea has only 2 kills, but 10 assists to go along with it. This is bad. Palm Villains, something needs to change right here, right now, or their tournament life ends right now.
It's definitely in danger, but there's still plenty of Halo left to be played. As Ryan tries to keep them off that thrust. The thrust control is so important in this game. It can basically win you gunfights by its lonesome. Man, this is so interesting. We saw Incognito push Palm Villains back into their base, but then they retreat back, and we're seeing some interesting counterplay into the top mid. It's so interesting that Incognito back off the top mid control, giving up the Palm Villains to take the fight at the back base.
As right now, it looks like Palm Villains are controlling that mid portion of the map. But is it a fake just for Incognito? Is it being used as bait? Kind of like you alluded to. I mean, whatever Incognito are drawing up, the diagram is working, but so is this young man right here. Big double kill by Diagram Drew, really showing what he's made of. A curb slide by Rain to get into the action to bait and switch with Mentor. That's gonna be a big play by Incognito over toward the bottom P side of the map. Map control is so important now that active camouflage is coming up. Incognito looking to push up to get in position, but so are Palm Villains.
Yeah, Incognito, I mean, this game is just slipping out of their grasp. They're starting to lose control, and well, Diagram's been a big part of that, showing up in game 5. Although his stat might not be the most impressive at 8-8, this life has really done wonders for his team as he gets to that 9th kill. Diagram heating up in the right moments.
Another 3 down in favor of Incognito. Incognito doing everything they can to hold on to that 3-kill lead. That includes drilling Diagram from across the map, forcing him to back down, trying to gain any kind of angle to try to put some shots down. But the last thing Diagram wants to do is overextend and give up his life here, especially when Rain is sneaking up over toward the utility closet. Fubudubu has the heat wave, didn't want to get into a close range engagement, and Diagram finding the flank into the utility side, gets himself a big kill. Incognito hold on to the 4-kill lead, but Palm Villains are starting to play better and better. It seems it's only a matter of time before they're able to close the gap. And behind him, of course, with the shot grenades, gonna get himself a double kill. And all of that momentum that Palm Villains were starting to gain, it might have been stopped right there thanks to the shot grenades.
It's slipping away. Now suddenly they can't really make any more mistakes. You can't afford to die unnecessarily. Fubudubu falls. Suppressed. He's under heavy fire. 2 of them tried to chase him. He cuts through the middle, but Carmea had the exit route. 46-36, a 10-kill deficit, but only 4 kills for this Incognito squad to take this victory. And you start to see the rest of Palm Villains. The collapse is in. The final 2 players' position is known. The rest of Incognito's on the run.
They started to ring down. Diagram now being caught over toward the car 2 side of the map. Suppressed, somehow able to get some big kill over towards the utility side on YNOT, but it's too little too late. You're talking about just 2 more kills needed by Incognito. Now make it 1. That's gonna be it. The 50th kill has been attained. Incognito are going to the grand finals.
Oh, it's a rematch in our grand finals. Spartan and the crew gonna have to take down Ryan Noob. And you know, I always love to see a good Spartan versus Ryan Noob in the grand finals. You know, if you guys haven't, you can go check out Paradise Halo. They have a video on the beef between Spartan and Ryan Noob. I think we have to get that updated these days, but I always love a good Ryan Noob Spartan rivalry.
I got 2 videos on it.
Two videos?
2. Ain't as good as Paradise Halo, I promise you that. Ain't as good as that. But man, what an elimination finals that we just saw. Ryan Noob, 17 kills, 8 assists to go along with it. Rain 10-5 with 13 assists. Dude, what? 10-5 with 30. That's actually nasty. That's like that. I do those stat lines every game. That's my kind of work right there. Oh yeah, that's me.
Hey,
that got me right all over it.
Special. The Tony special.
For real. Oh, for sure.
What do you call it when you go double positive? It's called doing a Tony.
It's called impossible.
Right?
It's called wake
man.
up.
Well, that series was brought to you. I said that. Is it Ken? No, Tony. I'm goofing over here.
Amazing supplements provided by Ken Glode.
You see it there? We go, Ken Glode. I remember it.
Veteran owned. And really just everything that we're saying. You saw Louis just kind of talking about a little about the history and what it does for you as a person, and everything that I was hearing just sounded so good for gaming, sounded good for casting. It also sounded good for just everyday life, making sure that you're the best that you can be. So I might look into some supplements because my life is in shambles right now. So I might look into some supplements to step my game up.
Absolutely. That being said, grand finals on its way. When we're back, we have Rokiaki. Yeah, I hope I said that right. Versus
Roku Yukai.
Roku Yukai?
Roku Yukai.
Roku Yukai.
Yeah.
Team Weeb versus Team Incognito on its way. We'll be back after this break.
Every time you plug in, a portal opens. Be anything. Be everything. Edge of your seat. Eyes wide. Ears open. Ready to react. For the thrills. For the rush, for the win. An experience so visceral, you'll forget if you're here or there. This is Skull Candy Gaming. Feel it.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the grand final of your JJ event and HaloHub 4v4 tournament. We got $1,200 in a prize pool, and right now we're playing for the lion's share. That's right, it's down to the last two teams. I'm bringing in our casters. It's YNOT and it's Toolez. And right off the bat, Tony, I gotta hear your predictions, man. We got Roku versus Incognito.
Oh, it's gonna be tough. You know me. I love a YNOT versus Spartan grand finals, no matter what. And in the last time we saw a grand finals involving both of these two teams, I believe it was YNOT, and they're able to get the best of them during the esports arena event on Monday. This time, I don't know, man. Spartan already in that grand finals through the winners bracket, only having to win one best of 5 series in order to become your champions. Give me Sparty and Roku. I don't know. Whatever. Whatever the
Team Weeb all
Team
the way
Weeb,
for Tony.
baby.
Team Weeb on its way. Incognito are going to have a handful to deal with. I mean, you have Renegade, one of the best players ever, grace the sticks. He's getting those rockets early on. Rain's going to be that last player alive, and Ryan, well, he's waiting. I mean, not Ryan, Renegade waiting, and I mean, that is the Renegade difference right there. His ability to win the one-on-one down shields does not matter, as a steady shot takes down Rain, and the advantage early for Rokiaki.
And like I said before, I mean, YNOT may have got the best of him early in the week in the $1,000 online tournament. However, Sparty didn't have Renegade. He didn't have Soul Snipe, and he did not have Druk either. This is a totally new roster, already opened up with a beautiful triple cap, and Renegade showing us why they want to GA that Commando. You know, I think you need to GA Renegade instead.
Here we go. Renegade gets in. They're flying, and that is perfect timing. They keep the trip cap under pressure, and now they're going to be able to rotate to be fast enough to force the split spawns. There just isn't the numbers for Incognito to survive. This is looking awfully dangerous to be a potential 250-0 game with how aggressive and how they're executing on these plays, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, row your boat right now are simply rowing downstream onto Incognito. Another triple cap being worked on here from Renegade after the big double kill right as rocket launchers are about to come up. Incognito don't even look present on the map right now.
Well, these rockets could be the difference maker. Rain setting them up for them. The kills start to go in favor for this team. Renegade needs to win the fight. Ryan pushes the corner. Ryan wins it. And that's going to alleviate so much pressure. Only 2 players alive, Soul Snipe and Spartan. They're going to lose both A and B. Mental doing his best to try to keep C under control. The trip cap counters finally in. Their first points on the board for Incognito after 123 seconds from Rokiaki.
Big plays coming in from Rikishi right now here after getting trip capped by Incognito, for them to be able to flip out immediately, putting Incognito 3 down, coming off with the rockets as well. They may have dropped a little bit of time over towards Incognito, but they got themselves valuable resources, valuable information, and now valuable control in favor of Rikishi.
But look how fast this response was, Tony, because it's 39 seconds that ticked away for Incognito. That's 39 seconds under a triple cap. So we're talking 30, maybe 30 seconds of time, or we saw control for Incognito before the response came in from Renegade and the crew. Soul Snipe's gonna be the last one alive, but Carmea gets away from him. And now the push has to come in. Soul Snipe has to shotgun. It's going to be a massive fight at A. Soul Snipe needs to go big, but the nades are proving to be too much. Ryan finds a perfect spot. 2-for-1 special as he gets control of the shotgun.
Shotgun in the hands of Ryan, and Rain is already applying pressure here to the subway side. 3 down. Hold on, this is going in favor of Incognito, which started off at maybe 100-0 run in favor of the boys in red. Now you're seeing Incognito coming in hot right now and able to not only catch up, but to really dominate them with the same ferocity, the same energy that Roku Yukai had on earlier in the game.
Roku Yukai has been playing so well, but this trip cap can be too much. Ryan was looking to go on the hunt, not gonna find that player he was looking for. Soul Snipe falls from a different hand. But you can start to see this shrimp cap. It's a dangerous one. They just can't get any presence on the map. Rokuyaki, oh my gosh, I keep saying it wrong, Jody. I'm gonna keep saying it wrong. Killing spree for Karmea, and finally the lead has switched hands. Incognito roaring back in this game.
Oh, it's a Street Fighter reference. Roy UK. Now I get it. Now 2 down, go Incognito as Roy UK. Now taking presence here on the arcade side. One shot player in front of Truck, but winded with the shotgun. A little bit of a warning shot being fired here. A big trade comes in, but it's still Roku Yukai that are demanding space here on the B side of the map. Haven't been able to snatch it up, and with that, Incognito clean house, get the slays they were looking for. Another BC setup in favor of Incognito, who have stolen the lead somehow, despite the incredible start from Roku Yukai.
I mean, absolutely phenomenal, the response that we've seen from Incognito. It was such a dominant. Remember, it was 123-0 to start this game, and Incognito have found themselves with a lead, and not only just a lead, a substantial one at that. 60 points and counting. That's a minute of a 2-cap that they have a lead to hold on to, and what was looking like a fantastic start from Spartan and Renegade has just started to be completely shut down.
Drop wall set. 2 down for Roku Yukai. Incognito still holding them off on the B side of the map. They're trying to push from the strong side. They're trying to get that damage in, but they're not able to find the perimeter kill that they're looking for. In fact, Mr. Soul Snipe ends up getting stuck. Sparty somehow able to fire back with a big kill onto Karmea. The nades are going in. Damage is as well. Renegade and Drug pick up the pieces, and just like that, 3 down, make it 4 down for Incognito. Rocket Launcher and B should be swallowed up here for Roku Yukai. And now control back in favor of them, but keep in mind, Incognito 1 squad wipe away from stealing game number 1 away.
God, they are on life support though. The Rocket's gonna help. If they can get a trip cap and get these teams on split spawns, it could be what is needed to come back. Renegade wins a massive fight. Mental gonna see the respawn screen. B gonna be switching hands, but Sparty has the Rocket to work with. Rain takes some heavy damages. B will transfer hands, but he's in trouble as the rest of Roku comes to finish this fight. Karmea can't stay alive. Suddenly this game looking more and more likely that Roku Yukai comes back.
It's definitely possible. The question is it probable? Because again, Incognito 1 squad wipe away from stealing the game. I mean, I'm talking about near perfect Halo that has to be played here by Roku Yukai. And as I say that, Rain does have the Stalker Rifle, puts it to work immediately. 2 quickly going down for Roku Yukai. The cleanups are coming in. Druck having the shotgun, able to trade out his life, but ends up going 3 down. Ryan winning a piv onto Soul Snipe for that B-side control. Although Renegade is able to sneak in and get the kill. Here come the reinforcements. Here come the rest of Incognito. But Sparty and Renegade, that phased teamwork, not getting phased by the push by Incognito. Another double cap. Another setup here for Roku Yukai. But once again, 3 down. Nades are flying in. Druck gonna try to overextend. He's being met either way. Bravo should switch hands here.
Sparty has an opportunity to at least touch a hill. Renegade's already there though, but Rain's transferring A. They don't have a lot of time. They only have 4 seconds to get into this hill. They are gonna get there before the timer stops. They were able to stop A as well. This could be devastating to the side of Incognito. They're 3 down. The trip cap's in effect. Oh my God, they're getting 2 points a second, and they have rockets to work with. It's a collapse. Incognito's collapsing. They're crumbling before our eyes. It's taking away Karmea. You have to get in. Renegade shuts it down.
Incognito, they munching on Popeye's biscuit with no beverage. They choking right now. That was their game. They had it in their hands. All they had to do was close their fist, and sadly, they let Roku Yukai come in on some anime stuff, on their villain arc, come back in, steal away that game number 1, and so much momentum now going in favor of the half-native red and half-phase roster. What a series of events that we saw on Stronghold's streets.
a massive blunder to lose that A hill at the end of this game. You can see Rain was working on A that entire time. There was a fight that was going down across the map, and you see it right here. Soul Snipe killed Rain with just a hair to go, and from there you see the PD spawns come in. The PD spawn's the worst possible spawn when you're getting trip capped, and the opposing team knows. They get the next rockets that are up spawn. Everything goes wrong. Disaster strikes for Incognito.
I cannot believe Roku Yukai somehow were able to steal away that game. It was inconceivable. I think it was maybe 246 to maybe 166 in favor of Incognito. And I kept saying, I said it twice. One squad wipe, one round of slays is all that was necessary for Incognito, but it never came, Garrett. Roku Yukai were able to dominate and able to play as scrappy as possible, refuse to go down. Game number 2. So far, starting off here on Recharge, it's obviously going to be a Slayer. But again, think about how much energy has transferred in favor of Roku Yukai. Think about how positive they are. If this wasn't anime right now, you know, the super fun music would be playing right now. Everything would be going in favor of Roku Yukai. They'd be sipping on some ramen. This is bad. Incognito, they need to change the favors toward that. They need to make some kind of god play, some kind of multi-kill to really get hype. And maybe that big 3 down might be exactly what Incognito were looking for.
They get 3 down, but Spartan, he's got this camouflage and he has an opportunity to change the momentum. If he can get behind Ryan Noob and get control of this glass area, it could make the difference. He gets the 2-shot beat down. Is there anyone to clean him up? And he goes right back out for the fight. Mental, you can't just expose yourself. Spartan gets the double kill. Oh no, a disastrous change of events as suddenly map control starts to go in favor of Roku Yukai. And this shock rifle is the next target up for grabs, but it looks like we have a lag out and we will have to restart this game.
That was a big play by Spartan to get that double kill, but keep in mind his camouflage did end up running out, and Rain still had that shock rifle over towards the glass side right there. We're gonna take a look at this kill right here. Big one on Ryan. Down to 1 shot he goes, but still the active listening. Just snapping onto that target immediately, trusting that your teammates not only have the shots, but also having that player distracted was big. And now you see that camouflage did end up running out. Rain was up top with shock rifle, did have a teammate coming in toward the long haul side. Who knows what would have happened right there in that next play of events, but it would have been oh so important because both of those teams fighting desperately for that shock rifle. We're gonna come back into Slayer on Recharge, but so far an amazing series, and something tells me we're at least gonna see a game 4, possibly a game 5.
I don't know, man. You have to have the mental ability to come back after such a devastating loss in game 1, and maybe the momentum's going to be too much, and Incognito might not be able to respond in a way that is effective in this game. From how we saw Roku Yukai really withstand that pressure in game 1. I'm just so impressed, and honestly I feel like we're seeing some vintage Renegade in today's game. The way that he's been able to win some of these one-on-ones, I feel like there might be a 3-0 written in this timeline, Tony.
Yeah, the way Renegade was playing towards the beginning of the game and towards the end was absolutely impressive. Also just the whole mentality of not giving up, staying mentally within the game and always keeping things close, fighting for every last inch. That was just beautiful to watch. Like that was just amazing. We live for those moments, whether you're an avid watcher of competitive Halo or you're just, you know, a weekend ranked grinder. You live for those moments down to the wire, stealing that game. That was beautifully done, inspiring by Roku Yukai in that game number 1, and I'm hoping this game number 2 is just as tight, just as contested. I want to see Incognito come out with the win on this one, just so we have to go to a swing game number 3. I want to see a nice back and forth action between both of these teams, no matter who wins this grand finals.
Crank up your headsets, get ready for our game 2. We have our grand finals continuation from here. I'm gonna say it's probably gonna be a full reset, Tony. I don't think we're gonna worry about those 2 kills that were in that game. And Sparty goes for the fight. The trades come out. YNOT trying to get the camo. Druck gets the trade. And it's Karmea and YNOT, the last ones alive. YNOT's going to try to get to that camouflage with Sparty and Soul Snipe are there, but the shock rifle from Karmea is the equalizer. Soul Snipe, you better hide because you're getting hunted. Rain gets the cleanup. Druck's the last alive, and Karmea hits the shot. He's taking down everyone by his own hands.
4 members go down courtesy of Karmea. 3 of them with a kill and even some assists to go along with it. The MVP of that exchange, and look at the lead that has been erupted in favor of Incognito. Multiple members of Roku Yukai now coming off a spawn over toward the gold side. Incognito gonna pause, reset a little bit, regain, they go right back in for the collapse. Beautifully played. Karmea with a beautiful shot. Once again, Roku Yukai find himself 3 down. Incognito firmly in the driver's seat. Who is this guy?
It's beautiful spawn trapping and reticle placement from Karmea. He knows exactly where to put this reticle. Druck, he thought he had it. He goes down. Karmea can't miss.
He's 6-0. 3 assists to go along with it. He's really the reason why Roku Yukai find himself in a blender like my morning smoothies. I don't know what's going on here. This is not the same Roku Yukai that we saw in game number 1. Incognito are looking dominant right now as a 16-3 run. Yes, your eyes are not incorrect. It's a 16-3 run. Make it 17 in favor of Incognito, who are literally playing perfect Halo right now. Take out your pens, take out your pads, and take some freaking notes.
Renegade was able to get away with that camouflage, but the nades from YNOT connect. Soul Snipe, he's in the open. Rain gets the shot to connect. It's 20-4. Where is the ref, Tony? We can't let, this is a technical knockout if I've ever seen one.
I mean, I'm throwing in the towel for Roku Yukai. This is dangerous. If Incognito continue to strike, they might do permanent damage to Roku Yukai, whether it's physically or mentally. I don't know what's happening, but Incognito are playing Recharge Slayer to perfection at the moment, and I'm here for it. As we switch back on board with Karmea, a couple of shots onto Renegade, gonna feed that information to the rest of his team. Now an individual pivot against Soul Snipe. Finally, the trade comes in that might slow him down just a little bit, but look at the rest of Incognito, there to pick up the pieces, there to get all of those cleanup kills. Renegade's gonna go down as well. There is nothing going in favor of Roku Yukai.
15 kills to overcome. It is possible, but you need to start now. That's the beauty about getting down early in the game, is you still have plenty of space, plenty of time. It's no time to freak out yet. As Sparty starts to get forward, does he see the player underneath? Mental instantly gets his shield shredded. YNOT trying to help. Karmea goes down. Finally, some kills starting to go in favor of Roku Yukai.
The league continues to grow here. Druck and Sparty have somehow been able to claim real estate over to the gold side. As I say that, both members do end up falling, courtesy of Incognito. Another camouflage coming up, and I don't want to say Roku Yukai are out of it just yet. I want to say the game is over, but something has to change. They need a game-swinging play, and so far, it is not coming here. Rain going right after Soul Snipe. Karmea able to drop the people's elbow right onto Renegade. The cleanup comes in quick for Sparty. That's going to be a double kill with a 3 down for Roku Yukai, forcing Soul Snipe to back down, wait for Sparta to come up once again, and Incognito continue to punish them.
Honestly, if they're going to get back in this game, they have to get control of the shock rifle. And so far, they just haven't been able to get it away. And Mental, he's just behind enemy lines. He gets Spartan on the cross. They've done a beautiful job at just keeping the shock rifle away. They haven't given an opportunity for it to happen, and there we go. I think that's them giving up on this game, as we're gonna end this one. I don't think it's gonna be a lag. I think they were just done with that, get into game 3.
And I don't even know if I can blame them. You know, I don't. Maybe it was a crash. I honestly don't know. It could have been a crash. Maybe we're gonna find out. The admin's gonna figure it out. But even if
Tony, if it is, like, he's just saying, let's just go next. Like, there's no point.
I mean, there's almost something to be said about when a team has that much momentum, you know, you're just going to give them the opportunity to gain even more momentum, and that carries over into the next game. But on the flip side of that, maybe, just maybe, Renegade and the boys could have gone on a crazy run of their own. Maybe if they don't win, say they're able to bring this back, you know, and make it like a 50 to say 41 game. That's still great for on the side of their mental. So I feel like the same way you're not giving your opponent opportunity to gain momentum is the same way that you're almost robbing yourself of that same momentum that you could have gained onto your side. I feel like it's a double-edged sword, if you will.
Yeah, so we did get confirmation. Druck did lag out, but they said, let's go next. They're like, oh, we don't need to replay that one. It's fine. Game 3 on its way. Live fire oddball. Gonna be our next game for grabs.
Wow. Incognito are the real deal. And you saw how long they were able to dominate Roku Yukai in that game number 1. They were looking amazing. Going into that game number 2, they not only bring that same level of domination towards the early game, but they never let up. Now Roku Yukai have to dig deep into this oddball live fire and somehow pull out something here. It's a swing game number 3, and oh so important one at that. And hopefully Roku Yukai have it in them to maybe win this one, or at least take a round and keep things close, because man, that was tough to watch for all of us fans, and looks like it's continuing here on live fire.
Druck, massive kill from him. Mental already overextended on the push towards that overshield. It's going to keep the sniper down towards sandbags. Looks like Rain might be the player to pick up the slack. Ryanu gets that overshield on. Ball time going to be going in favor of Incognito. Soul Snipe tries to laser down the overshield, but nothing quite successful enough for Go Down Tony, and well, we might be seeing some more of the same.
Picking up exactly where they left off on recharge, a big triple kill by Carbea. Instead of using a shock rifle this time, using the S7 sniper rifle. And early ball time now going in favor of Incognito. However, off the screen, Renegade did get a big kill onto Ryu. That's going to start the push here for Roku Yukai. Incognito immediately rotating that ball over toward the cut side, and Carbea gets right back to work. Another killing spree coming in from the young gunner.
Man, stocks 4 more bullets to work with. Druck, last player alive. He's getting towards this ball, but there's just nowhere for him to go. The spawns come from behind. That's a massive pick. Getting the sniper out of the hands of Carbea was priority number 1. But the problem is there's no one to follow up on the play. And although Rain's in trouble, Mental was able to run this ball back towards his teammate spawn. So these kills don't really amount to much, as Carbea was able to pick up his sniper once again.
Renegade trying to push up over toward the nest side. That drop ball going to be huge for Carbea, blocking off much damage onto the nest side, able to also clean up the kill onto Druck, and goes right back to work with the BR. Repulse not off the map, but over to open field, where Renegade is able to have his way with Carbea. Sniper rifle no longer into play in favor of Incognito, but Ryu already denying access towards that ball. Great play by him, but eventually does end up going down.
Raid, he sent that one back to center. He said, nope, my shields are gonna last just a little bit longer. Gets one before he goes, and it bought enough time for Carbea to get to the rotation. Ryanu's trying to clear another rotate. Can he get this ball off the map in time? Renegade is the last line of defense, but cannot stop the ball from being played. But the benefit for Roku Yukai is that they're only down by 22 seconds. Nothing has gone right for them at the start of this game. You would expect them to be down by 50 seconds at minimum, but still a very manageable deficit for them to overcome.
Look how relentless Mental and Incognito were chasing Renegade, making sure that he went down. And now Roku Yukai wanted to start this push off with 4 members. It's not going to happen. Somehow able to get the ball out of Ryu's hands. Soulsnipe going to try to get the ball into a playable position. Ends up trading out his life right there. Renegade getting into position himself. And now with those nades being used as a distraction, rotating that ball over toward the mid side. A bit of a pseudo play. Now back over toward the Charlie side, where Ryu and Rain wait for him.
Ryu's got that sniper rifle. he's gonna be backing down. It's more important that he stays alive with this gun and uses it to try to prevent the overshield from going into the hands of Roku Yukai. But Spartan is lurking underneath. I think Ryan hears him, or should have some idea. Spartan comes out with the noob combo, just misses to the left of Ryan Noob. Carmeas can near that overshield, but Soul Snipe has the better position, but Soul Snipe goes down. The snipe from Ryan Noob proves to be too much.
Soul Snipe getting his soul sniped right there. Thought he had a free overshield, but of course, Incognito always one step ahead, baiting it out, and I believe they were able to sneak away with the overshield for themselves. Soul Snipe now going to try to get revenge here as he trades out his life with Ryan Noob. That sniper rifle sitting over towards the nest side, and Renegade still having a bit of overshield to work with. Down to one shot, he gets a bit creative with sending him off the tower side. That player does end up going down, and it looks like Roku Yukai are advancing that ball forward.
Spree. Ball taken.
Well, finally, I mean, honestly, with how disastrous their start of this game has been, it's impressive that they're only down by, what, 10 points? This is more than manageable, and they have to feel good to be in this position, finally starting to get kills on the map, and you're starting to take the lead. Your momentum's starting to build. Incognito have some work ahead of them if they're going to break this hole.
Renegade doing a great job in his main Slayer role, 13-6, 4 assists to go along with it, and one singular ball time, the most important ball time in the map, might I add, as Roku Yukai, like you said, have been able to keep things close. In fact, even have a lead right now, despite the dominant start that Incognito had in their favor. Now you see Roku Yukai once again advancing that ball forward, this time over toward the A side, right into their setup. Incognito, they're going to try to look for a perimeter player to try to break through. It's going to be tough to do, though, every angle being watched, but Renegade ends up going down. The most important Slayer on Roku Yukai. The ball is in a playable position, and with that, 3 down go Roku Yukai, so that ball gets reset towards the middle map.
Mental has a great flank right here. I don't think Renegade knows that he's behind. Renegade falls down. Ryan Noob's got the fall, but there's 2 players to deal with. Truck's the first that goes down. Mental needs to go big for his team. Just 8 seconds to take this lead, but 30 seconds on the game clock. Perfect timing. Spartan goes down. Mental still has the ability to get this ball. Can he get it back to safety? Time on the clock is running out for Roku Yukai, and now the lead has gone back to Incognito, and they're more than welcome to play this time. Mental has started to pop off in the late game.
Incognito getting a short lead, playing the ball towards the mid-map. We're going to try to slay around it, but easier said than done when you're staring down the barrel of Roku Yukai. A quick 4 down, and now Roku Yukai able to put the same strategy to work that Incognito tried to do to them. Instead of going toward the mid-map, they're keeping that ball over towards the overshield side of the map. 3, 2, 1. Roku Yukai take round number 1 round away from taking the game.
1 second, Tony. I gotta dial some 911 because I think I'm witnessing a robbery in front of my eyes. I mean, look at the kill feed.
Snitch.
They got outslayed heavily in that game, but still able to get away with the round 1 victory. We need to see better efficiency from the side of Incognito, and well, that's a disastrous start. Not only did they not get the sniper rifle, they go 4 down, and now Roku Yukai has the ability to get an early lead.
There's only 2 things in life that are guaranteed. That's Garrett snitching and Roku Yukai slaying. That's exactly what you see off of the rip. Snatching a hold of the sniper rifle, but not able to stay alive. Renegade ends up going down. So do 3 members of Roku Yukai. So that's a free overshield being attained by Rain of Incognito. They're going to put their first points on the board, and they're also going to look for the spawning players of Roku Yukai. And at least 2 of them have already made it towards the mud.
Sparty just got a huge double kill. That noob combo proves to be too much. It's a triple for him. Oh my, he did it. Tony, I don't think I've ever seen a triple kill like that before. Use the noob combo to get a player 1 shot, switch to the BR, finish with the head, pull back out the noob combo, use the single fire to kill a player that's 1 shot, and then finish out the last kill of a sniper rifle. What a unique triple kill for Spartan.
I do it all the time. In fact, I did that while we were playing, because I'm actually playing the game right now while commentating, and I just actually did that last game. I don't know. I guess I'm just built different.
It isn't built different. Tough.
So 20-12 lead in favor of Roku Yukai, who just have gone 2 down. Incognito having the opportunity to continue to apply that pressure here while Ryan Noob just accumulates ball time and the lead. Renegade sneaks away with that heat wave right as Overshield is coming up. Right behind enemy lines is Renegade, and Roku Yukai. Finally, Incognito gonna recognize it, but too little too late. As I say that though, Renegade wasn't able to get away with the overshoot. It's still available. Druck no longer on the map, so he's not available for play, and Incognito still away. Ball, overshield, and an easy setup now that Roku Yukai is spawning across the map.
It just shows you how, you know, just one missed shot so important. Renegade, if he would have finished off that first player, they're in a much better spot to try to secure that overshield. Well, Ryan Noob shows patience is a virtue. He puts his reticle right on the rechase, and well, Renegade, he comes right back to disaster. Ryan Noob still has plenty of shields to work with as they are starting to look to run away with this second round.
Incognito still in their setup. Roku Yukai are struggling to find any kind of assist. Bouncing back that plasma pistol, returning the green goo to sender. Soulstar gonna try to enter towards the green door, the big door, and sadly it's not gonna happen. Gets caught out. Sparty goes down. When Incognito have their setup locked in like this, they are so tough to deal with. They watch every angle to perfection. They don't make any mistakes here. You're forced to make a play as opposed to taking advantage of a mistake that they're gonna make. And of course, when you need a play to be made, the playmaker Renegade gets himself a triple.
Look at this, he's getting himself a great position to take down Ryan Noob, but the timing just not right. It's gonna come in a trade. Renegade gets that ball, but you know he wants to drop this off for the first spawner. Get his BR back in action. He's really the only player who's been able to fill up the kill feed. You can't afford to be letting him hold the ball.
59-35 run still in favor of Incognito. Druck still having that sniper rifle to work with, not able to connect onto the falling rain. Ryan Noob getting in position with Overshield. Looks like multiple members of Incognito are already there, so Druck and Roku Yukai need to make a play. That's exactly what they do. Back-to-back kills in favor of Druck as he gets the body shot onto Ryan Noob and sends him into no man's land. And before Ryan Noob is able to activate that Overshield, he's going to hell. Taken down. Incognito now coming off the spawn. Roku Yukai ends up coming up with the lead here, and they're not letting it go. Renegade getting value with the overshield and the heat wave, going right after Ryan Noob. Big plays by Renegade and Roku Yukai, and like you said, you were witnessing a robbery, and it's still going.
Now you're witnessing a heist. I mean, what in the world? Roku Yukai has just absolutely transformed this game, and largely due to Renegade. His ability to get the multi-kills and his ability to get control of the power weapons has been second to none this game. Sparty, he misses the punch. Oh no, Ryan Noob gets the kill. This game looked like it could have been put on ice, but Incognito starting to get a scrappy with it. Can they get themselves back to even?
Roku Yukai looking for the break. Armega to swallow up this ball time, and look at that toss over toward the B side, starting the rotation here as they're starting to get the slays as necessary, and it looks like Druck ends up going down, stealing your opponent, your teammates behind the gap. Not very nice of him, but Roku Yukai end up going 3 down. That should be some good ball time for Incognito. They're not out of it just yet. In fact, they may just take the lead off of this round of slays.
Yeah, this is a dominant spawn trap. You see all the players in red spawning back towards B. The ball at tower. This is the worst possible route. And now Rain has been able to get the heat wave. If he can time a correct push to key door, he can get behind all of these players and shut this round away.
Big kills going in favor of Incognito once again. Meanwhile, Druck making a play to try to get the ball out of Incognito's hands. He's successfully able to do so, but he wanted to play the ball off the map as well. Wasn't able to, and just like that, Incognito might have stolen the game that was almost stolen from them while simultaneously stealing the game from Roku Yukai. I'm trying to keep up. It's really tough.
Man, it comes down to that pivotal fight at the back of tower, Ryanu versus Spartan. Spartan punches too early. It comes out with a massive kill in the favor of Incognito, and from there they are able to control the ball and keep the spot as far away as possible.
Rounds are tied up here. We're in a game number 3. When the series is already tied up in a round 3, where the game rounds are tied up as well. This next round is going to determine the momentum so far in this series here. Druck gonna try to make his way onto the overshield side of the map, able to get there, but not able to steal away the overshield. That's gonna go to mental, and just like that, Incognito already working on an A side setup. Roku Yukai spawning over toward the Charlie side of the map. So now Incognito once again getting into the defensive stance, watching these angles, but it looks like Renegade and Spartan might have slipped through. Renegade takes down the ball carrier. Ryan down to one shot, tries to dipsy doodle his way out of that situation, but it looks like Incognito just clutched up.
We just have to see one more player on the side of Roku Yukai to really step up to the plate. I mean, the only player who's done anything in this game thus far is really Renegade. They need another player to start filling up the stat sheet. Get positive with your kills, start being a presence on the map, because they're relying way too heavily on Renegade making some miracle triple kill to get them back in these games.
Looking for some cleaner Halo out of everyone out of Roku Yukai, and let's find out if that's exactly what you're gonna get. What I do know is Incognito started up with a 38-0 run, and of course Ryu hits an amazing stick to try to play his life. The nades raining down to force him back. Overshield once again going to become a determining factor, and all players are trying to get angles on it. Carmea gets caught over toward the sandbag side. Big kill in favor of Roku Yukai. Incognito find himself 3 down, and this overshield might be exactly what Roku Yukai were looking for in order to get back into this round.
It's a massive play by Druck right there. He uses the insta-splode mechanic with the sticky grenades to get a double kill. But Ryan has been a thorn in the side of Roku Yukai. They need to take him down. He just has been living this entire time, and now he neutralizes the overshield with the noob combo. I think he's only died 1 time this entire round, and he has been dissecting Roku Yukai.
Has a pistol in the hands of Ryan. Big kill by him as he holds onto the sandbag side, not able to connect onto Sparty, but luckily his teammates are right there picking up the pieces. Roku Yukai forced to advance this ball over toward the B side of the map, and not many points being accumulated by them. Incognito forced them to get the ball outside of the map, forced them now to play off a spawn. Sniper rifle, resources, everything now coming up, and Incognito already taking space over towards the mid map.
Oh, a massive blunder from Ryan right there. He had the heat wave in a great position, exposed himself too far to Spartan, and Spartan was able to get that opening pick. Now what that does is it alleviates so much pressure on the map. You don't have to worry about the heat wave anymore, and you keep your sniper in place. Soul Snipe not having to worry about those flanks, but unfortunately Ryan Noob comes off spawn and finds the right spot. Soul Snipe goes down, and the sniper switches hands once again. So a moment of pressure alleviated so quickly by Ryan Noob and his instant ability to get back into the action.
And Roku Yukai looking to get back into the action as well. Sparty and Druck trying to man a 2-man push over towards the big door side. Nades start to go in. That's going to slow them down. They catch a new angle towards sandbags, but of course Ryan triggered discipline and anticipating the push well, earns himself a double kill. Sniper rifle still in the hands of Ryan Noob. He has an important job. He has to stop Druck from pushing and try to get sights on the overshield. He's able to stop Druck, but of course his duo in Soul Snipe get himself an overshield. Roku Yukai still continuously pushing. The pressure is coming in. The rotation does as well. Incognito might be able to play that ball off of the map. Meanwhile, Ryan Noob ends up going down himself.
I mean, let's just talk about the stat line of Ryan Noob in this game thus far. 38 kills, main slaying, highest in the lobby. But let's take a look at the assists. He also has the highest assists in the lobby. And then let's take a look at the deaths. Tony, what? He has the lowest deaths in the lobby too. Ryan Noob being an MVP of this game. His ability to stay alive in this round 3 has been what has pushed them over the edge and why they've looked so dominant in this game. Truly putting up an MVP performance this game.
Ryan has consistently been one of the more underrated players that we have in our scene, not only in IGL, but also a phenomenal slayer back in his free-for-all days. He was always been incredible at finding those weak players, being able to go in, steal away those kills, and most importantly, stay alive. He is literally doing it all, not only in this game, but so far season 1, going into season 2 as well. But we're gonna find out, is that enough for Incognito to come out with the win? Because although they have the lead, Roku Yukai have the setup, Roku Yukai have the ball in hands, Incognito able to force the play ball, the reset is coming in, and Sparty the rat, Sparty McRat, oh, he got spotted, there we go, Sparty goes down.
Sparty gets spotted. It was close to being a sufficient comeback, but that pick is a massive one. And then Mental gets the needle threaded, able to get Renegade with a slim angle. And now with only 15 seconds left, this is going to be a desperate push from Roku Yukai, but they have the combo to stop the bottom mid push. Can they get in position? The Nacy to come through. 3, 2, 1. It's over. Ryan Noob carries his team to victory.
Incognito get into defensive stances, get locked in their setups, and they seem to be unbreakable. And although Roku Yukai are a phenomenal offensive team, although Roku Yukai continue to always apply pressure and get these incredible slays, it wasn't enough to stop that defense from Incognito. Now we see a lead change in favor of them here in the series. Why don't we take a look at these stats? And I know you've been hyping up Ryan, dude. What else are these stats telling you happened in that oddball game?
I mean, every single player on the side of Incognito had 30 plus kills. Karmea out damaged Ryan Noob in that game. That's everyone stepping up to the plate. Yes, Ryan Noob gave you your all, really had a phenomenal round 3 in particular, but everyone did their job. And honestly, a kind of a disappointing or embarrassing display by Roku Yukai. You have to play a better game there. Yes, you kept every round close, but you got outskilled and outplayed in every round that game.
Ladies and gentlemen, this here is your grand finals, a rematch between Roku Yukai and Team Incognito. And mind you, Incognito able to win one more game, they might just take the series, but all it's going to do is force a bracket reset, to my knowledge, because Roku Yukai, I believe, started off in the winner's bracket. So at this point in time, all you can hope for if you're a fan of Incognito is the win, but a bracket reset. Meanwhile, Roku Yukai, if they pull off a little mini reverse sweep, end up getting back-to-back wins in their favor, not only are they taking the series, but they're also taking the tournament as well. $700 alone for first place is what's on the line. Roku Yukai end up going 3 down. Incognito snatch up a camouflage because of it, and now they're gonna play through it. We could see that first pull come in, and of course it's in favor of Incognito.
The only thing that concerns me about this Incognito squad was how woefully inefficient their objective was last game. They outslayed by a mile, but yet it was a rocky 3 games. Every single one was close in that oddball. They need to be able to capitalize on their slays and make better objective efficient plays. And well, we're already seeing some of that to start. Mental trying to push that first flag in. Sparty, though, he went big. He got 2 kills at the back of the base, but it's not enough. Karmea punches the first one in.
And we talked about it before, Incognito, their opening strats are always on point. I mean, this is a team that's been scrimming together, putting in the work together, and really grinding things out. So when they come off of the rip, they come at you hard, they come at you fast, they have a blueprint and a game plan, and they're able to follow it to a T. So a big start by Incognito, already started off with the 1-0 lead, but as we've said before as well, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. Ryan Noob and Incognito looking to finish this series right here, right now on Aquarius.
Rain had the cross, Sparty not able to get away, and Rain had a beautiful position. He takes down 2, soul snipes the last runner, but Rain gonna be able to clean that one up for the triple kill. Could it be the over? No, Drux shuts him down short, but that's gonna be a dead run for the side of Roku Yukai.
Roku Aki. What you're trying to say there? I'm right there. It's a tough name. It really is. Camouflage coming up. Karmea doing a phenomenal job of playing his life. Really always that annoying player, putting down shots, able to to get that close quarters melee. So that's a big kill going in favor of Incognito. Roku Yukai once again gonna find himself 3 down. And once again, another camouflage in favor of Incognito. The last time they had this camouflage, they were able to play through it, get themselves a cap. We might just be up 2-0 if Incognito can get value out of the active camo.
Look at this push from Roku Yukai. They've been able to get to the opposite utility, and Spartan's winning some individual fights in the mid map, and that's going to allow for a counter push. Soulsnipe's been the player that gets in this base and gets flags out, but look at this positioning. They have an opportunity, but Rain came back. He shuts down 2. Spartan one shot of the back base. Rain making a miracle play, coming back at just the right time to stifle the push short.
Major coming in, and Roku Yukai find himself 3 down once again with that Raidu pushing that flag forward. The timing not exactly perfect, but still a great pull by Incognito. Still looking for the slays necessary though. Ray gonna try to push up over to the utility side. Drunk and Renegade able to push him out towards that utility right there. Ryan now being left by himself. He thought he had the help he was looking for. Sadly, he doesn't. His teammate goes down, and so does he. These numbers advantages finally going in favor of Roku Yukai, and with that, that flag has already made it past the 50% portion of the map.
Carmelo was able to spot Renegade at the last second, but no! Renegade showing why he's one of the best players to ever play. Gets the 4 shot to land. Carmelo falls and the flag goes in. Tied 1-all. So no. YNOT BR in a pivotal moment.
A counter pull opportunity coming in for Incognito. We saw Roku Yukai able to cap that flag in, but end up going 3 down because of it. That pull now gonna make it toward the P side. Raidu having the awareness to turn right back, secure himself the kill. Now advancing that flag forward here with a nice little relay over towards his teammate. But of course, Renegade and Roku Yukai hunt down that flag, stop it short of the fridge side of the base, and now Incognito forced to slay out. Will they be able to do so? Renegade running through enemy team grenades and everything else. I think I saw a kitchen sink being flown in. Incognito Roku Yukai able to get that return, and Sparty also able to get away with camouflage.
Yeah, beautiful follow-up by Sparty right there. His teammates do the job, get the return, and now Sparty has the ability to get in this base and cause havoc. He gets 2 kills before he's taken down. Mental has to play defense. Druck, oh, did Druck just get beautiful timing to get into that back base? Mental is completely lost. Where did Druck go? Druck's in that back base. Druck's the most important player here. He gets the first pick. Mental's still alive. Druck needs to kill Ryan. He gets 2.
Kill.
Mental goes down. Big plays by Druck. He stayed alive, stayed forward, stops the flag run by being in that beautiful position.
Sometimes you can make plays just by staying alive, and that's exactly what you saw coming out of Druck right there. Leads to a beautiful double kill, and he's still alive and putting in work towards the enemy's team base. He's being that Pistola-like nuisance player, and he still hasn't gone down. Meanwhile, Renegade, the ultimate predator, chasing down his enemy. You do not get away while one shot when Renegade is in the building. Roku Yukai claiming so much space over towards his blue base. Incognito find himself 3 down, or finding such a hard time for them to make anything happen off the spawn.
Well, Renegade and Rain, the main slayers of both these teams, going at it. And Rain's been able to push Renegade back into that base. It's gonna come at a dead cap, as they will get that return. Rain's been so impressive early on. Double positive at 18 and 8. This man willing his team to victory.
And despite the fact that Rain's having such an incredible game so far, and it's still tied up at 1 apiece, you would think with the slays that he's been putting down, and as well as Incognito that have been playing, especially off of that start, you would think at least a 1-cap advantage in favor of Incognito, but it hasn't happened just yet. We switch gears over towards Soulsnipe, goes up for the challenge onto Rhino. Rhino puts him down. Roku Yukai find himself 3/4 of their roster on the black screen. Incognito already advancing that flag forward. There is one overextender for Roku Yukai in the base of Incognito. If they can deal with Renegade quick enough, they can cap this flag. Melee comes in. Renegade goes down. What a play by Incognito.
I mean, a great job by Rain to move his body just enough to make sure he doesn't get backstacked. But can we talk about the creativity of Renegade right there? It doesn't work out. The execution's not quite there, but I love the thought process. He's making sure he can keep the pressure on Mental, but also play the flag at the same time. Hits a perfect curb slide. Unfortunately, doesn't shoot his heat wave when he went for the back smack, and it ends up costing that flag. But I love his ability to see that line. Most players go in, just pull the flag, try to buy time. Renegade went for a massive play where if the execution was there, it would have been just a phenomenal play. He would have probably gotten 2 kills and had an opportunity for a counter cap right after.
Love the thought process coming out of Renegade and Roku Yukai, but now it has to convert on the scoreboard. You find yourself down 2-1 to Incognito, who are still, oh, by the way, 1 game away from resetting the bracket. I want to see Roku Yukai really wake up in the next 4 minutes, get themselves a cap, and force us into a game number 5. Don't allow this to end right here, right now. Somehow Renegade one shot able to break out of the fridge side, despite the fact there was 2 members of Incognito in front of him, and with that, it looks like Rain and Carmea end up going down. Renegade's already pushed over toward the opposing base. Smarty gonna get himself a double kill of his own. Goes right after Ryan. Down to 1 shot. Ryan gives him a little bit of a backsmack, despite the fact he was already down. Little body disrespect for Ryan, but man, Roku Yukai almost had a crazy play and a crazy pull. Luckily, Incognito able to clutch up.
How many more opportunities can Roku Yukai provide, right? If you're running out of time, you have 3 minutes on the clock. Soul Snipe has his camouflage ready to fight, but Renegade and Druck need to get into this action. They need to flood in from the P side and provide support. The finish is coming in. Spartan goes straight for the flag. Rain's gonna be able to cut him down mid-air. Rain, he's looking for the second, not able to get away with it. Renegade gets the kill. That flag in the open. Renegade needs to get this next kill on Ryan Noob. Ryan Noob shuts it down. Druck gets the cleanup, but the flag is going to be returned as Mental hops on. 2 minutes and 45 seconds to make a play happen.
Despite the fact that Rain wasn't able to get the god play for that double kill, Mental does come in with the reset, and of course Rain winning a pin against Soul Snipe and still working the pole like he knows what he's doing. Get my dollar bills out, but finally Rain ends up going down. Ryan now going to be the final player alive for Incognito as Roku Yukai continues to advance this flag forward. Druck down to 1 shot. The overextenders are already being washed over toward the P side. You see a bit of a relay. Oh no. They actually missed the flag toss. Okay, Druck still gonna push it forward and hold on. That missed flag toss over towards the base might have just cost them a cap right there, because like Incognito were able to sneak that flag outside of the base, and if this return comes in, that could be devastating for Roku Yukai.
Rain making big play after big play, but you can't afford to miss. The flag didn't get quite high enough, and Soul Snipe wasn't able to get it in, and Mental just goes big, wins the one-on-one on Renegade. Soul Snipe's there to get on the return just in time. Does the flag get punched in? There we go, 2-all, 1 minute and 30 seconds, 90 seconds to figure out who has the flag opportunity. I don't think we're going to overtime, Tony. It's in moments like these that these players step up and find a way to win these games.
I'm sorry, I'm still trying to recover what might have been one of the blunders of the century if Roku Yukai weren't able to cap that flag forward, but Ryan doing so good with his camouflage, not only putting down damage, but also just staying alive and feeding information toward the rest of his team. The moment he puts a shot inside, the moment he sees anybody, he's feeding that information towards his teammates, and they're able to get angles around him. It's well played by Incognito. However, he's not able to hide Incognito anymore because the camouflage has just run out. Now he's out in plain sight against Renegade with the thrust, able to put him in a freaking blender. The reversal kill onto Renegade, one of the best slayers that we've seen here in Halo Infinite, and Ryan, who doesn't have any respect for it.
but who's lurking in the grass? It was Soulsnipe. He got back into the base and got a flagpole out. So all that effort that Ryanu puts in, it could be for naught. That flag does get returned, but it had a massive impact. It pushed the players away. 15 seconds, this is plenty of time. They can still get into that back base and pull out a flag. They're checking all their corners. Ryanu lurks in the back. One last push for Roku Yukai. They can still do this. Get that flag out. Soulsnipe goes down. Druck, you can still get the pull. 2 seconds. We're going to extra time. The pie chart's out. Sparty's got the camo. Pop that one. Get away. The touch.
Sparty ran right past Rain with that camouflage and tried to make a play. It was able to touch the flag, but it's not going to be enough as Roku Yukai do end up falling 4 down, and it looks like we are indeed going to see 3 minutes worth of overtime. A great play, a great attempt by Roku Yukai, but you saw multiple members incognito camping out in corners, waiting for them to push up. They anticipated Roku Yukai going in for that final line of defense, and sadly they weren't able to get it through. Incognito able to live to see it overtime, and now we're going to see it that starting strat of regulation and carry over here into overtime as once again Roku Yukai end up finding themselves 3 down. One more player onto the P side. If they can deal with them, they can get themselves a camouflage. The flag has already been started here by Ryan, who picks off a big kill onto Soulsnipe. Roku Yukai, this might be the last time we see them here in the first series of this grand final, because here come Incognito.
An absolute massive play by Ryanu. He went down through P1 immediately off rip, was able to get into that back base, trusted his teammates of Rain to get the kill, to pull out the flag. Unfortunately, they're not able to follow it up on the back half. Mental, last player alive, camo goes down, and you have to worry about the counter cap. But look at Ryanu. He's soaring all the way across the map. Ryanu has an opportunity to pull this flag out for now, but he's gonna slow play. Soulsnipe's coming in. It's a nade that's waiting for him. Soulsnipe goes down. Ryanu making play after play, keeping his team in the game.
Doing a great job of stopping the flag runner, but there's multiple members of Roku Yukai looking to take his place. Ryan able to take down Renegade. Mental going right after Sparty, and looks like able to make Druck one shot. Just enough time for Ryan to come in and clean up that kill. A triple kill by Ryan. Roku Yukai end up going 4 down. Incognito might be pulling off the upset right here, right now, because there's nobody from Roku Yukai that's in position to stop this flag. We're about to go to a second series here in your grand final.
Absolutely mental play by Ryan. His ability to get into the back of the base, buy time for his team, and stay alive. Like I said, most players, they go, they grab the flag, they play for a little bit of a standoff. Ryan plays it different. He goes for the kill. He buys time. He doesn't care that he doesn't have the numbers. He has confidence that his teammates will pick up the slack. Rain comes immediately to the help. It's Renegade and Druck versus Rain and Ryan. Who comes out on top? One-on-one. Ryan wins his, Rain wins the other. Mental comes in, gets the cleanup. Ryan then cleans up the other and gets the triple kill. And then look at this position. Pause it right here, Louis. Look at the position that we have from all of the players on the side of Incognito. You have Carmea set up perfectly on the P overextend. 2 players blocking Util, and Ryan controlling the top base. There's no option but Roku Yukai to go to the back base and try to slay out Ryan. But what does he do? He lives, and by the time they even have an opportunity to kill the flag, it's all done. Mental gets the cap. A beautiful play to force the grand finals reset.
Once you're able to get those slays in a time like that, at that point, just manipulating those spawns and making sure that you don't get overzealous, making sure you address every single player that is on the map, especially the ones that can be a threat first, is just well played by Incognito. They always seem to make as little mistakes as possible, and it led to the first series win. There are no chances from here on out, ladies and gentlemen. This next best of 5 is going to determine your winner. $1,200 provided by JJ Events and HaloHub. This is your 4v4 tournament. Are you not entertained, Twitch chat?
The momentum that Incognito has to be riding is so high. They instantly get the kills off rip. Rockets in their pocket. They have not allowed any kills for the first 6 to go in favor of Roku Yukai, and they still have a rocket to work with. Beautiful start for them. Unfortunately, I think the one inaccuracy we've been seeing with this team is on oddball and their efficiency to translate their kills into time, Tony, because they got 6 unanswered kills to start that game, yet they're down 12-3 in the oddball time.
We saw Roku Yukai really struggle in the oddball series against in the losers bracket. Incognito struggle over toward that losers bracket run. So maybe this is an opportunity for Roku Yukai to really take advantage and take some kind of momentum here in the oddball. Incognito definitely showed some kind of weakness in this series in the loser bracket. We saw twice in a row. So hopefully Roku Yukai, they can step up right here on the streets. We know Soul Snipe has that Stalker rifle, but we do also know that multiple members of Incognito are pushing up over toward the strong side. Pushing up towards B is so important when you're trying to break this PD side setup and you're already seeing them fire off on all cylinders, putting down as much damage as possible, finding that 3 down that they were looking for, and picking up from there.
Beautiful efficiency thus far from Roku Yukai. Renegade holding that ball all the way towards PD, but look at how Incognito have to fight into this map. They have so much ground to cover, but it's all being pressed by Roku Yukai. There's really no opportunity for them to get towards this ball, and it came to 50 unanswered seconds for this team. Roku Yukai playing a phenomenal game of oddball thus far.
Sparta looking to stay alive over toward the tire side of the map. Roku Yukai still putting points on the board. Finally, that drop does end up coming in, and Roku forced to slay. Carme and Mental are the first ones hit the black screen, and Sparty able to get away with these rockets. Firing off one over towards Rain, picks off one for the killing spree. The drop one, definitely didn't expect that, but still able to bounce right back in. Him and Soulstein working a perfect little 1-2 combo, but of course Incognito, before Roku Yukai are able to get comfortable, they're spawning up over toward the red room, and they're pushing the B side. They're making sure that Roku Yukai never get their feet planted.
What are we noticing as the big difference this time around compared to the last best of 5? We're seeing an equal load being distributed from Roku Yukai. Before, it felt like it was Renegade taking on the entirety of Incognito, trying his best to slay out. Now we're seeing a much more of an equal presence from all of the players, working more in a harmonized manner, and it's making a huge difference. I mean, look at the point difference early on in this game. This is what happens when Roku Yukai don't have to depend on one player, when they can just play and have the freedom to be a little bit more loose with their gameplay.
They're firing on all cylinders right here, right now. I tried to say it before, even though I stumbled multiple times. Incognito have a weakness here on oddball, especially here on streets. They were exposed a little bit early on. Roku Yukai taking advantage of that, an 86-3 run before Incognito finally able to put secondary points on the board here. Roku Yukai now one break away potentially from taking this first round in a fairly dominant way. Incognito are locked into their setup. They are working for the Rockets. Druck does end up getting a big kill onto Rain, and with that, Renegade comes in really quickly, and just like that, Incognito find himself 4 down, and Druck is shooting bodies and letting them know about it.
Let me tell you right now, Tony, Druck deserves to shoot anybody that comes on his screen right there. His team was 3 down. He slow played into the back base and single-handedly decimated the roster of Incognito. He won his team that round with his play right there. It's a beautifully timed play from him. Honestly, that might be my most favorite play that we've seen all day today. It's not flashy. It's not going to be on the highlight sheet, but you know what? That's how you win games, is the way that Druck manipulated space and timing to get behind those players, to find the multi-kill and to break an oddball hold.
Incognito going for the same setup that they did before here on streets to try to get that rocket over toward the player in tires via the drop weapon. Sadly, it didn't happen, and it looks like those rockets not only ended up in the hands of Roku Yukai, but they're also able to get first points on the ball once again. So Incognito gonna have to make something happen off of spawn. Without the resources, gonna be really tough. Sparty taking on the first player with the rockets, able to play his life as well as possible. Now right behind enemy lines, there is multiple members pushing up over towards the purple side who might end up making it in, but so far really well done by Roku Yukai, and the rotation follows as well.
Sparty, he hasn't gotten any kills, but what a beautiful life from him, right? He takes some damage. He's able to back out, stay alive, buy time, keep his presence on the map. And although he doesn't get any kills to really stuff the sheet, what he did do is provide a rotate for his team, give them that extra time, and force Incognito to deal with him. Beautiful job. If he executes a little bit better on the killing side, we start to see Rokuyaki run away with this game.
Once again, Incognito gonna find himself 3 down. Carmea does end up making a play despite not having the numbers. Looking to make another one against the champion Renegade. Carmea finally ends up going down, but enough time for his teammates to come in. Can Roku Yukai pick up the pieces? Apparently they can, because every time I look at Incognito's side of the scoreboard, they're 2 down, they're 3 down, and every time I look at that ball, it's in the hands of Roku Yukai. Incognito needs to make something happen.
I tell you what, man, if Ryan and Rain don't end up picking up Carmea, someone else needs to, because this young guy is going to be the next big talent in the HCS. His ability to win one-on-ones. He had a shotgun versus BR. He moves left, right, does everything in his capabilities to make sure he gets that kill and brings an opportunity for his team. Gets the break, and now we're starting to see time go in the favor of Incognito.
The man just always swinging and flying around the map. I made a mistake earlier. I said he played on super high sensitivity. I said 5-10-10. I was corrected. It's actually a much slower sense. It's 5-9-9. So a little bit off on a little bit off on that. Would clearly he's changed his sensitivity within the last 3 weeks or so. But Carmea, really a young talented member of this Incognito roster, and really a superstar in the making. Roku Yukai having that ball over towards the A side of the map. Carmea was able to get away with the Stalker rifle, but off screen, Renegade taking down Ryan Noob. Multiple members going down to Roku Yukai, so you're seeing that transition. You're seeing that play ball all the way towards the B side, but Incognito have an opportunity to overwhelm them here.
Carmea has a great flank opportunity. He fights Renegade, but just can't get the bullets to land. Oh no, the Sparty, he has the shotgun. Uncharacteristic misses from Carmea come at a massive cost, but Ryan who tries to salvage it. He gets 2, not quite able to get the 3rd, and now Rain, he's got the ball, but Soul Snipe knows exactly where he's at, but oh no, Rain did get taken down. Carmea got the instant trade. We're starting to see things get very scrappy towards the mid part of this game. Whoever gets the clean kills in this part of the map are going to win this game, and Sparty showing why the Commando has been such a hot topic the last couple of weeks. His ability to win these cross map fights with this gun is just so disgusting.
Yeah, Rhino gets dropped as the shield gets shredded, and when you have a Commando and a BR firing at you at the same time, you get melted. You have no time to react. 51-41 in favor of Roku Yukai, just end up getting wiped off the face of streets here. Incognito finding the kills that they're looking for now, despite the great Commando play working in favor of Roku Yukai. It looks like Incognito are still able to get into their subway side setup, and of course Ryu ratting out toward the cafe, can't quite find the kill onto Renegade. That's the opening that they were looking for, but Carmea answers right back with the double kill.
Right, trying to get in the face of Soul Snipe. Soul Snipe goes for the Ego Chow, and Ego Chow, he wins. Rain's able to get the cleanup, but at what cost? That big pick is going to prevent Incognito from getting any of this ball time, as they're going to have to deal with the second push of Roku Yukai.
Rain did a great job of playing his life over toward the back C side. Finally, Druck able to find the angle necessary to take him down, and now we're seeing Roku Yukai breaking the setup here over toward the subway, forcing Incognito out. Even Ryan Noob's shotgun almost not enough to stop Soulsnipe from coming in. The ball reset is coming in, and so is Roku Yukai. Subway side successfully cleared out. Now that Bulldog ends in the hands of Sparty McFly. And now we're going to see if Incognito can slow them down just a bit. Otherwise, Roku Yukai might be able to get that ball towards C.
Shots are in. 3 go down. Ryan Noob's last alive, and Renegade's on the hunt. Ryan Noob cannot stay alive. You see, they want to force a PD spawn, but Carmea's been fast to get towards Commando, but what a massive fight! Soulsnipe just blew this game open. Carmea was the most important player to stay alive. Now look at the spawns from Incognito. They're so far away. By the time they even challenge this ball, it's going to be maybe 10 seconds until victory. But Soulsnipe doesn't care. He's on a mission. They get 2, gets 1 more to 1. 3 go down at the hands of Soulsnipe in this game, looking more and more likely to fall into the hands of Roku Yukai. But the Rockets have gone to Incognito. An opportunity, but look at this rotation. Perfectly outplaying the rotation of Incognito.
The moment Incognito think the break is over toward the subway side, you see that transition all the way toward the B side of the map. Luckily, the Rockets was able to slow him down just a bit, and with that, the awareness to rotate this ball forward. Obviously, you need to get that ball out of the hands of your Rocket players, so Mental, his job is to sit here and make sure nobody's able to cross for free, especially with 1 Rocket. It's the guaranteed kill onto Renegade. Multiple members of Roku Yukai push up toward the purple side, and it looks like the pressure is still coming towards Bravo. Ryan, despite having the Stalker rifle, they still have to stop Roku Yukai from coming off a spawn 1 more time. If they can slay out here, they can win this round, and we're going into a round number 3.
Spartan needs to win this fight. Ryan Noob has the advantage with the red gun. And I think we saw that stuff. It might be us. Okay, I think it is us. We're back into it, right, Tony? The skips. Oh, he's going backwards. Yeah.
There's things happening. And again, and like you said, it might be the observer side. The players might be doing just fine. And it might be an observer side, even though Sparty just might have made his teammate right there while trying to keep Incognito out of the PD. We're coming back. We're here. We are present.
Triple kill.
Oh no! Triple, almost able to get the overkill, but Mental cleans it up. That's 4 down. That's 4 down for Roku Yukai. We're now less than 20 seconds away from taking the win. 18 seconds on the play clock here. Mental is attempting to rotate that ball onto the strong side of the map. It looks like it might be able to do so, but Druck is already in tires. No damage down to Druck. Sparty trying to follow it up. Soulsnipe coming in with the Rockets, and look at the play clock. There's only 7 seconds on it.
Oh, that's a perfect spot for the Rockets, so even if they do get these kills, Soulsnipe can just rocket whoever comes. Oh my, what a play at the end of the game. Renegade statting out once again at 27 and 17. I thought maybe it was going to be over when Ryan Noob got the triple kill, but everyone on the map was down, and it was really just a throw of the dice of where the spawns would be. And the spawns for Roku Yukai were immediately towards Cafe, where they could have presence once again and just a devastating effect. Really, Incognito had an opportunity that I don't want to say was stripped away from them, because they still could have gotten those next set of Rockets, but you have to feel for them with those spawns not coming in their favor.
Yeah, and you notice, I mean, Incognito definitely recognized they attempted to rotate that ball over toward the B side of the map and attempted to make a play towards gaining that lead and then playing for the time. Sadly, Druck, he takes a straight angle right to the tires, right to the B street, and does max damage on there. If Druck doesn't take, I feel like if Druck doesn't take that direct angle into the tires to at least put down all that damage and force the play ball, I think Incognito win that. I think it's Druck decision making to go right up the mid, as opposed to trying to find a perimeter, as opposed to trying to find bottom mid, or even going purple street, and him going right to the tires and taking the direct angle towards that ball that forced the play ball, and ultimately gave Roku Yukai a big 2-0 win on Oddball. But now can you keep that same energy? Now can you come in on live fire and assert that same level of dominance that you were able to have in game number 1 and taken in game number 2? Roku Yukai, they came into the winner's bracket. They had that advantage and they weren't able to take advantage of it. Incognito, still in the series, still can potentially win this tournament.
Oh, look at this play by Renegade. He's going for a quick cut. He's going to try to get behind all these players into tower. Karmea does not expect the push. Renegade has a beautiful position. He gets damage on Ryanoob as well. It's 4 that go down. Beautiful job. And now all the power weapons in the favor of Roku Yukai, and the spawns well known of Incognito. This could be devastating in the early game.
As much as we compliment Incognito and their starting strategy, the way they're able to start off so hot, that's a big start this time in favor of Roku Yukai. And look how they're able to convert that sniper rifle and overshield control. Sparty not getting overzealous, puts down that damage with that assault rifle, immediately catches a new angle, but the plasma pistol going to neutralize that immediately. Still has the sniper rifle to work with. Surprised they elected to go with an AR as opposed to a battle rifle. I have a feeling you're not a fan of that, Garrett.
No, I mean, there's a commando that spawns behind you right there as well. I figure, you know, yeah, at least want the commando rifle, but the AR is an effective weapon, especially in these close range fights. He's still keeping the AR. I mean, this is probably the most interesting combination we've seen thus far. I mean, Spartan probably just confident that he can hit the head, huh?
I mean, the assault rifle, the best gun in the game. Best gun in the game, hands down. I'm not mad at it whatsoever. The body shot comes in with that sniper rifle, and somehow Rain able to catch an angle over towards bottom mid. He thought he had that angle cleared it from the back down and play his life, but sadly wasn't able to do so. Overshield coming up once again, but with 19 seconds, you have to secure kills. You have to put that pressure on. There is no way they can just sit there and wait for Overshield to come up. Meanwhile, off for screen, Renegade able to get that remote detonation. Druck gets a beautiful flank, which turns into a kill. Incognito end up going 3 down, and with that, that should be a free Overshield for Roku Yukai, a free reset, and an even bigger lead coming out of the boys in red.
Ryanoo's team needs to be careful about the 4-stack. We see it so often when it was him with the United and previous teams in the past. They like to bunch up and play each other's angles. That might work against some of the lower skilled teams, but you're talking about Renegade and Spartan on the other side. These are players that can take 1v2s and win them. The 4-stack isn't going to help you. All it does is if a player goes down too early or unexpected flank hits you, you could be seeing a 4 down immediately. And well, you already saw that 4-stack cost them dearly as 2 players dropped down immediately. The other 2 had to run away, leaving no one to contest the overshield and leaving that utility in the hands of Roku Yukai.
17-9 lead in favor of Roku Yukai. It was actually on JJ Events 4v4 not too long ago where United, Ryanoob and Brain were able to come out on top of Renegade and Spartan and their phase roster on the JJ Events on this very map. I think it was a game 5 and ended up being a 50-49 win where then United came out with some crazy flank under bottom mid, flipped the map in half when FaZe were pushing them despite having the advantage, and they ended up coming out on top with a huge win. I actually just remember this right here, right now, so we're to find that history does end up repeating itself, but it's a 6-2 advantage, this time in favor of Sparty and Renegade. But here come Incognito, the 3 down they were looking for. Soul Snipe ends up going down as well, despite having his opposition down to 1 shot. That's huge momentum for Roku Yukai, excuse me.
Absolutely phenomenal play by Ryanoob and Rain right there. That you can tell how much experience they have with each other, with how they play that situation. Ryanoob up in the nest, Rain behind a backbeat, forcing the players of Roku Yukai to push into them and having perfect crosses for each other. Ryanoob gets the first 2. Rain finds the sniper and cleans up the 3rd, and an absolute phenomenal 4 down that changes the pace of this game. Now Rain has the sniper. Overshield could be moving in their hands as well. Just 2 more players to deal with. This sniper Rain gonna be so important. He bodies the first. Here we come. Ryanoob overshield on the body. Everything starting to change into the favor of Incognito in the mid game.
Instead of Rain putting himself out toward that overshield, using it and just dying for it immediately, using himself as a distraction, allow Ryanoob to steal away almost a free overshield. And look how they put it to work immediately, working onto Druck. Soul Snipe is still down to 1 shot himself, so he's gonna go down as well. Numbers advantage back in favor of Incognito, who tied up this game. Mind you, it wasn't too long ago where Roku Yukai had an incredible start and had Incognito on the ropes. Over towards the mid game, it's a whole different game.
Yeah, Ryanoo's been putting out for his team 11 kills, 5 assists, 5 deaths, and 6 assists. an all-star stat line to be sure, but can he sustain that sort of performance? It's going to be a tough ask for his team. Karmea, the last one alive, he's able to get drunk. He gets Renegade. You cannot afford to do that if you're Renegade. Getting picked off right there really nullifies all of that advantage that you were able to get with that 3 down. Now Incognito are going to be able to rally around Karmea and make a push to get this lead back.
I swear he plays on LT to zoom in, bro. The way he's able to cross map like that on that high of a sensitivity, there's no way this man is definitely LT to zoom. I can tell as Rain down to 1 shot. Switching gears over towards Ryan and Mental. We're trying to work a 1-2 combo here onto the A side, but it's not a 2v1, it's a 2v2. Rain picking up the kill onto Renegade somehow. Smarty forced to back down, and as he's backing down, leads Ryan over towards a weak drug. Overshield is coming up, and if Ryan can secure this kill onto Smarty, that could mean an overshield for an Incognito. That's exactly what happens. It looks like they might end up turning it to a sniper rifle as well. Even the green gun isn't going to slow them down. Well played by Incognito, giving them a 5-kill game.
Karmea just casually hits the tech to get up the sandbags, but Druk with the commando is going to be able to get him from across the map, and this is a huge opportunity for Roku Yukai. You need to finish this collapse, get these kills, and get the sniper in a power position. Mental's the first to go down. Soul Snipe finds Ray. Now Sparty needs to live. There's 2 players looking for him, though. Oh no, Ryan Noob comes from the rat tunnel. It's a great route from Ryan Noob, and the last thing you could do was lose this sniper rifle. The comeback was looking more and more likely, but Ryan Noob is tearing apart this Roku Yukai squad.
This lobby, so much talent in there. You know, in your platinum and diamond lobbies, you can lose a sniper like that. Not at this level of competition. Anybody who gets that sniper rifle in hands can really swing games into their favor, especially Roku Yukai, especially Renegade right here. Sniper rifle, heat wave, 4 bullets, only find yourself down by 5 kills. By the end of the sniper rifle run, we could see a 1-kill game, potentially maybe a tied up game in the hands of Renegade right now. What will he do with it?
Looking for opportunity. Renegade could have a quick flank. Karmea, Rain, and Mental not expecting this push. Oh man, almost made it. Unicorn dodges it by just a ½ inch. His teammates do the job, but Karmea finds the kill. Karmea trying to get away with that sniper rifle. It's a hot potato mess down at the key door, but whoever comes out on top is gonna get this over shield.
1 squad wipe away from taking the win is Incognito. Ryan now gonna make his way over toward the overshield side. Not sure if he tried to pop the overshield and accidentally repulsed it, but looks like Karmea steals that right away. And now you're seeing 2 members going down for Roku Yukai, and only 2 more needed here for Incognito to come out with the win. Ryan who finds himself the big kill. There's players over toward the tower side. Karmea's tanking grenades while running through it, trying to get as close as possible to Roku Yukai. Ends up getting himself the back smack, and that's gonna be it. The second one is just for good measure. Give him the 51st kill. Incognito have tied up the series.
So close to getting to that bag smack, but just not fast enough. Incognito get the job done. Game 3 on equal standing for both of these teams, and we've just seen impressive performances from both sides, but I just feel like we need to see a better step forward for Roku Yukai. I just feel as if they're stagnating in this series, and we're starting to see players like Karmea make massive plays. Ryan Noob stepping up to the plate to be the leader that they need. We need to see a player other than Renegade step up to the plate, and I want that player to be Druk. I want him to start controlling aspects of this game. We know his ability to make big plays in the moment is there. We just need to see that consistency. Renegade and Sparty are going to slay out so often, but we need to see one of these players from the native squad really step up to the plate.
Druk is going to be so important in this next game here to swing game number 3, because of course whenever we go to a game number 3, the series has to be tied up. But man, can I just give a shout out to YNOT? I mean, not only leading in kills, not only making the plays necessary to come out with the win, but also being that in-game leader, and then also almost like a general manager himself, the way he's able to find talent that he wants to put around him. I think back to the United, him scouting and stealing Suspector away, because he loves having players that play on a high sensitivity, put down maximum damage, and know how to play their life, do not overextend. So what does he do? Doesn't have Suspector right now, so he goes after Carmea, who plays on high sensitivity, plays his life, doesn't overextend. He always looks for a certain blueprint in players, and he's able to almost carbon copy what he was looking for before. And now we're gonna see him ultimately do it again here with this new roster that he's been scrimming with for quite some time. Obviously, first it was McWin, now it's been Mental as of recent, and they look good. Incognito even able to take down the likes of Roku Yukai in that first series and in that game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Ryan has been playing lights out, honestly, and it's just impressive to watch his ability to not only see the map on a macro level and be in the right spot, right, but his individual fights, right? When we see him go with that little strafe, go left, right, dodge a couple bullets, out BR someone, it's making a huge impact in this game. And well, Roku Yukai have to shut him down. They have to stop they have to stop YNOT from having these big games time and time again, because right now the most consistent player in this lobby is YNOT.
I got the chance to sit down and talk to Lucid about, you know, what are the keys to success when playing Catalyst, and he talked about oftentimes, you know, players wanting to split their resources like you would normally, you know, being able to push multiple sides of the map and ultimately try to collapse on your opponent. But he said this map is different. This map, you have to 3-man stack, you have to 4-man stack onto one side. You have to dedicate so many resources onto one side of the map. And when I think about that game style, as weird as it sounds, I almost think it plays in favor of Incognito, because we've seen YNOT and Rain do 4-man pushes plenty of time, but we've seen him do it on Aquarius, on Streets. So if that's the game plan for both of these teams going into Catalyst, I think Incognito have the advantage in this game 3.
I honestly, you can just feel the momentum starting to shift into their favor after that last layer, and this is their time to, I think if they come out, play a strong game, win by a handy margin, I think they're gonna just sweep away the rest of these games. Carmea gonna burn that overshield early on as players look for an opening push.
Roku Yukai able to take the opening picks here. Incognito do find himself 2 down, but nothing to really stress for just yet, especially with YNOT being as sneaky as possible, trying to get a cheeky kill, and there it is. Right after Spartan, not taking any damage whatsoever, not even going to try to headbutt this flag that's moving forward, trusting his teammates to work on that, grappling all the way toward the opposite side base. Roku Yukai momentarily go 3 down, and in that moment, that's exactly what he's looking for, able to swing that flag from base to base. What a play by YNOT and Incognito.
Oh man, Tarzan goes for it again. He looks like Tarzan, he swings like Tarzan. They score 1-0. What a play by YNOT, seeing the opportunity, using the utility to its best ability. First flag is in.
Beautifully played by YNOT and Incognito. What the start that they were looking for, and that's huge momentum onto their side here.
Flag taken.
On board now with Carmea to try to make his way over towards this base. He sees the flag being pulled by both Renegade and Soul Snipe, able to deal with one, even puts down an extra shot onto Soul Snipe. That's just enough for the rest of Incognito, picking up those kills and then get right back towards the 50% portion of the map. In fact, YNOT going right up the mid, but Renegade spawning toward the back base, forcing YNOT to reposition a little bit here, resetting towards his teammates.
Well, guess what he got in his back pocket again, Tony? The grapples are back out for play. The overshield's coming up. YNOT has the high advantage. He's going to be able to take down Soul Snipe and now grapples the overshield. He didn't even line that up, Tony. He just pops it, gets it, and he's going in for the fight. He wants to get in between both these players. If he can get both these kills, well, he has the grapple to get the run once again, but Druck shuts it down short. Big play by Druck, but can they survive the onslaught? Soul Snipe comes in to finish it all out. 4 go down for Incognito. It's a failed push at the end of the day. As Soul Snipe tries, I think he was trying to find that grapple, but was not there for him to grab.
Love that attempt by Ryder to switch to the Pulse Carbine to try to get that double kill. Pulse Carbine definitely is more effective up close here after that buff. A little bit less effective from long range, but it's absolutely dangerous, just like the Plasma Pistol is after the nerf. But Mental picks up the double kill, going in for the third as well. 3 down go Roku Yukai. We're trying to get a counter pull here, but it looks like Incognito doing the best they can to clear out their base. Carmine doing the best he can to stay alive. Renegade is pissed right now. We're not even doing a listening, but I can already tell that Renegade is fuming at the moment.
Hey, the young gun knows his Halo history, though, man. He put that head down, did his best strong side impression, and got away with his life. Guys, if you're newer to Halo, the strong side's where you put your head down straight into the ground as you make your escape and moves your head of the Spartan down just enough to try to make, if a player shooting you from behind, it's a little bit harder to hit that headshot. While Renegade, you do the strong side on top of the nerf that they made to the BR, where you do not get as much bullet magnetism to the head. It's a deadly combination, and well, Carmea used the most of it. Not only did he get out, he stayed alive and was able to bait Renegade for his teammate and the kill.
Well, now we know how dangerous Carmea can be with the strong side of staying alive, and now we're going to find how dangerous Incognito can be when they already have the lead, already have momentum. So far in this game, Renegade already pulling that flag. Carmea now going to advance forward, so we're already starting with a flag standoff here as Overshield is coming up. All 4 members on the map are probably going to try to get involved with this. Even the flag player might drop the flag to try to get a line of sight. Soul Snipe over toward the back sword side. Drunk immediately finding the angle towards the spikes, but it doesn't matter because Ryan, for the second time in a row, grapples that Overshield back to himself. 3 members of Roku Yukai are able to single him out and maybe shred that overshield, but well played by Ryan. 3 overshields in a row for Incognito.
This reset's going to come in from both the teams, I believe. Oh no, Ryan was able to kill Spartan.
Capture.
Spartan made a huge flank play, but Ryan, he has the grapples and he's had them all game, and it's coming at a huge impact. He's able to get Spartan right before that flag returns and gets the second one in for his team.
2-0 in favor of Incognito. 7 minutes on the clock, so there's plenty of time for Roku Yukai to come back in this game, maybe tie it up. But of course, Carmea Incognito, they're not just happy with the 2-point lead. They're already advancing at another flag forward. Renegade gets himself a big kill onto Carmea that gets himself right out of the line of sight. Sparty coming in out of nowhere, trades out his life, but right before getting a big kill, and just like that, Roku Yukai getting the numbers advantage that they were looking for, momentarily slowing down Incognito, forcing them to reset. And of course, Soul Snipe is still applying pressure right before going down.
That noob combo, man. Sometimes with that update, you think it's gonna hit from anywhere. Just splits both of those players. And honestly, if Roku Yukai is gonna get back in this game, Tony, they need to start controlling the overshield. So often we have seen the side of Incognito get it because of Ryan Noob's ability to control the grapple and use it to get the overshield away. This time, you're on equal footing. Ryan Noob's on the respawn screen. The flag's being pulled out. Roku Yukai have an opportunity here to pull away with his overshield, but it's off the map, and I'm not sure who was able to grab it.
Oh, Sparty already moving that flag forward here, and of course it's Drunk of Roku Yukai that was able to get away with that overshield. Having only 1 player to deal with, decides to get out of dodge and really trust his teammates to come right back in and push up and formulate another push. Soul Snipe right up the mid, taking down Carmea right away. Drunk throwing some denial grenades, denying an exit route for Incognito to get out of their base. They are trapped, and if Roku Yukai get another round of slays, we can see another flag being pulled here as Mental ends up going down. Ryan now going to follow him. All 4 members of Roku Yukai are up and in this base. Incognito are in trouble.
Oh, 2 go down. Renegade He needs to find the big pick. He's able to find Rain, and now he's on the hunt for Karmea. Karmea stood no
Double
chance.
kill.
Renegade's going on a tear at the back of this base. Ryanoob's trying to finish him out, but look at this escape by Renegade. He's a one-man army in the back of blue.
Karmea hit him with the nasty strong side, and Renegade gonna take a play out of his book right there, but eventually does end up going down. Incognito on full defense right now. Drunk, the final player alive, and instead of trying to push up, instead of trying to do any damage whatsoever, he's just gonna sit and wait. Soulslime goes down. Menso gonna be afforded the kill for that one. It looks like Roku Yukai are able to come off the spawn and get right back into the action, and right in the nick of time, because Overshield is up in about 10 seconds here.
The question is, who has the grapple control? Oh, Druk tried to go high. He wasn't able to get there. Karmea and Rain are in a great spot to try to get to this Overshield. And it looks like they're going to win the fight. Druk went down. And that Overshield probably in the possession of one of those players over by the grapple. And there it is. Overshield in play. Rain was the player that got it. He used it to take down Renegade, and well, look at him wrap back all the way for defense. Rain coming back to shore up the line. Tony, they're not necessarily trying to get a third flag on the board, but rather prevent Roku Yukai from making a play into the base.
Less than 3 minutes and 30 seconds of regulation here, so Incognito wanted to make sure that they played near perfect Halo, and Sparty almost like he wasn't moving right there, but I don't know if he just got shredded or no. There it is.
Flag out.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Tony. I gotta say, Tony, I'm gonna say it. We gotta go on a break, guys. We've been casting for like an hour and a half now. We need to go get water. So we are gonna go on a break real fast. We'll be right back when they figure out who's in the game and stuff. Stay tuned.
Every time you plug in, a portal opens. Be anything. Be everything. Edge of your seat. Eyes wide. Ears open. Ready to react. For the thrills. For the rush, for the win. An experience so visceral, you'll forget if you're here or there. This is Skull Candy Gaming. Feel it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to your JJ Events and HaloHub $1,200 4v4 event. So much on the line here. We've made it to the grand finals. In fact, we made it to a grand finals reset so far, and we're getting right back into capture the flag on Catalyst. 3 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock to my knowledge, and we should see a one cap advantage in favor of Incognito. Garrett, how you feeling so far?
I've been phenomenal. This has been a great series to watch, Tony, and I have a feeling it's going to be even more greatness. For anyone who's wondering how this one's going to end, well, you can see there the clock, it starts at 4 minutes. That's because we're about 8 minutes and 30 seconds into the game when we had the reset. So there is a one capture advantage for Incognito. They have one flag. Roku, Yukai need to get 2 flags to win this game, and they only have 3 minutes and 30 seconds to do it.
Well, it looks like they know what's on the line already, because we're seeing that flag being pulled here for Roku Yukai. As that happens, it looks like Renegade and that skewer do end up going down, so Incognito catching up to them quickly. The overextenders have made it through, and we're able to stop that flag short. And we're already seeing Incognito double diving for that return, and it looks like now we have a bit of a reset with a little over 3 minutes left.
Massive kills going down. If they can get a flag cap in, it could be a dagger for the side of Incognito. And Carmea is leading the charge. 2 kills for him. The spawn comes out the back flag, but Carmea is well aware Sparty's not going to be able to survive. It's another 3 that go down. Carmea's got the run. Druck has the overextend, and there's no one here to stop him. So we are going to see a standoff as Renegade clears out a path for Druck to run this flag.
And this could be really bad here for Roku Yukai. Even if Incognito aren't able to capture the flag, a stalemate always in a favor of the team that's ahead. And as of right now, Incognito have a pseudo 2-1 lead at the moment here. So as long as the stalemate is still going on, they're going to be looking good. Roku Yukai don't waste any time whatsoever. They dedicate everybody onto that offense. They make sure that they get themselves that return, and now we're seeing them reset once again with a 1 kill advantage. They're already pushing forward towards the flag once again.
Now, for anyone tuning in, Incognito does have a 1 flag advantage in this game. Mr. Solstein going to try to get this flag away. This would be the game tying flag if he can put it in. The time is running out for them to make the play, but Renegade gets the important piece of utility. As he has this overshield, he's going to be the one that can clear the lane for Solstein's run.
And I feel like you can see the sense of urgency in the hands of Roku Yukai. You see them, they're putting down shots. They're seeing players making it towards their base, but they're already pushing back forward and making sure that they're in the base of Incognito. Incognito now found himself 3 down. Sparty has the flag over towards the base already, and nobody able to stop him. And just like that, we are now tied up. It's 2 apiece at the moment. 1 minute 19 seconds on the clock. Roku Yukai able to clutch up against Incognito.
Now you still have about a minute to work with. This game is not guaranteed to go to overtime. You can finish the fight right here by getting a last second flag run. And Renegade, although he's not going to be in a great position to run the flag right here, what he can do is keep the pressure forward, and that's exactly what he's going to try to do. He gets into that back base. He wants to take down Mental. The commando shots are hitting hard. Mental's doing his best to stay alive, but look at how much of a pain Renegade's being to the side of Incognito.
Well, Incognito were able to deal with Renegade. I didn't think it was Sparty. Now Sparty, the next forward player here. Carmea gets as many shots as possible.
Ryan on his way.
But can't get it in. The pass is in, and looks like Rain able to punch that flag in, but Incognito go forward down. So the counter pull in favor of Roku Yukai. Technically, we have a 1 cap advantage in favor of Incognito with 23 seconds on the clock, but Roku Yukai, fresh off of the 4 down, can tie it up once again. They already have the flag into their base.
Oh, Renegade had an idea to pull the flag immediately right away, but Ryan who snuffed it out. Renegade's not going to be able to get to that flag. He's got 5 seconds to get there. Mental's ready for this push. Can he pull it out? Yes, but we don't have the correct overtime rules because of the differential, so we're going to have to restart this game once again, as Renegade was not able to run it any further, although I don't really think he would have gotten away. Either way, we restart one more time. Sudden death rules this time.
Yeah, I mean, he was able to get that flag off of the base, but you did notice that Renegade had 2 members surrounding him. So, you know, you have to think that he would have went down immediately, and then most likely Incognito would have been able to hop on that return, and that would have been a win, I believe, in favor of them. But I'm not exactly sure. Either way, let's go in. We already see something amazing. I said we'll stop at 30 seconds, first to 1 here. Okay. Oh, no, wait, no. Hold on. Drunk says no.
That's grimy. Let's see. So are they saying? So when did they capture the flag?
Hold on, not 30 minutes of Catalyst flag in the grand finals reset.
So
don't you want to see 30 minutes?
No. So what Druck is saying is that the time should have been 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and they played to 4. So they're saying that Ryan Noob's team didn't get the flag in until that 3 minutes and 30 seconds had subsided. So they're saying that last 30 seconds of the game shouldn't have counted, is what their point was. But I think they're resetting it anyway. Full retruck. Don't be cringe. Oh my.
I would much rather see
it'll be quick.
It'll
don't
be
worry.
quick,
Yeah, I'm sure, Drug.
I would much rather see it from first to 1, maybe even first to 2. But he's calling for the full reset. Okay.
Why?
He wants to. I mean,
first to 1, bro.
He's Canadian, bro. He wants this tournament to go like 2 o'clock in the morning. They're just different.
Oh my god. I'm gonna pay. My therapist is gonna be. I'm gonna sue Druck to pay for my therapist after this series, man.
I am getting word from one of the admins that said first to 1. So I'm not exactly. So one of the admins in the chat actually just gave us word that it is going to be first to 1. So maybe they were trolling, or maybe they're GAing the rules. Honestly, I think we need to GA the BR at this point. I GA everything.
Well, Ryan is going in for the immediate flag. He said, "Right, you can't hide from me." Checks the corner, gets the kill. One more player to deal with it. Soul Snipe in the back of the base. He's gonna put as much damage as he can, but it's a dominant start for Incognito. Druck is on the overextend. Carmea is not gonna be able to take care of him. So Druck does have the opportunity to pull out a flag and play the standoff. He has a teammate behind him that's gonna make the pull, and Druck has an opportunity. I think Druck can honestly maybe get this return by himself if he goes for it. There's no one on the side of Incognito that's on that flag.
I feel this might be the reason why Incognito wanted the first to 1 flag cap. They were the first ones to get the pull. Now Mental taking some heavy damage here. Well, Druck and Renegade gonna hunt him down. Eventually, he does end up going down. Ryan, even the grapple, not enough to keep him alive. Rain, the only player alive to try to defend this flag. Luckily, Carmea getting a god spawn in order to defend it with him. Mental spawning over toward the back base as well. This could have been a pull by Roku Yukai. A clean one at that, but the spawners for Incognito gonna stop him short.
Rain gonna shut down the push of Renegade, and Sparty gets the cleanup, but really no one's making much headway of really getting a clean opportunity here. Druck's gonna be able to pull the flag, but he doesn't quite have the support there yet. Oh, this is interesting. Druck's going back to try to slay the players from behind, and there's no one there to stop Sparty. If Druck gets a pick here, it could be the first flag in, but Ryan, who shuts that down before it can get started. 2 kills going in the favor of Incognito is probably going to stop this flag short.
A third we're going to come in as well. That's going to leave Sparty by himself. A shot into Ryan, who real quick, but 3 reticles now trained onto Sparty. Those are some big kills that are coming in, and Incognito are now continuously moving that flag forward. All members of Roku Yukai look like they're trying to overextend over towards the base, so Incognito gonna have a rough time trying to finish this cap. And looks like the first one goes down in favor of Incognito. The flag still pushes forward 1-0 in favor of Incognito, and this is why Roku Yukai were calling for the full reset. They must have knew that Incognito had the opportunity to cap that first flag in, and also know that Renegade is so tough to deal with. Down to 1 shot, refuses to go down. It takes down both the duo of Ryan Noob and Rain.
Here we go. Renegade's got a flag run on its way. No one really in position from Incognito to put a stop to this one. Mental maybe can get there in time, but I think we're going to see this score tie up 1-1.
There it is. One apiece here. Both of these teams right back on equal footing. This catalyst flag has lasted way longer than it should. As Mental down to one shot he goes. Needs to start to fly here. Spartan trying to push up and clean up the pieces though. Mental gains most of his shields back. Not going to be enough as Sparty ends up taking him down. It looks like Rain now being left alone here as well. So Roku Yukai, they might be able to push forward through this. They might be able to get themselves another pull. They're winning the Slays battle, consistently putting Incognito one down as they're looking to push up.
This could be a big opportunity for Roku Yukai. Renegade got the skewer and the grapple, so they can find the opening picks and then get that flag. He has the opportunity to do the quick run that we saw Ryan hit earlier in this game, what probably feels like 25 minutes ago because of the multiple resets that we've had. They did agree to a full reset, so we probably have another 8 minutes left. But look at that, Renegade not able to secure the overshield. Ryan Noob's gonna have it in his hands, and now Renegade needs to hit a crucial shot to stop this push.
Multiple members of Roku Yukai are trying to break out of the base, but all 4 members almost stuck in there. Carmea takes advantage of it, take down Soulsnipe. Mental going right after Sparty. This is the opportunity Incognito we're looking for, still having some overshield to work with, still putting damage onto the spawning players, repulsing that grenade back, allowing to continue to push forward. Druk gonna be the only player extended into the base of Incognito. He's doing damages to the overshield player, but there's multiple members that are running the flag, and finally Druk ends up going down. Rain gonna recover his shields. Carmea flips that flag in, and a 1 cap advantage to Incognito, and they have the numbers to defend Roku Yukai for pushing forward.
How does Roku Yukai really recover from this position? You see Renegade, he's been a pain in the side of Incognito throughout this entire game, constantly getting into this back base, but it hasn't really resulted in many flag opportunities for the team because of the strong defense that Incognito has played.
Ryan made to take out his former team and now rival in Sparty. Roku Yukai find himself 3 down once again, a fresh 3 down, because even the spawning player that comes up ends up going down quick. Soulsnipe and Sparty now forced to overextend towards the Incognito base, and they can't even afford to cross shoot at all. Mental is already waiting for those overextenders to come in, hiding at the right to the right in the nick of time to pop right back in. And it looks like even though the extenders were in the base of Incognito, they weren't able to deal with that flag going in. Mental gonna earn himself a killing spree, playing a little bit of hide and seek, and it's gonna work out for him. Well played by Incognito so far. 5 minutes and 56 seconds on the clock. Roku Yukai, they must be feeling the pressure.
Overshield's still up for grabs, and this is a huge opportunity. As you see, Soulsnipe grabs the overshield. He's going to be able to get to be the line of defense that is needed. All these players from Incognito are pushed backwards. They're not going to be able to stop this flag run. It's going to be 2 to 3 in the reset.
Double kill.
Still 1 cap advantage for Incognito, but well played by Roku Yukai. Toolez put themselves right back on the board, and because of the full reset, I mean, there's still time for Roku Yukai to tie up the game and maybe even win the game here. No need to panic just yet, especially now that Renegade able to get away with that skewer. Incognito forced to play full defense as they know that Roku Yukai already have too much real estate on the map. They're way past the 50% portion, so now this is important. If Incognito don't win some of these battles, this flag will be pulled. And as I say that, Soulsnipe and Sparty, back-to-back kills. The 3rd one is going to fall, but not for Incognito. For Roku Yukai, a full squad wipe in favor of Incognito. Well played.
Ryan wanted to get under that base, but because those top doors opened, he figured he couldn't stay under. He had to reposition. He's going to take the fight. Oh, did that hit anyone? No, just misses the stick, but Ryan Noob somehow stays alive. Wow, what a great live by Ryan Noob. He was made 1 shot, but takes a better position. He's able to get Renegade, and now Sparty is the next up for grabs. Ryan Noob making phenomenal plays at the back of Roku Yukai's base.
Sparty thought he was able to get the juke onto Ryan Noob. Ryan Noob able to anticipate him trying to get out of that situation and letting him know the body disrespect is going in. Ryan Noob and Sparty, they don't like each other. I think we all know this. We've seen the Twitter beef. We've seen the videos. They definitely don't like each other too much, and Sparty answering right back with the double kill, able to get himself an overshield. So while YNOT is shooting bodies, Sparty's coming off a spawn and able to take control a bit. This could be huge for Roku Yukai, especially because Mental just drops it without knowing. YNOT comes off the spawn and ends up falling off of the map. 4 members of Incognito end up going down, and Roku Yukai having the opportunity to tie up this game.
Flag continues on its way. Sparty trying to keep Mental and Carmea back. He's going to be able to find the first. Is there anyone to stop this flag? Rain and Carmea both get kills in the feet. Carmea's there. Druck's going to have to outpace Carmea on the run. Carmea stops it. Carmea's being the hero. Rain joins the lines. Sparty can't stop the flag. The return is in. Carmea makes the hero play.
What we thought was a free flag by Roku Yukai apparently was not, because Incognito making plays in order to secure himself a return. And now look at this. The same way that Roku Yukai had all of the advantages while running the flag, now it's in favor of Incognito. Renegade gonna rat in the corner, the nade perfectly placed in order to take down Rain. Down to 1 shot he goes, but not able to stay alive. Incognito now gonna relay that flag forward in a 4-2 lead in favor of Incognito. Just 2 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Can Roku Yukai do it?
That's gonna be a tough task. Sparty looking to get some high ground with that sniper. 2 players to deal with Mental. Dude, I feel as if this is the game where we've seen Mental and Carmea really step up to the plate. They've made massive plays throughout this game, especially Carmea. But that last run was able to stop that flag and then let the counter cap come in for his team.
Well played by Sparty with the skewer. Sadly, wasn't able to hold on to it for much longer as he ends up hitting the black screen. He made it 1. Soul Snipe going after the second one. Mental cleans up 1. And while all this happens, Druck sneaks away with that overshield, and without any timing loss whatsoever, ends up in the base of Incognito. 3 members going down. 1 more player being an absolute nuisance as Carb made toward the mid, but Rain gets a god spot over towards the back base. And with that, they're able to shred overshield, and wow. Incognito making plays consistently off of spawn despite going 2 or 3 down. They always seem to be in it, and this is really tough for Roku Yukai to get anything going.
And it's been really resilient throughout this entire game. As we start to see one more push. Renegade, he's in that back lane trying to get the damage down on Ryan Noob and Rain. Sparty cannot get any of the cleanups. Rain gets the next kill and the flag will be instantly returned. Now it's just a minute on the clock. 2 flags needed to force us to another overtime. It just looks less and less likely.
Roku Yukai once again getting squad wiped off the base of Catalyst. Incognito going to use that opportunity to push forward here, and it's almost like a feint, because we know that Incognito aren't going to even try to pull this flag. At this point, 43 seconds on the clock. They're going to push and defend the 50% portion of the map and really play the time clock against Roku Yukai. They've done it time and time again. It's going to be no different here. And with 30 seconds, we would need Roku Yukai to somehow cap this flag, get it across map, and then even have a trailer ready for the relay. I'm gonna say it's not possible. I'm gonna say Incognito end up going 2-1. You even see them end the game a bit early. Incognito now 1 game away from becoming your champions.
You know, Tony, I'm really glad that they could end the game early, you know, like so that we could save that time.
20 seconds.
Yeah, you know, so we can save those 20 seconds. Yeah, you know, it's not like we could have saved time some other way.
Full re.
It's all good.
I think we need a full re.
Yeah, let's full re it one more time.
Full re the series reset.
Dude, what was that? That was like unreal. Okay, we're going forward. Good job, Ryan Noob and crew. Game 4 on the horizons. They're getting right into it. Ranked strongholds recharge going to be our next game type.
And potentially our last game type, because Incognito again 1 game away from becoming your champions. $1,200 are on the line here, and every time I say that, I'm mad for not competing myself. I swear every time I'm just good as Renegade. I swear to bound.
You know what? Second.
Yeah.
I respect it. I think you're there.
I think me, you, Suda 2, and Give me Boss Nasty, and I think we could have took this tournament.
Yeah, we could take down anyone with that roster.
I agree. Game number 4. People probably have no idea what Boss Nasty even is, bro. Like, dude, if you've been, that was the golden age of competitive Halo, bro.
There's tranches to that one, man. Tranches to that one. Okay, here we go. Camo still up for grabs. Ryan is able to cut down Soul Snipe. What a unique play by Ryan, who goes down into the triple stacks, expects the overextend to see Plat, and is able to catch Soul Snipe by surprise. Unfortunately for Incognito, Sparty was still able to get away with that camouflage, and now he's looking to make a play for his squad.
Camouflage in the hands of Sparty. I can't exactly prove that, but gonna be devastating here for the opposition. Right into the first melee, the second one going to connect. The cleanup crew does end up coming in, and even though numbers advantage momentarily win in favor of Roku Yukai, I think it's really important getting that camouflage off of the map, and that's going to work well for Incognito. Now they have a double cap, continue to put points on the board, and they're able to play through it.
Look at this pinch that's coming in. Ryan Newman, Rain taking on Spartan. Spartan somehow is able to get one before he goes down.
Renegade and Druk having the same amount of kills as me and you at the moment. Only difference is Renegade having 3 more deaths. Carmea courtesy hit him in the third one. Shock Rifle in the hands of Carmea, holding onto the gold side seemingly by himself. Well played here by Carmea, forcing all of Roku Yukai to try to rotate toward the control side, and we know how hard that can be, rotating from control to A when you don't have control of this gold side of the map. Carmea just putting down shots, staying alive, being a nuisance, and while all this happens, Incognito continue to put valuable points on the board.
It drops in. Can he get the finish? Drunk. He's not able to keep that hill alive. Soul Snipe trying to take over the mantle, as he's gonna be able to secure B. Camouflage up for grabs, and so far no one from Incognito in a great position just to grab this outright. They're gonna have to slay, and Rain's gonna lead the charge. Sparty McFly, the last one underneath. Spartan falls. Rain gets the camo, but can he get away? No. Druk cuts it down, and this is a great opportunity for Roku Yukai to take advantage of the overextension of Rain and start to push for a trip cap.
Despite the big kill by Rain to be able to grab that camouflage, he's not able to get away with it. And like you mentioned, Roku Yukai taking advantage of the momentary lapse in timing in order to take multiple bases here, but they just find themselves 3 down. Incognito forcing Soul Snipe to really make a play here over toward the B side of the map, and the nades are coming in. Soul Snipe is quickly dealt with. Incognito answer right back, holding on to that double cap, getting right back to their gold side control, and this time instead of holding the AB setup, now they've shifted over to a Charlie Bravo setup.
This is their chance to finish this series out, and what's concerning for Roku Yukai is how Renegade has just gone silent in this final game. He only has 1 kill, make it 1 and 6 throughout this game. If you're gonna have a recipe for success in this series, if you shut down Renegade, this team I think falls apart.
Well, I mean, he's obviously tired. Let's be honest. He's on the West Coast over in California. It's like 9 p.m. his time, and we know that at 9 p.m. Renegade is in bed, tucked in.
Renegade's notorious for going to bed at 9 a.m. Not 9 p.m. I guess he is notorious for going to bed at 9 a.m. Sorry, not 9 p.m.
So man is tired right now. We'll give him a break here. Meanwhile, Incognito running through a triple cap. Rain 10 and 6 for assists to go along with it. The shock rifle in the back pocket going after the sleeping Renegade right in the backside. Beautiful flank. It looks like both teams gonna reset. And at this point, all of these resets really work in favor of Incognito, especially when Rain somehow finds a new target in Druk, and somehow Rain stays alive, and Incognito hold on to the double cap.
And does some fancy strong siding to get out with his life. Trying to do it again. He gets around the corner. Finally is taken down, but the time is just heavily working against this team. Although Mental had the camouflage when he jumped in that hill, his AI went into the hill, and Renegade used that knowledge to find out his hiding spot and to get the opening pick. The insta-explode, not enough to get the kill. Ryanoop did his best to try to stop C. Karmea makes the instant rotate to B, but they haven't cleared out any of the lanes, and this is the opportunity that Roku Yukai has been looking for. Last time I talked about Renegade's performance, Tony, he was 1-6. Now 6-7, just got cut down again, but starting to heat up in this game, and that's when we started to see Roku Yukai make their comeback.
Great strategy by Renegade. Mid-series moves from California to Texas, so now it's not that late here over in the Texas side. Now it's only 11 p.m. I would imagine over on their side. So great strategy by Renegade. He's woken up here in this game and this series. Karmea with the shock rifle, handling Soul Snipe quickly. Now back to the gold side he goes, and the melee comes in. Renegade not only getting that kill, but also getting the shock rifle, and you know that he knows what to do with it.
Oh no! Woo, Mental did not expect that one to go down. Rain is going to be able to clean up the goods though. Renegade went down, and now this is an opportunity for Incognito to start to gain control once again. They have a massive lead to work with, so no reason to overextend yourself too far. But if you can slowly start working your way into these hill rotations, you can close this game out.
Rain and Ryan have really been taking turns just going off with their respective teams. This time it's Rain, 13-9, 7 assists to go along with it. I love the fact that they, whenever they're going off, it's not just in the kills department. They usually have a generous amount of assists to go along with it. Really happy with the play of both Rain and Ryan, dude. With that, a double cap in favor of Roku Yukai. Incognito's lead continues to grow here. Roku Yukai needs to make sure that Incognito don't step a foot in towards this base, and this active camouflage might be exactly what they need. Multiple members of Incognito rotating onto A, rotating onto B. Roku Yukai needs to do something here.
Well, Druck's been able to put himself in a great position by rotating into this whirlpool. He's going to be able to get early access to A. He gets the first Mental's made half shot. Unfortunately for the side of Roku Yukai, Mental's kind of a monster. He gets in, gets two, resets that hill, and suddenly the clock is working against this Roku Yukai squad.
Roku Yukai are in trouble. Incognito quickly now approaching the end game here. They are less than 20 seconds away from taking this game. The pressure is being felt. Soul Snipe gonna desperate over towards the Bravo side, but quickly dealt with. It looks like Druck is quickly to follow though, and nobody able to deal with the second player, so Bravo is being taken over by Roku Yukai, but a beautiful perfect kill by Karmea with that shock rifle should slow them down a little bit, and maybe Incognito might be able to play off of that slay. Renegade is over toward the gold side. Soul Snipe is trying to make it through as well. Be careful, Roku Yukai. You cannot go down here.
Big shot by Karmea. He's the last line of defense. He's able to take down Druck. But unfortunately for Incognito, Sparty was quick with the follow-up. He's going to be able to get that shock rifle, and he's getting right into the face of the opposition. Mental goes down, and now Spartan has a chance to really start to put the hurt on. This shock rifle can stifle any opportunity that Incognito has to get a quick answer.
And Sparty, an absolute demon with the shock rifle. The first shot not quite able to connect, but easily able to retreat back over toward the bat ledge side. We know Rain and Karmea are trying to break through the gold. Shot not quite hitting the head. The body shot gonna be enough to at least force Rain to back down. And I love the grapple play to get aggressive to try to deal with him. Although Rain anticipates it well, goes back at his former teammate. The triple cap has been accumulated by Roku Yukai, but Incognito are getting the slays, and they're getting their butts into these bases.
Renegade needs to go big here. He spotted Mental from underneath, but can Rain get the last second shot off? No, Rain can't find him, and that's gonna let Renegade get into C right away. But does he expect to push from back? Oh my god, Renegade pushed out of the hill. He left it to Druck. Ryanu does have the flank over at back C. If he can play his cards right, he can find a great timing to get into C and prevent some plays. He got him the C spawn, but no one's at A, and Spartan gets the rotation. Karmea gets a last second A spawn. Huge spawns at back A for the side of Incognito.
Renegade ends up getting back smacked. Roku Yukai find himself 2 down here, and Rain quickly trying to take advantage over toward the Bravo side, knows where the pressure is coming from. Well to anticipate it, throws some denial grenades, even ends up getting the shock by 4 shot onto Soul Snipe. Finally, Rain ends up going down, but Sparty is being left by himself here on the Bravo side, trying to steal it away. The contest comes in, but so does the backsmat. Incognito go 3 down, and don't tell me we're about to see a... I was about to say.
They got the kill at A.
They got it. They got it. They stole it away. I almost thought Incognito about to choke that, especially when Bravo ends up changing hands, but they steal away Alpha, steal away this series, and ultimately steal away this tournament.
Random stole my heart. What a performance from him in today's tournament. Really put it out on the line. I love this roster, by the way. The way that Carmea and Mental complement this long-term duo, I think has been phenomenal to watch in today's tournament. They show that they have the resilience. I have a feeling that we could be seeing this roster tried out for, you know, a bit longer than just a trial period. On the other side, like, we saw great performances from every player at one point in time. It just felt like they couldn't get it all to fire at the same time, Tony.
Really tough for Roku Yukai. The fact that Incognito were able to make that run through the elimination bracket and get back-to-back series, not only able to force that bracket reset, but able to 3-1 here in the final reset in the grand finals to become your champion. Just big ups to them, and really showing why this team is most likely to be going forward together. Like you mentioned, they've been scrimming, they've been putting in the work, and that includes with Mental. They won that esports arena tournament on Monday. Now they're winning today here, so they earn themselves a little bit of a paycheck coming in. And now my question truly becomes, who signs them? We have multiple teams that are looking for rosters right now. You know, we have the likes of, you know, United. They can bring back Ryan and Rain. We sign them. Cloud9. Who's going to the Shopify Rebellion bring back Mental?
I have my number.
Who is going to sign this roster? Because no matter who does, they're going to be a phenomenal dark horse squad going into any HCS tournament.
I'd love to see Shopify Rebellion run it back with Mental, and adding these 3 players I think would be a great option for them. Obviously, we still have plenty of Halo to see in the next few months. January, I believe it's January that we got to see the Pro Series start back up again. So, you know, we're going to be seeing a lot of roster changes in the meantime. But I mean, this was a phenomenal tournament just to get a taste of some of these potential rosters and some of this potential talent that's coming through. I'm telling you, man, 2 years from now, Carmea is going to be an all-star. The way he's been playing, he's feeling himself. He still has a little bit to learn, but I felt like he really proved how valuable he is in this tournament. And then Mental, I mean, the guy's a Gears GOAT. You know that he has the capability to win. I'm really a fan of that roster and what they're able to do. Roku Yukai, stop with the weeb names. You guys played pretty well. You guys got it in the winners, but we just need to see a little bit more consistency from that roster.
See, I feel like they doubled down on the weak names. I feel like you come back as like a Akatsuki or something. Like I feel like now you just keep going into different tournaments under different anime related names. I feel like you need to double down.
To Japan. They all moved to Japan. They're playing in Japan. Dude, we should do like a Japan invitational. You know what I'm saying?
That'd be sick.
Yeah, we get rent out a place in Tokyo, like $100,000. I think it'd be cool, right?
I mean, as long as you're done, we're good, bro.
HCS Tokyo.
Okay.
Tashi, if you're in the chat, HCS Tokyo.
Get it going.
Dude, I'll fly. I'll go. Dude. Oh man,
you're complaining about flights to Seattle, bro. Like, I want to see you go for flights to Japan, bro.
Hey, dude, what was I gonna say? The Valorant tournaments in Japan are crazy, bro. They have a wild culture over there. Lily, that was a long grand finals, man. We're done.
It was a bit of a marathon, right? I mean, we finished the first grand final, and then literally 30 seconds later, the players started the next game. No break for these guys, but luckily there was a lag out. You know, I'm sure Tony's hungry, and Tony hasn't eaten since like 11 o'clock this morning.
I'm starving right now. I'm definitely make sure I get. I've been munching on the supplements, but it ain't enough. I need to get myself some protein, some nutrients in me ASAP. Although I feel so focused because those supplements are inside of me.
Absolutely. Well, listen, today was an amazing tournament. You guys killed it. I want to shout out JJ Events for throwing another banger. If I'm not mistaken, the last one had a grand final reset, went the distance, and I want to say the one before that had a grand final reset also. So I mean, GG's for putting on an entertaining show, and obviously hats off to you guys for casting your hearts out. That was nuts. GG's to the players. Everybody showed up today, did really well, and it's always great when the pros come out and they play their hearts out. Honestly.
It really is, and like I said, big shout out to JJ Events, HaloHub, and everybody that came in and involved to make this tournament happen. Because $1,200 obviously a damn good amount of money, and also the competition that came out. This was a phenomenal tour, whether you were a competitor that was playing in it, or yourself some money, or just spectating. Like, we had the best seats in the house. Like, we watched some incredible Halo. We just watched Incognito make a beautiful elimination bracket run, reset the bracket, and come out with the big win against that duo of Renegade and Sparty, and the Soul Sniper and Druk. That's absolutely incredible. So thank you guys so much for throwing this, and thank you for having me involved. And when the hell's the next one? Like, are we not done, right? Like,
I'm sure there's more on the horizon, but in the meantime, I do want to list off the sponsors for today. Of course, JJ Events and HaloHub, the two working together to put this in coordination with us at LVT Productions. Shout out to all the cashes came through as well. We had Skull Candy, Elemento Dragons, Proton Gaming, Lime Juice, Galaxy Hound, Damascus Gaming, Quantum Threat, Blazer Force, Pepper.gg, the legendary C4, and then last but not least, the man that upped the prize pool for everybody, Ken Glowed. Shout out to them for getting it done as well, showing up, supporting Halo. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that's it for the day. Any last words, Tony?
No, I mean, just let's have some more Halo. It might be the off season for HCS, but I want to do more tournaments like this. I know we have the 1v1 tournament going to be right here on this channel tomorrow, which is going to be fun. I know I'm gonna be watching, and let's just keep Halo alive, man. I don't feel about any other game that I do about Halo. I love it. I'm passionate about it, and I want to see it thriving. And yeah, let's keep Halo alive.
All right, Tool, save the best for last. Any last words, sir?
Yeah, it's fun, dude. I love doing these tournaments. I think they're great. Shout out to JJ for always like putting up these prize pools and making sure that there's something to play during these times. I want to see some of you rosters start scrimming, huh? When's vacation over, boys?
Yeah, when is vacation
Let's start
over?
getting some more. Yeah, I know, right? Let's start getting some Halo action on the stream. I think there's plenty to watch. I've been having a lot of fun, and let's keep the Halo action going.
Indeed. Well, speaking of more Halo, we have the Honda 1v1 here tomorrow. There's $1,000 on the line for that. It's a qualifier for the $20,000 series of events. And then, of course, JJ Events and HaloHub, they're going to be throwing a 2v2 tournament tomorrow. You can get in the JJ Events Discord, and we'll drop the link here once we get off camera. I don't want to do that while I'm talking to the stream, but I'll drop the links for the 2v2 as well. So there's plenty of Halo to come tomorrow as well. Shout out again to Incognito, Roku as well, and then Palm Billings finishing in third. That's going to be it for now, guys. Appreciate everybody coming through. We're going to have drops here on the LVT stream tomorrow, and once again, we're going to be doing the Honda 1v1 right here. I want to see everybody out. All the pros, guys. Like, I think we were missing a couple pros last week, and this is another week, another chance to qualify. That's going to do it for this event, ladies and gentlemen. This was the JJ Events and HaloHub 4v4 $1,000 tournament. Ended up being a $1,200 tournament, but thank you all for tuning in. Tune in tomorrow.